Luofu Great World. In the Qingyang Wei Mian Yunzhou Qingyun City in Baiyun Shuwen, in a secluded courtyard with a picturesque landscape, a young man clad in white sits in meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, scanning his surroundings in confusion. Then a torrent of memories surged into his mind. Have I truly crossed over? He had once been an exemplary youth of the 21st century, working for 2 years after graduation, with endless overtime and sleepless nights. Eventually, Wang Su grew weary of the drudgery and resigned to return home to live a laid-back life. Living idly each day, one day, he went fishing while scaling a wall to cast his line into the Longtan. He accidentally slipped and fell into it. Upon awakening again, he found himself transported to this realm. Wang Su organized the fragments of information about this world in his mind. It was a realm of cultivation and immortality. Yet in this world, without a spiritual root, one could not embark on the path of cultivation, and such roots were found in scarcely one among 100,000. He was fortunate possessing a spiritual root, specifically a 9-inch single spiritual root renowned for rapid cultivation. In this life, he was an orphan, endowed with a spiritual root. He was adopted by the Zifu Wang family from a young age and granted the surname Wang. As for why his memories had only now reawakened, it must be recounted from 2 double-hour periods ago, inside a cultivation chamber. Wang Su closed his eyes, tightly seated, cross-legged, his breaths long and profound, reminiscent of a mountain stream, quiet yet teeming with life. Suddenly, he drew a deep breath, and as the qi within him began to circulate, an unusual ripple stirred from within. The spiritual energy coursing through his limbs gradually converged towards his lower abdomen. It transformed into wisps of vapor, ethereal as smoke, exuding a gentle warmth. Wang Su emptied his mind of distractions and began silently reciting his incantation. Clear your heart to attract the spirit, let divine will converge. With a lucid mind, reveal your essence as white brilliance unfolds. The 10 strands of spiritual energy within him swirled and coalesced into an enigmatic luminous beam, smooth, crystalline, and radiating a brilliant white glow. At this moment, his spirit was beginning to tire, a sign of the taxing convergence of spiritual energy, but he dared not relax even an iota, resolutely guiding the qi to continue coalescing. His aura steadily surged, and an almost imperceptible pressure began to spread silently. The qi in the air seemed drawn as if by an unseen force, converging leisurely from all directions through his pores, ultimately collecting in his lower abdomen. From every direction, faint and delicate energies slowly converged, surging from around his body into his lower abdomen, causing it to pulse continuously. At that spot, the ebb and flow of qi grew fiercer as a vortex tightened and coalesced until it condensed into a burning white orb no larger than a grain of rice. By now, sweat had soaked Wang Cs garments, with blue veins faintly visible on his forehead and his body trembling, yet he gritted his teeth to steady his spirit. Qi permeates 100 meridians, merging together. Illuminating from within, the inner realm radiates, and magical power is self-generated. With a single low command of Kai, the white orb trembled violently, then erupted with an invisible surge, as if something within him burst open. A tiny space of dust-like seclusion was expanded by the white light, marking the initial opening of his dantian, from which both magical power and divine sense were born. Wang Cs' heart soared with joy, for this space was his dantian, the repository of his mystical energy. Seizing the opportunity, he commenced his cultivation technique, drawing and refining the surrounding qi into a gentle yet potent magical force that steadily expanded his dantian. Time seemed to pass unnoticed as Wang Su's spirit, utterly spent, collapsed in exhaustion, his body as if washed clean by water. Yet a smile, both fatigued and radiant, crept upon his lips. Deep in his lower abdomen, a space the size of a bowl emerged within his flesh, a chamber where magical power flowed. This was indeed his dantian. Having begun cultivation at the age of 6, and now at 20, he finally entered the realm of refined qi. It was at this moment that memories of his past life awakened. This world was the great cultivation realm known as Luofu. This world was vast, so boundless in Wang Cs' perception that it seemed limitless. The Wang family to which he belonged was originally situated in Yongzhou under the dominion of Xianzhen. It was a foundation establishment family with 1,000 square kilometers of territory. Yet 100 years ago, the venerable ancestor of the Wang family, possessing peerless talent, broke through to the Zifu realm at the tender age of 520, becoming a celestial lord. He further acquired a realm spanning 26 million square kilometers during the expansion of the Qingyang Wei Mian. This territory was overwhelmingly vast for the Wang family, which in its 1800 years of development boasted only 2 foundation establishment masters and just over 300 refined qi cultivators. To prevent the waste of resources and the outflow of their bounty, the Wang family had been nurturing its talents for 100 years. Individuals like Wang Su, an orphan endowed with a 9-inch spiritual root that faced virtually no obstacles in advanced foundation establishment, even if not of Wang blood, were invariably regarded as key prospects for the family. Consequently, Wang Su had enjoyed a luxurious upbringing and abundant cultivation resources from a young age, being groomed as a candidate for foundation establishment. In this world, the cultivation realms were Na Ling, Lian Qi Zhu Ji Zifu, and Jin Dan. At the outset of one's practice, they inhaled and exhaled spiritual energy to nurture the body, nourishing the internal organs, vital channels, and bodily orifices with qi. Once the physical body had been fortified to sufficient resilience, it could retain the qi within. When one's vital energy brimmed and the body possessed the strength of 1,000 jin, one could step into the Na Ling realm, capturing the first strand of qi within. With each subsequent advancement of the body, an additional strand of qi could be absorbed until upon harboring 10 strands one reached the 10th layer of Na Ling, at which point the Buddha's strength could move 10,000 jin. Upon the perfection of Na Ling, these 10 strands of qi must be drawn together and condensed into a Ling Jue spiritual cone, which pierces open a previously non-existent space in the lower abdomen, the Dantian. Once the Dantian is established, magical power and divine sense arise naturally. At this juncture, one is considered to have truly entered the Lianqi realm with a life expectancy of 300 years. Upon entering the Lianqi realm, one must ingest the qi of heaven and earth to expand the Dantian. However, those were matters for later. Once he broke through to the Lianqi realm, he could apply for graduation at the Dingxiansi. After a brief moment to regulate his breathing, Wang Su proceeded towards the academy's Dingxiansi. Baiyin Academy was a cultivation institution established by the Wang family, open to all with spiritual roots within their domain, free of charge. Approximately 20,000 enrolled each year, yet only around 20 managed to break through to the Lianqi realm. Among them, as many as 80% might never attain the Lianqi realm in their lifetime. It is important to note that spiritual roots are categorized into 3 grades, A, B, and C, with each further divided into high, medium, and low tiers. A 1-inch spiritual root is rated as Clow, 2 inches as medium, and so on, within a high root measuring 9 inches. In the cultivation world, the rarer the spiritual root, the longer it tends to be. Possessing a single spiritual root typically signifies in a grade qualification. Though not absolute, some with 5 spiritual roots may even reach the high tier of phenomenon so rare it bordered on legend, perhaps only conceivable among the progeny of the Zifu clan. In addition to spiritual roots, this world harbored myriad spiritual entities, some augmenting combat prowess, others accelerating cultivation or extending longevity. Their forms were as varied as their abilities. Wang Ce's spiritual root measured 9 inches, allowing him to cultivate at a speed 256 times faster than that of a 1-inch root. He was among the few prodigious youths capable of graduating from the Lianqi realm. Baiyin Academy operated under a fixed 8-year curriculum. Once an apprentice completed 8 years of cultivation, graduation was mandated, and irrespective of their level, they were required to leave the academy. Graduates who reached the Lianqi realm were allocated by the Dingxiansi to govern regions, while those who had not attained the Lianqi realm had to forge their own paths. Wang Su entered the academy at the age of 14, with 2 years remaining until graduation. However, having already reached the Lianqi realm, the academy's resources could no longer support his further cultivation in that realm. Upon arriving at the Dingxiansi, he found the place desolate with few visitors. After all, only a handful reached the Lianqi realm. Just as Wang Su stepped in, he spotted an elderly man reclining on an armchair woven from vine, leisurely fanning himself, sipping tea, and humming an unfamiliar melody. Upon noticing his arrival, the old man lifted his gaze, recognized him as an acquaintance, and rose to scrutinize him. Truly a single spiritual root, a candidate for foundation establishment, breaking through to the Lianqi realm just 6 years after entering the academy. He who feeds on qi is immortal. With divine clarity comes the divine realm beyond the Lianqi stage. Foundation establishment is in essence the construction of the path's foundation, requiring one to comprehend the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Thus, do not underestimate the might of the Lianqi realm. In my world, the perfected Lianqi stage is akin to half a step towards becoming divine, a transformative phase from mortal to godlike. Currently, the book outlines only 5 major realms: Na Ling, Lianqi, Zhuji, Zifu, and Jin Dan, with a potential 6th realm pertaining to disputes over the Dao lineage and cultivation system to be determined based on the book's progression. The old man expressed his heartfelt admiration for Wang Su. What a fortunate breakthrough. Wang Lao, please could you recommend a promising place? Wang Su stepped forward with a respectful bow, and without a hint of hesitation slipped a jade bottle filled with the clear mountain essence into Wang Lao's sleeve. You still try these tricks on me, huh? Fine, let me take a look, said Wang Su. Wang Lao accepted the gift without refusal, and after receiving it produced a jade slip from his sleeve. He did not accept gifts from just anyone. Only cultivators like Wang Su with the potential for foundation establishment would earn his favor and a personal connection. After all, the Wang family had flourished for over a century, reserving the finest locations exclusively for its disciples. As the jade slip was unfurled, its inscriptions were projected into the air before their eyes. This jade slip contains 8 locations exclusively available to Wang family members, Wang Lao said as he regarded Wang Su. His delicate yet mature features, unusual for his age, conveyed quiet authority as he nodded in agreement. Though still in the Qi refinement stage, the young man lacked the typical arrogance of youth. If he were to avoid misfortune, greatness would surely be his fate. Though you do not bear Wang blood, having been raised by our family, you are one of us. So selecting for you is perfectly acceptable. Wang Su gazed at the 8 projections from the jade slip. Among them, the Xianhai realm at Dingzhou, an unyielding city, required a Qi refinement cultivator to take charge and ideally establish a new family there. In the Xianhai realm at Dingzhou Baishi County and in the Xianhai realm at Dingzhou Huangping County, both tasks called for a Qi refinement cultivator to establish a family. In the Xianhai realm at Bianzhou Qingyuan County, a Qi refinement cultivator was needed to command and ideally build a family. Likewise, in the Xianhai realm at Liangzhou Bia Mountain awaited the establishment of a family. Within the Xuanzhen realm, the Keluoshan Mountains of the Jelu Kingdom similarly called for a Qi refinement cultivator to set up a family, and in the Xuanzhen realm, the Engels Mountains in the Weir Kingdom demanded the same. Also in the Xuanzhen realm, the Yurian Kingdom required a Qi refinement cultivator to establish a family. Upon seeing these details, Wang Su felt both excitement and surprise. All the tasks were for establishing a family, and none were in the Qingyang realm. Wang Lao, what about these 2 realms? Both belong to the new realms discovered over the past century by our ancestral elder. The Xianhai realm is a medium-sized realm, while the Xuanzhen realm is a small realm, though the latter is on the cusp of becoming medium-sized, explained Wang Lao leisurely while stroking his beard. Reviewing the information, the prospect of managing a county at the Qi refinement stage was a lucrative opportunity, yet the differences between counties were vast, leaving Wang Su momentarily uncertain about his choice. These 8 options are overwhelming. I don't know which to choose. I beg for your guidance, Wang Lao, Wang Su implored unabashedly. Last year, when Wang Su broke through to the nascent soul stage, a foundation establishment elder of the Wang family had sent a matchmaker to his close relative, his granddaughter. It was promised that if Wang Su agreed to wed her, thereby joining that lineage, wholehearted support would be given to help him achieve foundation establishment. Upon viewing the portrait of the young woman, Wang Su felt a stirring of emotion. However, he did not impulsively agree. Perhaps driven by pride, he decided to first break through to the Qi refinement stage and wait to see how the Dingxian department would arrange matters before deciding. Thus, Wang Su visited the Dingxian department to inquire further, and in the process met Wang Lao. Wang Lao, known as Wang Xuanda, a Qi refinement cultivator of the 5th spiritual root at 6 levels, realized that his own potential would likely peak in the mid-Qi refinement stage. Observing Wang Su's exceptional single spiritual root of grade A, Wang Lao wished to forge a personal connection. He hoped that if Wang Su later broke through to foundation establishment, he could assist his junior. He discreetly hinted that after breaking through the Qi refinement stage, unexpected opportunities would arise in the Dingxian department. Wang Su, understanding the implication, vowed that when the time came he would exert every effort. In the Xianhai realm, practitioners follow the ancient system with stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, return to void, integration, tribulation, transcendence, and great perfection. There is an emphasis on the comprehension of the way of heaven. The stages from integration to great perfection are akin to the Zifu stage, though far from matching its mastery. This realm had been jointly opened by the Wang and Huang families. Although we have secured it, many indigenous forces still lurk, intent on causing disruption. Overall, this realm is a mix of opportunities and perils. Those who seek abundant resources should venture there. Wang Lao continued, addressing Wang Su. The Xuanzhen realm, formerly known as the Jilindu realm, employs a divine cultivation system with stages: wizard, apprentice, official wizard, great wizard, sagacious one, and true deity. Because its cultivation system differs from ours, a great purge was carried out in the Xuanzhen realm. Nearly all transcendent forces were eliminated, and the true deities were completely erased. After the death of the deities, the feedback from heaven and earth causes the realm to ascend to medium status in about a century, though it remains a small realm with resources inferior to those of the Xianhai realm. Yet despite minimal dangers when ascending to a medium realm, the realm undergoes a celestial purification. Wang Lao paused, glanced around cautiously, and whispered, "There are unverified rumors that once the Xuanzhen realm ascends, a void city will be established within it." Hearing this, Wang Su remarked, "Wang Lao, your intel is incredibly underground. Only cultivators in the later Zifu stages can establish a void city. and our ancestral elder has not yet reached Zifu long enough. He didn't even dare mention that it might take 100 years to reach foundation establishment. Ahem, as I said, these are but unverified whispers. Who can guarantee their truth? Wang Lao replied awkwardly before continuing hurriedly. Currently, the Xuanzhen realm is overseen by a grand true person, making it relatively safe and suited for those unwilling to take risks. Wang Lao looked earnestly at Wang Su and added, "It is precisely the realm I recommend. With your aptitude, venturing once you reach foundation establishment will not be too late." Then which should I choose, the Jello Kingdom or the Waiter Kingdom? I'm not sure. Not sure. Wang Su asked, puzzled. Indeed, my understanding of the Xuanzhen realm is limited. You must decide for yourself, said Wang Lao. Wang Lao shook his head, remarking that he had never been to the Xuanzhen realm. These tasks were simply distributed by the clan without further explanation. Having acquired his knowledge through discreet inquiries, Wang Su, finding the details ambiguous, decided not to overthink and chose to select sequentially. Then I shall choose the Jello Kingdom. Very well, hand over your token so I may register it, Wang Su said as he hurriedly handed over his apprentice token. Wang Lao accepted the token and pressed it against the jade slip. A soft dip was heard, marking the successful registration. Shortly after, the jade slip released a vibrant green jade booklet. Wang Lao handed the green jade booklet and token to Wang Su, instructing, "This is your proof of expansion, which details the startup funds and requirements granted by the family. Input your own spiritual energy to view the details. Prepare yourself. The timeline for realm expansion is tight, and we are set to depart within days. The specific details are on your apprentice token." Wang Su received the green jade booklet and token without opening them immediately, instead bowing respectfully to Wang Lao. "Thank you, Wang Lao. I shall not forget the nurture of our family, and will diligently develop our legacy to repay your kindness." "Very well, go forth, I have confidence in you." Wang Lao waved his sleeve aside. Without further hesitation, Wang Su clasped his hands in farewell and departed from the Dingxian department. The small realm corresponds to the mortal world. A medium realm corresponds to the spiritual world. A large realm is akin to the immortal realm, while a super-large realm represents the pinnacle of immortal realms. The Luofu Great World, a cultivation version of myriad universes, exists above even the Dao Lords. At Baiyun Academy, those who rank within the top 10 of the Pinyin list are granted a private courtyard. Wang Su ranked 7th in this year's list, and the youngest among the top 10 naturally possesses one. Returning to his courtyard, Wang Su took out the jade book gifted by old Wang. Within the book, there resided a restriction, a common identification barrier used by the academy. One must input a strand of spiritual energy to pass the identification before accessing its contents. Wang Su infused the barrier with his spiritual energy, and upon contact, it ignited a shimmering light, verifying the energy's authenticity. Once verified, the barrier dissipated. The jade book unfurled automatically, revealing golden characters on its white, jade-like pages. Xuanzhen Expansion Edict. On the 15th day of the first month in the year 129653 of the Xuanzhen calendar, we hereby issue a decree from the Wang clan of the immortal lineage, dispatching our disciple Wang Su to the realm of Xuanzhen, specifically to the territory of the Gru Kingdom in the Cruz Mountain Range, to expand our domain and propagate our teachings. You shall establish a foundation for the immortals, care for the common folk, spread virtue, and gather spiritual energy, thereby forming a sect of immortals that shall protect the land and bless all beings. The Wang clan grants the following resources: 1 formation, 4 extremities, Qi refining formation; 1 method of energy collection, firework gathering method; 1 Qi refining technique, 5 Qi consuming method; 1 alchemical secret, Qingmu alchemy technique. For scrolls of techniques, Qingming spirit transformation technique, Xianming water control technique, Hutu Yuanling technique, Imu evergreen technique. For recipes, for elixirs, Bu pill magic power, pill Qi recovery, pill blood recovery pill. 2 magical artifacts, Qingmu Xuanyu pearl, Qingmu Xian pill furnace. 6 spiritual plants, Qingfeng gathering spirit grass, Zijin mountain vine, Bu grass, by my grass mother plant, Ziyu dragon ginseng, Wucai yuling rice. Responsibilities of the immortal sect, as stipulated. 1. Annually gather 30% of the earthly and heavenly Qi, specifically mountain, clear Qi, river water Qi, earth, vein soil Qi, and evergreen wood Qi. 2. Upon any decree from the Wang clan, you must respond immediately and exert every effort without defiance. This edict, once issued, is witnessed by heaven and earth. We hope you diligently cultivate, widely spread the affinity for immortals, solidify your foundation, and enhance your essence, thus displaying the virtues of the Wang clan. Issued by the Wang clan of the immortals. On the 15th day of the first month in the year 129653 of the Xuanzhen calendar. Wang Su couldn't help but gasp. This was truly extravagant. The Wang family regarded him as one of their own. No, he was indeed a member of the Wang family. He had some understanding of the Wang clan's dominion over the Yuzhou sect. In Yuzhou, as long as one breaks through to the Qi refining realm and occupies a mountain peak, they could apply to the immortal administration to establish a sect. The Wang family was very supportive of the establishment of sects, encouraging cultivators to form their own sects over the years. However, maintaining the legacy of a sect was exceedingly difficult. For a loose cultivator breaking through to the Qi refining realm, the first step was to secure a mountain peak as their territory, which was relatively easy given the countless unclaimed mountains in Yuzhou provided they avoided conflicts with other sects. Next, they would need to apply to the immortal administration to establish their sect. The administration would grant a sect token signifying that they were now a sect under the Wang family alongside borrowing services. These services included Qi refining formations, Qi refining techniques, and seeds of spiritual plants. For essential legacies that new sects had to repay over 100 years or even 200 if luck was scarce. Additionally, every year, they had to remit 50% of their income from the gathered earthly and heavenly Qi to the Wang family. While these challenges were daunting, they were surmountable. The most crucial aspect of a sect was its legacy. According to statistics from the Cultivation world, the probability of a spiritual root being born among ordinary people is 1 in 100,000. Among the descendants of 3 generations of Qi-gathering cultivators, 1 in 10,000 might possess a spiritual root. For those of the Qi refining realm, it would be 1 in 1,000. Furthermore, it takes 10 Qi-gathering cultivators for one to potentially advance to the Qi refining realm. Families without a Qi refining member would lose their sect qualification. In other words, a newly established Qi refining family must produce another Qi refining cultivator within 300 years to ensure its legacy. To secure their lineage, many sects would intermarry to increase the chances of spiritual root births. Despite this, 50% of families still fail to overcome the 300-year hurdle. Thus, only those with 2 Qi refining members, or those who have existed for over 300 years, can truly be considered immortal sects. Understanding how challenging it was to establish a sect, one could appreciate the generosity of the Wang family. This initial capital was at least what a sect with a legacy of 500 years would possess, allowing him to avoid 100 years of hardships. With this funding, he could confidently claim that even by following a steady path in his cultivation, he could reach the foundation establishment realm. Was this the foundation of the Zifu family? Even as an adopted member, he could possess such generous resources. As the Jade Book unfolded, another page revealed a marriage contract with a woman named Wang Mingruo listed. This Wang Mingruo was the granddaughter of the Foundation establishment elder who had previously arranged a match for him. Wang Sa felt no aversion to this. He had seen her portrait, bright eyes, pearly teeth, and skin like congealed fat. Her gentle demeanor made her a truly beautiful woman possessing a 3 spiritual root with exceptional qualifications and an 8th level cultivation in the Qi gathering realm. She seemed perfectly suited for him. He had not rejected the proposal, but had merely stated that he wanted to break through to the Qi refining realm before considering marriage, hoping to gain better treatment and voice in the family. It appeared that his intentions had not gone unnoticed by the Foundation establishment elder. Regardless of his choice, he would be bound by this marriage contract. It seemed this initial capital was indeed Wang Mingruo's dowry. After all, even if he were a single spiritual root cultivator, receiving such funding would surely be through a loan, perhaps without interest, but he would eventually have to repay it. Having just awakened memories from his past life, he felt as though he had acquired everything without having done anything, leading him to believe he was here to enjoy a life of luxury. Before awakening these memories, he had been taught from a young age to be grateful to the Wang family, to repay them, and to remain loyal. The Wang family provided him with fine clothing, abundant resources for cultivation, and in return, he was sincerely loyal to them. The Wang family had always observed his growth. Now, having broken through to the Qi refining realm and awakened his memories, he remained deeply thankful and loyal. Indeed, his sincerity was now being rewarded with both resources and a prospective bride being gifted to him. Looking at the signature at the bottom of the marriage contract, Wang Su unhesitatingly signed his name. After gazing at it for a while longer, he satisfactorily stored the Jade Book away. Having just broken through to the Qi refining realm, he needed to fully comprehend the changes that came with it. In the Qi gathering realm, one's physical strength was merely 10,000 pounds, and they possessed only 10 strands of spiritual energy, allowing for only minor spells, such as cleaning technique, fireball technique, water condensation technique, object control technique, levitation technique, and wind calling technique. Simple applications of spiritual energy. These spells sufficed against ordinary people, but were utterly inadequate when facing cultivators of the same level, making battles in the Qi gathering realm resemble mere physical confrontations devoid of any celestial essence. Moreover, due to the thinness of their spiritual energy, even activating a magical artifact once or twice would leave them exhausted, hence artifacts were typically used for self-defense rather than combat. Reaching the Qi refinement realm marked a significant transformation. The spiritual energy within the Dantian would transmute into magical power. Within Wang's Dantian, a strand of magical power was already formed, coalescing from 10 threads of spiritual energy. The practice of Qi refinement diverged greatly from the descriptions found in novels from his past life. In the Qi refinement realm, one absorbs spiritual energy to enhance magical power and fortify the body. It involves consuming the energy of the universe to expand the Dantian, allowing for greater magical capacity. As such, Qi refinement is divided into 9 levels, each requiring the consumption of the world's energy. To gain one essence, one must consume 9 types of heavenly energy. Each 9 essences constitutes one level. At the first level of Qi refinement, each essence can hold 10 strands of magical power. Upon breaking through to Qi refinement, one automatically acquires an essence in the Dantian. Thus, Wang Su is also referred to as a first-level Qi refiner. According to the records of the Wang family's secret compendium prior to the Xianwang calendar, people's cultivation realms mirrored those of the Xianhai dimension, advancing from Qi refinement to ascendance, primarily through spiritual energy, which resulted in significant destruction to the world. Beginning with the Golden Core stage, a heavenly tribulation would descend, making cultivation arduous and the practitioners weak, hence termed as the ancient method. After the Xianhuang calendar, the Xianhuang Dao ancestor, sensing the struggles of living beings in cultivation and their tendency to exploit the universe without reciprocation, established the Golden Core path, fostering coexistence with the world and leading to greater strength, known as the Golden Core Law. Qi refiners established their base in a locale, channeling the ley lines or water veins to protect the area and gather the energy of the universe. By expanding their Dantian with this energy, they can break through realms without facing heavenly tribulations. Mountains and rivers that have been channeled will have denser spiritual and heavenly energy, and after a century, may even give rise to spiritual veins and machinery. The latter is essential for foundational cultivation, allowing one to comprehend the universe. This is also why the Wang family encourages the establishment of immortal clans. The more clans there are, the stronger the universe becomes, and with greater strength, higher realms can be accommodated. In the vastness of the universe, the types of heavenly energy are beyond count. Wang Su was familiar with several common forms, including the pure air from the mountains, the water vapor of rivers, the earthy essence of the ley lines, the vitality of evergreen trees, the heat of flames, the chill of cold springs, the essence of the mundane world, the earthly energy of the soil, the vigor of the woods, the brilliance of fire, the energy of metal, the clouds of the sky, the will of all beings, and the primordial energy of the cosmos. Despite the abundance of heavenly energy, it requires specialized methods or formations to harvest. The Wang family's 4-polar Qi refinement array is designed to gather the pure mountain air, river, water vapor, earthy essence, and the vitality of evergreen trees. The method for collecting the essence of the mundane world focuses on human life energy. Among these, the pure mountain air is the most neutral and harmonious, capable of being consumed by nearly all Qi refinement methods, while the other types of heavenly energy require specific techniques for consumption. Although he had not yet acquired the method for consuming the 5 types of energy, Wang Su understood from the name that this technique would allow for the assimilation of 5 varieties of heavenly energy. Currently, without a Qi refinement method, he had transferred the mountain air to Elder Wang and could only use the Yuan Ling inhalation technique he had learned to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Fortunately, the White Cloud Academy was rich in spiritual energy, and with his roots, he could gain a strand of magical power in just 1 hour. After an hour, the second strand of magical power in his Dantian coalesced. He then attempted to disperse a strand of magical power through his body. Wang Su first felt a warm current flowing through him. However, as this warmth intensified, he felt as if he were immersed in boiling water, his entire body ablaze and reddening. After a full hour, the searing sensation began to dissipate. Noticing the change in his body, he realized he had gained a 5th of strength, approximately 200 gene of power. Now, without using magical power, he could lift a boulder weighing 120 gene with sheer effort. With just 4 more repetitions in about 2 days' time, he could achieve the physical strength of a first-level Qi refiner possessing 200 gene of strength. Wang Su was quite pleased with his cultivation speed. The Qi refinement realm primarily focuses on the speed of refining heavenly energy. A 1-inch root almost cannot break through to the Qi refinement realm. Only 2-inch and 3-inch roots with substantial resources may enter this realm, but they would remain stuck at the first level for life. According to Wang family records, a 9-inch root without any assistance takes about 22.5 days to refine a strand of heavenly energy. Now at the age of 20, it would take him approximately 49. 3 years to reach the 9th level's completion, making him 69. 3 years old, which is trivial considering his lifespan of 300 years. Naturally, breaking through the foundational stage is fraught with danger and requires opportunity. However, compared to other root practitioners, his situation was significantly better. Taking into account that a 9-inch root cultivates at a speed 254 times faster than a 1-inch root, without leveraging additional resources, it would take a 3-inch root 315 years to achieve the first level's completion. A 4-inch root could reach the second level, a 5-inch root could attain the 4th level, a 6-inch root could reach the 7th level, a 7-inch root could cultivate to the 9th level before the age of 217, and an 8-inch root could reach the 9th level by the age of 118. This is the disparity of innate talent. Of course, no one would foolishly cultivate without resources. This renders the situation somewhat unfriendly to 9-inch root practitioners, as consuming heavenly energy is nearly the fastest option available. For instance, cultivating within the 4-polar Qi refinement array allows practitioners with roots below 9 inches to double their rate of heavenly energy absorption, enabling 3-inch roots to rival 4-inch roots and 8-inch roots to match 9-inch roots, albeit at the cost of wasting considerable heavenly energy. Wang Su continued with his cultivation, aiming to refine 10 strands of magical power within his dantian. As time passed, evening approached, and suddenly his student token chimed. He picked it up to check and found an unfamiliar message. He opened it to read, "Brother Wang, your family's resources have arrived at your doorstep. Please open the door." So soon. Wang Su felt puzzled. According to the usual pace of the academy, he had anticipated it would take several more days to receive the resources. Despite his confusion, he decided to open the door. After all, within the academy, he had no need to worry about danger. If there were any, it would be of little consequence. Moreover, his door only barred the virtuous, not the unscrupulous. "Hold on, I'll be there shortly." After sending a reply through the token, he rose and headed towards the entrance. Upon reaching the door, he opened it to find a young girl dressed in a green dress, standing there, her small face tense with a hint of baby fat, her hands instinctively clasped to her chest, and holding a delicate storage bag. She resembled a youthful figure stepped out of a martial arts tale, her eyes wide with panic and anxiety as she saw the door open. "Are you Wang Mingruo?" Wang Su asked somewhat incredulously. When the matchmaker had come, he had seen Wang Mingruo's portrait, though she appeared more mature in the image, exuding a gentle demeanor akin to a refined young lady. "Yes, hello, I am Wang Mingruo. Please take care of me," she stammered, glancing at the handsome youth, feeling somewhat at a loss. Seeing her lively and adorable demeanor in stark contrast to the image, Wang Su couldn't help but feel that the Wang family understood him, knowing he favored older sisters. Was this a form of deception in marriage? Had she truly turned 20? Fortunately, he had awakened his past lives' memories, possessing an open heart and also enjoying beautiful young women as long as they were over 18. "Hello, Wang Mingruo, I am Wang Su. It's a pleasure to meet you." As they met for the first time, he felt it necessary to introduce himself formally. "Hello. Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Wang Su gestured for her to enter. The girl hesitated for a moment, then, as if making a significant decision, she resolutely replied, "Sure." 2 figures stepped into the courtyard, one following closely behind the other. Initially, the young girl appeared somewhat anxious and tense, but her demeanor gradually relaxed upon encountering Wang Su. Leading her to the tea room, they sat facing each other. Wang Su, with his graceful and refined manners, personally brewed a pot of Lingwu tea for her. He poured the tea into a cup and offered it to the girl. Lingwu tea, it clears the mind and nurtures the spirit. Receiving the cup, she lowered her head, gently blowing on the surface of the tea before taking a delicate sip. Observing that she had completely calmed down, Wang Su seized the moment to ask the question he had been most eager to pose. "Do you really turn 20 this year?" Wang Mingruo appeared undeniably endearing, her youthful features almost deceiving. With a cherubic face, sparkling large eyes, and a rosy, pouting mouth, even her small, chubby hands cradling the teacup exuded an irresistible charm that made one want to gently caress them. 1019. Her voice was soft, the last syllable almost floating away. "My family counts by nominal age, nominally 20. After speaking, she stole a glance at him, her expression a blend of shyness and tentative curiosity, manifesting an innocent demeanor. This made Wang Su feel as though he were the one at fault. Could she be a master of tea art? Her pure yet timid appearance sent a jolt through Wang Su's heart, making him want to pull her into an embrace for comfort. Ruo, he opted for a gentler form of address. "What are your thoughts on the marriage contract? If you're unwilling, I can speak on your behalf." This was both a sincere inquiry and a test. He intended to marry a woman from a prominent family for assistance, and Wang Mingruo's noble lineage warranted caution. If she harbored reservations about the marriage, it could lead to unforeseen complications, thus careful consideration was imperative. Suddenly Wang Mingruo lifted her face, her cheeks still tinged with a hint of crimson, but her gaze was clear. Brother, so I'm willing. Pausing as if realizing her boldness, she quickly added, I'll follow my family's arrangements. She was simply too adorable, a sweet and compliant girl reminiscent of a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Wang Su nearly reached out to hold her small hand, yet he hesitated, feeling it might be too forward. Though the atmosphere was slightly tense, her cuteness and charm made her the little sister he adored. Having traversed worlds, he should allow himself some enjoyment. If he were to establish a celestial clan, it was only reasonable to have multiple wives. Wanting a warm-hearted tea sister was not asking for too much. This was Wang Su's mindset at that moment. As long as the tea did not overstep bounds, he could tolerate it. Moreover, Mingruo was bringing a dowry with her. Ruo, I will treat you well and ensure you never suffer any grievances. Wang Mingruo addressed him as Brother Su, and he reciprocated with Ruo, offering a warm-hearted promise. Hearing him casually refer to her as Ruo left her with a peculiar feeling. However, her inexperience prevented her from realizing it was the same tone she had previously used. Thus, although she found Wang Su's sweet words somewhat strange, she felt a surge of happiness leading her to blush anew. Brother Su, this is the family's resource for you. With that, Wang Mingruo handed him an exquisitely crafted storage pouch. Wang Su accepted the pouch, using his spiritual sense to scan its contents, noting that it was well stocked, and among its treasures was a tome titled Records of Mystical Realms. Just as he intended to retrieve the items within and return the pouch to her, she added, This storage pouch is also for you. For me? Wang Su paused, astonished. This pouch had a spatial capacity of at least tenfold, valued at no less than 1,000 spirit stones or 1,000 units of common elemental energy, such as clear energy, water energy, wood energy, etc. A congratulatory gift. Wang Mingruo tilted her head. Congratulations on your breakthrough in Qi refinement. Her expression at that moment resembled that of a child eagerly awaiting praise. Yet the strange feeling in Wang Su's heart intensified. Ruo, did we know each other before? Why do you ask, Brother Su? Naturally, we don't know each other, she blinked, seemingly perplexed. Then why gift me such a precious item? And those resources, surely they were arranged by your family as well. Drawing from his past experiences, Wang Su had already sensed the anomalies. The resources provided by her family had been extravagant enough, and he had initially considered them a benefit of being a transmigrator. Now, with a beautiful fiancée bearing significant gifts, even the dullest individual would have sensed something amiss. Could you tell me the truth? I cannot rest easy otherwise. Wang Su's gaze was earnest, searching her eyes. Seeing his earnest expression, Wang Mingruo paused, lowering her gaze to sip her tea. When she looked up again, a gentle sigh escaped her lips, and her demeanor seemed drastically transformed, exuding a sophistication reminiscent of the portrait. She resembled devoid of previous shyness, as if she were an entirely different person. The Wang family has 12 foundational elders. Her voice was calm and unwavering. My grandfather is one of them. 3 families have sought to arrange a marriage with me, yet the candidates they present are either mediocre in talent or lacking in character. She paused, her gaze locking onto Wang Su's eyes. I do not want to be a bargaining chip or be easily dismissed. If I am to choose, I will select the best. Therefore, I researched all eligible candidates. At this point, her eyes burned with fervor as she regarded Wang Su, continuing. Brother Su, you have grown up in the Wang family. Your talent and character are exceptional. I wish to become a foundational lady, so I have chosen you, Brother Su. In that instant, the brilliance in her eyes was sharp and lucid, completely unlike her earlier innocent guise. Wang Su saw ambition reflected in her gaze. He felt a sudden urge to laugh at his previous speculations and this unexpected candor. It turned out she was not merely a tea sister, she was a little fox who understood how to navigate the currents of circumstance. Are you not afraid I will change my mind after hearing this? Afraid, Wang Mingruo resumed, holding the teacup, her fingertip tracing the rim, but more afraid of pretending for a lifetime. The tea had cooled, and she slowly finished the last cup. As she set down the cup, a perfectly timed, bashful smile resurfaced on her face, seamlessly transitioning her demeanor. Wang Su suddenly felt that having such a person by his side might not be so bad after all. At the very least, she was clever. And clever people often know what to do and what not to do. I understand, he rose, extending his hand toward her. Then I look forward to your guidance from now on, Rura. Wang Mingruo hesitated for a moment, then gently placed her hand in his. Her fingertips were cool, yet her palm was warm. By this time, the sky had darkened completely. Wang Mingruo, feeling it was time to leave after sharing her heartfelt thoughts, bid farewell. Wang Su accompanied her to the door, and once she had vanished from sight, he returned to the courtyard. Back in his room, he poured himself another cup of Lingwu tea, reflecting on the earlier encounter. He shook his head, silently acknowledging. Indeed, every tea sister harbors a hint of ambition and a desire to rise above others. However, as long as she expressed it openly, and given that she possessed the means, this was her pursuit. As long as it did not harm his interests, considering her sweet, yet strong-willed nature along with these resources, he was willing to accept such a wife. With this thought, he suddenly felt like a hypocrite. But he quickly dismissed that notion. He was not a hypocrite, merely someone cautious from his past life's experiences. In this new life, regardless of his thoughts, he could abide by the principle of reciprocating kindness with kindness and animosity with animosity. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Su decided not to dwell on it further. He retrieved a 1-foot-long white jade slip from his storage bag, inscribed with 5 characters, Wu Qi Consider Fa. This was not just an ordinary jade slip, but a legacy slip that could be passed down through generations. As he immersed his consciousness into the jade slip, he was met with a dense array of tiny characters no larger than a strand of hair. Wu Qi Consider Fa. The processes of creation flow with the 5 elements, and yet the forces of nature are not solely defined by the hardness of gold and stone. The winds circulate freely, adept at carrying and transforming. Their essence is spiritually attuned and unblemished, harmonizing with the great harmony. Thus, this method eliminates the sharpness of metal qi, embracing the flexibility of wind qi. It is founded upon wood, fire, earth, water, and wind, reconstituting the path of qi consumption to achieve longevity and enduring existence. The heavens and earth possess righteous qi swirling in myriad forms. The 5 elements, wood, fire, earth, water, and wind, unite in their inherent spiritual qualities. Consuming qi is best when it is pure and genuine, maintaining unity in the central courtyard of one's being. The subtle essence, as if it exists in continuity, allows for long-lasting clarity and communication with the divine. After traveling through the 4 directions, the wind qi permeates the central yellow. In places where wood and fire converge, water and earth coalesce into a sanctuary of spirit. With harmonious qi, the dragon and tiger are balanced, and the 5 elements return to their source. When the 3 flowers gather at the crown, one aligns with the true nature of the Dao. Wood qi formula, evergreen, wood qi. The Eastern Green Emperor, known as Fushi, oversees the flourishing of all trees. At dawn, facing the east, one taps the teeth and draws in qi like silk into the liver meridian. The warmth of spring envelopes one's being as all herbs awaken to clarity and health. The Green Emperor Fushi is the sovereign of wood virtue in the east. Drawing in qi like silk, emphasizes a gentle and prolonged approach, culminating in the cultivation of the wood evergreen body. Fire qi formula, Li Ming fire qi. In the southern heavens, the Red Emperor hangs in the sky, illuminating the dark and mysterious realms. At noon, facing south, one regulates the true breath, allowing a drop of cinnabar essence to fall into the crimson courtyard. The flames rise, cleansing the dust and opening the eye of wisdom as the heart's lamp remains ever bright, nurturing itself. The Red Emperor embodies the virtue of fire in the south. Crimson courtyard refers to the heart palace. The heart is associated with fire. Practicing this qi clarifies the heart and reveals its true nature, yielding the Li Ming true fire eye. Earth qi formula D, my earth qi. In the center, the Yellow Emperor sits upon the earth, embodying profound virtue that nurtures all living beings. At sunset, one faces the center, stabilizing like a mountain as golden clouds pierce the top, enriching the spleen essence. Steadfast and unshakable as a mountain, the Yellow Emperor governs the virtue of earth at the center. Earth refers to the vastness of the land. The spleen corresponds to earth. Cultivating this yields the Qingmu supporting body, connecting to the earth's veins. Water qi formula Jiang, He water qi. In the north, the Black Emperor reigns over the underworld, embodying the principle that the highest virtue is like water, benefiting all beings. At midnight, facing north, one absorbs the cold abyss as the true water flows, nourishing the kidney essence. The currents of wisdom flow without a trace. The softest touch conquers the hardest silently, providing nourishment. The Black Emperor Xinwu guards the virtue of water in the north. The highest virtue is like water. The kidneys correspond to water. Cultivating this leads to the Xianming soft water body, possessing agile wisdom, flexibility, and non-contention. Wind qi formula Shan, Jianqing qi. The 4-dimensional heavenly winds are called Qingyang, circulating through the 6 voids, connecting the 8 directions. Throughout the 4 seasons, one faces the dimensions, inhaling the clear breeze as spiritual breath focuses on the 3 burners. Harmonious virtue nurtures the body without obstruction, guiding qi to ride the wind and roam freely. Qingyang represents the spirit of spring, also governing the flow of vitality. 6 voids refers to the teachings of the indicating the 4 directions above and below. This qi reaches the three burners water pathways and qi meridians, cultivating the Taihe wind riding body, known for its adeptness at harmonizing and riding the wind. Having perused the Wu Qi Conshur Fa Wang Su gained a foundational understanding of this qi cultivation method. Practicing this technique allows one to consume the 5 types of earthly qi, each conferring a small divine ability. Consuming evergreen wood qi results in the Yi wood evergreen body, while consuming Li Ming fire qi grants the Li Ming true fire eye. Engaging with Di earth qi manifests the Kuan Yuan supporting body. Jiang He water qi leads to the Xianming soft water body, and mountain wind qi cultivates the Taihe wind riding body. This is a top-tier qi cultivation method. Achieving completeness may even enhance one's foundational might, increasing the likelihood of embodying the Dao by a fraction. Apart from mountain wind qi, for each level of qi cultivation attained, one may consume an additional type of earthly qi, allowing a maximum of 10 types at the highest stage. Currently, Wang Su, being at the first level of qi cultivation, can consume 2 types of earthly qi. He plans to prioritize the mountain wind qi and evergreen wood qi first. Consuming mountain wind qi allows him to cultivate the Taihe wind riding body, facilitating a seamless exchange of vital energy with the heavens and earth, enabling swift movements like the wind and the ability to fly. This accelerates the flow of spiritual energy, diffusing conflicts with foreign powers and attaining a profound understanding of both the superficial and the profound, a crucial means of self-preservation. On the other hand, consuming evergreen wood qi cultivates the Yi wood evergreen body, brimming with vitality, thus accelerating healing of injuries. It enables the perception of plant conditions and fosters their growth, allowing for a profound connection with their essence, revealing fundamental attributes. It also enhances the absorption rate of spiritual energy. The Yi wood evergreen body serves as a significant boon for nurturing spiritual plants or alchemy. As he activated the Wu Qi Conshur Fa attempting to absorb the mountain wind qi, he found it too sparse. Without a formation to guide it, he was uncertain when he might condense even a thread of it. After some time in meditation, Wang Su lost interest. Merely practicing felt like a waste of time. He paused and retrieved 4 additional white jade slips from his storage bag, each inscribed with different passable qi techniques. Using his spiritual consciousness, he examined the information within. Qingming Hualing Shu. This technique can awaken the spiritual intelligence of wood and stone through mountain wind qi, allowing control over their life and death, as well as their defense. It consists of 3 levels. First level qi awakening requires 1 thread of clear qi. It transforms wood and stone into spiritual guardians or stone puppets, granting basic mobility to follow commands, slowly entangling or blocking. However, their spiritual intelligence is chaotic, akin to an infant requiring guidance without independent thought. Second level wisdom opening requires at least 10 threads of clear qi, transforms wood and stone into protective wood spirits or stone soldiers, granting them clear initial intelligence to understand complex commands and engage in simple tactical coordination. They can utilize simple techniques, possessing substantial combat power. Third level divine bestowal requires at least 100 threads of clear qi, transforms wood and stone into green wood demon generals or mountain stone spirits, birthing complete spiritual intelligence influenced by the practitioner and material characteristics, capable of self-cultivation, possessing qi strength, and even awakening innate minor divine abilities. E.g. root healing for green wood demon generals, earth walking stealth for mountain stone spirits. They share a deep connection with the practitioner, exhibiting high loyalty. Xianming Kong Shui Shu. This technique cultivates using water pathway earthly qi, also divided into 3 levels. First level water summoning can be cast from the spirit gathering realm, can sense and guide unclaimed water within a tenjong radius, such as streams, rain, dew, enabling water to defy logic briefly, suspending in midair as spheres, or transforming into simple tools, bowls, shields, or accelerating flow. Primarily used for daily tasks like fetching water, extinguishing fires, or cleaning. Second level water control can control water within a 50 zhang range, shaping it into any form, e.g. water whips, water blades, water prisons. Third level water transformation controls a 100 zhang area, allowing instantaneous shifts between the softest and hardest states of water, manifesting fog for stealth, mirrors for observation, or summoning water beasts for offense and defense, also able to infuse with Xianming cold energy to harm meridians and impede movement. Ho Tu Yuan Ling Shu. Cultivating with earth pathway earthly qi can form an earth attribute spirit shield and allows the casting of simple earth techniques through magical energy. Yi Mu Chang Qing Shu. Utilizing wood pathway earthly qi. This technique accelerates the growth of spiritual plants and has a certain probability of inducing beneficial mutations. After reviewing these 4 techniques, Wang Su gained a general understanding. Both Qingming Hualing Shu and Xianming Kong Shui Shu serve as offensive techniques with significant potential for development capable of reaching even 5th or 6th realms with deep cultivation. Ho Tu Yuan Ling Shu allows the internal refinement of an earth spirit shield from earth pathway, earthly qi. The more earthly qi present, the stronger the shield. In case of an attack, a mere thought can instantly protect the entire body. Meanwhile, Yi Mu Changqing Shu serves as a divine agricultural technique. All these techniques are potent and effective, yet they require earthly qi for cultivation and practice, rendering them impractical for immediate use. He could only wait until he could master these qi techniques and adapt them into methods driven by magical energy. Although the power would diminish significantly, they could still serve as conventional means of defense. Having examined the techniques, Wang Su retrieved the final legacy jade slip, Qingmu Lian Dan Shu. Qingmu Lian Dan Shu. Practicing this technique requires possessing a wood spirit root. Using the wood spirit root as a guide magical energy, as fuel, one cultivates a continuously thriving green wood alchemical flame within the dantian. The green wood alchemical flame is pure and harmonious, deriving from the life force of the wood spirit root. During the alchemical process, the flame gently nurtures the spiritual plants, preserving their internal vitality, avoiding the harsh damage and loss that overwhelming flames could inflict on delicate medicinal properties, ensuring the essence of the plants remains intact. Furthermore, due to the nature of the alchemical flame being of the same source as most spiritual plants, it can significantly harmonize the conflicting properties of various medicines, facilitating smoother integration, thus enhancing the success rate of alchemy by an impressive 15%. Evidently, this is a top-tier alchemical technique, prompting him to marvel at his newfound fortune. As for the remaining recipes and methods for gathering herbs, he decided to postpone reviewing those. Instead, he took out what he urgently needed: a magical artifact, the Qingmu Xianyu Zhu. The Qingmu Xianyu Zhu is perfectly round, about the size of a longan. Its color is not pure green, but resembles dewdrops on new leaves in early spring, glowing with a warm luster, brimming with vibrant potential. The pearl felt warm to the touch, almost alive. Within the pearl, the rhythm of the Dao flowed naturally, exhibiting a green with spiritual pattern. In the absence of a master, it autonomously absorbed the wood pathway, earthly qi, within a radius of several zhang. Wang Su immediately activated the blood sacrifice method, spitting out a mouthful of blood to stain the Qingmu Xian Yuzhu, channeling the scant magical energy within himself to commence its refinement. After an hour, nearly all of his magical energy was exhausted, but he finally succeeded in refining the pearl. He began to sense the capabilities of the Qingmu Xian Yuzhu. This pearl, crafted from 10th of sand-year-old green jade, contained a thread of innate wood essence. It possesses 8 abilities, both great and small. Qi gathering automatically gathers wood pathway, earthly qi, forming a small green wood spiritual domain conducive for cultivation or alchemy. Qi control assists in controlling wood pathway, earthly qi, accelerating the refinement process by 20%. Qi storage contains its own space, capable of storing vast amounts of pure wood pathway, earthly qi, and magical energy. Qinghua Spirit Shield, once activated, the pearl emits a luminous azure light, instantly forming a protective barrier around the user, consuming either the user's magical energy or the stored wood pathway, earthly qi, within the pearl. 10,000 threads entwined. The Xian Yuzhu can emit countless green spiritual threads that entangle or deflect incoming physical attacks, exhausting their force. Alternatively, when pursuing an enemy, it can ensnare them with these threads. Damage transfer. When near plants, it can transfer part of the damage taken to the plants. Qingyu Spirit Arrows can rapidly fire multiple prestored arrows of azure light formed from condensed magical energy, swift as shooting stars with strong penetrating power and a slight paralyzing toxin. Withering and flourishing mystic light shoots forth a seemingly gentle azure gray beam, embodying the concept of life and death cycles. Those struck by this light will experience a rapid drain of life force. With this pearl, cultivators at the first level of qi refinement would hardly pose a challenge to him. Storing the Qingmu Xian Yuzhu within his body, he noticed that it continued to absorb the wood pathway, earthly qi, from the surroundings. This was problematic. He could only consume evergreen wood qi from the wood pathway, earthly qi. Thus, he controlled the Qingmu Xian Yuzhu to only absorb the evergreen wood qi. Chapter 1. The journey begins. On the 16th of January in the year 129653 of the Xianhuang calendar, at the hour of Wei, 3 p.m., Wang Su concluded his meditation. He felt the 10 surging streams of spiritual power within him, and he realized that he was now terrifyingly strong. Even without employing any spells, a single strike with his spiritual energy could deliver a force of 10,000 pounds, and this energy could sustain itself for half an hour. This was a far cry from his previous state in the Ling gathering stage. With just 4 more streams of energy to refine his physical body, he would attain the level of a consummate Qi refinement practitioner. However, he did not act immediately. Instead, he stored 1 stream of energy in the Qingmu Xuanyu Pearl. His imminent journey to the Xuanzhen dimension necessitated the accumulation of more spiritual energy, which was the wisest course of action. Wang Su retrieved the chronicles of the Xuanzhen dimension and began to read while cultivating. Although this would slow his progress by 30%, it was essential. He needed to understand the circumstances of the Xuanzhen dimension in detail. The Xuanzhen dimension, once known as the Great Dao dimension, was one of the few primal dimensions untouched by the rules of the immortal path, brimming with scarce resources of the cultivation world. It comprised 3 continents: the Silver Moon continent, formerly Aniaga continent, the Celestial Spirit continent, formerly Getuzern continent, and the Xuanzhen continent, formerly Great Dao continent. The Silver Moon continent was home to a multitude of Silver Moon elves and possessed a sacred spring of Silver Moon, whose waters were infused with vibrant earthly energy. Every century, this spring produced a unique spiritual gem, the Vitality Moonstone. The Celestial Spirit continent thrived with celestial materials, treasures, and spirit beasts designated as a natural breeding ground by the Wang family. The Xuanzhen continent contained many mortal kingdoms interspersed with extraordinary beings known as wizards who practiced magical powers and spells. The path of a wizard was generally divided into 3 realms: wizard apprentice, wizard, and grand wizard, with further subdivisions at each stage. This classification was somewhat analogous to academic degrees in the mortal world, where although each degree had its own levels, they were broadly categorized into elementary, middle, high school, and university. Individuals with wizard qualifications awakened their magical powers at the age of 6, which would grow naturally until they turned 18. Those in this age group were called wizard apprentices. Upon reaching 18, regardless of their magical prowess, they were referred to as wizards or formal wizards. Those who achieved great accomplishments in specific fields recognized widely or awarded the Secret Forest Medal by the Wizards Association were termed grand wizards. Above wizards were the great sages and deities. Throughout history, certain wizards played pioneering roles in wizarding civilization, contributing significantly, and were honored by later generations as great sages. When a wizard's magical power transformed into divine power, fusing with the laws of the Xuanzhen dimension, their life underwent a metamorphosis, freeing them from the constraints of lifespan, and they became known as deities. The spells cast by wizard apprentices and wizards were comparable to the techniques of practitioners in the Ling gathering stage. However, their physical bodies were generally similar to mortals, making them vulnerable to practitioners at the Ling gathering level. Yet due to the peculiarities of wizard magic, even Ling gathering practitioners found it challenging to claim victory. Typically, a grand wizard would possess abilities equivalent to those at the Qi refinement stage, and a seasoned grand wizard might even rival the strength of a first-tier Qi refinement practitioner, or perhaps be even stronger. However, some might simply be renowned with power similar to that of a Ling gathering practitioner. In addition to this 3-tiered system resembling academic degrees, some exceptional wizards with illustrious achievements were referred to by titles such as the White-Robed Grand Wizard, Dragon Wizard, Dragonslayer, Dragon Rider, Hand of the North, Guardian of the Kingdom, and High Mountain of the South. But all that was in the past. The chronicles recorded that 30 years ago, upon discovering this dimension, the Wang family realized that the wizarding system bore similarities to ancient cultivation methods, both drawing from the heavens and earth, leading to significant resource waste. To protect the natural world, all wizards above the Grand Wizard level were either killed or captured. All wizarding powers were uprooted, and their legacies were obliterated. Moreover, the Wang family disseminated stories of cultivation and simplified Ling gathering techniques. For this, the ancestor of the Purple Mansion even modified the rules of the dimension, transforming those destined to possess wizard qualifications into individuals with spiritual roots. Only those who bore the bloodline heritage of deities could inherit both wizard qualifications and spiritual roots. 30 years had passed, and the teachings of cultivation had spread throughout the realm. Now was the time to recruit Qi refinement practitioners and establish immortal clans. A great river flowing from the snowy northwestern regions towards the southeastern Golden Port ultimately merged into the southern Bow Sea, traversed the entire continent. 70% of the world's waterways originated from it. Previously unnamed, it was now dubbed the Fury River due to its unpredictable flood seasons. During ordinary times, its width was 14 to 15 kilometers, but during floods it could surge to over 350 kilometers. To the east of the Fury River, the terrain was flat and fertile, primarily composed of plains. Over the years, this area had been consolidated into 3 major dynasties: the Diuyue dynasty, the Daodan dynasty, and the Dajin dynasty. West of the Fury River, occupying one-third of the Xuanzhen continent, the elevation was slightly lower than the eastern side. Thus, during floods, the territories 3,000 miles west of the Fury River often transformed into a marshy land. This not only hindered the three great dynasties from expanding westward, but also made the emergence of a unified and powerful civilization difficult. The west was mountainous, with an intricate network of ranges leading to numerous independent kingdoms. In the southwestern region of the continent lay a colossal mountain range known as the Klus Mountains, flanked by two kingdoms, the Snow God Kingdom and the Gru Kingdom to the north, and the Belindo Kingdom and Garcia Kingdom to the south. The Gru Kingdom spanned approximately 2.0 square kilometers, the largest among the nearby mountainous nations, with a population exceeding 8.7 million. However, the royal family was weak, with 2 dukes and 3 earls within its territory, each governing their own lands, obeying commands selectively. The most powerful was the Snow God Kingdom, whose royal family was rumored to be descendants of the snow goddess, naturally adept in ice and snow magic. Over the past 30 years, wizards had nearly vanished, which further solidified the snow god royal family's rule. Wang Su, having perused the chronicles, gained a general understanding of the Wang family's plans for the Xuanzhen dimension. East of the Fury River, the terrain was predominantly flat, and this land had essentially been occupied and cultivated by the Wang family. West of the Fury River, due to the complex mountain ranges, forcibly unifying the powers could entail carving paths through the mountains, disrupting the geography. Thus, the Wang family decided to use the western territories as a base, granting fiefs to Qi refinement families, allowing them to govern autonomously provided they paid a stipulated tribute of resources annually. However, was the Gru Kingdom not a bit too large? Now that he had just entered the Qi refinement stage, even 20 square kilometers felt expansive. The Wang family likely wouldn't send just one Qi refinement practitioner to manage the Gru Kingdom. Since he couldn't figure it out at the moment, he set it aside for now. Wang Su stored the chronicles and took out another treasure, the Qingmu Xiandan furnace. The furnace stood about 2.5 meters tall, with a dark green base color, 3 legs, and double ears. The exterior was adorned with intricate runes, while the interior gleamed as if brand new, evidently unused. He activated the blood sacrifice method and began the refinement process. This time, with ample spiritual energy, he was not as cautious as when refining the Qingmu Xuanyu pearl. In less than an hour, the furnace was completely refined. This furnace, when used in conjunction with the Qingmu alchemy technique, would significantly enhance the rate of successful pill creation. Additionally, the furnace was forged from a blend of azure gold and various precious materials, making it exceptionally durable and impervious to anything below the foundation establishment stage. Whether for defense against attacks or simply as a blunt instrument, it was exceedingly convenient. Chapter 2: The Voyage and Opportunity for Breakthrough. On the 17th of January in the year 129653 of the Xianhuang calendar, Wang Su opened his eyes to the morning light. A prolonged period of cultivation had left him feeling somewhat fatigued. After refining the Qingmu Xiandan furnace the previous day, he discovered that it could also serve as a heavy weapon against foes. To maneuver the furnace more easily, he refined 4 additional streams of spiritual energy to augment his physical form, thereby stepping into the perfected state of Qi refinement. Though the process was indeed painful, causing him to grimace. Afterward, he replenished the energy in his dantian, and without realizing it, the next day had arrived. He took out his student token, which bore a message sent the day prior. At that moment, he had been painfully joyful and had no time to check. Wang Su focused on the message, which detailed the arrangements for traveling to the Xuanzhen dimension. The notification read, "Assemble at the Dingxian office before January 20th, followed by boarding a flying vessel to the Xuanzhen dimension. Each participant may bring 3 people for free. Any additional individuals must pay 10,000 spirit stones each." 10,000 spirit stones. That's simply highway robbery. It seemed that only Foundation establishment practitioners could afford such a flying vessel. He wondered if these spots could be sold. With no trusted subordinates around him, he possessed the Qingming transformation technique. Once mastered, this technique would allow him to utilize the pure energy of the mountain to animate stones and wood as helpers without the worry of betrayal. With that thought in mind, he took out his student token and sent a message to Wang Mingruo, "Are you there? Could you help me inquire if anyone needs spots on the flying vessel to the Xuanzhen dimension? I have 3 to sell." Before long, a reply came through the token, "Brother Su, don't you have anyone you want to bring along?" Wang Su replied, "I have the Qingming transformation technique, so bringing people would be inconvenient." "Okay, I'll ask around for you." After waiting for a while, without news, Wang Su estimated that it might take some time for a response. He decided to visit the academic hall to see if he could apply for a startup loan as a single spiritual root Qi refinement practitioner and to handle his graduation paperwork. Baiyin Academy had over 80,000 enrolled students with around 20,000 graduating each year. Among these, at least 80% of the Ling gathering practitioners would never hope to break through to Qi refinement. Wait a moment. He suddenly remembered that the meditation room where he had broken through to Qi refinement still contained the resonant rhythm of that moment. Taking advantage of the lingering resonance, he might be able to increase the chances of a Ling gathering practitioner breaking through by 50%. He picked up his token again and messaged a classmate who had reached the peak of the Ling gathering stage. Are you there? Qingye. My meditation place still has the resonance from my breakthrough to Qi refinement, which may enhance your odds of breaking through by 50%. I can let you break through there for 100 streams of pure energy. If you fail, you'll return 50. If you succeed, the resonance will be stronger, and you can pass it to the next person, ensuring you won't lose anything. Qingye was a top-tier talent poised to graduate soon, and had long sought to break through to Qi refinement before leaving the academy. He would never miss such an opportunity. After all, breaking through to Qi refinement was not something one could attempt easily. If he failed, he would need a decade before he could try again. Moreover, he was not in need of money. As expected, it wasn't long before Qingye replied, Brother Wang, 100 streams of pure energy is fine. When would it be convenient for me to go? I want to try breaking through as soon as possible. Wang Su smiled slightly at Qingye's response, pleased that the transaction was set. He quickly replied, you can come to my place this afternoon. That's where I broke through. You should know where it is, right? Qingye responded, of course I know. There are only a few independent student residences in the academy. It's hard not to know. I'll come by this afternoon. After resolving this matter, Wang Su set off for the academic hall, contemplating how if he could secure a startup loan combined with the income from selling spots in the resonance transaction, he would be more financially comfortable when heading to the Xuanzhen dimension. Upon arriving at the academic hall, he was attended to by the head of the hall, which left him quite surprised. He respectfully inquired, Master, might there be any rewards for students graduating as Qi refinement practitioners like myself? In Baiyin Academy, the Qi refinement practitioners were all respectfully addressed as Master by the students. The head shook his head in response. Every year there were Qi refinement students who asked the same question. However, the Wang family nurtured Qi refinement practitioners to establish immortal clans and safeguard the land. What would happen if they provided rewards without building these clans? There are no additional rewards. Being able to graduate as a Qi refinement practitioner and then heading to the Dingxian office to claim a good plot of land is the best reward, isn't it? If you were to break through to Qi refinement outside and establish an immortal clan, that would be truly difficult. Not only would you have to contribute 50% of the earthly energy, but you'd also need to constantly guard against disruptions from rogue cultivators. I understand, Master. Wang Su performed a respectful bow. Now please hand me your student token. The head extended his hand. Of course. Wang Su quickly presented the token. Taking the token, the head performed a hand seal, imbuing it with a beam of golden light that caused it to shimmer faintly. After completing this, he returned the token to Wang Su. All done, your graduation registration is complete. You may keep this token as a memento. The academy will reclaim your residence 7 days from now, so please make arrangements early. Don't be disheartened with your qualifications as long as you manage your immortal clan well. Achieving foundation establishment is very much within reach. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will remember it. After taking the token, Wang Su returned to his residence and began studying the Qingmu transformation technique, while also dividing his attention to cultivate his spiritual energy. As afternoon approached, Qingye arrived as promised. Brother Wang, congratulations on breaking through to Qi refinement. Henceforth you can roam freely and longevity is within reach. Qingye was 22 years old, dressed in a long robe of white adorned with red clouds, hailing from a well-established Qi refinement family. With a 5-inch spiritual root, he was expected to be a leading figure in his family's future. He had received ample resources since childhood, allowing him to achieve the peak of the Ling gathering stage at a young age. He came to Baiyin Academy not only to forge a connection with the Wang family, but also to recruit Ling gathering practitioners for his family's purposes. Not at all, Qi refinement is merely the beginning of the path. I have merely taken a step ahead of you, Brother Bai. I believe you will soon break through as well, and I wish you success in your endeavors on the immortal path. Wang Su led Qingye to the meditation room, where he had typically practiced. Upon entering, Qingye immediately sensed the lingering, profound resonance still present. Breaking through here would indeed enhance his chances. For a 5-inch spiritual root to break through to Qi refinement, the odds were originally 50%. However, taking a Bai Jade pill could increase this by 20%, an ascending spirit pill could add another 10%, and his family's secret Ling gathering technique could contribute an additional 10%. Now with the breakthrough resonance, he would gain a further 50%. A total probability of 95% filled Qingye with confidence. Trading 100 streams of pure energy for this half chance at a breakthrough felt worth it. As long as he succeeded, those 100 streams would return to him, effectively rendering the opportunity of free gain. After confirming the details, Bai Qingye readily took out a jade vial from his possession and handed it to Wang Su. This contains 100 streams of pure energy. Please accept it, Brother Wang. Wang Su received the vial with a respectful nod and excused himself, leaving the meditation room to Bai Qingye. He had long wanted to experience the sensation of cultivating with complete mountain energy, curious about what it entailed. Leaving the meditation chamber, Wang Su returned to his bedroom. Within the room, there was a simple partition for cultivation. He sat cross-legged on the mat and took out a jade bottle containing the essence of the mountains. Inside the bottle, streams of azure energy flowed gently, emitting a low whispering sound with a hazy blue glow shimmering on its surface. The essence of the mountains is often categorized as wind energy, but that classification is somewhat misleading. Although it moves with the wind, it is in truth the most balanced and harmonious energy born from the breath of heaven and earth. It resembles a type of attributeless spiritual energy that allows cultivators to become more attuned to the cosmos, and nearly all qi refiners can absorb and refine it. Wang Su channeled his magical power to extract a wisp of this pure energy, swallowing it down while activating the 5 qi nourishing method. He let it settle on the surface of his dantian, allowing it to gradually merge within, causing the dantian to slowly expand. Once it adhered to the surface, it would automatically fuse without needing any deliberate control. However, this process was slow. Wang Su calculated the integration speed and found it matched the recorded rate for those with a grade talent, requiring approximately 22.5 days. In other words, it would take him about 224.5 days to break through to the second tier of qi refinement. In reality, it might take a bit longer because the integration of the energy would cease once he used his internal magical power. As a result, very few would genuinely devote themselves to cultivating their magical abilities. Most would purchase magical recovery pills to restore their power. A single pill could restore 1 wisp of magical energy within a single breath. With his 9-inch single spiritual root, Wang Xi's progress was already quite rapid. Take Bai Qingye, for instance. With his 5-inch spiritual root, after breaking through to the qi refinement realm, he needed around 360 days to refine a wisp of heavenly energy, almost a year. He would require a full 9 years to become a second-tier qi refiner and approximately 257 years to reach the 3rd level of perfection. This estimation excluded any training of magical power, the use of magical techniques, combat, or injuries. However, no one solely immerses themselves in rigorous training. Given the foundation of Bai Qingye's family in the qi refinement realm, they could likely enhance their cultivation speed by 3 to 4 times, presenting a slim chance of achieving foundation establishment. Yet it remained merely a possibility. The Wang family had promoted to a purple mansion family a century ago, and even now they have only increased their number of foundation establishment masters by 10. Wang Su resumed his studies of the Qingmu transformation technique, striving to master it soon. He did not want to have to personally cultivate spiritual fields and plants upon reaching the Jela Kingdom. 2 hours later, as night fell, a message arrived from Wang Mingruo. Brother Su, we've found buyers. The 4 sects of the Wang family. Xianyuzi Wang Mingjue, who has potential for qi refinement, Lu Han of the Lujia family from Qingfeng Valley, and Wang Tung from the Xuanbi Mountain sect. Each want a spot. What offers do they propose? The Xianyuzi from the 4 sects is willing to offer a geomantic spirit index array valued at around 600 spirit stones. The Lu family will provide a wind spirit vine, also valued at about 600 spirit stones. Xuanbi Mountain will offer the inheritance of the Xianqing arrow talisman and the craft of talisman papermaking, valued at approximately 6500 spirit stones. Wang Su pondered for a moment and deemed it acceptable. After all, a dimension-crossing flying vessel could be acquired with sufficient funds. He was merely a middleman and certainly would not sell it for 100 spirit stones. The 600 spirit stones represented a considerable sum for a qi refinement family. If not for ensuring a smooth expansion and allowing the celestial lineage to persist, they would not need this quota. It is essential to note that 600 spirit stones could enable a family to cultivate several qi refiners. This type of otherworldly expansion required sending additional cultivators to prevent the family lineage from clustering in a single location, which could lead to annihilation by enemies. After all, producing qi refiners necessitated both resources and celestial ties. Wang Su replied, "All right, have them come to the academy on the 20th to meet with Xianxi, and I will take them aboard the flying vessel. Will Mingruo be joining me as well? Of course, and my grandfather wishes to meet you too. Is there anything I should prepare? Which sect are you from?" Wang Su felt somewhat nervous. The presence of a foundation establishment master was quite formidable. No need, my grandfather merely wishes to see you. My family belongs to the fifth sect, but due to the passage of time, even if my grandfather breaks through to foundation establishment, he would only hold a title as a master of the Wang family. Thank you very much, Mingruo. Helping Brother Su is helping myself. There's no need for thanks. When we reach the territory, we shall hold a grand wedding. Knowing that Wang Mingruo had a penchant for vanity, Wang Su made a promise. They continued their conversation for a while longer until the lack of topics brought their chat to a close. By then it was deep into the night. Although he could substitute sitting meditation for eating and sleeping after breaking through to Qi refinement, prolonged practice had left him feeling somewhat fatigued. Now in the comfort of his bedroom, he cast a cleaning spell upon himself and fell asleep in the room. He slept soundly until noon of the following day. Year 129653 of the Xianwang calendar, January 18th. At noon, Wang Su was still in deep slumber. Suddenly awakened by the tumult of spiritual energy in the courtyard, he realized it was emanating from his meditation chamber. It seems Brother Bai is ready and breaking through, Wang Su murmured to himself as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes. Upon waking, he cast a cleaning spell and headed outside. Once out, he enveloped himself in magical energy and soared into the sky. At a certain height, he paused as ascending further would take him into the restricted flying zone. The expansive view of the Baiyun Academy filled his sight, and a sense of exhilaration welled up within him. Riding the winds and commanding the air, I roam free in the vastness of heaven and earth. Clouds bear the guests of clarity not bound to the mundane world. The essence of heaven and earth, the clouds and the air surged in rhythm with his emotions. Just as he finished his poetic reflection, he sensed a few spiritual perceptions sweeping past him. Coming to his senses, he realized several disciples were gazing up at him. Oh no, my rather dramatic appearance has been spotted. Is that Brother Wang Su? He actually broke through to Qi refinement. I'm so envious, I want to fly in the sky too. Me too. I must break through to Qi refinement. I wonder if Brother Wang has a partner. After breaking through to Qi refinement, Wang's senses were heightened. Though standing high above, he clearly heard the whispers of the disciples below. Seizing the opportunity before it drew too much attention, Wang Su hurriedly departed flying toward the Lingshan Hall. Having broken through to Qi refinement, he was determined to indulge himself in a hearty meal. During the spirit-nurturing stage, he had maintained a pure body by consuming only medicinal foods. Those delicacies were merely occasional treats, as he feared polluting his spiritual body, which would require him to spend extra time cleansing it. Now he had no such worries. The physique of a Qi refiner could not be tainted by mere mundane food, and a cleansing of magical power was more effective than anything else. Thus Wang Su spent 100 taels to reserve a private room, ordering an extravagant array of dishes and feasting heartily. He also ordered a bottle of Yunqi brew valued at 1,000 taels. Many newly promoted Qi refiners indulge in such lavish spending to satisfy their appetites. In the spirit-nurturing realm, transactions were conducted using silver, and he naturally had a fair amount saved up. He even possessed 9 wisps of pure energy, indicating his wealth. 10,000 taels of silver equated to 1 spirit stone, or 1 wisp of pure energy. The spiritual energy in the air was sufficient for spirit-nurturing cultivation, rendering spirit stones unnecessary for everyday use. In truth, for cultivators like Wang Su who had just entered Qi refinement, transactions generally involved heavenly energy and spiritual materials. After all, refining spiritual energy would halt the integration speed of the heavenly energy. Only large flying vessels and magical arrays required spirit stones for operation, typically controlled by higher-level cultivators. Thus, only those at the third layer of Qi refinement frequently used spirit stones. The afternoon sun cast a gentle glow as Wang Su returned to his residence after a leisurely meal. He sensed that the fluctuations of spiritual energy had not yet subsided, indicating that Bai Qingye was still in the process of a breakthrough. With a 5-inch spiritual root, such a breakthrough would naturally take time. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to focus elsewhere. The Qingming transformation technique was now firmly etched in his mind, having practiced it in thought several times. It was time to put it to the test. The technique's records stated that the higher the spiritual essence of the wood or stone, the greater the success rate of awakening its spirit. He retrieved a seed of the Qingfeng gathering spirit herb from his storage bag. The reason for selecting this particular seed was simple. With a yield of 1,000 grains, it was the most affordable spiritual plant he possessed. It reproduced rapidly, so taking a few would hardly be detrimental. Wang Su then drew upon the pure air from the mountains, consuming it and circulating it within his body to activate the technique. The essence of Qingming represented the vitality of the East, promoting growth and transformation. It was neither an illusion nor a mere manipulation, but an infusion of his own spiritual essence with the pure air of the heavens and earth to awaken dormant entities. Once the pure air entered his body and circulated through the Qingmu transformation technique, it reached his liver, where it was transformed into a force of vitality. This force then fused with his spirit, generating a spark of spiritual light, the awakening seal. This light converged at his fingertip, forming a small blue point. Wang Su directed this point towards the seed, and under his spiritual guidance, it penetrated the seed's core. He then manipulated the light within the seed, locating the chaotic, unawakened, tiny spiritual root, and catalyzing its emergence, shaping it from matter into spirit. The entire process, though seemingly complex, transpired in mere breaths. After completing the task, the seed began to emit a mystic blue light, sprouting and growing rapidly. In just 3 breaths, it matured into a fully realized spiritual plant. The awakening was successful. Wang Su could sense the awakening seal residing within this plant. However, it lacked offensive capabilities. He could only control its swaying and its ability to absorb surrounding spiritual energy. For it to gain any capacity for thought or attack, he would need to infuse it with 9 more breaths of pure air to awaken its intelligence. Yet he chose not to pursue this further, for the Qingfeng gathering spirit herb held little value for cultivation. It seemed that this technique was not overly difficult. To be cautious, Wang Su attempted it once more, this time with the multicolored jade spirit rice, successfully awakening it as well. He felt no struggle, as his aptitude for this technique appeared to be quite remarkable. Once he arrived at the Xuanzhen realm, he intended to infuse the Zijin mountain vine to cultivate a spiritual field. After mastering the Qingmu transformation technique, Wang Su turned his attention to refining his magical power, feeling it was still insufficient for his sense of security. If only I had access to the aura of the wood path, I wouldn't need to condense my magical power, he mused quietly to himself. The Qingmu Xianyu pearl was his greatest asset, yet its consumption of magical energy was formidable. Meanwhile, at the Wang family estate on Xuanzhen Mountain, the towering peak loomed high, shrouded in clouds. Within its bounds roamed numerous celestial beasts, and the pathways of spiritual energy permeated the mountainside. At the summit stood pavilions and palaces enshrined in a celestial aura. Surrounding Xuanzhen Mountain were 7 majestic peaks, one of which was Yulin Peak, a territory belonging to the Wang family's 5 sects. In the mountainside's midsection lay the Yushur Palace, a sacred place where Wang Xueming had achieved his foundation breakthrough. This location connected directly to the Earth's meridian, with soil essence surging forth to imbue the surrounding rocks. Every decade it would yield a rare refining spirit, the Earth Essence Stone. This Earth Essence Stone was invaluable for cultivation, allowing one to condense a powerful Earth Path technique, far surpassing the strength of the thick Earth Spiritual Essence technique. Additionally, the stone could be used in conjunction with formations to channel the Earth's essence continuously, which would in turn nourish the stone itself. Given enough time, it could even develop into a foundational spiritual essence, the Earth Essence Jade Core. At that moment, Yushur Palace lay vacant. Wang Mingruo sought to bolster her future by stealthily acquiring an Earth Essence Stone. As for the consequences of being discovered, she had no plan. Her grandfather had achieved a foundation with a 5-inch spiritual root, and the family had invested significant effort in his success. Thus, while Yushur Palace belonged to Wang Xueming, half of its resources were to be allocated to the Wang family. Currently, only 3 Earth Essence Stones had emerged, one for the family treasury, one for Wang Xueming's personal cultivation, and the last a treasure gem residing in the Yushur Palace. Women like Wang Mingruo, who were soon to be married, had little chance of obtaining such valuable refining spirit resources. However, if she managed to secretly take one today, even if discovered later, her grandfather would never turn against her for a mere stone. Yushur Palace, as a venue for a foundational master, bore no restrictions for outsiders were incapable of entering Yulin Peak. Even family members would not be foolish enough to attempt theft. A foundational master could easily unveil the thief through careful scrutiny. The crime of stealing, especially a treasure capable of nurturing foundational spiritual essence, was met with severe punishment in the Wang family, potentially resulting in the loss of cultivation to uphold familial integrity. Despite this, Wang Xueming's eldest son had passed away early, leaving behind only one daughter, Wang Mingruo, whose spiritual root was commendable. Having been raised closely by her grandfather, she was dearly cherished. Even her marriage was left for her to decide. Wang Mingruo found herself in such a predicament. To protect his beloved granddaughter from familial repercussions, Wang Xueming would quietly overlook her taking of the Earth Essence Stone. What Wang Mingruo did not realize was that her clandestine actions had already been noticed by her grandfather. After all, attempting to steal from a foundational master's domain was rather audacious. Yet Wang Xueming did not intervene, but instead watched as his granddaughter cautiously pilfered the Earth Essence Stone. To the outside world, the stone was a precious commodity. Many Qi refinement cultivators would go to great lengths, even risking their lives for it. However, for someone like him who possessed a lifespan of 900 years, a stone that could be obtained every 10 years, even if half was claimed by the Wang family, paled in comparison to the importance of his granddaughter. Perhaps it will be difficult for Mingruo and the others, he sighed. A daughter can't be kept forever. Wang Xueming reflected somberly. Given Wang Mingruo's character, he felt he could not voice any objections. When she was young, shortly after his own foundation breakthrough, he had received news of his eldest son's death, which had shaken him profoundly, necessitating a period of seclusion to stabilize his path. He entrusted Wang Mingruo to his second son Wang Jingyu for care, but the latter proved careless. Meanwhile, Wang Mingruo, having just lost her parents, bore her grievances in silence. Even after he emerged from seclusion to care for her, she maintained a stubborn demeanor, striving for independence. Although the Wang family continued to thrive, it was not as it once was. Wang Xueming, with his 5-inch spiritual root, had found a chance at foundation, but now the family's resources were primarily reserved for those who could progress further in their cultivation. Thus, Wang Mingruo sought an honorable suitor with a decent character, hoping to leverage the Wang family's resources to cultivate a foundation that would in turn elevate her own prospects. Wang Xueming understood his granddaughter's intentions, and therefore he chose to turn a blind eye to her attempt to steal the Earth Essence Stone. On January 19, 129653, in the Xian Huang calendar, the next morning, Wang Su was still immersed in his cultivation. He felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surging into his meditation chamber. When one breaks through the Qi refinement stage, there is a baptism of energy, allowing one to no longer rely on grains for sustenance, instead living on refined Qi. This process lasted for 2 full hours before the energy calmed down. It seems the breakthrough was successful, he mused. Only when the dantian is successfully opened does one need to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy to expand the dantian, allowing the energy to flow through the limbs and bones, thus achieving a body capable of withstanding magical power. Half an hour later, the door of the meditation chamber opened once more. Bai Qingye stepped out, brimming with vigor. After the surge of spiritual energy ceased, Wang Su had been attentive to the situation in the chamber, and he emerged to check on it as soon as it opened. Congratulations, Brother Bai. Your path to immortality is now within reach. Wang Su clasped his hands in greeting. Not at all. Your words are too kind, Brother Wang, Bai Qingye replied politely, though his eyes sparkled with uncontainable pride, markedly different from his former self. Wang Su, however, paid it no mind. From this day forth, it seemed they would never cross paths again. By the way, Brother Bai, I am about to leave. This courtyard will be reclaimed by the Academy in 5 days. If you wish to sell your breakthrough, you should prepare early. Understood. Thank you for the heads up, Brother Wang. Since they would not have much interaction in the future, Wang Su felt no desire for further conversation. Time was of the essence, and he took his leave to continue his cultivation. Thus Wang Su practiced for another 6 hours, and by afternoon the Qingmu Xianyu Zhu had stored 21 units of magical power. Given the space within the pearl, it could accommodate 79 more. Moreover, as his understanding of magical power deepened, he had also comprehended several spells utilizing this power, including healing arts, whirling winds, roaring flames, cloud and rain techniques, golden Qi techniques, and earth pulse manipulation. These spells represented the application of magical power to the 5 elements of heaven and earth, showcasing the marvels of the Qi refinement stage within the Golden Core method. The ancient methods primarily focused on spiritual energy, rendering the path of heaven and earth less apparent, as the techniques and skills learned required deep comprehension and creativity. In contrast, the current Qi refinement stage emphasizes the energy of heaven and earth, a surplus of natural phenomena that does not harm the world in the slightest. Instead, one must refine this energy, enriching its essence. Thus, the Golden Core method benefits both heaven and earth, making them more amenable to cultivators of the method, willingly opening pathways. Techniques that required intricate formulas and ancient practices can be understood simply through the cultivation of magical power under the Golden Core method. As a result, techniques among cultivators of the same realm today are far more diverse and complex than those of ancient methods, even enabling the condensation of stronger attacks from the energy of heaven and earth. Wang Su currently practiced using the pure air of the mountains and had begun to comprehend the Taihe Yufeng body, from which he developed a formidable magical technique he named Wind Rush. This spell could create a powerful vortex, breaking the sound barrier and surging in a single direction. However, due to its extreme speed, it was difficult to change course, an excellent means of escape. Additionally, while cultivating the Qingming Hualing technique, he devised another magical technique he called Xianguang 80. This technique condenses the mind's spirit and magical power into a point of dark light, shooting it at an enemy. Those struck would find their minds compromised as if struck by a hammer. Wang Su believed this was a promising technique, one worth further development, potentially rivaling the third level of the Xianming water control technique in power. During Wang's CES cultivation by Qingye transferred the meditation chamber to another person whom Wang Su recognized, but did not know well. After all, only a few dozen individuals reached the pinnacle of the spirit gathering stage just before graduation, and with a cultivator's memory, even those without interaction would be subconsciously remembered. Meanwhile, Wang's CES younger sister Wang Mingruo had already infiltrated the Xianyu pavilion using a Xian crystal to record secrets of cultivation and spirit gathering techniques. Although these methods were less beneficial for Qi refinement, they would enrich the foundation of the newly established immortal clan. After documenting the common texts on the first floor, Wang Mingruo ascended to the second floor. Here the records contained the inheritance of various cultivation arts and insights from practitioners. Just as she prepared to record using the Xian crystal, a familiar voice echoed in her ears. "All right, you may leave now. I will overlook this matter." "Grandfather!" Wang Mingruo exclaimed in surprise, instinctively looking around, but saw no one. Just as she thought she was imagining things, the voice rang out again. "Go back. I will pretend I know nothing of your theft of the earth element stone." "Grandfather!" Realizing her deception had been uncovered, Wang Mingruo was about to argue when the voice returned, this time laced with concern. "No need for explanations. Once you reach the Xuanzhen plain, focus on your cultivation." "Yes, grandfather." Wang Mingruo bowed in response, stowing her Xian crystal before exiting the Xianyu pavilion. As she stepped out, she glanced back one last time before departing. Her grandfather's words moved her deeply, yet if given the chance, she would still pursue her ambitions. Cultivation is a struggle. Without it, how could one acquire resources? Without struggle, how would she ever break through to the foundation establishment stage? She not only aimed to establish her foundation, but also aspired to achieve the Purple Mansion and Golden Core. After Wang Mingruo left, a figure appeared in the Xianyu pavilion. It was Wang Xianming. He watched his granddaughter's retreating figure, understanding her well. She was ambitious, craving attention, valuing family, yet simultaneously selfish and indifferent. "I wonder if that boy can truly enter your heart." Wang Xianming shook his head, resigned. He knew that children have their own destinies. Some matters were beyond his control. Back at her residence, Wang Mingruo packed her belongings, assessing what she needed to take. The white jade Xianming array, she would take that. Along with the 4 extremes Qi refinement array, it would suffice for 2 practitioners, and even leave some surplus. The seeds of the spirit grass, key materials for refining magical power pills, were also included. 10 eggs of the 7-colored jade spirit chicken. She took those as well, top-notch supplements for the spirit gathering stage, surely suitable for breeding. She also packed the inheritance of the spirit plant husbandry. Though it was not worth much, it should prove useful, given her understanding of Brother Su. The cloud energy collection method. She took that as well, thankful she had previously visited the Xianyu pavilion frequently. The spirit vein condensation method was included too. That fool Mingyuan had some use after all, but for someone with merely a 5-inch spiritual root to think he could court her. Such delusions. The earth element stone. She packed that too, along with her father's Qi refinement technique, the earth path killing technique, jade stone dark light. Looking at the treasures she had painstakingly gathered, she recalled her grandfather's words. "I will establish my foundation, grandfather. Brother Su, if you let me down, I shall repay you 100-fold." On the 20th day of the first month in the 129,653rd year of the Xianwan calendar, today marks the journey to the Xuanzhen dimension. Wang Su, after placing the necessary items into his storage bag, felt a lingering sense of loss. He gazed at the courtyard where he had lived for nearly a year, and as the moment of departure approached, an unexpected wave of nostalgia washed over him. Yet soon enough, a fierce determination ignited within him. Since crossing into this world, he had long yearned to create a home, or rather a celestial clan establishing roots in this realm. This longing had solidified into a significant obsession in his heart. Now was the time to realize this dream. Wang Su soared through the skies towards the Ding Xian division. Upon arriving at the plaza outside the division, he glanced around and noticed a considerable number of people, around 30 to 40, evidently waiting for departure. The flying vessel was set to depart at the hour, with about half an hour remaining. Scanning the crowd, Wang Su did not see Wang Mingruo. He decided to send her a message using the token. "Have you arrived?" A quick response came back, "Almost there." Seeing that she had not yet arrived, Wang Su turned his attention to those around him. Among them were 2 disciples from the academy, each accompanied by 3 others who were clearly newly advanced Qi refinement disciples. Wang Su surmised that while these 2 were also traveling to the Xuanzhen dimension, their treatment and territories would undoubtedly not compare to his own, given their innate talents. The rest of the individuals he did not recognize, likely having paid a substantial price to obtain the right to explore the Xuanzhen dimension. Noticing Wang Su, a young Qi refinement cultivator, the others began to feel inclined to strike up a conversation. Fellow cultivator, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yu Shandong from Baoping Mountain. At that moment, a middle-aged man donned in a green robe approached him, followed by 3 enchanting female spirit cultivators. Wang Su from Baiyun Academy. He replied, politely acknowledging the goodwill of the man before him, knowing that creating unnecessary conflict would only serve to increase his rivals. You are quite young to have reached Qi refinement. Your talents must be extraordinary. May I ask which dynasty you are heading to? If it is the same destination, it would be beneficial to look out for each other. Wang Su pondered the implications of the man's words. The territories of these individuals were likely under the governance of the Wang family, and their permission to establish celestial clans within the dynasties was a means for them to serve the Wang family. Even if there were significant resources in their territories, the majority would eventually end up benefiting the Wang family. In contrast, those like Wang Su, whose territories were allotted in areas not ruled by the Wang family, were truly pioneering celestial clans, with their clans' harvests belonging solely to themselves. These regions might currently be desolate, lacking in spiritual energy and resources, yet with sufficient land one could eventually gather the energies of heaven and earth, which would increase over time. As the saying goes, a mountain's worth is not in its height, but in the essence of the celestial. Unfortunately, I must decline your kind offer. I am headed to a small nation west of the Fury River. I see, so you are of the Wang family. It is a pleasure to meet you. Wang's revelation surprised the man in the green robe momentarily, but he quickly composed himself. Although the flying vessel departed from Xuanzhen Mountain, it was not mandated that all members of the Wang family must embark from there. Wang Su did not feel the need to clarify the misunderstanding. In his heart, he regarded himself as part of the Wang family. Their exchange caught the attention of those around them. The onlookers who had intended to engage in conversation hesitated, realizing that the two were not from the same territory. There was no need for them to ingratiate themselves with a mere Qi refinement cultivator. Moreover, judging by his attire, he did not appear to be an important descendant of the Wang family. Perhaps he had only been given a chance to venture to the Xuanzhen dimension due to his moderate talents. If he were a true foundational seed, he would not be so unassuming, nor would he lack a retinue. Of course, some might hold a different opinion, but none approached for deeper interaction. Until identities were clarified, the standing of both parties seemed similar, and there was no gain in currying favor. Wang Su paid little mind to their reactions. Instead, he focused on the entrance of the Dingxian division. He spotted Wang Mingruo leading 3 others towards him and waved to catch her attention. Over here. Turning back to the man in the green robe, he said, I apologize, fellow cultivator, but I must take my leave. Not at all. I shall not trouble you further, Wang, fellow cultivator, the man replied, quickly losing his desire to pursue the conversation, realizing they were not in the same territory. He politely bid farewell and turned to engage with others. Wang Su understood this reaction. Had he possessed mediocre talents, he too would have sought to establish connections with fellow cultivators from the same dynasty. As Wang Mingruo approached, she looked toward the sound, and upon spotting Wang Su led her companions over. Sister Ro, didn't you say our grandfather wished to see me? Why isn't he here? Wang Su swallowed the latter part of his question. This journey to the Xuanzhen dimension might mean he would never return if he did not attain foundational cultivation, as precious spiritual stones were seldom provided by Qi refinement families. With Wang Mingruo's grandfather absent, it was evident that something must have occurred. He thus took her soft, delicate hand, reassuring her, Do not worry, Sister Ro. I will take care of you. We are united as one, and not only will you become the Foundation Establishment matron, but I will also do my utmost to help you break through to Foundation Establishment. I'm fine, Gidge. Wang Mingruo refrained from explaining why her grandfather had not come, curious to observe Wang Su's reaction upon realizing his potential status in the Wang family. Though the Wang family had conducted thorough investigations into Wang's character, some matters were best understood through personal experience. After all, she was entrusting her future to him, and caution was paramount. Gidge, those are the ones looking to purchase your flying vessel quota. Wang Zi, Wang Juanyue, and Lu Bin Wang. Wang Mingruo withdrew her hand to introduce the 3 to Wang Su. Wang Su, I greet you, fellow cultivators, he said, sizing them up. Wang Zi appeared as a tall, slender, middle-aged Qi refinement cultivator. Wang Juanyue was an enchanting young woman around 18 or 19 years old at the 5th level of spirit cultivation, and Lu Bin Wang resembled a Qi refinement cultivator in his 30s. Greetings, Wang, fellow cultivator, they all replied in unison. I will not beat around the bush. Have you prepared everything for our transaction? Everything is ready, Wang, fellow cultivator, please take a look. Saying this, the tall, lean Wang Zi retrieved an array plate from his storage bag and handed it to Wang Su. Wang Su accepted the plate, confirmed its authenticity, and stored it in his bag. He then turned to the other 2. Noticing their queue, they also produced the items for trade from their storage bags. Wang Junwei presented 2 inheritance jade slips, which Wang Su received and scanned with his spiritual sense, confirming their validity before placing them in his bag. Lu Bin Wang offered a young wind spirit vine seedling. Once matured, the wind spirit vine would yield 7 wind spirit fruits annually. Consuming a wind spirit fruit could enhance the speed at which a spirit root of 6 inches or less could absorb wind-based heaven and earth energy by 50% for a month. If refined into wind spirit pills, a single fruit could yield up to 9 pills with unchanged efficacy. Typically, a wind spirit fruit could fetch a high price of 100 spiritual stones. Thus, a mature wind spirit vine could generate an income of 700 spiritual stones for a clan each year. However, the seedling provided by the Lu family was still young and would require 30 years of cultivation before it could bear fruit, making the offered 6,000 spiritual stones somewhat inflated. Nevertheless, Wang Su had no objections, considering it a fortunate acquisition. Just then, a fierce wind swept down from the sky. Wang Su quickly conjured a protective shield, enveloping the 5 of them to shield them from the gusts. Looking skyward, he heard a buzzing sound as a massive flying vessel suddenly appeared overhead, trailing a long pale purple light. The vessel shimmered with violet radiance. This was the boundary-crossing flying vessel, resembling a white cigar with a lustrous glaze, its tail dragging a lengthy light trail. The front ended in a conical shape that glimmered under the sunlight, reminiscent of a rocket from another world. Yet this was far more potent than any rocket. The intangible cone at its front could pierce through the boundary walls, allowing the vessel to navigate through the void. Please present your Xuanzhen exploration orders. The flying vessel is about to take off. A cold voice emanated from within the vessel. Wang Su quickly retrieved the jade tablet, his Xuanzhen exploration order. Suddenly, he remembered that this order permitted only 3 individuals. He hurriedly turned to Wang Mingruo. How will you board? Of course I'll be going with you. This order has our marriage contract inscribed upon it. Wang Mingruo said with a slight frown, clearly displeased that he only now thought to inquire about her boarding. I apologize, I should not have overlooked you, Wang Su declared, tightly grasping her small hand. This flying vessel was far from serene. Despite engaging in cultivation, the noise was akin to that of an airplane. Once Wang Su produced the exploration order, a beam of light descended from the vessel, enveloping the 5 of them. Under this pull, they slowly ascended towards the vessel. On the 28th day of the first month in the year 129653 of the Xianhuan calendar, the scene unfolds in the Kuluz Mountains within the Kingdom of Gru. In the northern realm, the bountiful province of clays at the center of the thousand-star lake of blue radiance descends from the heavens, hovering above the island at the lake's heart. The colossal disturbance draws the attention of fishermen engaged in their catch, who turn their gazes skyward. Upon spotting the 2 figures suspended above, they hastily kneel in reverence. An immortal. The immortal has manifested. Look, that is a living immortal. Why aren't you kneeling before the immortal? Blessings upon us. Iron Egg pays homage to the immortal. Allah pays homage to the immortal. Indeed, the 2 figures are Wang Su and Wang Mingruo. They had spent 7 days aboard a flying vessel traveling from the Qiang realm to the Xuanzhen realm. Their territory had already been assigned during the voyage, specifically in the bountiful province of Gru, which spans approximately 20,000 square kilometers and governs 7 earldoms or viscounties. However, the Wang family merely delineated the territories to prevent disputes among the celestial races. The actual conquest of these lands fell upon Wang Su himself. Upon reaching the Xuanzhen realm, Wang Su received a simple map detailing the distribution of the celestial races along with a celestial decree, prompting him and Wang Mingruo to head toward the bountiful province. Thus, this scene unfolds as they gaze down at the thousand-star lake, covering nearly 10,000 acres with a small island at its center. The lake's surface ripples in the wind, sparkling like countless diamonds. The morning mist lingers, shrouding the waters in a veil of vapor, where fishermen navigate their boats, while the distant landscape is a tapestry of overlapping foliage and undulating hills. At the center of the lake island stands a modest wooden cabin surrounded by reeds where wild ducks and birds reside, their calls breaking the serene silence. The sunlight pierces through the fog, illuminating the entire expanse of the lake, transforming the myriad ripples into genuine fragments of gold, truly making the thousand-star lake live up to its name. Brother Su, this thousand-star lake is magnificent. Look below, there is even a small island at the center of the lake. The energy of this realm converges here. Let us designate this as our clan's territory. Indeed, I shall heed your wishes, dear Mingruo. The 2 gently descend onto the island's surface, paying no mind to the fishermen below. Their immediate task is to establish a formation and secure their base, for each day of delay equates to a loss. Wang Su first retrieves the Earth Vein spirit-locking array disk obtained from the Wang family's celestial transaction. He casts the disk and channels his mana into it, causing it to emit a warm yellow light. 8 uniquely designed flags emerge from the disk and position themselves at the 8 cardinal points surrounding the island. These flags resonate with the array disk, intertwining in a manner incomprehensible to Wang Su before plunging into the earth, establishing a connection to the earth veins below. Wang Su senses the rich earth energy accumulating around him as the island begins to rise and expand, creating waves in the lake. The fishermen, witnessing the yellow light emanating from the island and the increasing waves, dare not linger and hastily row away from the tumultuous waters. A few intrepid souls, undeterred by the surging lake, attempt to reach the island only to be repelled by the crashing waves. This phenomenon is of course the work of Wang Su, who employs a water wave technique to deter those attempting to approach. However, as the island grows larger and the waves become more formidable, some fishermen abandon their efforts. Only 2 or 3 remain stubborn, ultimately capsizing and drowning in the lake. Wang Su pays them no mind. His previous action of deterring them was already a display of mercy. Their demise, driven by greed, is a consequence of their own making. An hour later, the island ceases to expand, now 3 times its original size. Wang Su channels his arcane gestures to extract the array disk from the depths, then pricks his finger to let a drop of blood fall into it, performing a blood sacrifice to refine the disk. Just as he prepares to reinsert the disk into the ground, Mingruo interjects, "Wait, Brother Su." She retrieves a fist-sized yellow crystal radiating a warm yellow glow and presents it to him. This is a 2-yuan stone. It can communicate with the earth veins, gathering their essence. If placed in the earth vein spirit-locking array, it will accelerate the gathering of earth energy. Wang Su accepts the 2-yuan stone, feeling its rich, earthy essence. If he were to cultivate this essence into a technique, it could become a formidable earth-based defensive spell. However, he does not intend to do so. He is not yet at a point where he can indulge in such luxuries, nor is he selfish enough to use this item for his own cultivation, especially since it belongs to Wang Mingruo. He places the 2-yuan stone at the center of the array disk, embedding them both into the ground, connecting them to the 8 flags, thus forming the earth vein spirit-locking array. With the 2-yuan stone acting as the core of this array, the speed of gathering earth energy is doubled, allowing for the accumulation of 3 units of earth energy each day rather than just 1. This is merely the beginning. As the earth vein spirit-locking array operates, the island will continue to grow larger, and the rate of energy accumulation will consistently increase until the island transforms into a mountain, at which point the gathering of spirit essence will cease, a process that may take centuries. Once the earth vein spirit-locking array is established, Wang Su retrieves the 4 extremes Qi refining array, a much more powerful formation boasting 128 flags. He channels his mana into the array disk, which emits 4 brilliant rays of light. The 128 flags then soar forth autonomously, seeking out earth veins, wind veins, water veins, and wood veins, melding into them and forming the 4 extremes Qi refining array. The scope of this formation is vast, enveloping the entire 1,000-star lake with the island at its center. During this process, the lake itself gradually expands, ultimately doubling in size to cover over 15,000 acres. Fortunately, the array's protection allows the nearby villages to grow alongside the lake, preventing potential flooding. With the formation set, Wang Su senses the mountain-clear energy, river water energy, earth energy, and evergreen wood energy converging upon the island. He no longer worries about resources. With both arrays functioning simultaneously, they can collectively gather 1 unit each of mountain-clear energy, river water energy, and evergreen wood energy daily, along with 4 units of earth energy. This is just the beginning. The influx of natural energies will only increase from here. After completing all of this, Wang Su turns to Wang Mingruo. Mingruo, the formations have been established. Now it's time to construct our home. What kind of house would you like to build? Wang Mingruo contemplates for a moment before responding. Given that the 2-yuan stone lies beneath the island, the accumulation of earth energy will continuously produce various types of soil and stone, making the island progressively larger, ultimately transforming it into a fertile land for spirit essence. Therefore, let us build our palace from earth and stone. It will be sturdy and will not disrupt the island's natural environment. Indeed, I shall abide by your wishes, dear Mingruo. Wang Su channeled his magical energy, connecting with the spiritual essence of the world, and unleashed his self-created spiritual technique. Spiritual technique, Earth Path, the art of building with mud and stone. Under Wang Su's full exertion, stone structures of bluish-gray hue rose from the ground, occupying about 1/3 of the island, covering around 120 acres. This was the utmost limit of Wang Su's abilities, nearly depleting all his magical energy. With just the two of them living there, it was more than sufficient. However, the newly constructed stone palaces, which varied in color from earthy yellow to grayish blue and even black, appeared rather unattractive. Wang Su, who valued his reputation, felt a pang of regret and retrieved a jade bottle containing the pure qi from the mountains. He activated the 5 qi culinary method and conjured a newly conceived spiritual technique. Spiritual technique: Jade Stone Earth Path, the art of transforming into jade. Streams of pure qi surged into his body, connecting with the heavenly and earthly spiritual essence. This pure qi melded with his spiritual energy, emanating a milky white light from his hands and enveloping the palaces. Gradually, these structures began to transmute into pristine white jade, though the pure qi was consumed rapidly. 1 wave, 2 waves, 50 waves, and then the 51st. After exhausting 51 waves of pure qi, the stone palaces were completely transformed into the finest white jade. Wang Su felt a deep ache in his heart, but for the sake of appearances, he couldn't help but spend. Wang Mingruo, observing Wang Su's pained expression, couldn't help but smile. Brother Su, since you care so much, why not just transform the few main buildings into jade? That would be enough. If we're going to jade the palaces, they should all be transformed. Partial transformation just wouldn't look right, and it's merely a bit of pure qi, he replied stubbornly despite his distress. Seeing Wang Su's conflicted yet resolute demeanor, Wang Mingruo took his hand and gazed at the palaces. The plaques above them were still nameless, so she asked, "Brother Su, what should we name our home?" "How about Luofu Palace? A home of happiness forged from jade." "Great. Let's call it Baiyu Palace. I've lived with my grandfather in his jade estate, and it was called Yushur Palace." Wang Mingruo exclaimed excitedly, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation as they looked at Wang Su. "All right, it shall be Baiyu Palace. I think it sounds splendid," Wang Su replied, swallowing hard. "Really? I think it's wonderful too," Wang Mingruo said, her happiness amplified not only by the naming rights, but also by Wang Su's affection for her. During the 7 days aboard the flying boat, she had come to understand Wang Su's character quite well. It differed somewhat from the information she had received. He valued his reputation, was cautious in his actions, held peculiar self-perceptions, and had a touch of flirtation. He often indulged her and spoke sweetly. All in all, Wang Mingruo was quite fond of this brother Su. "Then you can carve the inscription," Wang Su suggested. Having exhausted his magical energy in the construction of the palaces, he could only use pure qi now, and he was reluctant to waste it on carving. Wang Mingruo activated her spiritual energy, employing the wind blade technique, to inscribe the words Baiyu Palace on the plaque. This Baiyu Palace served as the treasure hall, with a council hall for meetings and gatherings planned to be named Yushi Hall. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingruo believed Wang Su lacked naming talent and took it upon herself to name the other halls. The left side hall, intended for inviting guest scholars, was named Yufeng Palace. The right side, designated for alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting, was called Xian Yi Palace, which currently housed the Xian Dan Hall and Xian Fu Hall. The rear area was meant for living and cultivation, called Luofu Palace, which included 2 residences for Wang Su and Wang Mingruo. Although they were already betrothed, having their own palaces felt more appropriate. The Baiyu Palace would be the place for storing treasures, and beneath it lay a jade cavern, the core of the 4 extremes spirit gathering array and the earth vein locking array housing the soil essence stones. Wang Su planned the architecture of the clan's territory such that a cluster of palaces was referred to as Gong, while an individual palace was called Dian. For instance, Yufeng Palace currently had only 1 palace, but it would certainly require expansion in the future to accommodate guest scholars. The Baiyu Palace would similarly evolve. As the family prospered, each treasure would eventually have its own dedicated palace for storage. After naming all the palaces, Wang Su returned to his own palace to recover his magical energy. He named his palace Lingxiao Hall and Wang Mingruo's palace Yaoqi Hall. Wang Mingruo found the names delightful and appreciated that Wang Su had put thought into naming her palace. Calendar year 129653, month 1, a day 29. The following day, after completing his training, Wang Su fully restored his magical energy. Standing in the center of the grand hall, he slowly surveyed the vast space. Moments later, he reached into his storage bag and began patiently infusing vitality into this cold palace, sculpting it into a warm abode. Under the east window, he placed a sturdy Zetan writing desk, laying out smooth jade tablets and arranging pine smoke, Inca jade wolf hair brush, and a slightly concave inkstone. Even if he might not use all of them, they were necessary. In the dim light of the west side, he set up a beautifully carved bed draped in soft gauzy curtains adorned with a quilt embroidered with clouds and cranes fluffy like clouds. He then used elegant screens to partition off a tea corner. On a small shelf, he placed several volumes of spirit consolidating books and exquisite secular porcelain. In the central space, a round table draped with simple silk was surrounded by embroidered stools, creating a place for quiet conversation. Finally, he placed a small piece of plum blossom incense cake into the jade lion incense burner on the desk. With a soft hiss, a delicate and sweet fragrance spiraled upwards, gently dispersing throughout the hall, warming the coldness of the jade stone. After completing all this, he ventured to the back of the clan territory. The clan territory faced south, situated on the southern part of the lake island, covering 120 acres. Behind it lay a 240-acre expanse within which 12 acres could be cultivated into spirit fields. Wang Su marked out 12 acres near the clan territory and scattered the seeds of Qingfeng Juling grass into these fields. The Qingfeng Juling grass could absorb the spiritual essence from the surrounding air and solidify it into the soil. Wang Su invoked the Imu Changqing technique with his magical energy, accelerating the growth of the Qingfeng Juling grass, which quickly sprouted, rooted, and thrived. In the blink of an eye, they matured and began absorbing the spiritual essence from the air. Once matured, the Qingfeng Juling grass would start to absorb surrounding spiritual energy, but would die after a month. The absorbed essence would solidify into the soil, transforming it into spirit fields. Currently, the island could only support the cultivation of 12 acres of spirit land, but after the death of the Qingfeng Juling grass, it would bear seeds that would automatically sprout, perpetually absorbing the spiritual essence from the air. Moreover, the quantity of Qingfeng Juling grass would be automatically regulated according to the concentration of spiritual energy. Once all this was completed, Wang Su took out the purple gold mountain vine, also known as the mountain god vine. Besides producing purple gold fruits that accelerate the cultivation of metal energy, it also solidifies the fertility of the spirit field. It is ideally planted alongside the white marrow grass, the main material for refining the Bayudan. However, the white marrow grass absorbs soil fertility, making it impossible for the Qingfeng Juling grass to survive, thus leading to the wasteland of the spirit field. Chapter 15. Spiritual Planting. Becoming a Little Wealthy Woman. Wang Su planted the purple gold mountain vine beside the 12 acres of spirit field. He then cast the Qingming transformation technique, using the remaining 47 waves of mountain pure qi entirely on the purple gold mountain vine, transforming it into a purple gold mountain vine spirit. Sensing that it possessed the intelligence of a 4 or 5-year-old child and could freely control its tendrils, Wang Su felt quite satisfied. From now on, you shall be called Zitong. Little Zitong, do take good care of the spirit field, he declared while subtly activating the awakening seal in his mind to imprint the idea of protecting the spirit field and preventing plants from being eaten by animals into the consciousness of the purple gold mountain vine. After all, its intelligence was still quite low, and once the pure qi was abundant, he must elevate it to the qi refinement stage. At that point, its intelligence would be akin to that of an adult, making it a perfect labor vine. After tending to the purple gold mountain vine, Wang Su took out the seedlings of the wind spirit vine. This type of spiritual vine, once planted, should not be relocated, and when mature, it would occupy 10 acres of spirit land. Where should I plant it? After pondering for a while, he still found himself at a loss. The wind spirit vine, if left unplanted for too long, would wilt. In the end, he reluctantly decided to clear out an acre of land to plant it, planning to accelerate its growth once the Qingmu energy became plentiful. Bayou grass, the main material for refining Bayudan, was assigned an acre. The purple jade dragon ginseng required for refining the blood recovery pill also took up an acre. The white marrow grass could only be planted once the roots of the purple gold mountain vine spread throughout the spirit field, but Wang Su had already reserved an acre for it. Thus there remained 8 acres of land, while the 5-colored jade spirit rice seeds in Wang Si's hand were only enough to sow 5 acres. As he contemplated, Wang Mingruo approached, and seeing Wang Su busy with the spirit field, spoke up. Brother Su, I have some white spirit grass seeds for refining magic pills. As she spoke, she took out the seeds from her storage bag. Ruo, you've truly given me a delightful surprise. Wang Su exclaimed, delighted. He thought that the 3 acres of spirit land would remain temporarily barren, but his sister proved to be incredibly helpful. After examining the seeds, he found they were enough for 3 acres and joyfully scattered them over the remaining 3 acres. In just a month, the land would fully transform into genuine spirit fields and the seeds would sprout on their own. The purple gold mountain vine, now activated, would bear fruit at its own discretion. However, since bearing fruit would consume it greatly, he planned to avoid that, intending to let it focus on being a tool vine once the pure qi was sufficient. The 5-colored jade spirit rice could yield 2 harvests a year, with production dependent on the concentration of spiritual energy. The other spiritual plants would yield only 1 harvest per year. As it wasn't yet time for spring plowing, he needed to devise a simple spring breeze array. Alas, spring plowing hasn't arrived. Well, I need to research the spring breeze array, Wang Su sighed. This was merely the beginning. In the future, he would have to learn to weed, eliminate pests, induce rainfall, and fertilize. He could only hope that once the purple gold mountain vine broke through to the Qi refinement stage, it could take on these tasks. Fortunately, these arrays were simple applications of spiritual energy and weren't too difficult to master. Brother Su, I also have the legacy of the spirit plant husbandry. Wang Mingruo interjected at just the right moment, giving Wang Su another surprise. Ruo, you truly are my little treasure. Wang Su exclaimed, hugging Wang Mingruo and planting a kiss on her forehead. What else do you have? Quickly show me what you've got, he asked, eager to know what other treasure she possessed. Feeling shy from the unexpected kiss, Wang Mingruo blushed, her thoughts muddled. Following Wang Su's lead, she said, I have some spirit consolidating techniques: the Bai Yu Xian Ming array, the eggs of the 7-colored jade spirit chicken, the cloud qi collection method, the spirit vein condensation method, and the high-level earth path technique, Yu Shi Xian Guang. Wang Su was astonished upon hearing all this. He cupped Wang Mingruo's adorable face in his hands, staring into her eyes. Ruo, did you bring all the good things from your home? Whose wife are you? So generous. Under Wang Ce's fervent gaze, Wang Mingruo wriggled free from his grasp, somewhat annoyed. What do you mean by bringing all the good things from home? The Xianyu pavilion on the 2nd floor hasn't been brought over, has it? Since you know I'm so good, you must treat me well in the future, otherwise I won't forgive you, home. Wang Mingruo puffed her cheeks, turning her head aside. All right, I swear to treat you well in the future and fully support you in establishing your foundation, Wang Su declared, raising 4 fingers to the sky to vow, successfully appeasing Wang Mingruo. Thus, amidst their playful banter, they quickly learned and set up the spring breeze array. After that, they constructed a chicken coop and nest. After applying temperature control magic to the nest, they placed the eggs of the 7-colored jade spirit chicken inside, waiting for them to hatch on their own. The 7-colored jade spirit chicken was primarily used as a food source for those in the spirit gathering realm, nourishing their bodies. Typically, they would be fed with spiritual rice or spiritual insects like mountain earthworms. If ordinary food were used, it would not provide the necessary nourishment for those in the spirit gathering realm. After completing all these tasks, the two began discussing where to set up the Bai Yu Xianming array. Eventually, they decided to establish a jade stone hall within the Bai Yu Palace, placing the array inside the jade stone hall. The Bai Yu Xianming array was merely an ordinary Qi refinement array, featuring 5 array flags that could gather the jade stone energy from the heavens and the earth. This energy was not typical atmospheric energy. The rich jade stone energy could give rise to various jade stones and jewels. However, they were mostly useless to cultivators, as they could conjure jade stones using their own spells, just as Wang Su had conjured the Bai Yu Palace. Should they encounter cultivators needing this type of atmospheric energy, 1 wave of jade stone energy would be equivalent to 2 waves of common atmospheric energy. After all, the niche nature of this energy meant scarcity, and scarcity indicated high value. As for the spirit vein condensation method, it was a technique reserved for the affluent. Its primary function was to condense various spiritual materials together to form a spirit vein core, continuously infusing various spiritual materials into the core until it eventually transformed into a spirit vein. This process typically required hundreds of years. Thus, only those Qi refinement families with a lineage exceeding 300 years would consider condensing spirit veins. Lastly, the atmospheric energy collection method was meant for the impoverished. For Wang Su, it was merely something to glance at. Although Wang Su enjoyed various benefits after breaking through to Qi refinement, living a life of privilege, it was due to his innate talent and his encounter with Wang Mingruo, the little wealthy woman. Cultivators with 2 or 3 inches of aptitude often struggled to break through to Qi refinement until their 50s or 60s, sometimes even into their 70s or 80s, lingering in the first stage of Qi refinement their entire lives. Such cultivators, even if they wished to establish a family, would find it difficult to secure array placements from powerful families like the Wang family. Without arrays, they could not manipulate the earth veins, gather atmospheric energy, or open up spirit fields. Hence, these cultivators had to resort to collection methods, spending immense amounts of time daily gathering atmospheric energy. Therefore, unless it was an exceptionally rare atmospheric energy collection method, like 1 wave of energy being equivalent to 10 waves of common atmospheric energy, Wang Su would only consider gathering energy in such cases. For example, regarding the smoke gathering method provided by the Wang family, Wang Su would only be willing to gather in large cities with populations over 1,000, where he could collect several waves at once. However, such cities were often occupied by celestial clans. Cities with fewer than 1,000 people struggled to gather human atmospheric energy, being consumed by blood energy, malevolent energy, and worldly energy. Translation. In the lands of Kleist, within the grand halls of the Kleist castle, Duke Lightazir, Kleist, the ruler of the fertile duchy, sat by the fireplace, engrossed in a report that had arrived from the Star Lake. The report detailed the arrival of a celestial being at Star Lake and the manifestation of a divine palace upon its island. As one of the two prominent dukes of the Kingdom of Gru and the guardian of the Northern Realms, Duke Light was acutely aware of the terrifying power that these celestial beings wielded. 30 years prior, when the celestial being descended, the gods fell, and the wizards gradually faded from the world's view. Particularly in the fertile plains east of the Angry River, these lands had been consolidated into 3 great dynasties, witnessing the repeated emergence of celestial beings as if they were set to dominate the mortal realm. The Kleist family had endured for over 3 centuries, and now it faced a pivotal moment of decision. Shall we perish together embracing bloodshed, or shall we endure humiliation and bear the burden awaiting the right time? Duke Light murmured to himself. The crackling flames in the fireplace illuminated half of his face, revealing a flicker of unwillingness in his hawk-like eyes. Clearly, he had already made a choice within. In the days when gods and wizards ruled the world, the Kleist family had submitted to the wizards. Now, with the emergence of these more formidable celestial beings, submission to them seemed inevitable. Yet, the 30-year absence of wizards had stirred an unexpected sense of rebellion within him. News of the celestial beings' arrival was not confined to Duke Light alone. The territories bordering Star Lake, namely the Ironstone Duchy and the Eagle Duchy, received the same tidings. The Ironstone Duchy, a newly established earldom, had the Herald-Seth family, which had only been around for a mere 40 years and had never witnessed a wizard firsthand, viewing them merely as myths. Although there had long been rumors of celestial beings in the east, they regarded them as mere tales. Thus, upon receiving the news of the celestial beings' arrival, the 20-year-old Earl Trenton Herald-Seth personally led a troop of 300 knights to Star Lake, eager to gauge the weight of the celestial being. Meanwhile, Earl Ross Monty of the Eagle Duchy, upon hearing of the celestial being's descent, set off for Star Lake with the intention of being the first to pledge his allegiance. Though the Monty family was an emerging noble house within the Kingdom of Gru, they had migrated from the eastern fertile plains 30 years prior, carrying with them the legacy of a lineage that spanned over a century. In his youth, Ross Monty had witnessed the might of a celestial being, fully aware that such power could not be rivaled by mortals. It was this very realization that had compelled his family to migrate west to the Kingdom of Gru, where they had persevered through years of struggle to establish the Eagle Duchy. Throughout the years, he had been diligently seeking information about celestial beings. Particularly in recent years, he had heard sporadic reports of celestial beings appearing in certain nations, but due to travel restrictions, he could not ascertain the details. However, he had drawn a conclusion: celestial beings showed no interest in mundane authority. As long as he did not oppose them, his own power would remain unshaken. More than that, he aspired to seize the opportunity to become the most powerful figure beneath the celestial beings. In truth, Ross Monty's assessment held some merit, yet was not entirely accurate. While the celestial being Wang Su indeed had little interest in worldly power, his descendants might not share the same indifference. For those without spiritual roots, Wang Su might allow the second or third generations to remain close, but after 3 generations, the clan members would certainly need to be exposed to the trials of the mortal world to expand the family's lineage. Only through this could more fated beings arise. Ross Monty's conclusions stemmed from the recent emergence of celestial beings, coupled with the fact that their reproduction was inherently challenging. On the 30th of January 129653 in the Xianhuang calendar, Wang Su remained oblivious to the undercurrents of power brewing among the factions near Star Lake. He was neither interested nor concerned. The chasm between cultivators and mortals was akin to a vast divide. Even a practitioner at the spirit gathering stage could easily take the head of an enemy general amid 100,000 troops. As for those at the Qi refining stage, their mere presence exuded a natural authority that could instill dread in mortals, extinguishing any thoughts of rebellion. In recent days, Wang Su had been preoccupied with constructing the family estate. He conjured high white jade walls encircling the entire island of the lake, with a single entrance located on the southern side, where he erected a grand white jade mountain gate. The plaque above the gate bore 3 grand characters, by Yushan. The name by Yushan was chosen for the island due to the earth vein spirit-locking formation continuously refining the essence of the mountains and land. In less than 20 years, this island would gradually rise and expand, ultimately transforming into a towering mountain. Given Wang's CES lifespan of 300 years, it was but a fleeting moment. Rather than renaming it later, it was better to designate it as by Yushan now. Additionally, he cast a mist formation around the island. Anyone entering within 200 meters would be enveloped in thick fog, losing their sense of direction. With no matter how they steered their vessels, they would only circle around, ultimately drifting towards the island's edge. Of course, this mist formation was only effective against mortals. Should any cultivator attempt a forceful breach of Bayushan, Wang Su would activate the Qi refining formation to subdue them. Thus, the foundational construction of Baiyushan was nearly complete. To the outside world, the island appeared as a celestial mountain shrouded in mist with palatial structures faintly visible among the peaks. Wang's subsequent plan involved recruiting those with spiritual roots to the island as servants and organizing a grand wedding for Wang Mingruo. This event would also serve as an opportunity for interaction with other celestial clans, facilitating the exchange of cultivation resources. After all, within the alchemical inheritance he had obtained there remained a type of medicinal herb necessary for the recovery pill, a remedy for spirit-gathering cultivators to replenish their spiritual energy, primarily requiring the herb qi grass, which Wang Su intended to acquire through trade. According to the celestial clan distribution map provided by the Wang family, there were 3 celestial clans near the fertile duchy, all of which had descended into this realm concurrently with Wang Su. One was located in the northern province of the fertile duchy, the Snow God Kingdom's Wumong province, which also bore the Wang surname, though it was unclear which branch of the Wang family it belonged to. The second was just north of the fertile duchy across the Green Sea province, the Lion province, also belonging to the same family. The third was situated in the western Labins province, separated by the Torin province, marked on the map as the Du clan. Of these 3 celestial clans, only the Wang family from Wumong province bordered the fertile duchy. However, at present each clan was newly arrived in the Xuanzhen plain, and the resources of one province were sufficient for cultivation. Their immediate priority was to establish their celestial lineage, propagate descendants, and continue their heritage, making it unlikely for any conflicts to arise in the short term. All of this required patience, progressing step by step. For instance, regarding his wedding with Wang Mingruo, Wang Su planned to hold the ceremony only after he advanced to the dual qi refiner stage. First, in this realm, most cultivators establishing celestial clans were at the single qi refiner stage. If he were to conduct his wedding as a dual qi refiner, it would certainly intimidate those 3 clans. Secondly, should Wang Mingruo also attain the qi refining stage, by then the Wang family would possess 2 qi refiners. Furthermore, the union of qi refiners would significantly increase the chances of their offspring possessing spiritual roots. Wang Su, having just established his clan's territory, was meditating to restore his magical power, contemplating his future plans, when he suddenly sensed a boat intruding into the fog formation. This piqued his interest. It was the perfect opportunity to test the effectiveness of his mist barrier. The day before, during the setup of the formation, the lake had churned violently, resulting in the drowning of several fishermen. This morning, after he arranged the mist formation, even under the fierce sunlight, a thick fog still enveloped the surroundings of Baiyu Mountain, exuding an air of danger. Consequently, no fisherman dared approach the area all morning. Wang Su flew to the peak of Baiyu Palace, overlooking the scene, while extending his spiritual awareness towards the intruder. The newcomer was Ross Mont, who had hurriedly rushed over upon receiving the news, eager to seize an opportunity for the Mont family's resurgence. As he arrived at Qianqing Lake, observing the lake's surface, which was nearly twice as wide as usual, and the fairy island hidden in the fog, he felt increasingly confident in his judgment. He found a fishing boat, and filled with excitement rowed alone toward the heart of the lake, where Baiyu Mountain stood. However, once the boat entered the mist, Ross soon lost his sense of direction. After several fruitless attempts to find a way out, he decided to calm himself. This mist must be the handiwork of a celestial being. Now that I have entered, the immortal may be observing me from somewhere. I am here to express my submission, and there is no need to fixate on escaping this mist. If I speak out, the immortal, if willing, will surely hear me. With his thoughts clarified, Ross laid down his oars. Unable to discern a direction, he called out loudly in one direction. Earl of Eagle's Nest, Ross Mont here, to pay my respects to the immortal. The Mont family wishes to follow your lead and serve your bidding. Please grant us your favor. Wang Su was taken aback by Ross Mont's declaration. He had not expected this man to come seeking allegiance, and he was an earl at that. So someone is already seeking to ally with me. Wang Su had anticipated that seizing Qianqing Lake would provoke local forces to attack him, and he would then reveal his extraordinary strength to suppress them all, thus claiming the fertile province as his family's territory. Yet without having done anything, someone had come to pledge allegiance. In novels he had read in his past life, such a situation typically involved a united front against him, or a fearful acknowledgement of his power that led to them ceding Qianqing Lake to him in an effort to maintain a balance among the 3 factions. Then he would display his overwhelming might to crush all dissent, and soon after other provinces, or even the entire Great Kingdom, would discover a rebellion and gather armies to combat him. Ultimately, he would unify the Great Kingdom, followed by other nations seeking to challenge him. It seemed he lacked the fate of a protagonist, and instead resembled a villain, having others seeking his protection just days after his arrival. He wondered if a true protagonist would eventually appear. Wang Su dispersed the mist, revealing the entrance to Baiyu Mountain to Ross Mont. As Ross concluded his call, he saw the fog around him dissipate, revealing a fairy island ahead. The island was surrounded by jade stones, and at its foot stood a white jade celestial gate, inscribed with unfamiliar characters. A staircase of white jade led directly to the Bayou Palace at the summit. Bathed in sunlight, the entire island sparkled, truly resembling an immortal's paradise. As his boat approached the island, Ross secured it and carefully stepped onto the white jade stone pavement. Standing before the mountain gate and looking up, he was met with palatial structures made entirely of white marble, the sunlight reflecting off the marble pathway with a gleaming luster. Is this the work of an immortal? To have constructed such a magnificent celestial palace in just one day. Following the white jade steps upward toward the celestial palace, he glanced around with awe. Fortunately, the staircase was not long, but fearing he would miss his moment, he quickened his pace. Before long, he reached the palace entrance. The doors were open and Ross continued inside, where the structure was predominantly built of white marble, imparting a feeling as though he had stepped into a realm of immortals. Upon reaching the Yushi Hall, the heavy doors of the hall silently swung open inward. Ross held his breath and peered inside, where deep within the hall he saw a figure seated upon a jade throne clad in a plain white robe. The immortal did not pose or display any grandiosity. He simply sat quietly, yet an ethereal glow naturally radiated from him, flowing like moonlight and morning mist. The light around him seemed to warp in a strange manner, rendering his outline hazy and distant. The moment Rossmont's gaze touched upon that figure, an invisible pressure descended upon him. Not the violent force of a tempest, but rather the tranquil weight of an entire mountain settling upon his shoulders, causing his breath to hitch, his blood to stagnate, and his thoughts to plunge into a chilling abyss. He instantly understood this was the boundary between mortals and immortals, one that could not be gazed upon directly. Earl of Eagle's Nest, Rossmont pays my respects to the immortal. May your immortal path flourish and your blessings be everlasting. I wish to serve you with my life, following you unconditionally, without regret. He bowed deeply, his voice echoing clearly in the vast jade hall, each word imbued with a gravity born of desperation. Since stepping into the mist and witnessing the celestial palace, the anxiety in Rossmont's heart had transformed completely into awe and a resolute desire to follow the unfathomable power before him. The earlier doubts had vanished, leaving only loyalty behind. Ross spoke in the common tongue of Glinder, which Wang Su was not particularly fond of. With a flick of his finger, he cast a language infusion spell, embedding the common language of the Luofu world into Rossmont's mind. In an instant, Ross felt a cool sensation at his brow, as if a clear spring had surged into his consciousness. Countless unfamiliar sounds, words, grammar, and contexts flooded in, not chaotically, but swiftly aligning like pieces of a puzzle, forming a coherent system. He initially experienced a slight dizziness, soon followed by a profound clarity. He had in a breath mastered the entirety of a language known as Luofu Mandarin. This miraculous method required no incantations or magical circles, merely a casual touch of the immortal's fingertip, culminating in a direct infusion of knowledge. This deepened his reverence for the immortal seated above him to an unprecedented level. His head bowed even lower, and the last remnants of his noble pride dissipated entirely. Wang Su observed Ross, whose body trembled slightly, and grew increasingly respectful, feeling quite satisfied. This language infusion was a common spell he had exchanged for at the academy. Its principle involved using spiritual awareness to imprint language information onto the surface of the recipient's consciousness. It was fast-acting but limited in information capacity, perfectly adequate for imparting a common tongue. Rise. Wang Su spoke, his voice calm, yet resonant with clarity, directly echoing in Ross' mind using the Luofu Mandarin he had just learned. Since you have come sincerely to submit, I shall accept you. From now on, refer to me as Mountain Lord. Rossmont complied and stood up, still hesitant to fully meet his gaze, respectfully responding, Yes, Mont shall obey the Mountain Lord's command. Although using the newly acquired language felt somewhat awkward, he had no trouble expressing himself. Speak then. Wang Su shifted to a more casual posture, slightly restraining the radiant glow surrounding him, thus alleviating the hall's oppressive atmosphere. Tell me about Eagle's Nest, the Mont family, and the situation in the western territories of the Gru Kingdom. You may share all that you know. Ross perked up, recognizing this as an opportunity to demonstrate himself and a chance to provide the Mountain Lord with local intelligence. He pondered briefly before clearly reporting in Luofu Mandarin. In response to the Mountain Lord, the Gru royal family has long been in decline. The northern provinces are governed by 3 noble families, while the southern provinces are managed by 4. The fertile province lies to the north of the kingdom, characterized by hilly and forested terrain abundant in timber and minerals, with a small amount of valley farmland. Mimont family was once a hereditary earl bestowed upon by the last monarch of Gru, But with the weakening of the royal family and the ambition of Duke Light, our family's influence in the kingdom's center has gradually diminished. Now we are trapped in Eagle's Nest, heavily pressured by the Clay's family. His tone carried a note of bitterness, but soon transitioned to resolute determination. With the Mountain Lord's arrival and the manifestation of the Celestial Mountain at Qingmu Lake, this is an unparalleled opportunity for the Mont family to rejuvenate. The northern noble families are short-sighted. Some fear the Mountain Lord's might and hesitate, while others covet this land's benefits and conspire secretly. Only the Mont family is willing to pledge our entire clan in loyalty, serving as the Mountain Lord's vanguard. Although we may not possess the glory of our ancestors, we have been rooted in this region for 30 years, familiar with its geography, resources, and the intricate web of local forces. Should the Mountain Lord wish to establish a foundation here, the Mont family is eager to be your eyes, ears, and hands. Wang Lao listened quietly, lightly tapping his fingertips on the armrest of the Jade Throne. The situation differed from his earlier assumptions of an immediate attack. It appeared the local forces were more intricate and tended toward observation and calculation. This first proactive ally, though lacking in strength, possessed invaluable local knowledge and connections, precisely what he needed. Understanding the times is a sign of courage, Wang Lao said slowly. Since you are the first to step foot on Bayou Mountain, I grant you an opportunity. From now on, you may serve as Bayou Mountain's emissary, responsible for liaising, procuring, and gathering information. As for the affairs of the Mont family, you may handle them as you see fit, but remember, once you enter my service, betrayal is not tolerated. Rossmont's heart surged with joy as he bowed deeply. Mont accepts the command. I shall not fail the Mountain Lord's trust. He understood that his family's future was now irrevocably entwined with this mist-shrouded celestial mountain through this single bow. As Wang Lao conversed with Rossmont, he suddenly sensed another intruder entering the fog formation. With a flicker of thought, his spiritual awareness expanded, enveloping the entire white jade mountain along with the surrounding misty array. Every movement within a 1,000-meter radius became crystal clear in his mind. The intruders were a sizable fleet. Leading the charge was a large ship capable of carrying 100 people, followed by about 20 smaller vessels totaling around 300 individuals. Each of these figures was clad in armor resembling elite knights. At the forefront of the fleet stood a muscular youth resplendent in gold-thread silver armor, commanding attention. He wielded a finely crafted longsword, shouting orders for the fleet to advance. However, under the influence of the mist formation, the entire fleet was merely spinning in place. This individual was none other than Count Trenton Halashef, previously mentioned. In the province of Abundance, apart from a duke, there were 2 counts, 5 viscounts, and 23 barons. Count Trenton was one of the 2 newly elevated nobles promoted by the old king 30 years ago to balance the power of the Duke of Abundance. 2 years prior, the former Count of Ironstone Ridge had died suddenly, and the title was inherited by Trenton, his eldest son. Unfortunately, he was merely a reckless warrior in title, known for his tyrannical behavior within his own territory. He had long coveted the nearby Qingmu Lake, yet he had never dared to act against it, as it was traditionally under the influence of Duke Clays. Upon receiving news that the area of Qingmu Lake had doubled with 1/3 now part of my domain, Trenton immediately gathered his knightly retinue and rushed over, intending to forcibly claim half of the lake. As for the recent rumors of an immortal's arrival, Trenton scoffed at such notions. He believed solely in the might of his sword, even proclaiming, "Even if an immortal comes, they must bow before me." With a faint trace of divine blood flowing through his veins, honed by years of knightly training, his physical strength was comparable to a cultivator at the 5th level of the spirit-nurturing realm. If he encountered an ordinary wizard, he might truly come out on top. Unfortunately for him, he was about to face a true practitioner of immortality. Had it not been for this, he might have succeeded in his pretentious display. His arrogant demeanor had long put him at odds with Rossmont of Eagle Peak. As the royal Grew family steadily weakened, the Duke of Abundance had been consolidating power, eventually being titled the Grand Duke of Abundance, becoming a formidable local power. "Do you know this person?" Wang Lao asked, flicking his fingers to cast a projection spell, creating a luminous screen between himself and Ross. On the screen, a fleet was caught in the swirling mist. Rossmont recognized the impetuous Count Trenton Halashef. Instinctively, he thought that this man, like him, might be seeking the favor of the immortal. However, upon closer inspection, he saw Trenton commanding the fleet, still arrogant even in the depths of the fog, vowing to make the immortal pay once they emerged. Ross felt a surge of delight. This man has already chosen his path to death. Returning to the Mountain Lord, this individual is another count from the province of Abundance, Count Trenton Halashef of Ironstone Ridge. However, he is a fool coming here likely to seize Qingmu Lake. Wang Cs' gaze remained fixed on the boisterous figure on the screen, and he calmly replied, "Then let him have his wish and reign at the bottom of the lake." With a casual flick of his right hand towards the hall's exit without any incantations or flashy displays of power, he directed a pure stream of mana into the four extremes, chi refining array, subtly activating the water veins beneath the lake. A dramatic change occurred on the lake's surface in an instant. Before Count Trenton's boast could fully escape his lips, a terrifying, irresistible force surged from beneath the sturdy deck, as if the entire lake had suddenly come alive, opening a monstrous abyss. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Centered around the main ship, a colossal whirlpool, nearly 100 feet in diameter, suddenly formed, without warning. The force of the whirlpool was overwhelming, instantly tearing apart and swallowing the prominent ship, while the surrounding small vessels were similarly dragged towards the lake's heart, as if caught by an invisible giant hand. What is happening? Help! The armor is too heavy. Count, my lord. Help me! Panic-stricken screams and chaotic cries erupted, only to be swiftly drowned by the roaring waters. 300 heavily armored knights tumbled helplessly in the immense whirlpool, their finely crafted armor transforming into a deadly burden, dragging them rapidly towards the dark depths of the lake. The surface was left with countless bubbling air pockets and a few rapidly sinking planks. In just a few breaths, the lake returned to calm, shrouded in mist, as if the once formidable fleet had never existed. In the hall, the projection faded away as the last ripples on the water's surface dissipated. Wang Su retracted his hand, as if merely brushing off a speck of dust from his sleeve, and turned to his side. Rossmont's face had turned pale, his head bowed, deeply too afraid to make a sound. The hall was engulfed in a deathly silence, punctuated only by the drumming of his own heartbeat echoing in his ears. He truly felt what it meant to be separate from the immortal and the weight of life and death in a thought. Now Wang Cs' calm voice shattered the stillness, devoid of any tremor. There should be no more fools like him coming to disturb our serious discussion. The suffocating silence in the hall was broken by Wang Cs' measured words. You were the first to come and provided useful information. This is your opportunity. With a flick of his wrist, a jade slip emitting a soft white glow appeared in his palm, accompanied by a fist-sized azure stone that appeared to swirl with mist inside. This jade slip contains the breath-returning chi technique. Although it is merely a foundational method for spirit nurturing, it is balanced and peaceful enough to guide those with spiritual roots onto the path of immortality. He levitated the jade slip and azure stone before Ross. This stone is called Spirit Testing Stone. From ages 6 to 21 should hold this stone in both hands and focus. If one possesses spiritual roots, the stone will emit a glow. Rossmont struggled to suppress his excitement, his hands trembling slightly as he accepted the treasures. The jade slip felt warm to the touch, while the azure stone was cool and heavy in his grasp. He understood that this was not just a reward, but a responsibility and trial bestowed by the Mountain Lord. Your first task is to take this spirit testing stone back to your Eagle Peak and even attempt to venture into other regions of the Province of Abundance. Wang Cs' gaze rested on him, calm, yet weighty. Identify the youths and young adults with spiritual roots. Bring them to White Jade Mountain as outer disciples to handle chores in exchange for a chance to cultivate in the spirit nurturing path. He paused, his tone carrying a deeper meaning. Accomplishing this will be a significant achievement. If any of your descendants possess spiritual roots, they may enter White Jade Mountain and learn the immortal arts. Do you understand? Ross immediately knelt on one knee, carefully cradling the jade slip and spirit testing stone in his arms, his voice unwavering with excitement. Ross understands. The Mountain Lord's grace will compel the Mont family to spare no effort traversing the northern borders to seek those with spiritual roots, and we will never betray the Mountain Lord's trust. This was not merely a task, but a divine opportunity that deeply bound the Mont family to White Jade Mountain. Should they continue to recruit disciples for the immortal mountain, their standing in the eyes of the mountain would be profoundly different in the future. Count Trenton's foolishness only highlighted the preciousness of his current opportunity. Go, Wang Su waved his hand. How to proceed you shall decide for yourself. Yes. Mont takes his leave. Ross bowed deeply again, clutching the treasures that could alter his family's fate, and respectfully exited the Yushi Hall. As he turned towards the sunlit white jade staircase, his back straightened, his steps steady and powerful, while his mind raced to strategize how to leverage his family's existing connections and channels for this search for immortals. Wang Su watched Ross' retreating figure, knowing that this first move of carrot and stick had already been played. What followed was a patient wait for the harvest to see how many raw gems could be unearthed from this fertile land of another world. Wang Su's wide recruitment of those born with spiritual roots was never meant merely to cultivate heirs for Bai Shan's orthodox line. To found a mountain gate and enroll outer disciples to tend the spirit lands is a stratagem long favored by many exalted clans. It yields threefold advantages. First, it provides hands to manage spirit fields and to undertake basic cultivation crafts like talisman making, freeing the Wang Jia's own scions from menial tasks so they may devote themselves to practice. Second, proximity begets advantage. When the clan's young come to be matched in marriage, those outer disciples with spiritual roots are given priority, thus optimizing the bloodline's continuity. Third, disciples reared for years within the mountain gate steeped in ambient qi and daily influence develop a degree of belonging and loyalty far beyond that of outsiders. They become both a buffer at the edges and reliable eyes and hands for matters unfit for the clan to handle directly. Should any among them truly be of exceptional quality and temperament, later they may become guest elders or external advisors, still more trustworthy than wandering loners. For a long-sided immortal clan, exchanging modestly for a stable workforce, improved bloodlines, and a loyal screen is an investment of great return for little cost. Of course, the scheme is not without worry. The greatest risk lies in people. If a disciple of genuinely superior innate talent but impure heart slips into the ranks, he may bide his time quietly, once he masters authentic techniques, dangerous ambitions can sprout. He might chafe at a subordinate position, form secret cliques, pry at core inheritances, or even collude with outside foes, becoming a venomous spur within. If his influence grows and those in charge lack the means to suppress him, the result could be intractable internal strife or outright rebellion, undoing the clan's foundations. Such sound perils often befall cultivators of middling aptitude, those with only 3 or 4 CUN of potential, hopeless at foundation establishment and leaving no successors. Therefore, many clans, to eliminate future hazards, quietly eliminate those whose aptitude is too great, often defined as above 3 CUN. Seeking peace by severance. For Wang Su, however, such concern was far lighter. His confidence rested on his own unparalleled endowment, a 9-kun single spiritual root. In the world's eyes, that was the seed of godhood. Talent is not the sole determinant of the Dao, yet Wang Su had been nurtured by the Wang Jia since childhood, and that upbringing paved the way before him. He represented the pinnacle of mortal aptitude. If someone possessed talent surpassing his, he would arrange for them to be taken into Wang Jia's main branch. If talent equaled his, well, they too would be introduced to the Wang Jia's main branch. 9 kuns was beyond his personal claim. If one had 8 kuns, he would regretfully lack control. If 7 kuns, he could assess their disposition and perhaps take them as son-in-law or bride, thereby absorbing their line into the Wang Jia blood. Those below 7 kuns would quietly serve Bai Shan once they broke through the qi refinement stage and repaid Bai Shan's cultivation. Leaving or staying would be their choice. Every immortal clan keeps a moral scale. Most accept outsiders only if their aptitude rests around 3 or 4 CUN. That the Wang Jia extended leniency to 7 kuns made them magnanimous within the abundant provinces. Elsewhere in other clans, those with 4 to 7 CUN often live perilous lives, sometimes even being sacrificed for alchemical schemes. Only true prodigies of 9 CUN would be directly taken by the Wang Jia's main branch. Moreover, Wang Su prided himself on his governance. The outward balance of benevolence and severity masked a deeper reliance on system and checks. He would never indiscriminately hand down profound techniques. Outer disciples would only see controlled elementary portions. Core inheritances, allocations of resources, promotion channels, and punitive authority would remain firmly in the hands of himself and his future kin. At the same time, disciples could be set to compete and monitor one another, preventing any single individual from rising unchecked. Finally, the plan was always so widely reaped thinly. Even if among 100 outer disciples 1 or 2 harbored ill intent, the damage they could cause would be far outweighed by the dozens of loyal laborers and the stabilizing base this policy provided. Vigilance and continuous appraisal of character would keep risk minimal. Ultimately, the path of cultivation contests both heaven and man. Building a sect and expanding influence cannot abolish risk entirely. The key is whether the leader possesses the strength to fix destiny and the systems to govern hearts. Grounded in his 9-kun spiritual root, Wang Su's prudent expansion was the optimal choice between gain and peril. He sought not a flawless greenhouse, but a thriving garden. He could tend one that would burgeon under his control and eventually feed him in return. Having settled these mundane affairs, Wang Su turned to his cultivation. He had already gathered 2 strands of evergreen wood qi and could begin refining the minor art of the 5 qi assimilation method known as the Yi Mu Changqing body. He sat cross-legged and slowly inhaled 1 pure strand of the evergreen wood qi. As the wood qi entered him, powerful energy leapt about his body. The influx disturbed the mountain's ambient dantian qi, which began to surge. Wang Lao hurriedly circulated his technique to guide and soothe it. He then communed with the wood's spiritual root deep within his dantian. The root's light nincun and profound shone as if to draw the wood qi into itself. The very qi which had just been calmed strove again to erupt. Alert Wang Lao redoubled his practice to suppress it and then carefully channeled the wood qi toward the spiritual root. The moment the wood qi touched that nincun radiance, it was seized and drawn by the wood's spiritual root. The wood qi released a torrent of arborous energy, and under the guidance of his method flowed from the dantian into his liver, condensing there into an ephemeral green spirit bead that emitted a gentle verdant glow, nourishing the organ. Within the dantian remained only a slender green trace, an inscription of the Dao seared faintly into the radiance, wavering and uncertain. The whole procedure was perilous, a danger lingered in the span of a breath. After some adjustment, Wang Lao refined the second strand of evergreen wood qi. The spiritual root radiance did not acquire a new inscription, but instead solidified the previous Dao pattern. By Wang Lao's reckoning, refining a single strand of evergreen wood qi for this minor art took half an hour. The green spirit bead forming in his liver likewise became firmer. Such was the process of cultivating the Qingmu Chongqing body. Draw evergreen wood qi into the body, use the method to compel the spiritual root to separate that qi into arborous energy and a Dao inscription. The arborous energy enters the liver and transforms into a spirit bead, nourishing the liver and birthing life force to sheath the body, thereby forming the Qingmu evergreen body. The Dao inscription, once sufficiently solid, can be used to comprehend its governing principle. The vitality nurtured within the liver possesses remarkable utility. It can accelerate the healing of injuries and promote the growth of spiritual plants. When using the purple jade dragon ginseng as the primary ingredient, combined with this vitality, one can concoct the highly effective blood recovery pill or even the longevity pill, which can extend the lifespan of mortals. Moreover, infusing a thread of this life force while refining other elixirs can harmonize conflicting medicinal properties, thereby enhancing the success rate of pill formation. However, employing such precious life essence for pill making seems like an extravagant waste. Its true core function lies in continuously nurturing the physical body, gradually forging the ethereal wood evergreen body. This spirit body not only boasts astonishing recovery capabilities, but also accelerates the cultivation of magical power and enhances the potency of wood-based spells. Currently, Wang Lao has reached the consummate realm of a first-order qi refining master, and any further progress requires patient refinement. He channels his technique, taking an entire hour to condense a strand of magical power. At speed, he still finds somewhat sluggish. Without the evergreen wood qi, Wang Lao resumed his cultivation of magical power to restore the energy he had just used to manipulate the water vein. After completing his tasks, he observed the mountain's pure energy slowly expanding his dantian. His dantian was too fragile, constrained to grow only through the gradual expansion of this mountain's pure energy, leaving him somewhat helpless. He wondered how those 3 to 4-inch spiritual roots could endure such a tortoise-like pace. Now that Wang Lao had reached a bottleneck as a first-order qi refining master, the next steps would all involve tedious refinement. He had long memorized the arts of alchemy and talisman making, yet without materials, he could only set them aside for the time being. Sighing at the difficulties of cultivating immortality, he picked up the Xuanzhen Dimension Chronicles once more. This book could aptly be described as an encyclopedia of the Xuanzhen dimension, documenting cultural geography, historical legends, and more. He speculated that it must have been authored by a sage of this world and subsequently compiled into the Xuanzhen Dimension Chronicles after being acquired by the Wang family. Thus, this tome was invaluable, comparable to an ordinary qi refining technique, serving as a hidden benefit for the Wang family's descendants. The text recorded that the kingdom of Gru was established 800 years ago by a great wizard named Delililachi Gru. However, 100 years after the founding of the kingdom, this great wizard vanished without a trace. The public was rife with speculation. Some claimed he had transcended the worldly realm and become a deity, while others believed he had embarked on a quest for immortality to escape the shackles of mortality. Such rumors circulated because before his departure, he left behind 52 powerful magical cards for the royal family capable of casting various formidable spells. Yet after 700 years, these magical cards had all been lost over time, with the last one disappearing 3 years ago when the new king ascended the throne. This had directly led to the decline of the royal family and a gradual erosion of the kingdom's control, allowing 2 dukes and 3 powerful earls to carve out their own territories, obeying commands selectively. What concerned Wang Lao most was a mention in the book of one particularly powerful magical card that had been lost at Thousand Star Lake. Approximately 700 years ago, after the disappearance of the great wizard Delilialu, the Snow God Kingdom seized the opportunity to launch a large-scale invasion to the south, conquering nearly half of the fertile province. By the time the Kingdom of Gru reacted, the Snow God Kingdom's forces had already penetrated deep into the fertile province, namely, to what is now Thousand Star Lake. The Snow God Kingdom's army was commanded by its queen Aisha Lister-Diani, known as the Ice Snow Queen. Aisha was one of the few queens among the Snow God Kingdom's rulers, powerful and ambitious, seeking to swallow up all neighboring nations. Thus, upon learning of the great wizard Delilialu's confirmed disappearance, she decisively mobilized her troops, donning one of the three sacred artifacts of the Snow God royal family, the Snow God crown, and marched southward. To counter the Snow God Kingdom's army, King Gru III brought all 52 magical cards to Thousand Star Lake for battle. However, no one knows the specific details of the Battle of Thousand Star Lake, only that the outcome was a resounding defeat for the Snow God Kingdom, with 100,000 soldiers perishing at the lake, the Ice Snow Queen and the Snow God crown disappearing, and King Gru III losing one of his magical cards in the process. This marked the first time the power of the magical cards was revealed to the world. Following this fierce conflict, Thousand Star Lake transformed from a small pond into the largest lake in the fertile province, surrounded by vast fields that were cultivated, thus bringing forth prosperity. Wang Su was deeply intrigued by the lost magical card and believed that if it still existed at Thousand Star Lake, he would be able to find it. Without hesitation, Wang Su set his sights on the Bayou Mountain beneath his feet. He extended his spiritual awareness, thoroughly exploring the entire mountain. Aside from the changes he had made, there appeared to be no other peculiarities. He then delved deeper into the earth, where the deepest level revealed the earth vein locking spirit array, constantly refining the earth's energies and solidifying the earth's essence, which was transforming into hard soil and stone due to the dense energy. Beyond these, no other extraordinary spots existed. Undeterred, Wang Su employed the Earth Escape technique to reach the Earth Vein Locking Spirit Array and once again expanded his spiritual awareness to investigate the surroundings. This time he detected a faint and peculiar energy fluctuation deep underground. Exercising caution, Wang Su gathered his magical power to form an Earth clone, which ventured toward the source of the strange energy fluctuation. As the clone drew closer to the peculiar energy, the intensity of the fluctuation increased, and he could sense that even the surrounding soil held traces of this same energy, or rather a secondary derivative of this peculiar energy. Soon, at a depth of 3,000 meters underground, Wang Su finally beheld the source of the strange energy, a card the size of a 100 yuan bill. The card was entirely black, featuring a complex crescent pattern outlined in gold on one side, and a golden hexagram magic array on the other. It emitted a faint golden light, exuding an air of mystery. Wang Su surmised that this must be the magical card lost 700 years ago. It lay 3,000 meters away from the lakebed, explaining why it had remained undiscovered for so long. Had it not been for his spiritual awareness, he would have never found this card. He maneuvered his clone closer to the card, intending to grasp it, but as soon as he reached out, it trembled violently, its golden light intensifying, and it began to flee deeper into the earth. Seeing this, Wang Su could not allow it to escape as it wished. He summoned a magical hand formed from his magical power to swiftly grasp it tightly. The magical card struggled furiously within that invisible grip, its golden light growing even brighter. Having captured the duck that was already in his grasp, Wang Su exerted more magical energy to ensure it had no chance of fleeing. After securing the card, the clone relayed the information back to his main body. In just a few breaths, Wang Su arrived at the location of the card. As he watched the magical card struggle to prevent any further mishaps, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto it and summoned the blood refinement technique, intending to refine it. This magical card possesses considerable sentience, capable of evading searches autonomously and even resisting when touched. The power fluctuations it emits are far beyond what an ordinary grand wizard can compare to. It's no wonder that after all these years it remains elusive in this body of water, undiscovered by anyone. In terms of its performance alone, it surpasses the Qingmu Xuanyu pearl that Wang Su possesses. Wang Su sat in meditation, attempting to refine it for a full 6 hours. The process was far more arduous and convoluted than when he originally refined the Qingmu Xuanyu pearl, with much greater resistance and consumption. Yet he ultimately succeeded in refining it. In that moment of refinement, Wang Su gleaned the information about the card. This card is named the Huanyu card. It is a product of Delilialu, who sealed a secret realm within it using spatial magic. Inside lies the Huanyu secret realm, a legacy left for future generations by Delilialu. Additionally, bloodline magic has been cast upon the card, allowing only those with the bloodline of the Gru royal family to unlock this secret realm. Wang Su was somewhat astonished. He had not expected this to be a treasure of a secret realm. In the world of cultivation, such treasures are typically the standard for foundational forces, as creating a secret realm requires a rare celestial treasure known as Void Stone. Void Stone exists solely in the void, a realm accessible only to those who have reached the foundation establishment stage. In the vernacular of this world, only gods can establish secret realms. Secret realms are generally the true heritage of foundational celestial clans. They resemble independent blank worlds that do not draw energy from the outside nor release it. However, by continuously infusing the secret realm with the essence of heaven and earth, it will automatically generate spiritual mechanisms once the essence reaches a certain density. Moreover, secret realms are exceedingly concealed, significantly reducing the risk of being plundered. Essentially, every foundational celestial clan will establish a secret realm to ensure a sustainable source of foundational spiritual mechanisms, preventing the risk of a foundation severance. Wang Su felt a surge of excitement as he swiftly entered the secret realm. The Huanyu secret realm was modest in size, encompassing a radius of only 10 miles divided into 4 regions corresponding to the 4 cardinal directions. The eastern section is known as the Zhixiao Thunder Marsh, a thunder-laden expanse, where white mortal lightning roils mingled with 7 streaks of purple lightning. This is the spiritual mechanism of the Thunder Path, birthed by the Zhixiao Thunder Marsh, the breaking evil purple lightning. The southern section consists of a bamboo grove thick with the essence of evergreen wood. The bamboo, known as the Biquang bamboo, can be utilized to create storage treasures and flying boats. Among them are 7 uniquely vibrant purple bamboos cultivated through the yang essence of wood, forming the wood-yang spiritual mechanism, the Xiang bamboo. To the west lies a majestic small mountain constructed of jade stone and earth, its cliffs steep and rugged, glimmering with a glazed brilliance. The jade hills are entwined with a rich yellow essence, sometimes crystallizing into jade agate or transforming into sparkling emeralds. Within this expanse lie 3 dormant treasures, their brilliance restrained. Wang Su immediately recognized them as 3 jade stone spiritual mechanisms, the Biyu jade lion, the Xianguang jade fish, and the Huaikong jade goose. To the north, there is a cold pond where the essence of moonlight condenses into mist, revealing 8 faintly visible lunar phases. Within these phases are 8 spiritual mechanisms of the Yin Path, the jade rabbit, moon tree, silver toad hourglass, star hook, moon wheel, ice soul lamp, and the moon furnace. It was clear that these were artificial spiritual mechanisms. To create such mechanisms, one must at least be a Taoist true monarch. Realizing this, Wang Su couldn't help but feel fortunate. Thankfully, this was the Xuanzhen realm, where all natives with foundational strength had already been swept clean by the Wang family. Otherwise, upon acquiring this card, his best option would have been to surrender it to the Wang family in exchange for benefits. In the world of cultivation, items belonging to a foundation establishment true person are not easily obtained. At the same time, he felt a hint of confusion as to how this magical card had ended up here. It was merely a card of a secret realm and could not be used for battle. Seeing such a plethora of spiritual mechanisms, Wang Su chose not to dwell on it further. Some knowledge serves no purpose and only brings unnecessary worry. In any case, he could never abandon this secret realm. He stored the Huanyu card within his body and returned to Baiyu Mountain. By this time, it was already the morning of the second day. On the 31st of January 129653, in the Xian Huang calendar, he returned to find Wang Ruoming waiting for him in the Lingxiao Hall. "Brother Su, why did you suddenly disappear for so long? You didn't even give a heads up, making everyone worry," she complained, relieved to see him return. "Sorry to make you worry. Look at what I found," Wang Su exclaimed, taking her small hand and revealing the Huanyu card, excitedly recounting the entire story. "Really?" Wang Ruoming said, disbelief in her voice. With this spiritual mechanism, the prospect of breaking through to foundation establishment no longer seemed a mere fantasy, but a tangible path forward. "Of course," Wang Su replied, noticing her astonishment. With a thought, he brought her into the Huanyu secret realm. Inside the secret realm, since Wang Ruoming had not yet broken through to Qi refinement, Wang Su used his magical power to lift her so she could behold everything within the realm. The Thunder Marsh, Biquang Bamboo Grove, Stone Mountain, and Moon Pond had nurtured 24 spiritual mechanisms after 700 years. "Sister Ruoming, which spiritual mechanism do you wish to choose?" Wang Su asked. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ruoming spoke. "Brother Su, can I use a spiritual mechanism of the Yin Path?" She had initially considered the Earth Path, especially since they had an Earth Essence Stone at home, but now that she had options, she naturally wished to choose differently. The competition in the Earth Path was fierce, whereas the Yin Path, despite not aligning with her wood, earth, or metal roots, was rare and less competitive. With the spiritual mechanism from the Moon Pond, she could even take a step further along this path. Wang Su was not surprised by her choice. After all, the fruit positions of each law's path are limited, and because the Yin path's spiritual mechanisms are hard to find, the competition is much lower. Now that they lacked spiritual mechanisms for the Yin path, it was undoubtedly the best option for her. Of course, I choose the wood path. We can use the thunder and stone paths as our foundation. With this secret realm, we both have hope of achieving foundation establishment. Moreover, our descendants will also be able to do so. At this point, Wang Su felt a tinge of regret. However, given his talent, establishing a foundation in the wood path first, and then pursuing the first fruit position of another path, would be considerably easier. It was no loss to let his sister take the chance at the first fruit position. Thank you, Brother Su. Wang Ruming's gratitude was sincere. Although it would not be difficult for him to pursue other first fruit positions with his talent, it would inevitably slow his cultivation pace. We're family, aren't we? Wang Su said gently as he embraced her, soothing her with his words. Though the competition for the Great Path is inherently ruthless, one misstep leads to further delays. Wang Ruoming is his wife, and they would have children together. He was willing to slow his pace for her. Seeing the natural wonders of heaven and earth, Wang Mingruo was filled with the motivation to cultivate. After exchanging a few casual words with Wang Su, he expressed his eagerness to quickly break through the Qi refinement stage and return to his Yaoqi palace with great enthusiasm to continue his training. Thus only Wang Su remained in the Lingxiao palace. Influenced by Wang Mingruo, he felt compelled to test the cultivation effects of these wonders. The Qi refinement stage involved refining spiritual energy to strengthen the physical body, transforming it with the essence of heaven and earth into a spiritual body, and then using that spiritual body to perceive the Dao rhythm between heaven and earth. Once the Dao rhythm merged with the spiritual body, one could observe the illusory shadow of the Dao, allowing one's spiritual awareness, magical power, and physical body to intertwine with the breath of the Dao, ultimately enabling one to carry the essence of the Dao. Therefore, if one possessed the Dao rhythm wonders, it could accelerate their cultivation in the Qi refinement stage. Wang Su retrieved a section of 24 segments of Xiang bamboo from the illusory moon's secret realm, cutting off one segment to place into his dantian. As this segment entered his dantian, it began to emit the aura of the wood yang Dao rhythm, permeating the dantian and his magical power. Under the influence of this wood yang Dao aura, the mountain air, which would have taken about 10 days to refine, unexpectedly began to integrate rapidly into his dantian within a moment. An hour later, the air completely merged into his dantian, which expanded to 1/9 of its capacity, although the segment of Xiang bamboo was also consumed by 1/9. This wonder facilitates rapid cultivation, but consumes too much, Wang Su remarked, yet he still extracted a strand of everlasting wood qi from the secret realm, using the 5 qi nourishing technique to initiate another round of dantian expansion. The following noon, after the 9th breath of air had fully integrated into his dantian, Wang Su successfully advanced to the 2nd level of qi refinement. The Xiang bamboo in his dantian was nearly exhausted, and he could distinctly sense that his dantian could still accommodate 10 more streams of magical power. The speed of advancing to the 1st level in just 9 hours captivated him, making him reluctant to return to the slow process of previous cultivation. Having decided to use wonders to enhance his cultivation speed, he resolved to fully utilize them. With these thoughts, Wang Su began his training, planning to test just how far these wonders could elevate his cultivation. On the 18th day of the 2nd month in the year 129653 of the Xianwang calendar, Wang Su emerged from his meditation. During these 18 days of closed-door cultivation, he consumed 9 segments of Xiang bamboo, expanding his dantian to a complete 9th level, refining his physical body to a point where ordinary blades could hardly harm him. He possessed the strength of 100,000 pounds, his magical power was abundant, and his spiritual awareness reached a terrifying range of 10 kilometers. Moreover, he could now condense a stream of magical power in just half an hour. Of course, his cultivation had also reached a bottleneck. Although the wonders allowed him to swiftly attain the peak of the 1st level of qi refinement, they left his foundation somewhat unstable, requiring time for digestion and solidification. To break through to the 2nd level of qi refinement, he needed to gather these 90 streams of magical power into a single flow. As this flow circulated, it would automatically convert the absorbed spiritual energy into magical power. This conversion process would likely be much slower than active cultivation, but it would prevent him from halting the intake of heaven and earth's essence due to excess magical power. After sensing the changes in his body, Wang Su placed another segment of Xiang bamboo into his dantian and began to cultivate the evergreen wood body. Under the suppression of the Xiang bamboo, the evergreen wood qi became exceptionally docile, and intricate patterns began to appear beside his spirit root. The green law pearl within his liver also began to solidify, a process that required little conscious control from him. This Xiang bamboo truly deserves its title as a Dao rhythm wonder. It can make the evergreen wood chi so obedient. With just a bit of focus, it's like cultivating automatically, Wang Su murmured to himself. The Xiang bamboo not only accelerated training, but could also be refined into a magical artifact, though unfortunately, he lacked the inheritance of a craftsman. However, the void bamboo in the secret realm could be expanded using spatial Dao techniques to create a storage artifact. With this thought, Wang Su suddenly recalled the Chronicles of the Xuanzhen dimension, which mentioned a common spell in the wizarding world called the Seamless Expansion spell, capable of transforming treasures with spatial attributes into storage artifacts, and with a relatively high success rate. This spell was likely recorded by most wizarding nobles with a wizarding heritage, and he could have Rossmont collect some information on it if an opportunity arose. He was also quite interested in alchemy, particularly the method of creating the illusory moon card. The secret realms opened by the immortal cultivation world created entirely independent blank spaces that neither absorbed nor released energy. If refined into an unyielding stone, it would be undetectable to spiritual awareness, making it extremely discreet. Though the illusory moon card would naturally emit a faint energy, it would autonomously escape when danger approached, demonstrating high intelligence. Combining the two would significantly enhance the safety of the secret realm. This notion likely wasn't unique to him. Others who established immortal clans would undoubtedly seek magic as well. After closing for 18 days, I wonder what the situation outside is like now. Stepping out of the Lingxiao Palace, Wang Su expanded his spiritual awareness, nearly enveloping the entire Qianqing Lake. Compared to before, Qianqing Lake seemed to have grown somewhat larger. Due to the spirit-locking array of the earth veins, Baiyu Mountain expanded at an even faster pace. As he probed the lake's depths, Wang Su discovered an intriguing object. At a depth of 3500 meters, there lay a crystal crown situated over 200 meters away from the previous location of the illusory moon card. Utilizing the earth escape technique, he swiftly approached the crystal crown. Sensing Wang Su's approach, the crown emitted a chilling light and burrowed deeper into the ground. Having learned from past experiences, Wang Su was well prepared. He unleashed a massive hand of magical power, accelerating toward the crystal crown. The crown thrashed violently, releasing an intense chill, seemingly attempting to freeze his hand of magical power. Seeing this, Wang Su condensed a fiery hand to envelop his magical hand, melting the chill away. By this time, he had reached the crystal crown and spat out a mouthful of blood, invoking the blood refinement technique. In that moment, he was 10 times stronger than when he was at the first level of Qi refinement, allowing him to refine the crystal crown at a considerably faster pace. Stop! The crystal crown exhibited a semblance of sentience, emitting a distressful wail. However, Wang Su did not relent. This was not like the novels of his previous life, where sentient magical artifacts would recognize their masters. In most cases, such sentient artifacts would only obey the commands of their creators. If he did not erase its sentience now, it would undoubtedly betray him at a critical moment in the future. Thus, as long as it did not damage the artifact, the majority of individuals who acquired sentient artifacts would first eliminate their consciousness. An hour later, the refinement of the crystal crown was complete. Its sentience was erased, transforming into a torrent of information. Upon receiving this information, Wang Su gained a certain understanding of the crystal crown. The crown was named the Snow God Crown, created over 2,000 years ago by the Snow God. Alongside it were the Snow God Staff and the Snow God Ring, collectively known as the 3 artifacts of the Snow God. The Snow God Staff amplifies ice and snow magic and releases ordinary ice and snow spells. The Snow God Ring purifies the Snow God royal bloodline and possesses the inheritance of ice and snow magic and combat chi. The Snow God Crown can cast ice and snow protection, ice and snow teleportation, and the divine strike. During the Battle of Qianqing Lake, the magical cards of Darilalu were indeed formidable. Even the Snow Queen, protected by ice and snow, could not withstand them. The Snow Queen had already conceded and was preparing to retreat, but the dominant Qingmu III had no intention of allowing her to do so, wishing to demonstrate the power of the magical cards to the world, punishing anyone daring to invade the kingdom of Gru. When 52 magical cards were connected, they could unleash a massive energy storm, and the current topography of Qianqing Lake was formed in this manner. Seeing that Qingmu III was unwilling to relent, the Snow Queen retaliated, fiercely activating the Snow God Crown to unleash the divine strike, sending the seemingly strongest illusory moon card plummeting to the depths, then utilizing ice and snow teleportation in an attempt to escape. However, the Snow God Crown was restrained by another magical card, allowing only the Snow Queen to flee. Although the Snow Crown also broke free from the magical card's binding, without a master to control it, it could only instinctively burrow into the depths of Qianqing Lake. Thus it remained alongside the illusory moon card at a depth of approximately 300 meters for 700 years. During this time, several had sought these treasures, but due to their lack of spiritual awareness, both artifacts could automatically shield themselves from wizarding detection, allowing them to remain dormant in silence. Wang Su gazed at the snow god crown, feeling quite satisfied. The allure of expanding the realms lay not only in acquiring vast territories, but also in the potential for unexpected rewards. He activated the crown to cast an ice and snow barrier, enveloping himself in a protective shield of cold and spiritual energy. Summoning the Qingmu Xuanyu Pearl, he unleashed its strongest attack, the Wood Dao technique, Kugong Shuangguang. The azure light struck the ice-blue barrier, creating ripples that danced across its surface, but it did not breach the shield, it merely dimmed it slightly. Wang Su continued to channel the Qingmu Xuanyu Pearl, firing a barrage of Qingyu spirit arrows at the barrier. After enduring 10 arrows, the ice-blue shield finally shattered. This level of defense should be sufficient to withstand an attack from a third-tier Qi refinement practitioner. Next, he inspected the ice and snow teleportation and the Godfall strike. Ice and snow teleportation can randomly transport to any location within 100,000 miles. Godfall strike condenses cold energy into an ice-blue light to freeze an enemy's magical artifact, severing the connection between the artifact and its owner and drawing the artifact away. What is my current standing among these expanding immortal clans? Wang Su put away the snow god crown and returned to Baiyu Mountain. As he extended his spiritual sense, he noticed Wang Mingruo standing beside the chicken coop. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the first batch of colorful jade spirit chickens had hatched. However, Wang Mingruo appeared troubled. The spirit chickens needed to be fed with spirit rice and spirit insects to ensure their meat could nourish practitioners in the spirit gathering realm. Yet the Wang clan was still in its infancy, and the spirit fields had only just begun to show promise. It would take at least 6 months for the spirit rice to mature, and spirit insects were nowhere in sight. It seems this batch will have to be raised as ordinary chickens for now. As she pondered, Wang Ci's voice came from behind. Have the spirit chickens hatched? Wang Mingruo turned around, her face brightening at the sight of Wang Su, only to reveal a look of disappointment soon after. Brother Su, the spirit chickens have hatched, but we have no spirit sustenance for them. We'll have to feed them with ordinary food for now, and when the spirit rice is ready, we can switch to spiritual food. What do you think? Wang Su looked at Wang Mingruo and noticed she had already reached the 9th layer of the spirit gathering realm. He spoke. Your cultivation requires the nourishment of spirit chickens. This cannot be neglected. I will use the Qingmu Chongqing technique to accelerate the growth of the spirit rice. The yield may be lower, but it is better than having nothing. Wouldn't that be a waste? Wang Mingruo was aware that using the Qingmu Chongqing technique consumed Chongqing with qi. There is no waste. Our primary focus now is to strengthen ourselves as quickly as possible. With that, Wang Su took out a section of Xiang bamboo and handed it to Wang Mingruo. Keep this Xiang bamboo with you. Its emitted Dao rhythm can nourish your body and help you break through to the spirit gathering realm sooner. This? All right, Brother Su, I will work hard in my cultivation. Wang Mingruo initially wanted to decline, but seeing Wang Ci's determined gaze warmed her heart. If the Dao rhythms of spiritual mechanisms are not nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth, they will continuously dissipate, eventually degrading into ordinary spiritual objects. Among the Dao rhythms in the Illusion Moon secret realm, Xiang bamboo is the gentlest and most suitable for nurturing the bodies of spirit gathering practitioners. Wang Ci's actions, in fact, carried another layer of consideration. He hoped to become Dao partners with Mingruo sooner rather than later. However, if she were to conceive at this time, her breakthrough in Qi refinement would be delayed by at least 2 to 3 years. Therefore, it would be best to wait until Wang Mingruo breaks through to Qi refinement before proceeding with mutual cultivation. By nurturing her body with this foundational treasure, he believed she could reach the perfect realm of spirit gathering within a few months. By then, he could hasten the growth of Biyu grass and Baitsue grass to concoct the Biyu pill, ensuring that her nurtured body could expect a breakthrough in Qi refinement within the year. After sharing a tender moment, Wang Mingruo returned to her cultivation, while Wang Su headed to the spirit fields. Observing the 5 acres of sprouted spirit rice, he channeled Chongqing with qi from the Illusion Moon token and performed the Qingmu Chongqing technique. The spiritual energy combined with the wood energy transformed into a rain of azure light, infusing each sprouting colorful jade spirit rice plant. The spirit rice grew rapidly, blossoming and ripening. Wang Su summoned a gentle breeze to facilitate self-pollination among the plants, and soon golden ears of rice appeared, maturing and turning yellow. The entire process took an hour. Once the colorful jade spirit rice was ready, Wang Su employed the wind blade technique to swiftly harvest it. The harvested spirit rice floated in the air, gathered together. Reflecting on his previous life, he conjured all the spirit rice in the air, and with a forceful shake of his power separated the rice grains from the chaff. While considering how to store the rice, Wang Su suddenly realized a crucial detail. It seems we don't have a granary or grain bags at home. However, since colorful jade spirit rice is classified as a spiritual plant, he could establish a new hall in Baiyu Palace, the Yuliang Hall, specifically for storing spirit rice products. Using his spiritual sense to inspect, he determined that the yield was around 500 pounds of spirit rice, equating to approximately 3500 pounds of spiritual food. This meant that the spirit rice grown with Chongqing with Qi yielded only 700 pounds per acre. 10 pounds of spirit rice could typically be exchanged for a single spirit stone or a measure of heaven and earth energy, indicating that 3500 pounds of spirit rice could trade for 350 measures of heaven and earth energy. He had utilized nearly 400 measures of Chongqing with Qi, which meant he had lost some value strictly in terms of spirit rice. However, the Wang clan possessed the craftsmanship for talisman paper, so the rice straw could be worth around 40 spirit stones. If they further processed it into talismans, they could potentially earn a profit. Yet the reality was not so simple. There were only 3 newly established immortal clans surrounding the Wang family, and there were hardly any spirit-gathering practitioners to sell the produced Xianshui arrow talismans to making them primarily defensive tools for their own use. Moreover, becoming a talisman maker was not an easy feat, making it a considerable expense. Ultimately, the scarcity of cultivators was a pressing issue. At that moment, Wang Su sensed a ship approaching Baiyu Mountain. His spiritual sense scanned and revealed it was Ross Monty, accompanied by 22 others ranging from 6 to 20 years old, likely the celestial fated ones he had been searching for. Just as he lamented the lack of cultivators, Ross Monty had delivered the very fated ones he needed, indicating a promising prospect for crafting talisman paper. However, Ross' timely arrival warranted a reward. He couldn't let someone work hard without reaping benefits. Wang Su grabbed a handful of rice grains, removed the husks, infused them with a substantial amount of life force, and used the Qingmu alchemy technique to generate alchemical fire, refining it so that the spiritual energy fused with the life force. In an instant, a pill took shape. Wang Su named this pill the Nourishing Pill. Essentially, it was life force with the spirit rice merely serving to shape and store that life force. Consuming this nourishing pill would ensure that an ordinary person would be free from ailments and could easily live to 100 years. Despite Wang's seemingly simple process, this pill was worth at least 5 spirit stones. Ordinary Qi refinement practitioners lacked both life force and the inheritance of alchemy techniques. To create a pill with similar effects, they would need to use Chongqing with Qi as the main ingredient and combine it with numerous herbs, patiently refining it over the course of a day. In terms of costs, selling it for 5 spirit stones would barely return the investment. Such was the depth of the immortal clan's resources. Chapter 24 Arrangements. As evening fell and the sun completely set, only a sliver of twilight remained in the distance, its faint glow reflecting on the inky surface of the 1,000-star lake like scattered stars. Ross Monty and the 22 fated ones stepped aboard the vessel. He gazed towards the center of the lake, where the immortal mountain seemed to loom larger, shimmering brightly in the starless, moonless night sky, resembling another world. Recalling his previous encounter, he felt a tremor rooted in life itself when faced with an immortal, filling his heart with ambition. Among the fated ones, there was a grandson of his Narod Monty. Though a scion born out of wedlock, he possessed the potential for cultivation, and whether he could ascend to become part of the immortal clan depended on this moment. The ship laden with passengers moved slowly towards Baiyu Mountain. Ross Monty stood at the bow, gazing into the distance with deep-set eyes. Half a month prior, while assessing the qualifications of his subjects in the Eagle territory, a wizard had approached him in secret, revealing some of the immortal's secrets, such as extraterrestrial visitors, invasions, and capturing deities, ultimately inviting him to join the Revival Society. However, he had declined. In his view, both wizards and immortals sought to dominate them. Yet compared to wizards, immortals seemed less interested in secular power, making them easier to deal with. As he pondered this, he absent-mindedly rubbed the owl ring on his thumb, a gift from the wizard when he had departed. Should he have a change of heart, he could simply drip a drop of blood onto the ring. Meanwhile, atop Baiyu Mountain, Wang Su noted that night had fallen and ships were approaching. He used his spiritual sense to investigate and discovered it was Ross Monty bringing the fated ones. What brings him here at this hour? Although puzzled, Wang Su nonetheless dispelled the fog array in front of the ship, allowing it to approach Baiyu Mountain. Before long, the vessel neared the mountain gate, and the 23 passengers disembarked in single file. The fated ones gazed around in wonder, their curiosity piqued by the glowing mountain gate and staircase amidst the dark night. Ross Monty was the last to disembark. He moored the vessel and glanced at the oil lamp in his hand, then at the illuminated staircase leading to Bayou Mountain. He opted to leave the lamp by the ship, anticipating that he might just be alone on the return journey. "Let's go, children, we're heading up the mountain." Rosmani spoke like a kind old grandfather, showing concern for each fated one. "Grandfather Mani, will we learn immortal techniques once we reach the top?" A little boy with golden hair asked, seemingly inspired by Ross' tone. "Of course," Ross replied. "Then Grandfather Monty, will learning immortal techniques allow us to conjure lots of bread? I want to eat white bread every day." The girl speaking was named Luna, with black hair and large eyes. Last year, during an epidemic in her village, both her parents had fallen ill and passed away, leaving the 7-year-old to rely on the charity of the villagers, often going hungry. After being tested and found to possess a spiritual root, Ross had given her white bread, the first truly delicious food she had ever tasted. Since then, her greatest dream had been to have an endless supply of white bread. "Not only white bread, but also chicken legs and roasted meat," Ross Monty replied, pleased with the innocent girl. He valued her gratitude and hoped that if she succeeded in her studies, she would not forget the person who brought her into the immortal realm. Thus, amidst their lively chatter, they quickly arrived at the Yushi Hall. Wang Su had long been seated in the Grand Hall, and as Ross Monty approached, the doors swung open automatically. Wang Su surveyed the 23 newcomers. Apart from Ross, the rest wore black cloaks and pointed magical hats. It felt as though he had turned his hall into a wizard academy. "Mountain Master, except for the Clay's territory, which hasn't been tested, all areas of the fertile land have been examined. A total of 22 eligible fated ones were found," Ross Monty replied respectfully. "Very well, any fated ones identified in the future should be sent here during the day," Wang Su responded, aware of the tradition in the past, where wizard academies typically recruited disciples at night. Although the Wang clan had spread many tales of immortals, the truth of those stories was often blurred, so Ross' adherence to the tradition was understandable. "Yes, Mountain Master," Ross replied respectfully. He had considered sending them during the day, but feared the immortals might think him lacking in decorum. Ultimately, he chose to follow the tradition of wizard recruitment and prepared wizard robes and pointed hats for each fated one, believing that even if the customs were not entirely correct, the effort would be appreciated, especially since he was unfamiliar with the rules of the immortal sect. As he had anticipated, although the customs were improper, Wang Su did not pursue the issue, recognizing Ross' earnestness. "Here is a nourishing pill which can grant an ordinary person immunity to illness and ensure a long life. Consider it a reward for your efforts." Wang Su flipped his palm, revealing a white jade vial, which he lifted with his power and presented to Ross. "Thank you for your generosity, Mountain Master," Ross exclaimed, thrilled to accept the white jade vial. At 58 years old, he had crossed the Fury River in his youth to the Gru Kingdom, where he had built a legacy while enduring numerous hidden injuries. Though he cared deeply for his family and hoped for its prosperity, he also yearned for the opportunity to live out his days peacefully. Wang Su then looked at the 23 fated ones below, pondering how to arrange things. Earlier, he and Ross had conversed in the Luofu dialect, leaving the fated ones looking bewildered. Wang Su pointed his finger and employed the language gift technique, sending 22 beams of light from between his index and middle fingers into the foreheads of these fated ones. They stood dazed, as if new thoughts were sprouting in their minds. Luofu dialect language package loading. Once he finished, Wang Su turned his gaze back to Ross. "These fated ones have yet to cultivate and will need to procure their food and clothing from outside. I will set up a new protective dwelling at the foot of the mountain. Please arrange for 20 capable individuals to handle the mundane affairs at the mountain gate." As he spoke, Wang Su condensed 3 jade tokens from stone and infused them with a trace of his power so that the fog array on the lake would disperse upon sensing his energy. The tokens included 1 large and 2 smaller ones. The large token bore the words Bayou Mountain on one side with the inscription Steward Ross Monty on the reverse. The larger token signifies that you are the external steward of Bayou Mountain. Holding this token will allow you to pass through the fog array without hindrance. Wang Su handed the token engraved with his name to Ross, and then turned to the fated ones still receiving their language package. 2 of the older individuals, a man and a woman, had completed their acceptance, and Wang Su handed the other 2 tokens to them. "Take these tokens. Holding them will also allow you to disperse the fog array. From now on, you will be responsible for purchasing daily necessities." They received the tokens, their eyes flashing with excitement, though they quickly suppressed their emotions. "Julie Clin Roman, thank you, Mountain Master," the 2 replied in unison. Wang Su nodded. Prior to their arrival, he had assessed their qualifications with his spiritual sense and found that the best were these 2 and the little girl named Luna. Julie possessed 4 types of spiritual roots: gold, wood, water, and wind. Clin Roman had 4 types, as well: wood, fire, earth, and gold. Luna had earth, water, and wind as 3 types of roots. The remaining 3 had 3 types of roots, while the rest had only 1 or 2 types. He chose not to focus on them further. Given the current resources of the Wang family, at least 3 types of roots were needed to have a chance of breaking through the Qi refinement stage, and even that hope would not materialize until 50 years later. Well then, Mountain Master, I shall take my leave, Ross Monty said, sensing there was nothing more to discuss. After nodding, Wang Su added, if you have time, please gather some books on witchcraft. I will reward you based on the rarity of the books you provide. I understand, Ross Monty replied before departing down the mountain. Watching Ross leave, the younger ones began to cry. Grandpa Ross. Luna called out softly, not shedding tears herself. She knew crying wouldn't help and was aware that she was here to learn the ways of immortality. Wang Su looked at the group of potential immortals, young and old, knowing they would soon be busy. All right, since you have arrived at Bayou Mountain, you are now part of Bayou Mountain, Wang Su announced. His words silenced the younger one's cries. It was now late, and any matters could only be addressed tomorrow. Follow me, he instructed, leading them towards the Jade Offering Palace. The Jade Offering Palace was still an empty hall. Wang Su guided them through the palace to the back, where there was a flat expanse of jade stone originally reserved for palace construction. He chose a spot on the west side and invoked the Earth Path technique, Earthstone house construction. A palace rose from the ground, divided into 22 independent rooms, each furnished with beds, tables, bookshelves, and even dressing tables, all characterized by their stone composition. For aesthetics, Wang Su consumed a portion of earth vein energy and executed the jade transformation technique, turning everything into Han white jade, with items like beds and tables becoming mutton fat jade. After completing this, he inscribed the words Hall of Immortal Fate on the palace plaque. You may make do with these accommodations for now. Bayou Mountain is rich in spiritual energy, and you will not fall ill. Tomorrow at dawn, we will head to the town to procure clothing and supplies, Wang Su concluded, allowing them to choose their rooms. As they marveled at the newly risen palace, curiosity filled the group, some unable to believe such splendid lodgings were provided for them. Upon hearing Wang Ce's words, they eagerly entered to select their rooms. However, as the others chose their quarters, Wang Su called over Julie and Clin. You two are older, please take care of the younger ones. When you go to the town tomorrow, buy good quality items without worrying about the expense. As he spoke, 200 stone coins materialized in his hand. With a wave of his right hand, he secretly invoked the gold path technique, stone to silver. The 200 stone coins transformed into silver coins, each weighing 25 grams, equating to 1000 taels. This, however, cost Wang Su 1/5 of his earth vein energy. It is noteworthy that 1 unit of heaven and earth energy equates to 10,000 taels of silver, meaning he effectively lost 100 taels. Yet this calculation was not wholly accurate. In this world, cultivators were rare, and silver and gold still held significant value. However, one could foresee that their worth would gradually diminish in the future. Seeing Wang Ce's display of prowess, both Julie and Clin were astonished. For them, nothing was more impactful than the ability to turn stone into silver. Yes, Mountain Master. They hurriedly accepted the 200 silver coins, feeling the weight of money for the first time. How long would it take to accumulate such wealth? Their hearts swelled with yearning for the practice of immortality. Wang Su smiled quietly at the two, savoring the moment. Both the Stonetto Silver and Stonita Gold techniques were abilities exclusive to Qi refiners, and they could never learn them. Once they reached the Qi refinement stage, they would realize these were merely methods of transmutation, hardly worth much. Go rest for now. Tomorrow, I will help you familiarize yourselves with Bayou Mountain, he said, and Julie and Clin nodded, eagerly clutching their weighty silver coins filled with excitement and reverence. Wang Su returned to his Lingxiao Palace, sitting in meditation to restore his energy. The next morning, as the sun rose, Bayou Mountain was shrouded in a soft golden mist. Wang Su emerged from Lingxiao Palace, scanning the Hall of Immortal Fate with his spiritual sense, noting that many had already risen, their faces still marked by the shyness and curiosity of newcomers. With a flicker of thought, he appeared in the square before the Jade Offering Palace. Julie and Clin were already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Wang Su, they hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects. Wang Su nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the gathering youthful faces as he spoke softly. Now that you have entered Bayou Mountain, you must learn the rules here. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. First, the spiritual energy within the mountain is abundant, and ordinary illnesses will not arise. However, on the path of cultivation, the state of one's heart is paramount. The diligent will advance while the negligent will fall behind. Second, as the mountain's gates have just been established, many tasks await. In addition to cultivation, daily chores such as cleaning, organizing documents, and tending to plants must be rotated among you. Starting today, Julie and Clin will take the lead in organizing these duties. Third, he paused, looking at the little girl named Luna and the other younger children. Those under 10 years old must dedicate 2 hours each day to be taught by the older ones in literacy, arithmetic, and common sense. Cultivation is not a onady endeavor, a solid foundation is essential. With that he waved his sleeve, and 22 palm-sized white jade tokens floated in front of him. Each token radiated a gentle glow with Baiyu engraved on the front and a blank space on the back. This is your identity token. A drop of blood will bind it to you. With this token, you may freely enter and exit the regular areas of the mountain, and it will serve as proof for receiving your monthly allowances and recording your contributions. Should you lose or damage your token, you will bear the cost of replacing it. This was based on the regulations of Baiyun Academy. Julie and Clin stepped forward first, following his instructions to prick their fingertips and let drops of blood fall onto the tokens. The tokens shimmered slightly, and their names appeared on the back in ancient script imbued with a certain spiritual resonance. Seeing this, the others stepped forward and turned to receive their tokens. After the tokens were distributed, Wang Su took out a stack of prepared papers and handed them to Julie. These are copies of basic guidance and insights into spirit gathering and Baiyu Mountain regulations. You two will organize everyone to transcribe and study them. In 3 days, I will personally explain the guidance methods. He gazed toward the shimmering thousand-star lake in the distance and continued, this afternoon Julie and Clin may take 5 people down the mountain to Thousand-Star Town to purchase necessary items, clothing, bedding, writing materials, and daily utensils. All should be chosen for practicality and durability. The others will be led by Luna to familiarize themselves with the surroundings of the Hall of Immortal Fate and begin cleaning and organizing. With the arrangements made, Wang Su said no more and turned to head back to Lingxiao Palace. After taking a few steps, he seemed to recall something, turning back to add, the food in the mountain will primarily consist of spirit rice supplemented by lake fish and mountain vegetables. Later I will send the first batch of spirit rice to the palace kitchen. As for cooking duties, you may arrange them among yourselves. As they watched Wang Cs departing figure, the young boys and girls exchanged glances filled with both anticipation for their unknown cultivation journey and a tangible sense of responsibility weighing upon their shoulders. The tokens in their hands radiated warmth, the regulations lay before them, and the guiding texts awaited their transcription. The path of immortal fate seemed to truly begin on this seemingly ordinary, yet busy morning. Julie took a deep breath, shaking off her nerves, and clapped her hands together. Let's follow the mountain master's instructions and split into groups. Clin, let's decide who will go shopping first. Clin nodded, and the two quickly demonstrated a maturity beyond their years as they began to discuss arrangements in hushed tones. Meanwhile, Luna quietly walked over to the youngest children, taking one of their hands and softly saying, "Don't be afraid. Let's go take a look at the place where we will be living." Her voice was gentle, but had a peculiar calming effect on the children. A new day on Baiyu Mountain unfolded in a somewhat busy yet orderly manner. The mountain wind swept through the newly constructed palace, carrying with it the moisture of the lake and the sweetness of spiritual energy, gently whisking away the last remnants of confusion and unease from the previous night. After Wang Su departed, he arrived at the Xinyi Palace, where he erected a cultivation hall next to the Xinfu Hall. In the future, the disciples would practice here, and Wang Su would occasionally provide insights into the essentials of cultivation. At the foot of the mountain beside the main gate, Wang Su similarly constructed an estate, but instead of white marble, it was made of solid azure steel. The name was not some grand hall, but rather the guardian's residence. There was a distinction between the immortal and the mundane. Wang Su believed it best for these mortals to inhabit something more ordinary. After completing these tasks, Wang Su returned to the Lingxiao Hall, his spiritual sense continuously unfurling as he observed each of the destined ones. He assessed their character. Should he encounter any ungrateful souls, he would ensure their disappearance. During this time, Julie and Clin guided the others to familiarize themselves with the mountain gate. It was not large, and they became acquainted with it in just half a day, having been warned by Wang Su through voice transmission about areas to avoid. Most of these destined ones would absorb a wisp of spiritual energy to enter the Ling realm and would then be dispatched for mountain patrol and treasure hunting, while some would be sent to manage worldly affairs. After all, the vast Fengrao province, if allowed to develop on its own, would be a waste. Moreover, the pills, talismans, and any excess heavenly energy he would refine would need management and sales. In the north, the Snow God Kingdom bordered the Fengrao province. Within the central region of the Wuming province lay the Wuming Mountain. This land was once the domain of the Duolenuki Daenyuho family. However, half a month prior, a group of immortals had come, annihilating the so-called Duolenuki Daenyuho family and seizing control of Wuming Mountain and the entire province. This group of immortals was known to Wang Su, originating from another celestial clan adjacent to his. Unlike Wang Su, they consisted of 8 members from the Wang family's 4 sects of the golden lineage. Leading them were the two brothers Wang Mingtian and Wang Mingtang. They occupied the Wuming province and the Frost province within the Snow God Kingdom. After more than half a month of repression, Wang Mingtian had completely taken control of the Wuming province. During this time, experts from the Snow God royal family attempted to intervene, but they were all decisively eliminated by him. Standing atop Wuming Mountain, he gazed down at the province under his command, filled with pride. Under the operation of the Golden Sun Array, the solar and metal energies within 100 miles converged here, generating 5 rays of solar and metal energy daily. Additionally, there were 30 acres of spiritual fields planted with various spiritual flora. During this expansion, the Wang family had provided him with a legacy of talismanic arts encompassing 4 types of qi refining talismans and hundreds of spirit-absorbing talismans. The method he practiced for refining qi was a first-grade Dao seal called the Golden Sun Consumption Method, allowing him to refine energy and condense magical power without hindrance. With such advantages, he was unwilling to merely develop in seclusion. They were merely the first batch of cultivators establishing a celestial clan here. In the future, more cultivators would arrive on this mysterious continent to form their own clans. He wished to establish a cultivation marketplace before the second batch of cultivators arrived. Contemplating this, he took out the Celestial Clan token and first notified his brother Wang Mingtang to share his thoughts. Meanwhile, in the Frost province in the city of Lintong, which lay at the northern edge of the province further north, was the frozen tundra inhospitable to human life. Wang Mingtang chose this place for their clan's territory based on the legend that a frost giant dragon had once fallen here. Upon hearing this legend, Wang Mingtang traveled to Lintong to search for treasures. To his astonishment, he discovered a cold pond 1,000 meters underground rich in cold energy, nurturing a Dao spirit, Earth spirit frost dragon. Thus he selected this location as their clan's domain. With only a 5-inch spiritual root, his prospects for foundation establishment were bleak, so he focused solely on cultivating cold energy, practicing the first-grade Dao seal, the cold energy consumption method. At this moment, he was cultivating with the Earth Spirit Frost Dragon, believing that only by transforming spiritual opportunities into strength could he truly possess them. Just then, the Celestial Clan token in his storage bag suddenly resonated. He checked it and found a message from Wang Mingtian proposing they join forces to establish a marketplace. After reading the message, Wang Mingtang frowned. Had he not acquired the cold pond, he would have eagerly agreed to the marketplace establishment for both himself and the future of the family. But now, having obtained the Earth Spirit Frost Dragon, if news leaked, his current strength would be insufficient to protect this opportunity. His brother might even use the argument of his greater chances of foundation establishment to seize the Earth Spirit Frost Dragon from him. Such occurrences were too common in the cultivation world, even within the Wang family. Disciples with inferior talents often lost their opportunities to those with superior aptitude, who would seize them under the pretext of leading the way to foundation establishment. After deliberating, Wang Mingtang ultimately decided to agree to the proposal for the marketplace. Refusing would certainly raise his brother's suspicions, potentially leading to the discovery of the Earth Spirit Frost Dragon. Fortunately, sharing the same initial stage of qi refinement meant that as long as he did not reveal his true capabilities, no one would uncover that he had reached the pinnacle of the first stage. However, forming a marketplace with just the two of them was still too precarious. They could recruit more allies. Notably, Wang Su from the Fengrao province possessed a 9-inch spiritual root. If he did not perish, he would almost certainly achieve foundation establishment. Inviting him to join the marketplace would provide a safeguard should the Earth Spirit Frost Dragon be exposed. Given his identity as a member of the Wang family, Wang Su would likely refrain from acting against him over a flawed Dao opportunity. With this in mind, he quickly replied, "All right, but it is too risky with just the two of us. We should recruit some additional celestial clans, especially Wang Su. With his 9-inch spiritual root, he could intimidate many." Upon receiving the message, Wang Mingtian frowned. He did not oppose bringing in more allies, but if Wang Su was included, who would lead the marketplace in the future? They had just arrived in the Xuanzhen continent, where most celestial clans were first-level qi refiners. If the marketplace were established now, they could potentially take charge, but in 10 or 20 years their cultivation levels would diverge. Even if Wang Su had no intentions of seizing control, those sycophantic celestial clans would inevitably gravitate towards him. Thus his plan was to maintain a protective watch over the Snow God Kingdom. They should focus on developing the Snow God Kingdom and avoid any entanglements with the Gru Kingdom, striving to suppress any of Wang's CES advancements without provoking him. At the very least, they needed to restrain his influence from reaching the Snow God Kingdom. But it seemed his brother wished to establish cordial relations with Wang Su. Given Wang's CES potential, it was likely he would one day unify both kingdoms. Yet was it not too embarrassing for the Wang family to rush into dependency at this stage? he still hoped to cultivate their strength first. After all, only power belonged to oneself. Similarly troubled was the Du family from the Robins province, which lay one province away from Fengrao. It was evident that the Du family had secured significant connections within the Wang family, allowing them to establish their celestial clan in the territories north of the Fury River in the first wave. In the kingdom of Gru within the province of Robins lies the enchanting Mount Wanyue, home to the Du clan of the Xian lineage. This branch of the Du family is a descendant of the Du clan from Zhongping Mountain in the Qingyang realm. Riding the coattails of the royal family's ascension to the Zifu, the Zhongping Mountain Du clan transformed from a modest Kyer-finding family into a foundational Xian lineage boasting 2 established foundation stage practitioners. Now thriving, the family naturally considers expanding its branches into the myriad realms. Du Yun, possessing a dual spiritual root of wood and fire, was sent to the Xuanzhen realm under the guise of a Kyer-finding loose cultivator with the aim of establishing a new Xian lineage. His primary mission, representing the hidden lineage of the Zhongping Mountain Du clan, is to develop discreetly and perpetuate the Du bloodline. Thus, upon arriving in the province of Robins, he focused on low-key growth. His cultivation method, the Su Yu Conshur Fa, allows him to absorb the essence of moonlight and is complemented by a minor divine ability, Su Yu Dao, an art of paper cutting that enables him to forge paper figures for defense. In addition to this, he possesses a prized artifact, the Yuehua Tianzhong, which includes a moonlight enchantment that can draw in the essence of moonlight, nurturing spiritual insights akin to his semi-secret realm. To prevent the exposure of the hidden lineage, Du Yun embarked on his journey to the Xuanzhen realm alone. On February 21, 129653 in the Xuanzhuang calendar, the frequent descent of immortals onto the mortal realm to seize control of various territories caught the attention of the Rebirth Society. For the past 30 years, practitioners above the level of Great Sorcerer had either been slain or captured, leading to a cessation of sorceress inheritance. This had instilled a profound fear among sorcerers, especially as the number of newly born sorcerers dwindled, with only descendants of deities qualifying to inherit sorceress capabilities. Fortunately, these immortals predominantly occupied lands east of the Angry River, showing little interest in the resources to the west. The scattered sorcerers began to gather in the west, secretly forming the Rebirth Society. After 3 decades, they found that the immortals rarely ventured west of the Angry River. Most sorcerers adopted a survivalist approach, and with the dwindling number of qualified practitioners, the once scarce cultivation resources became plentiful, allowing the sorcerers to live more comfortably than before. Despite the absence of sorceress inheritance, several great sorcerers had emerged over the last 30 years. However, this trend was shattered half a month ago with the arrival of the immortals. The sorcerers of the Rebirth Society were compelled to convene once more to strategize against the immortal incursions. After several discussions, they ultimately decided to execute a plan named Questioning the Immortal, a straightforward yet audacious endeavor to test the waters with one of the immortals. After half a month of investigation, over 20 sorcerers from the Rebirth Society arrived in the province of Robins, zeroing in on the Du family. The reasoning was simple: most of the recently descended immortals bore the surname Wang and came in pairs. The Du family, however, was notably elusive, having claimed Mount Wanyue and maintained a remarkably low profile, showing little interest in external affairs. That night, they aimed to seize Mount Wanyue and probe the nature of the immortal's strength. Mount Wanyue was a peculiar mountain crowned by a crescent-shaped lake that had never run dry. The moon seemed to hover above, reflected in the misty waters, as if the moon itself resided within the lake, thus earning the site the name Wanyue Lake. Beside the lake stood a palace of moonlight accompanied by an ancient ginkgo tree whose golden leaves scattered around, adding a touch of vitality to the serene scene. At this moment, over 20 figures approached, cloaked in black robes, wielding variously shaped staves. One figure raised his staff, chanting incantations before swinging it to conjure a massive fireball, which he hurled at the Moonlight Palace. Boom! The palace erupted upon impact. At that moment, another figure in black also sprang into action, crafting a luminous rabbit that leapt towards the night sky. From the ground's perspective, the rabbit seemed to approach the moon, brandishing a mortar and pestle, striking the moon repeatedly, once, twice, thrice, up to 9 times. Each strike caused the moon to swell, until by the 9th it had grown large enough to obscure the entirety of Mount Wanyue. Endless moonlight cascaded down like a rain of arrows and beams, showering upon the shattered Moonlight Palace, gradually eroding it into pure white moonlight. Inside, Du Yun sensed the assault on Mount Wanyue and, recognizing the formidable power at play, deduced that at least a Kyer-finding practitioner was behind it. He had no time for hesitation and promptly activated the Moonlight Enchantment, expending a significant amount of moon essence to materialize an illusory jade plate, which he launched towards the direction of the fireball. Bang! Boom! The jade plate collided with the barrier and shattered, causing the entire Mount Wanyue to tremble. Although the combined barrier of the 20 or so sorcerers managed to stave off the jade plate's assault, it came at a great cost, draining vast amounts of magical energy. Several sorcerers collapsed on the ground exhausted. Seeing that the illusory jade plate attack had failed, Du Yun summoned the Yuehua Tianzhong, unleashing a flurry of paper figures from his storage pouch, morphing into spirits, palace maids, and general guards to assault the sorcerers. The spirits transformed into wolves, tearing into one sorcerer, while the palace maids ensnared others with silken ribbons. The general guards charged forward, brandishing long spears, swords, and knives against the remaining sorcerers. From the shattering of the jade plate to the emergence of the paper figures, mere moments passed. Half of the sorcerers were caught off guard, slain on the spot. Damn it, how is this immortal so powerful? One surviving sorcerer exclaimed, casting a fireball spell to incinerate one of the paper figures. Yet the sheer number of figures was overwhelming. As soon as one was destroyed, another took its place. Hold on. He cannot possibly sustain this for long, a black-robed sorcerer urged, as if to affirm his belief, conjuring 4 intertwining vines from his staff, which morphed into a green spear aimed at Du Yun. As the green spear hurtled toward him, Du Yun quickly retrieved a shield-like artifact to deflect the attack. Having employed the Su Yu paper-cutting technique, he discerned the nature of these assailants, sorcerers whose spells were enigmatic, but whose physical forms were frail. He produced 8 more paper figures, which transformed into golden-armored warriors, charging at the 8 remaining standing sorcerers. The golden-armored figures, swift as the wind, reached their targets in mere seconds, swinging their golden mallets down. We can't hold. One sorcerer struck, staggered backward, and from who knows where pulled out a broom to flee into the distance. Despicable. Traitor. Another sorcerer was struck, forcing his staff to fly from his grasp. As he attempted to recall it, a golden mallet struck again, reducing him to nothing more than a smear. Retreat. In the end, only 3 sorcerers remained. Seeing their operation had failed, they fled from the onslaught of the golden-armored figures, transforming into evanescent lights or sprouting wings to escape in different directions. As the enemies retreated, Du Yun continued to wield the Yuehua Tianzhong, vigilant of his surroundings. After a fragrant incense had burned down, he confirmed that the enemies had indeed departed and did not return before stowing away the Yuehua Tianzhong. Gazing at the desolation surrounding him, littered with disfigured corpses, he sent out a few paper figures to search the bodies for spoils. At this moment, Du Yun's heart ached. The moon essence he had brought from home had been fully expended. From here on, he would truly become a loose cultivator. He retrieved the Xian clan token to report to the Wang family about the sorcerer attack. Xianwang Li 129653, 2nd month, 22nd day. News of a wizard assault on the Du Shi Xianzu spread through the clan edicts that very night. Details were sparse, but it was known that the attackers numbered among great wizards. Yet they had failed to breach the Du household, suffering instead the ignominious result of 22 dead and 4 fugitives. Wang Su felt a chill in his chest upon hearing the report. The incident had occurred within the borders of Gelugua, which raised his vigilance toward those native wizards. Although wizards were generally weaker than Qi cultivators, they had once dominated this world. It would be unwise to assume they lacked obscure and dangerous arts. He thought of the Shueshan Wangguan in his possession, an item that if employed with craft could deal grievous harm to a Qi practitioner. With Bai Yushan currently fielding only his solitary concomitant strength, Wang Su found the situation unsettlingly precarious. He rose and entered the illusory moon's secret realm, directing his gaze toward the western jade peak. 3 Yushi Lingji lay within the mountain, quietly inhaling and exhaling the jadestone breath. His sight finally settled on the Biyu Shirshir, the jadestone lion. Of the 3 Lingji, it was the most sentient, already faintly conscious. Wang Su flew above the stone lion and sent a strand of spirit energy striking its head. The Biyu Shirshir, roused from slumber by the sudden blow, reeled, bared its stone teeth, and peered about in confusion. Seeing no assailant, it settled back down to sleep. Wang Su struck again. The lion repeated its glance, but still did not think to look upward. Seems its comprehension is about as sharp as a dullhound, Wang Su thought. The primal spirits that served as vessels for cosmic tenets were naturally imbued with those tenets, and therefore tended toward simplicity rather than aggression. Their chief faculty lay in aligning a region to their governing law, shaping the environment to nurture and augment that law. Wang Su made no further hesitation. He wove the Qingming Hualing Shu, forming a Qiling Yin and branding it high within the lion's spiritual light. The spirit flickered and resisted on instinct, but its slender sentience could not withstand the imprint. When the seal was complete, Wang Su withdrew the Biyu Shirshir from the secret realm and placed it within the Yushi Dian. He labored to transform the original Baiyu Xianmingzhen into a Yusher Xianmingzhen, setting the Baiyu Shusher as the array's eye. He then inscribed upon the lion the earthly art he had obtained from Wang Mingruo, the Yusher Shuangguang technique. Henceforth, the daily gathered jadestone breath would sustain the lion's consumption, while the lion itself would condense and store Yusher Shuangguang. At need, it could unleash that radiance against an intruder, or even expend a measure of the jadestone tenet to temporarily amplify the Shuangguang's potency. One fewer intact tenet. Lingji Wang Su murmured to himself with a sting of regret. He had only recently acquired the secret realm and had already expended 2 tenet vessels. Lingji, fit for foundational cultivation, required purity and completeness. The Baiyu Shusher, now bearing a Qiling Yin and runic formulae, had been tainted and thus no longer suitable for a foundation. It could serve for forging treasures, arranging arrays, or assisting in the comprehension of the Yusher tenet, but not for laying a base. There was a further calculus behind his choice to employ a Yusher Lingji for the array. The Wang Jia's principal branch already counted a true practitioner who had founded a base using the Yusher path. If Wang Su were to follow the same road, he would inevitably find himself in competition with that established foundation, an unwise course for one seeking steadier ascension. He allowed himself only a brief pang before an edict from the clan interrupted his thought. The Wuming Wang Jia of Wuming Xingxing would hold a Li Zhu de Dian in 3 days, inviting nearby Xinzu to attend. Though Wang Su's branch had little direct connection with the Wuming Wang Jia, their common provenance and shared locale made attendance a matter of propriety. More importantly, it was a rare opportunity for exchange. Many Xinzu would doubtless attend. He would learn much there. I must prepare a congratulatory gift, he mused. The offering should neither be mean nor ostentatious, appropriate to kin without flaunting wealth. Freshly establishing a clan afforded him little in the way of expendable treasures. After some thought, he produced 3 pieces of medication bamboo, cut each into 4 sections, and placed them in a jade casket. Once ready, he sent a transmission to Wang Mingruo, who practiced in the Yaoqi Hall. Wang Mingruo arrived at Lingxiao Hall not long after. Her complexion had grown more translucent, and spirit energy flowed about her with new ease. The nurturing effect of the Xiang bamboo was evident. "Sagid, you will go to Wuming Xingxing?" she asked, concern threaded through her voice. "Will there be danger?" "None to speak of. Merely a formal visit," Wang Su reassured her. "But while I am absent for a few days, take care of the affairs in the mountain. Guide the children of the Xianyuan Hall in order. If anything urgent arises, send word through the clan edict." "I understand," Wang Mingruo said, then asked, "Does the array require any special oversight?" "The Yusher Xianmingzhen is in place. The Baiyu Shusher is its eye and will trigger automatically in peril. Learn how to operate the array disc, and it will suffice." He handed her a warm, polished jade array disc and explained its use briefly. "The mountain's spirit circulation will stabilize in 3 to 8 days. I shall return by then." Wang Mingruo accepted the disc and replied solemnly, "Do not worry, Sagij. I will see to the household." The next morning, Wang Su inspected the Xianyuan Hall. Zhu Li and Colin had organized the charges with meticulous care. Elders led the young in learning the classics, others took turns cleaning the halls and tending the spirit plots. Luna, though young, sat quietly with a diagram from Foundations of Spirit Guidance and Perceptions, attempting measurement and feeling with tentative concentration. Wang Su offered a few pointers on breathing and stillness, then departed on the 3rd day at dawn. Xianwang Li 129653, 2nd month, 25th day. Clad in a plain white robe with the jade casket stored within his sleeve compartment, Wang Su inclined his head to Wang Mingruo and transformed into a streak of azure light ascending from the summit of Baiyu Shan toward the north and the Wuming Xingxing. His pace was brisk. An hour later, he could make out a region of rising terrain wrapped in mists. Wuming's famed mountains, known for peculiar minerals and cloud tea. As he drew nearer, he noticed subtle shifts in the air's spirit and several cultivators of varying strength converging upon a single point. He descended to the summit indicated by the clan edict, where 2 Na Ling stage attendants in standard Wang Jia garb stood awaiting arrivals. One stepped forward and bowed. "Are you the mountain master of Baiyu Shan? Our house head has awaited you. Please follow me." Wang Su returned the courtesy and entered the peak. Inside, the mountain differed from the outside world. Ancient trees towered, springs sang, and pavilions and halls clung to the slope. It lacked the grandeur of the Wang Jia's main seat, but was orderly and serviceable. Numerous figures dotted the grounds, some standing in solitude, others gathered in 2s or 3s. Attire and auras varied, evidence of different Xinzu coming together. This would be a gathering of many fledgling clans. Wang Su took a subdued place and observed. Before long, a man in a simple green robe, round-faced and genial, approached with a bow. "A pleasure to meet you. I am Chun Yuan of Linxishan, also here to witness the ceremony." Wang Su of Baiyushan, he replied succinctly. You are from Baiyushan of Fengrao Xingxing. Chen Yuan's eyes brightened. He proved loquacious, a second-stage qi refiner from the north who had migrated half a year before. He proceeded to point out notable figures in the crowd: a stern man in a black brocade robe, Shi Jian of Haishi, Gu, a third-stage refiner reputed in earth and stone arts, a blue-clad woman, Lu Qingshu of Bibo, Tin, a second-stage refiner skilled in water techniques, and an elderly gray-robed solitary Han Song, a wandering cultivator whose eighth-stage refinement outranked them all. Wang Su listened and replied with understated thanks. Chen Yuan lowered his voice and steered the conversation toward the recent attack. You heard of the Du incident last night. Du family assaulted. Wang Su's expression remained calm. Yes. Chen Yuan's countenance grew grave. They were attacked by 26 great wizards, yet managed to repel them. It suggests the Du family is stronger than appearances. More troubling is the faction behind the attack, the so-called Fuxing Hui. Their ambitions might be far larger than a single raid. Do you know of this Fuxing Hui? Wang Su asked. A little. Chen Yuan glanced about, voice quieter still. After the purge 30 years ago, surviving wizards fled west and clustered. Their numbers dwindled, but those who remained found resources to be less thinly spread. Bloodlines with divine ancestry produced sturdier offspring, and over these decades they have regained some vigor. The Du affair may be only the first move. Wang Su pondered this. The selection of the Du family as an initial target might mean the Fuxing Hui sought out a weaker house. Yet the assault's failure revealed that the Xinzu could not be trifled with. Would the wizards lie low now, or seek another prey? A clear bell sounded from the main hall, and a party emerged. Their leader was a young man in dark gold robes, composed and bearing a family resemblance to younger Wang Jia Science. He stood on the hall steps and addressed the assembly with calm dignity. Chen Yuan murmured, Wang Mingtian, head of the Wuming Wang Jia. Wang Mingtian spoke with warmth and ceremony. He declared the family's founding and read their oath, presented the family sigil. The ritual was solemn, but not long. Afterwards came the informal exchange, tea delicacies conversation. The crowd dispersed into clusters. Topics circled predictably around two concerns: wizard movements and local resources and trade. Wizards are not to be underestimated, one cultivator said. I shall add warning arrays around my gate. Others discussed exchanging surplus materials, low-grade spirit plants or iron for defensive goods. Wang Su drifted through the conversations, listening more than speaking. He was approached by several who inquired after Baiyushan's environment or hinted at possible cooperative ventures. He answered politely, but guardedly. The tone of most was practical mutual aid where profit or protection could be guaranteed. After some time, Wang Mingtian invited the cultivators to a smaller in-hall council. Inside the hall, he guided the discussion toward the pressing matter of wizards. Han Song, the senior among them, warned that although wizard lineages had been sundered, their roots still ran deep. The Fuxing Hui's ability to marshal more than 20 great wizards testified to a worrying scale. Stone Jian agreed that fledgling gates should harden defenses and proposed a shared rough map of wizard activity via the clan edict, more for vigilance than precision. Others suggested recruiting or training specialists capable of detecting and dispelling aberrant sorceries. Former wizard attendants might yet be useful. Slowly a consensus formed: beef up defenses, share coarse intelligence of wizard haunts, and in time offer modest material assistance, such as alarm discs or anti-evil talismans. Wang Su listened, contributing when asked, and observed that Wang Mingtian maintained order with quiet authority, an ability that might make Wuming a modest coordinating locus. As the meeting broke with cordial words and offers of further aid through the clan edict, the afternoon had deepened. Wang Su declined subsequent small gatherings, exchanged a few jade tokens with fellow refiners, and left. On his return flight, Baiyushan and Qingxing, who appeared on the horizon. He quickened his pace, already arranging his next tasks, inspecting arrays, urging Wang Mingruo and the Xianyuan Hall toward steady training, and perhaps directing Luofu Great to begin probing the Fuxing Hui for firmer intelligence. Scenes. ID 1. Text. Wang Su returned from the Wuming Wang clan ceremony and retreated straight to Lingshaodian. He seated himself, closed his eyes, and turned his awareness inward to the Dantian, where a solitary Xingzhu rose like a pillar above his Lingzhen. Daoyun suffused it, knitting together his Feili Dantian and spiritual root, as if with an adhesive of heaven. He sent 90 streams of Feili circling in an yin-yang embrace. As they threaded through the Lingen's light, they began to reconcile, and on the 81st circuit a creek of fused Feili formed. He had ascended to Lianqi second. ID 2. Text. The newly formed Feili creek turned upon itself in perpetual motion, drawing ambient qi and refining it into Feili. Simple ingestion of heaven and earth qi could no longer match this conversion. His Dantian, however enlarged by first-stage training, could now tolerate the wash. Wang suppressed and guided Feili against the Dantian walls, and 9 faint glows emerged. Those were the 81 bits of earlier condensed qi manifesting as Yuandian. Sensing their presence, he ceased the assault, wary that further pressure might rupture the dantian. ID 3. Text. With the breakthrough came the opportunity to temper the flesh. Directly forging body with Feilai proved slow. Instead, he turned to the calming influence of the Xiangzhu. He fed Daoyin-laced Feilai into his flesh, warmth rather than agony like spring snow melting. One by one the currents were absorbed 1, 2, 3, 81. Daoyun spread until the world sharpened into a kind of clarity he could not yet fully articulate. Inspecting Xiangzhu, he perceived a slender beam of light formed of innumerable unfamiliar glyphs, their meanings strangely unfurled within him. ID 4. Text. The light revealed itself as a rule Jia Mu Shengfa Daos, and from it a Shintong cohered, Xianyangji. The art promised to draw sun and moon essence star radiance, transmuting them into pure life Yuanqi to nourish self or all beings. When the final rune dawned upon him, the Daos trembled, glyphs leapt outward, and entered his 9-inch lingen, carving a tangible Dao mark that resonated with the ephemeral Imu pattern already in him. He snatched a shaft of sunlight from the sky, condensed it, and refined it with Xianyangji into a sweet luminous life essence. ID 5. Text. To his astonishment, there was no discernible depletion when he used the art. Its operation felt intrinsic, as innate as a flame's heat. He drew the life yuan into himself, and felt his body bathe life, flourishing in every pore. For a moment, he mused whether such nourishment could abolish mortality. Then he chastised himself. Immortality of flesh need not mean the soul's endlessness. Still, the revelation thrilled him. He tried to press further into the glyphs, but comprehension grew blunt. The Daoyun concentration within him had reached its limit. ID 6. Text. Satisfied to possess Xianyangji Wang, Su resumed cultivation, using solar essence to seed Yuandian along the dantian walls. The efficiency astonished him. A single sunbeam took no more than an hour to soften into a yuan point in his dantian. 2 months later, after cycles of Daoyun tempering and further insight, he emerged from seclusion at Lianqi 4th. The physical metamorphosis was complete. The body's strength soared to 10 million jin, his Daoyun-laden corporeal form fully matured. He left Lingxiao Dian, and the unleashed pressure rolled over Baiyu Shan like a tide. ID 7. Text. The mountain's disciples reeled beneath the oppressive force. Chest-tightening gravity made movement sluggish, gasps, and awe rippled through the courtyard. Zhu Li recognized the mountain master's aura instantly. Wang Mingruo bright-eyed ran to the pavilion, while others like Kellen Roman and Luna watched with envy and trepidation. Wang Se, having vented his power, slipped down to embrace Wang Mingruo, an apology and warmth in a single gesture. He confessed his neglect. She answered with gentle forbearance, understanding his burdens and the sacrifices he had made for Baiyu Shan's protection. ID 8. Text. From his grasp, Wang Se produced another condensed sunbeam, and with Xianyangji forged life yuan of exquisite purity. He administered 5 portions to Wang Mingruo. She felt the current dissolve in her flesh like warm honey, her ability to condense surrounding qi accelerating noticeably. He cautioned restraint. Too much life yuan might strain her shun before her foundation matured, and sealed additional portions in jade vials. Then under low breath he broached the forbidden truth: certain Daos unbranded by any true name could yield Shintong prematurely, and such knowledge, if exposed, would invite ruthless eradication from those who guard orthodoxy. ID 9. Text. Wang Mingruo's eyes filled with a mix of longing and fear. She revealed fragments of what she'd learned beside her grandfather. That Shintong could be glimpsed early from unclaimed Dao memories, but that those truths were perilous, and unclaimed rule often meant a masterless path, a taboo channel that could attract annihilation. Wang Se felt the weight of that secret crush upon his conscience. He toyed with the dark calculus, silence through elimination, but his upbringing, gratitude to the Wang family, and the fragile warmth he had found in Mingruo's care stayed his hand. Instead, he embraced her and vowed protection. She pledged fidelity in return, and together they leaned into the fragile solace of their mutual promise. Covers. Xianwang Calendar 129653, April 28th. During the 2 months of Wang's CES seclusion, 3 more cohorts of Chirfiners arrived on February 26, March 27, and the 24th of this month, each founding their own Xian clans. Now 14 provinces of the Jelu Kingdom are governed by Xian clans. The Jelu royal house has become little more than a name. When the Xuanzhen Kingdom's royal house, under Lizi Dierdiani, was exposed as harboring 7 Chirfiners, they adopted the surname Li and established the Isens no Xian clan. The province they ruled was renamed Shui Country. In this way, the Xuanzhen Kingdom collapsed entirely. Its provinces were turned by Xian clans into a constellation of autonomous states. The disintegration of the Xuanzhen kingdom rippled into the Jelu kingdom. These new Xian clans have only been here a month or two and have not yet consolidated their positions. No one has dared to proclaim themselves sovereign. Still, this precarious state is unlikely to endure. There was also the Resurrection Society. News of an attack on the Du clan reached a great Jinren, who intervened, capturing a half-aspect and causing the society to founder at its inception. Yet the Resurrection Society proved strong enough that one exalted figure briefly ignited the divine flame, coming perilously close to raising a theocracy of a minor god. That half-god was cleaved by Xuanzhen de Zhenren upon the vault of heaven. Its divine body fell upon the Fengshi plain and became a landscape. When a Chirefiner of the first to third stages dies, their spirit returns to heaven and earth and nourishes a tract of fertile soil. When a Chirefiner of the fourth to sixth stages dies, they bless a region, becoming a spiritual land such as Baiyushan. When a Chirefiner of the seventh to ninth stages dies, they transform into a treasure land that nurtures subtle mechanisms, and if cultivated well, can even become a land of Daoic statutes. If having ignited their life flame and linked to the Dao one dies, they may become a scenescape, a self-contained world like a secret realm. It's produced treasures frequently, the crystallization of past attachments. Should one realize their true name upon the Daoic statutes and achieve the foundation, Juji death will instead become a ruinous realm. Many practitioners have already traveled to the Fengshi plain to explore that scenescape, seeking fortune and relics. Meanwhile, the old Wuming Wang clan, now the Shaoyang Wang clan of the Shaoyang kingdom, joined 5 neighboring Xian clans to found the Wuming Fengshi. Among those 5 was the Wang family of Baiyushan. Before he entered seclusion, Wang Su had entrusted the jade tokens used to contact other Xian clans to Wang Mingruo. Seeing no harm in the plan, Wang Mingruo consented. In the fertile territories, 300 li of rivers and mountains, over 20,000 square kilometers, hidden currents flowed. A month earlier, Duke Late Erzir Kalaisi had declared allegiance to Baiyushan. With Wang Su still in seclusion, Wang Mingruo accepted his fealty. It was a formality, more placation than submission, and would still require a firm hand. These were all trifles against absolute power. They raised no true waves. What occupied Wang Ce's mind now was sorcery, magic. After 2 months of searching, Rosmandi had returned bearing a trove of sorceress tomes, magic analysis and application, arcane forest magic, the art of Calvin, the runes of Runi, the sorcerer's apprentice, Gandalf's notes. They contained many spells, yet most were theoretical treatises, academic papers of magic valuable for a house library, but of limited practical use. Wang Mingruo sorted through the spells. There were common charms, levitation, illumination, unlocking, sealing doors, mending. There were transfiguration arts, alteration, metamorphosis, vanish. Black arts, soul theft, heart pierce, life seizing, mark of dark sorcery, rending, fiery wrath. Defensive spells, iron armor, daze, petrification, disarm, silence, ward, final ward. Healing, heal, bandage, purify. And specialized enchantments, shift and shadow, memory, reading, seal, oath, loyalty, seamless extension. Wang Su, open magic analysis and application. The book explained that magical energy resides within the bloodline, a gift from heaven and earth. Before 18, a mage's power increases with age. The quantity of mana does not alone determine a spell's potency. A witch's martial mana through imagination. Spells in turn strengthen the caster's mental imagery. As mana is expended, the magic coerces the world toward the image the caster holds. Thus, a spell's power depends on the clarity and conviction of imagination together with the output of mana. Wang Su could not help but murmur, truly wondrous. Magic is unlike cultivation. He took up another book, one that introduced spells. Ancient mages had possessed vast power. Most incantations required no formal chant. Casting had been casual song, not a means of increasing speed or strength. Over generations, as eyes dimmed and mana waned, magi studied the principles of sorcery. They called the sigils that shaped magic the runi glyphs. From these glyphs, they forged incantations. Practitioners who used spoken spells were called wizards. Chanting anchors the images in their minds. Modern wizards, now weak, know only the applications of incantations and not their underlying principles. New spells usually arise by trial, combining runi glyphs in hopes of a useful effect. The book wondered whether the waning of sorcerers had been caused or encouraged by the gods, perhaps to prevent new deities from arising. 2,000 years without discovering a new runi glyph seemed to attest to this. Turning to the seamless extension spell, Wang Su found a fat volume. Though the true incantation comprised only some 200 runi glyphs, the rest was commentary and application. He studied each glyph, sensing a Daoic resonance that suffused them. The glyphs took on a strange life, twisting, raw, profound. But as he concentrated, he began to parse them. Only by the blessing of Daoic rhythm could he read these runi glyphs as Daofu. Gradually, 4 Daofu revealed themselves to him. Utuagu Ku. The characters took on meaning in his mind. A delighted realization struck him in his eyes. These spells were now like living traveling strands of legacy, each a Daofu. Daofu are the underlying code of heaven and earth, like zeros and ones in a machine, yet with theft-proofing. Take Wang C's divine art Xianyangji. He can comprehend the principle when the Daofu are assembled as a whole, but if he dismantles them into individual Daofu, he cannot comprehend them. Daofu resonate peculiarly with one another. Trying to write them down will cause the writer's memory to slip away. Only by achieving foundation and inscribing one's true name upon the Daoic statutes will heaven open the permission to understand and write single Daofu. Yet these runi glyphs were teaching him how to comprehend single Daofu hand in hand. Wang Su used his mana as a brush to write the character Yu in the air. Even a man of modest sensitivity now perceived the difference in this world. Chapter 33, Dao Talismans, Dao Seals, Dao Scriptures, Pocket Abode. In this world, mere mortal script could teach practitioners below the foundation stage the Daofu, and the Daofu thus taught could be inscribed. Perhaps that alone is the greatest boon this realm offers to all Kairefiners. What use do Daofu serve? Their function is akin to the power one senses when searching for mana. On Wang C's former planes, such abilities belonged exclusively to the foundation stage. For example, Wang Su possessed a Bikai bamboo. If he wished to refine it into a storage implement by ordinary methods, he would need to learn the craft of forging vessels, accumulate vast experience, and carve an interior space in accordance with the bamboo's attributes and grain. His alchemical work was the same, a matter of experience and intuition, much like the way wizards now attempt new spells. Once one comprehends Daofu, however, one can condense them with mana and imprint them into objects to open space. Wang Su could fashion Daofu into Dao seals and Dao scriptures. If the Daofu he discovered later composed an art or a divine skill, he could solidify the Daofu with great power into a Dao Zhuan. A Dao Zhuan is equivalent to a fully trained skill implanted into a person, and they can automatically use that art as if born to it. An artificial gift, a pseudo-divine aptitude. Particularly methods of breath absorption formed as Daofu naturally suppress ambient qi and allow intake, cultivation, and refinement to proceed concurrently. As for Dao Jing, Wang Su could articulate the principles of a skill assembled from individual Daofu into plain script and compile it as scripture. A practitioner with a spiritual root who comprehends all the doctrines within that scripture could then condense the Dao Zhuan on their own. Such a path demands tenacity and great wisdom. In Baiyun Academy's stacks, there is a scripture called Qiu Chantian. It spans 3,000 scrolls. Wang Su had once leafed through it, and given his aptitude could fully understand a single scroll in a day, meaning to master that one art would take nearly 8 years. How many 8-year spans does a life afford? He declined. Moreover, the scripture's contents grow ever more difficult. Only those of transcendent insight, or those with no other hope, read on. Wang Su took a section of his Bikai bamboo, and with mana engraved the Daofu Yu Tuo and Gu upon its surface. The Daofu glowed sank into the bamboo, and he probed within with spirit perception. Inside indeed sat a cubic space. He inserted another Yu, and the space expanded to 2 cubic meters. When he tried to insert the 10th Yu, the internal Yu Daofu trembled and threatened to collapse. He stopped. "This is a pocket abode," he whispered, astonished. It differed from ordinary forging. It was the high-level spatial implement that only foundations could produce. Wang Su felt a surge of warmth. No practitioner could resist the temptation of a pocket abode. He resolved to craft one for himself. Taking a purple yang bamboo, an heir of the Bikai bamboo, its quality excellent and capable of being awakened into a treasure, he hesitated. He would not wish to carry a bamboo everywhere. Then he opened a volume of magic, the 3 Transfigurations, which recorded 3 transformation spells: Alteration, Metamorphosis, and Vanish. He studied, and those same twisting obscure glyphs rose. Under the runi glyph explanations, Daofu began to reveal themselves. The effort of comprehension drained his spirit, but at last he mastered every Daofu for transformation. The art comprised 5 Daofu: Bian, Zhuan, Ding, Xiaozan. Bian, able to alter into any known thing. Zhuan, able to convert one object into another. Ding, able to fix an object's form. Xiao, able to reduce an object's mass. Xing, able to increase an object's mass. Grasping those 5, Wang Su could not help but marvel anew at the boundless opportunities in the Xuanzhen plain. He resumed the purple yang bamboo. He condensed a Bian Daofu and pushed it into the bamboo, intending to make a wooden bead. The bamboo's internal Daoic currents resisted, but Daofu are subtleties of spirit. Under his steady installations, a wooden bead formed. He then poured in a Zhuan Daofu, hoping to convert it into jade, but the bamboo's interior Daoic statute shattered the Zhuan at once. Transforming the nature of the container itself proved fanciful. A wooden bead would suffice. He stabilized it with a suitable number of Ding Daofu. The bamboo condensed into a bead the size of a pool ball, its Daoic aura growing dense, drawing surrounding qi, as if striving to become a treasure land. Wang Su restrained it, without external nourishment such radiance would fracture its inner statute. Holding the purple yang bead, he summoned Daofu Yu Tuo and Gu as if they were as easily formed as breathing and embedded them within. Mana flowed in tears. Double became a brook, triple a lake, quadruple a marsh, its name the Tongshin Mana Marsh. One marsh becomes 9 lakes, 1 lake 9 streams, 1 stream 100 arts yield 1,000 spirits. The fourth stage of Qi refinement corresponds to an ancient golden core. Though his power had only recently coalesced into a marsh, it was considerable. Even so, inserting those Daofu exhausted much of his energy. The bead's radiance quieted. To the eye it was an ordinary purple orb, but spirit perception revealed an immense interior. A circular space 7 li across, ample enough to encompass the entire Qianxing Lake, and still leave room, half the size of the illusory moon secret realm. Unlike a sealed secret realm, this space connects with the outside subject to external law. It cannot bear great Daoic statutes, but as a pocket abode, it is more than sufficient. Once the purple yang bead became a pocket abode, its Daoic rhythm no longer leaked outward, but remained within. From now on, you are the Ziyang pocket abode, Wang Su said, holding the bead. He spat blood and employed his blood sacrament, the alchemical art by which all things may be refined. Though his power had changed, the bead contained a complete inner statute, and thus required an entire hour to be fully refined into a usable treasure. Scenes. ID 1. Text. After refining the Ziyang Dongfu, Wang Su reached instinctively for the rune Niwen Jishu. The tome contained the entire corpus of rune runes, the very font of spells, akin to a primordial periodic table for the thaumaturge order. 3 million common characters recorded, 13,381 rune glyphs catalogued, an encyclopedic exposition of divergent path symbols. Its immensity was daunting, but promising magnitude ensured variety, and variety promised new pathways for comprehension. ID 2. Text. Just as he prepared to immerse himself in deciphering those path symbols, dizziness seized him. He checked himself. The heart-mind was spent, veering toward Daohua. Wang Su, having achieved the Daoyuan Lingti, relied entirely upon his heart-mind to bind the dense Daoyuan within. Without that restraint, the Daoyuan would dissipate. If the Daoyuan scattered entirely, the Dantian would collapse, and his corporeal self would perish, the spirit returning to the heavens, the very fate of becoming Dao dust. ID 3. Text. A chill of relief passed through him. Throughout history, practitioners had fallen into obsession, their minds exhausted, until they became Daorex. Fortunately, his cultivation was not profound enough to produce a runaway, iridescent efflux. His leaking Daoyuan remained manageable. He folded his legs and closed his eyes, abandoning thought and action, surrendering to stillness. He would do nothing but wait, permitting the heart-mind to replenish itself until the inner current steadied. ID 4. Text. Outside 9 days had elapsed since Wang Su began compiling magics in the Lingxiao Palace. On the 3rd day of his retreat, Wang Mingruo resumed stewardship of Bai Yushan's affairs. She bore no resentment for his temporary absence. Bai Yushan had been placed upon a steady course, and the daily burdens were light. Many matters were delegated to Zhu Li and Kellen, her personal obligation reduced to a single hour of teaching each day, scarcely denting her regimen. ID 5. Text. In truth, both Zhu Li and Kellen had already assimilated a strand of Spiriki, and those with 3-inch spirit roots would in a month or 2 successfully draw an essence. Mundane tasks therefore flowed with ease. Meanwhile, the immortal clans of the Jelu Wangwo were engaging in furtive consultations, contemplating emulation of neighboring powers to proclaim themselves sovereign. All were watching Bai Yushan and the other first-tier immortals, awaiting a public posture before taking that irrevocable step. ID 6. Text. Wang Mingruo felt the temptation keenly. To declare independence would permit open courting of popular allegiance and the lawful acquisition of 300 li of territory. Yet independence carried petty entanglements. Governance would be a rope that tugged at cultivation. Bai Yushan currently supervised roughly 200 households and an equal number of mortal guards, even those modest responsibilities not at practice. She resolved to delay any precipitous move, for the fertile Fengrao Xingxing lay close at hand, and patience might yield greater advantage. ID 7. Text. Impatience, however, had taken root in the subordinate Mani family. North of Qingxing, at Xiongyin lay the fort of Taiyingbao. On the training grounds beneath a merciless sun, 4,000 armored riders hammered their steeds and ironed their shouts, splitting the air like hammers on anvils. Metal sang and banners snapped, sweat spattered as if rainfall. Ross Monty stood upon the dais clad in plate, surveying his troops with an appetite that swelled like a rising storm. ID 8. Text. After taking a rejuvenative tonic, his vigor felt restored. Youth returned, as if borrowed for another century of service to his clan. He wondered privately what weight such an iron cavalry carried in the eyes of an immortal. Once Xiongling had boasted merely 2,000 cuirassiers, but an overreach by Earl Trenton Harasov, provoking an immortal, had seen 300 riders drown beneath a lake. In the aftermath, Ross, the sole vassal under the immortal aegis, absorbed the Taisher domain into his command. ID 9. Text. From the moment the Snow God Kingdom fragmented under immortal partitioning, Ross had raised levies across both Taisher and Xiongning. In his furious recruitment, the force swelled to 4,000. He judged the birth of an independent Fengrao Xingxing imminent, the establishment of a nation implied centralization of authority and the redistribution of fortunes. If seized astutely, this opportunity might elevate his house above the Kalaisi family, becoming the foremost lineage beneath the immortal's shadow. ID 10. Text. Undercurrents of ambition rippled through the aristocracy. For many, the moment was existential. In Kalaisi territory at Fengrao City, late Ursier Kalaisi found himself blindsided by events. In barely 3 months since the immortal's descent, the realm's order had convulsed beyond his anticipation. He had indulged a posture of cautious profiteering. With ducal leverage, he had attempted to press advantage. Secretly, he accepted the invitation of the Revival Society, and with the wizard's backing, thought to consolidate power. ID 11. Text. That calculus proved fatally optimistic. Before a month had passed, the Revival Society was crushed by the immortals. Thereafter, reports of immortal appearances arrived from province to province almost monthly, and the situation deteriorated with vertiginous speed. Then came the most dreadful bulletin: the Snow God Kingdom had been compelled to dissolve, its provinces transformed into myriad counties under immortal authority. The announcement struck late, like a mallet. Henceforth, provincial supremacy would belong to those divine interlopers. ID 12. Text. He recalled his scorn for Ross when that old man first turned to the immortals. Such capitulation had seemed spineless. Now mortified, he recognized himself as the fool, seduced by the trappings of ducal title and by the gleam of 5,000 Fengrao cuirassiers. He hastened to signal submission to Baiyu Shan. The reply was austere and thin, a single-character coup, a curt assent delivered via Ross Mani's embassy. Late had not even been permitted entry through Baiyu Shan's gates. ID 13. Text. Sleeplessness and dread gnawed at him. For the clan's continuity and to prove fealty today, on the 7th day of the 5th month of year 129653 of the Xianhuan calendar, Late would lead 5,000 Fengrao riders bearing the family's wealth to Baiyu Shan to petition the immortals to found a polity. It was an Alornithing wager. 3 days prior, he had already secreted his illegitimate son beyond reach, preserving a seed should disaster befall the primary line. ID 14. Text. Late donned his heavy cuirass. At 45 his body protested, but his resolve hardened like forged steel. 5,000 riders glinted behind him, a living wall of sun-reflected metal. With attendants' help, he vaulted into the saddle, fixed his gaze on Baiyu Shan's distant silhouette, inhaled until his chest drew taut, and anchored himself with a determination that brooked no retreat. Depart. The unspoken command thrummed through his veins. ID 15. Text. The route from Qianxinghu to Fengrao City was a straight, well-worn artery. At its mouth, the formation advanced 5,000 cavalry marched abreast up front, while 15,000 attendant camp followers trailed in ordered ranks. 12 gilded standards snapped in the breeze, each emblazoned with Baiyu Shan's emblem, and a single vermilion character declaring Wang. Among the attendants were 72 resplendent carriages, their interiors exposed with rare tomes, bullion jewels, jade agates, and even caged exotic beasts. ID 16. Text. Every glittering trinket and every strange creature was chosen to manifest sincerity to the immortals. Late intended this display as both supplication and spectacle, a visible ledger of loyalty, wealth, and submission. He hoped such extravagance might tilt an unflinching immortal's glance toward mercy. Behind the pomp lay a simple mortal fear, the desperate hope that favor might secure the family's continuance, that the immortal I would assign them a sliver of sovereignty rather than oblivion. Covers. The town nestled by the Qianxing Lake is known as Qianxing Town, a sizable settlement with a population of around 30,000, surpassing that of some cities. Since the arrival of the celestial beings, the town has been governed by them, alleviating the burden of various oppressive taxes. Farmers are only required to submit 30% of their harvest as tax. Although life is tough, the ability to have enough to eat brings a sense of satisfaction, and thus they are grateful to the celestial beings. On the 8th day of the 5th month in the year 129653 of the Xianhuan calendar, despite traveling day and night, it took a full day for the Duke of Light to reach Qingqing Town from the City of Abundance. Qingqing Town lies a distance from Qingqing Lake, separated by endless fields of glutinous rice. Glutinous rice, a staple unique to the Xuanzhen continent, resembles a hybrid of rice and wheat leaning more towards rice, and is harvested twice a year. However, yields are low. A bountiful harvest would yield only 600 jin per mu. Most of the harvested glutinous rice is used for making bread, which is easy to preserve, allowing for the preparation of large quantities at once, thereby saving firewood. In May, half of the glutinous rice has turned golden, and by June it will mature, enabling another harvest before the snow falls. The Duke left his army stationed in the town and ventured outside alone, gazing at the vast fields of glutinous rice. This land once served as the granary for the Kleist family, who supported a cavalry of 5,000 with their 8,700 mu of farmland, solidifying their family's glory. Now that former splendor has faded, and he can only hope for the family's survival. Supporting by Yushan alongside him are the Viscount Daphne from the Daphne territory, Viscount Savon from the Savon territory, and 17 barons. Generally, a baron holds land equivalent to one town, a viscount to one county, and a duke to one city. They were all once staunch supporters of the Kleist family, but as the family weakened, they inevitably faced repercussions. A breeze swept through, stirring the glutinous rice stalks and lifting a hint of its distinctive fragrance. As he pondered, the sun reached its zenith, and the expected nobles had all arrived. In addition to the originally planned nobles, 2 other viscounts from the province of Abundance, Viscount Roman and Viscount Cecilia, were also present. Now, aside from the Eagle territories, Rossmont, all viscounts and earls from the province of Abundance were gathered, each bringing 1,000 cavalry and 3,000 attendants. At this moment, Qingqing Town was bustling with nearly 50,000 troops. The nobles convened in the town hall for a roundtable meeting. Duke Light sat at the main seat, facing the entrance, flanked by his 3 sons and the knights of his fief. There were 20 nobles participating in the meeting, with their heirs and fief knights standing behind them. Esteemed guests, I trust you all understand the purpose of our gathering, so I shall not elaborate further. I have dispatched someone to communicate our intentions to the celestial beings, and if no word arrives from Yushan by noon, it will indicate their consent to our establishment of a nation. The Duke's voice was hoarse, yet steady, as he surveyed the assembly, seeking to gauge their expressions. My lord, with our 50,000 troops, cannot we? A portly baron interjected, making a subtle gesture across his throat. As he spoke, the barons began to stir, whispering among themselves, while the viscounts and earls remained composed. Fool, if you wish for death, do not involve us. I shall forever remain loyal to the celestial beings. Anyone who seeks to harm them is my enemy. The tall, lean baron beside him reprimanded fiercely, his expression agitated as he drew his sword, seemingly ready to fight the portly baron to the death. You? The portly baron was startled by the lean baron's action, hastily retreating while cursing, Baron Sheila, what madness has overtaken you? I am your father-in-law. What of being a father-in-law? Anyone who dares disrespect the celestial beings becomes our enemy, Baron Sheila proclaimed with righteous indignation. Yet inwardly he cursed the foolish man who could not see the situation. If resistance were effective, the Snow God Kingdom would not have disbanded and the Duke would not have come to submit. Marrying his daughter was a stroke of misfortune. He must return and seek a divorce without drawing the celestial being's ire. While contemplating, he lunged at the portly baron once more, only to be blocked by the knight behind him. As the two were about to clash, Duke Light intervened, calling for them to cease. Stop. Baron Sheila. Baron Wenge was merely momentarily misguided and harbors no intention of opposing the celestial beings. Though the Duke initially wished to remain uninvolved, he realized he could not turn a blind eye in these turbulent times, especially since both men were his supporters. Baron Sheila refrained from further aggression, recognizing the need for prudence. Wenge, you have done well. Baron Wenge, trembling behind his knight, shot a fierce glare. Yet with the Duke's command, he could only relent. The altercation impacted the morale of the Duke's supporters. Uncertainty hung in the air, with the viscounts and earls lost in their own thoughts. Duke Light observed silently, fully aware that among those gathered some genuinely sought survival, while others were merely watching the winds shift, and still others, like Baron Wenge, were scheming inappropriately. Though 50,000 troops sounded formidable, it was but a jest before the celestial beings. He had received intelligence from his spies within the Snow God Kingdom, having witnessed the celestial being of the Umang royal family single-handedly shatter the elite 3,000 cavalry sent by the Snow God royal family. Since then he extinguished any inappropriate thoughts. The hall fell silent, the only sound being the distant clamor of soldiers training outside. Some lowered their heads to study the table, others exchanged glances with their confidants, while a few, like Baron Sheila, held their heads high, feigning unwavering loyalty. At that moment, footsteps approached the door. A messenger swiftly entered the hall, kneeling on one knee. My lord, an envoy from Baiyushan has arrived outside the town. Duke Light sprang to his feet. Quickly admit them. Everyone stood up, the previously relaxed postures now stiffening. The barons who had been whispering mere moments ago now held their breath, their gazes fixed on the entrance. Before long, a figure appeared at the door. The newcomer was youthful, around 20 years old, clad in a light blue robe with a white jade pendant tied around their waist. Though their face retained a hint of youthful innocence, their demeanor was composed, and their steps steady, facing the hall full of nobles and knights, without a trace of fear. I am Zhu Li, a disciple of the outer sect of Baiyushan, sent by the Mountain Lord. The young envoy slightly bowed, their voice clear and resonant. Duke Light quickly returned the gesture, his attitude respectful. Your journey has been arduous, please take a seat. No need. Zhu Li waved a hand. The Mountain Lord is aware of your intentions for coming here. The 50,000 troops outside Qingmu town have also been seen by the Mountain Lord. As they spoke, their tone was indifferent, as if commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. Yet the hearts of those present tightened. 50,000 troops in the eyes of the celestial beings might indeed be merely something they had seen. Zhu Li continued, the Mountain Lord says that your willingness to serve Baiyushan and establish a nation in the province of abundance is a positive development. However, establishing a nation concerns the order between celestial and mortal realms. It cannot be done hastily. Zhu Li retrieved a scroll from their sleeve and presented it with both hands. This is the 10 agreements between celestial and mortal, personally inscribed by the Mountain Lord. Please review it, Duke and esteemed guests. If you can abide by the agreements, we can settle the matter today. If there are any objections, do not hesitate to raise them. Duke Light accepted the scroll with both hands, unfurling it for a closer look. A few viscounts behind him leaned in as well. The scroll contained few clauses, yet each struck at the core of the matter. 1. Respect Baiyushan as the sovereign, serving the celestial beings for generations without betrayal. 2. After the establishment of the nation, the sovereign shall be a descendant of the Mountain Lord, with the Wang family being revered by all. 3. Domestic affairs may be self-managed, but matters involving celestial affairs, spiritual land development, and important mines must be reported to Baiyushan for determination. 4. Each year, tribute of spiritual materials or equivalent resources must be paid to Baiyushan, with amounts to be discussed separately. 5. The celestial and mortal realms are distinct. Mortals must not intrude upon the celestial mountains, with severe penalties for violators. 6. In the event of foreign invasion or significant calamities, Baiyushan will step in to provide protection, but domestic routine defense must be self-sustained. 7. As he read through the clauses, Duke Light felt a weight slowly lift from his heart. These terms were far more lenient than he had anticipated. They preserved the Kleist family's power while clearly establishing boundaries between the celestial and mortal realms without treating them as puppets. He passed the scroll to the other nobles for their perusal. Their expressions varied, but most appeared relieved. The Mountain Lord's intentions are clear to us. Duke Light turned to Zhu Li and said earnestly, the terms of the 10 agreements between celestial and mortal are fair, and the Kleist family is willing to abide by them. However, he hesitated slightly. May I inquire, what will the national title be after we establish our nation? Zhu Li smiled slightly, clearly having anticipated the question. The Mountain Lord says that this land will be governed by Baiyushan. After establishing the nation, it shall be called Baiyu Kingdom, and the sovereign shall be titled Baiyu Wang. Since there is a distinction between celestial and mortal realms, the capital will remain in the city of abundance, renamed Mingjing. Furthermore, Qianqing Lake shall be renamed Baiyu Lake, and Qianqing Town shall be Baiyu Town. Duke Light bowed deeply. I like Kleist, on behalf of the citizens of Baiyu Kingdom, thank the Mountain Lord for this grace. The other nobles followed suit, bowing as well. Even Baron Wenj lowered his head, no longer daring to show dissent. Zhu Li stepped aside to avoid the bow, saying, there is no need for such formalities. The Mountain Lord has another message. The 50,000 troops stationed outside the town are consuming resources and disrupting the livelihoods of the people. Now that an agreement has been reached, the Duke can order the majority to return, leaving only the necessary attendants. Of course, I shall arrange this immediately. Duke Light nodded repeatedly. Zhu Li added, additionally, the Mountain Lord states that with the establishment of a nation, there must be laws in place. The existing laws of the Kleist family may be retained, but oppressive taxes must be eliminated, allowing the people to rest. For now, as the Mountain Lord has no heirs, the affairs of Baiyu Kingdom shall be jointly managed by Ross Mont and Light Escher Kleist. That is indeed appropriate, Duke Light replied. Once Zhu Li had completed their directives, they took their leave. Duke Light personally escorted them to the door, and once the young figure disappeared outside the town, he returned to the hall. The atmosphere within the hall had completely shifted. The nobles gathered around were visibly more relaxed, and some even began to engage in quiet conversations. Duke Light resumed his position at the head, casting his gaze over the assembly, finally resting on Baron Wenj. Baron Wenj, do you understand your mistake regarding earlier events? Baron Wang's face paled, and he stood to bow. My lord, I was momentarily confused and held no rebellious intention. Duke Light scrutinized him for a moment before slowly responding, considering this is your first offense, I shall not pursue the matter. But remember, the distinction between celestial and mortal realms is as vast as the sky and the earth. If there is a next time, there will be no need for the celestial beings to intervene. The Kleist family will be the first to not spare you. Yes, thank you, my lord. Baron Wenj nodded repeatedly, his back drenched in cold sweat. Duke Light then turned to Baron Sheila. Your loyalty is commendable, Baron Sheila, but drawing your sword in public is certainly inappropriate. This matter ends here. When you return, explain yourself thoroughly to your wife. Baron Sheila bowed his head in acknowledgement. Yes, my lord. After settling this minor issue, Duke Light stood up, his voice resonant. Esteemed guests, we are to establish a nation and honor the Wang family. From henceforth, we shall all serve the Wang family together. Together. The gathering echoed in unison. Outside, the sun soared past its zenith, golden rays cascading over the endless fields of glutinous rice, the wind stirring the stalks like waves. Outside Qingmu town, Duke Light's orders were dispatched, and the 50,000 troops began to withdraw in an orderly fashion, leaving only 3,000 elite soldiers to serve by Yushan. When news reached by Yushan, Wang Su was engaged in a game of chess with Wang Mingruo in the Lingxiao Hall. After hearing Zhu Li's report, he nodded slightly, signaling Zhu Li to withdraw. Brother Su, is it not hasty to proceed without a grand ceremony for the establishment of the nation? Wang Mingruo laughed as she placed a piece on the board. With a mere 300 miles of territory and a vast area of 20,000 square kilometers, what grand ceremony could I afford to hold? I cannot afford such disgrace, Wang Su replied casually, his gaze fixed on the board. From now on, as long as they do not defy Baiyushan, the Baiyu kingdom will require no oversight. This? Wang Mingruo hesitated briefly before speaking up. If this is the case, it may lead to a situation where officials protect one another, deceiving those above and below. That is inevitable. In the future, we shall allow the disciples of Baiyushan to traverse the mortal realm and oversee the officials. Wang Su shook his head. Once we have children, if they lack spiritual roots, we shall let them be the secular king. He paused, picking up a piece and placing it down. These nobles can be left to manage themselves for training. Wang Mingruo's cheeks flushed slightly, and she refrained from further questioning. Though the establishment of Baiyu Kingdom was hastily executed, it swiftly ignited the entire Gru kingdom like a spark catching fire. In the following 10 days, provinces continued to declare independence. Wang Su regarded the establishment of the nation with disdain, yet for other cultivators, it was a momentous occasion. In the Qingyang realm, only those at the 4th level of Qi refinement or above, possessing 800 miles of territory, approximately 100 square kilometers, could establish a principality. Typically, a 1st-level Qi refinement cultivator might only occupy a hill governing a village, or two covering nearly 7 or 8 miles 1520 square kilometers. Thus, for these 1st and 2nd-level Qi refinement cultivators, the prospect of ruling over 300 miles of territory and founding a nation was beyond their wildest dreams. Achieving it now was undoubtedly exhilarating. While external circumstances shifted, Wang Su remained composed, diligently contemplating the talismans, crafting one daily with utmost ease. Having advanced too swiftly, he was wary of others coveting his position, opting for a low profile. Thus, he chose to govern Baiyu Kingdom with a hands-off approach. On the 11th day of the 5th month in the year 129653 of the Xianhuang calendar, Wang Su awoke from his contemplation of the Dao symbols. For some time now, he had been deeply engrossed in deciphering the Dao symbols inscribed in the Ruinai script. To avoid becoming lost in their depths, he would pause to rest and restore his mind after comprehending each symbol. As of today, he had successfully deciphered 4 Dao symbols, Nian, Guang, Suo, and Xiao. With the increasing number of symbols he had grasped, he also began to notice certain discrepancies. The powers of these symbols varied greatly. Some were as formidable as divine abilities, while others had little effect when used alone. Take the Xiao symbol, for instance, which he derived from the repair spell. It represented a conceptual ability. Anything he envisioned or could reach with his magical prowess seemed reparable, truly extraordinary. In contrast, the Guang symbol, when invoked, merely emitted light and required combination with other Dao symbols to display any potency. He vaguely sensed that this might relate to the Dao itself, but at his current level, he was still far from touching such profundities. After leaving the Lingxiao Palace, Wang Su arrived at the spiritual field. Within the 12 acres of the field, the spiritual plants thrived with vitality. However, he noticed that they were gradually unable to keep pace with his aspirations. Upon his arrival, the purple gold mountain vine joyfully swayed its tendrils. Through the chilling seal, Wang sensed its intent, which seemed to boast, "Look how well I've cared for them." "Well done, the purple vine is impressive," Wang said, gently stroking the tendril with a hint of a smile. "This is a reward for you." As he spoke, he activated the Qingmu transformation technique, allowing 53 streams of mountain essence to flow into his liver and emerge as spiritual light chilling seal, which he then slowly infused into the purple vine to help it achieve fullness of spirit. The moment the essence entered, the purple vine instinctively danced with all its tendrils radiating a greenish brilliance that enveloped its entire body. After 5 breaths, the radiant light gradually faded. The original purple gold mountain vine had vanished, replaced by a small girl dressed in purple sculpted like jade. Transforming into human form, the purple vine looked around, then gazed down at herself, her eyes filled with wonder and joy, unable to suppress a giggle. Seeing her lost in delight, Wang cleared his throat. Only then did the little girl return to her senses and hurriedly bowed to Wang, her voice sweet and soft. "The purple vine greets the master." Wang nodded and handed her a jade slip. "This is the inheritance of the spiritual planter. Henceforth you will be responsible for teaching and managing the disciples of the spiritual field." He reached out to pat the girl's head, finding her appearance adorable, and added, "Just make sure they don't kill the plants." In the spiritual field, all the plants were easy to care for, as long as they received spiritual energy, timely rain, weeding, and pest control, there would be no issues. With the purple vine's current cultivation level at the first layer of Qi refinement, she was more than capable of this role. "Rest assured, Master, I will take good care of these plants," the purple vine declared earnestly as she accepted the jade slip. Wang nodded slightly, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, have you awakened your inheritance memories?" The cultivation of spiritual entities differed from that of humans, following a path of refining essence into Qi. Upon awakening complete spiritual light, they typically possessed inherent cultivation inheritances. "I have awakened, Master," the purple vine chimed in a bright voice. "My cultivation method is called Mountain Vine Refinement Method, which allows me to absorb the essence of animals, spiritual energy, and solar energy to strengthen myself." Solar energy. Wang's heart stirred. While this might be rare for others, for him, it was an inexhaustible resource. He took out a jade bottle from his sleeve containing 10 streams of solar energy he had collected. "Here are 10 streams of solar energy, you may take them." He handed the bottle to the purple vine. "From now on, you can collect a bottle like this every month as your salary." It was not that he was unwilling to give more, but for a first-layer Qi refiner, 10 streams of celestial energy each month was more than sufficient for cultivation, even leaving some surplus. Those newly ascended members of the celestial race with their shallow foundations might only possess a mountain Qi refinement array, barely able to collect 30 streams of mountain essence each month. After giving half to the Wang family, they would only end up with 15 streams. This monthly salary for the purple vine was already quite generous, especially since she was a spiritual plant and could absorb solar energy by herself. Moreover, ever since learning about the peculiarities of that divine ability, he had been exceedingly cautious, rarely utilizing it for fear of attracting unnecessary attention. Recently, he had occasionally attempted to analyze that divine ability, hoping to glean insights into methods of consuming energy, gathering Qi, and even the principles of refining Qi arrays. After all, solar and lunar energies along with starlight were boundless resources unconstrained by time or geography. Yet before that, he wished to fully comprehend all the Dao symbols in the Ru-Ni script to see if he could use this knowledge to create a portable cave residence. "Thank you, Master. The purple vine will strive to cultivate diligently." The purple vine beamed as she accepted the jade bottle. Wang nodded and shifted his gaze to an acre of wind spirit vine that stood alone. Though this spiritual vine had been transplanted and had spent several days confined in his storage bag, it was now thriving, a testament to its resilience. He quietly infused a trace of life force into it, solidifying its foundation. Next, he examined the other spiritual plants one by one, secretly imparting a small amount of life force to each. The colorful jade spiritual rice was thriving, and in another month, it would be ready for harvest. Looking at the vibrant spiritual field, Wang couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. There were simply too few spiritual lands. With his current cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, his magical power, spiritual awareness, and physical body were all steeped in the essence of the Dao, imbued with the power of attribute erosion capable of transforming spiritual fields. If he wished, expanding into 100 or more acres of spiritual fields was not difficult. But he could not do so. Once news of 100 acres of spiritual fields spread, anyone would know he harbored great secrets. At that time, those at the 4th layer of Qi refinement or higher as well as those at the 7th layer, would swarm in like sharks sensing blood. His plan was to first forge a portable cave residence. With the cave connecting to the outside world, he could quietly develop spiritual fields and cultivate spiritual plants within it, later enlightening a few plant spirits to manage them, akin to a farming version of cultivation. In this way, he could grow and prosper without anyone being the wiser. Moreover, his identity as a single spiritual root had likely already spread across these two nations. Now everyone was watching him, for in the eyes of these celestial beings, he was a figure who might one day dominate the Kulu's mountain range. Even if he remained low profile, he was still an undeniable presence. After inspecting the spiritual plants, Wang proceeded to the chicken coop. Months had passed, and the original spiritual chickens had dwindled to 5, yet many fluffy chicks had appeared. He similarly infused each chicken with a trace of life force, which was far more nourishing than spiritual rice. Once these colorful jade spiritual chickens grew up, the spiritual energy within their flesh would surely nurture the disciples better. As time flew by, noon approached. Sunlight streamed down, illuminating the palace of Baiyu Mountain with a translucent glow, making the jade steps shimmer with a warm luster. Wang strolled into the Sutra Pavilion. While it was called a Sutra Pavilion, it was actually an independent side hall rarely visited, providing a serene atmosphere. Standing before the hall's door, he gazed at the spacious interior, formulating a plan. Having collected a growing number of texts over the past days, he realized they could not remain scattered indefinitely. He recalled the layout of the Sutra Pavilion at Baiyun Academy and mentally sketched a design. After a moment, he stepped inside the hall and waved his sleeve. 2 jade walls rose from the empty space, neatly dividing the originally open hall into 3 areas. Each jade wall bore characters he inscribed with magical power, ancient and vigorous. 1 Dao, Qingmu, and Xuanzhen. 3 chambers with 2 doors, distinct layers. Wang stood amid the hall, his gaze sweeping across the 2 jade walls, nodding slightly. This layout, modeled after the Academy's old system, was also the result of his careful consideration. If the celestial race wished to endure, their inheritance must not be chaotic. The texts on cultivation were the foundation of a clan, classifying them and ensuring proper ownership would benefit future generations. He first stepped into the 1 Dao chamber. This room contained the most diverse array of texts. The stone shelves along the walls were filled with various volumes he had gathered. There were wizardly notes and local chronicles obtained from Mont, secular history books and geographical maps purchased from Qingmu town, and his own handwritten notes on cultivation knowledge, dimensional experiences, and several biographies for leisurely reading. Wang casually pulled out a copy of Chronicles of the Grillu Kingdom, flipped through a couple of pages, and then returned it. This chamber's collection does not seek profundity, but breadth, he mused. In the future, when disciples enter, they will first broaden their horizons here, understanding the vastness of the world before embarking on their lengthy path of cultivation. Leaving the 1 Dao chamber, he moved into the Qingmu chamber. The atmosphere here was markedly different. The shelves mainly held the Lingji techniques, spiritual plant guides, and spiritual planter inheritance that Mingruo had brought from his family, along with the practical techniques he had recently organized on talisman-making, spiritual techniques, geospatial exploration, and terrain surveying. Each jade slip was accompanied by a brief description indicating the cultivation threshold and necessary contributions. Wang's gaze lingered on a volume titled Introduction to Spiritual Planting, recalling the earnest expression of the purple vinous smile curling at his lips. These are the true subjects that the disciples must diligently study, he said, gently brushing his fingers over a row of jade slips. In the future, as the sect flourishes, those with practical skills can rely on these texts for their livelihoods. Finally, he entered the Xuanzhen chamber. The smallest, yet most vital, it housed only about 20 volumes, all concerning qi refinement, methods of gathering qi, consuming qi, refining techniques, alchemy, and recipes, as well as various magical spells he had gathered from different places. Those originally in the Qingmu chamber had been moved here for easier reference. He picked up a copy of 5 qi consuming method, gently stroking the surface of the jade slip. This was the fundamental method of his cultivation and the most precious item brought by Wang Mingruo. 4 arts of cultivation, alchemy, tools, arrays, and talismans. Wang replaced the slip and scanned the remaining volumes. Now, with the arts of alchemy and talismans prepared, even if merely at a rudimentary level, I've established a foundation. He paused, a hint of regret surfacing in his heart. The paths of tools and arrays remained blank. Should opportunities arise in the future, he would have to find ways to fill these gaps. Once he gathered the inheritance of all 4 arts, claiming the title of Senior Celestial Being would not be an empty boast. Wang stood in the center of the Xuanzhen chamber, surveying his surroundings, and a profound sense of emotion welled up within him. This hall, with its 3 chambers, neither too large nor too small, bore all his hopes for the future of the Wang family. Wen Dao for broadening knowledge, Qian for cultivating fundamentals, and Xuanzhen for pursuing the Dao. These three layers of realms progress step by step, forming a clear path of cultivation. In the future, when disciples entered, they could read countless books in the Wen Dao chamber, travel thousands of miles in the Qian chamber, and only after solidifying their foundations and maturing their temperaments would they be deemed worthy to step into the Xuanzhen chamber and catch a glimpse of the secrets of qi refinement. He murmured to himself, a glimmer of far-reaching intent in his eyes. If the inheritance can be so orderly and unbroken across generations, then the Baiyu Mountain celestial race can truly stand firm. However, this place still needs a custodian. As he spoke, Wang Su pointed into the air, a greenish brilliance shooting forth to land on a jade inkstone on the desk. This was an improved version of the Qingmu transformation technique. Ever since he forged the Dao rhythm's spiritual body and could comprehend the Dao symbols, he gained a deeper understanding of techniques. The core of the Qingmu transformation technique lay in the Qiling seal, which could bestow spiritual light upon wood and stone, and the Qiling seal required only a stream of mountain essence to generate. Plants struggled to give rise to spiritual intelligence, but once they did, they could directly enter the realm of qi refinement, a compensation from the heavens for beings that found it difficult to develop spiritual intelligence. When a wood or stone was first enlightened, the heavens would assist, so that simply injecting wood energy, vitality, or life force would suffice to complete the bestowal and achieve qi refinement. However, this was only effective the first time, as it posed a test for those beings that found it hard to birth spiritual intelligence. Injecting life force would prompt the heavens to transform it into a power capable of cultivating spiritual light, spiritual brilliance. Yet this operation was intricate and complex. A slight misstep could waste resources, costing a qi refiner a year's worth of net income. The jade inkstone shimmered with radiant light, quickly transforming into a small child dressed in green. The child bowed deeply. "Thank you for your enlightenment, master." Wang Su nodded in satisfaction. "From now on you shall be called Qingyan." The green-clad child bowed again. "Qingyan thanks the master for the name. This sutra pavilion will be entrusted to you. In the future, when disciples come to borrow texts, they will need to expend contribution points, so ensure you keep proper records. Do not let anyone steal the texts." With that, Wang Su directed another finger, imparting the general situation of Baiyu Mountain and relevant matters concerning the Sutra Pavilion into Qingyan's mind. Possessing qi refinement strength, Qingyan quickly digested this information and responded obediently. Afterward, Wang Su inquired about Qingyan's cultivation methods and required resources. As a creature of earth and stone, Qingyan could cultivate using solar and lunar energies, as well as most earthy energies. Wang Su understood this, as plants struggled to develop complete spiritual brilliance. However, once they did, they could absorb various energies from the heavens and earth. Yet there were drawbacks. They could not employ the methods of consuming qi and could only absorb energies based on their inherent attributes. For instance, Qingyan could not absorb wood energies, just as the purple vine could not absorb fire energies. In contrast, humans could absorb nearly all energies from the heavens and earth, with limitations only arising at each qi refinement stage for increasing the number of energies consumed. The two types had their respective advantages and disadvantages. Lost in thought, Wang Su had already left the Sutra Pavilion. On the 10th day of the 5th month in the year 129653 of the Xianhuang calendar, Wang Su was immersed in quiet cultivation within the Lingshao Palace, contemplating the newly comprehended lock talisman. This talisman held profound mysteries and was subtly connected to the paths of restrictions and seals. If fully understood, it could potentially enhance the great formation of the mountain gate, making it more robust. Just as he was deeply engrossed in his thoughts, a light footstep echoed from outside the palace. "Brother Su," came the voice of Wang Mingruo from beyond the door. "Come in," he replied. Wang Mingruo entered, followed by a young disciple clad in white. The disciple appeared to be around 15 or 16, his face still youthful, yet his demeanor was respectful and his conduct measured. He was one of the earlier disciples in the Xianyuan Hall, named Mo Tai, possessing a 3-inch spiritual root. Noticing his diligent practice and quick-wittedness, Wang Su had secretly observed that his character was commendable, so he assigned him the task of gathering and organizing intelligence about the external immortal clans. "Mountain Master," the young disciple bowed respectfully, "I have just received news from the foot of the mountain and have come to report." Wang Su nodded slightly. "Speak." The disciple continued, "We have received word from the Wuming market that the main buildings have all been completed. The opening ceremony will be held in 3 days. The envoy mentioned that the Mountain Master is kindly invited to witness the event." Wuming market. Wang Su lightly tapped his fingers on the jade table, various thoughts flitting through his mind. This market, from its initial proposal to now being completed, had taken just over 2 months. The leading figures were Wang Mingtu of the Frost Kingdom and Wang Mingtian of the Shaoyang Kingdom, brothers no less. The other two families involved were Wang Mingshu of the Bibao Kingdom and the loose cultivator Han Song, who had not established an immortal clan but participated independently. Together, the five families chose a valley in the Wuming mountain range at the intersection of the Baiyu Bibao and Shaoyang kingdoms. This location was strategically advantageous with decent spiritual energy, making it suitable for gathering cultivators. It was quite a coincidence that Baiyu Mountain became one of the initial five. For some unknown reason, Wang Mingtu had actively sought to recruit him from the beginning, sending multiple messages with sincere invitations. While Wang Mingshan's attitude was ambiguous, he did not oppose the initiative. Ultimately, Baiyu Mountain joined in a nominal capacity, contributing no resources or efforts, yet securing a building in the center of the market and enjoying a 20% share of the profits. Such conditions could hardly be deemed insignificant. 20% of the profits. Wang Su mused softly. That is indeed generous. Wang Mingruo chimed in, brother, so those four families are willing to cede such benefits mainly due to their regard for your potential and the position of Baiyu country. If the market is to thrive in the future, it will inevitably rely on your reputation to deter any unscrupulous individuals. This is a form of early investment in good relations. Wang Su nodded noncommittal. Did he not see through the calculations behind this? Yet Wang Mingtu's efforts to draw him in likely extended beyond merely the market. Since returning from the clan establishment ceremony and receiving a private message inviting him to meet in the Winter City, Wang Su had sensed that this fellow clansman harbored some hidden motives. At that time, he had hesitated due to his insufficient strength and did not accept the invitation. Now, having reached the fourth level of Qi refinement with the market nearing completion and the opening ceremony imminent, he was curious to see how things would unfold. Mountain Master the disciple, continued the envoy, also mentioned that the heads of the other three families will also be present to share in the occasion. Wang Mingtu specifically stated that if the Mountain Master can spare the time, he would like to treat you to his treasured snowtop cold tea. Wang Su chuckled. This Wang Mingtu was quite persistent. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed the disciple go and replied to the envoy telling him that Baiyu Mountain will certainly attend in 3 days. Understood. The disciple complied, bowing as he left. Once the disciple had departed, Wang Mingruo quietly remarked, brother, so you seem rather indifferent toward this market. Wang Su leaned back against the jade couch, gazing out toward the distant mountains, and slowly replied, it would be impossible to say I am not interested. Once the market is established and cultivators gather exchanging resources, if managed properly, it could yield significant profits. In the future, our mountain gate will have no worries about sales for its products, and we can prioritize acquiring what we need. He paused for a moment before shifting his tone. However, the market itself is a source of trouble. Wang Mingruo appeared thoughtful. Among the cultivators, there will be both honest traders and those who resort to deceit, as well as genuine buyers alongside those with ulterior motives. Today, there may be disputes over a treasured item, tomorrow conflicts over grudges, and who knows, when some faction might envy and covertly undermine our efforts. He turned to Wang Mingruo and asked who will manage these matters. Wang Mingruo realized the market will manage them. Exactly, Wang Su affirmed. Since the four families are leading, they will naturally need to allocate personnel and resources to maintain order. If something goes awry, whether it can be resolved will depend on their capabilities. If they cannot handle it, the market's credibility will decline and it will gradually fall apart. Wang Mingruo contemplated this and said, so Brother Su's decision to remain nominally involved and not participate in management is to avoid these troubles. Not entirely. Wang Su shook his head. If I truly wanted to avoid it, I could have declined from the start. Given my qualifications and my position in the Great Kingdom, I could have simply refused. What could they have done? Then why did you agree? She asked. Wang Su paused for a moment before replying, because I could not refuse. He rose and walked to the window, gazing at the thriving Baiyu Mountain outside. If I had declined, what would others think? Wang Mingruo followed his reasoning and soon understood. Baiyu Mountain is newly established and appears impoverished to outsiders. If I were to disregard the 20% profit offered to me, she murmured, others would only conclude that Brother Su lacks resources. Precisely. Wang Su turned to face her. What resources could surpass the profits from the market? This would openly suggest that I possess some great secret or have encountered a fortuitous event. Consequently, those who initially paid me no mind may begin to take an interest. He sighed softly. With my single spiritual root reputation already drawing attention, if it becomes apparent that I am indifferent to the resources of the market, while my cultivation speed far exceeds that of others, then I would truly be placing myself in a precarious situation. Wang Mingruo remained silent. She understood Wang Su's concerns. In the realm of cultivation, countless geniuses had perished due to the curse of bearing precious jade brings peril. A 9-inch spiritual root was undoubtedly dazzling, but if it failed to grow, it would merely be a fleeting meteor. So Brother Su's choice to participate is merely to appear normal? She inquired. Wang Su nodded. A normal, newly established Qi refinement cultivator would have no reason to refuse such an opportunity presented to him. If I accept, they will take it for granted. If I decline, they will have cause to speculate. He paused before adding, as for that 20% profit, it would be great to have, but its absence wouldn't matter much. My path of cultivation does not heavily rely on the market. However, that building in the center of the market may prove useful in the future. Building? Indeed. Wang Su replied, as the number of Baiyu Mountain disciples grows, we will eventually need a place for them to gain experience. Sending a few clever ones to open a shop to sell spiritual rice talisman paper and the like could both procure necessary materials and serve as training for them. It's better for the disciples to see the world than to remain cooped up in the mountains. Wang Mingruo nodded slightly. That is indeed a good idea. Wang Su smiled, but chose not to elaborate further. He harbored another layer of calculation, unspoken. Wang Mingtis' repeated overtures must have a reason. The upcoming opening ceremony presented an opportunity to gauge his true intentions. Although he possessed a 5-inch spiritual root, he had managed to find a spiritual land in the winter city, indicating he was no ordinary individual. What motives drove his eagerness to ally with him? And then there was Wang Mingtian, whose ambiguous attitude hinted at deeper thoughts. The relationship between the two brothers did not seem as solid as it appeared. All these matters required first-hand observation for proper judgment. In the year 129653 of the Xianhuan calendar, on the 14th day of the 5th month, a subtle light began to break through the dawn. Wang Su donned his usual plain white robe, a white jade token secured at his waist. Within his sleeves, the green wooden Xian jade beads circulated continuously, standing guard in silence. Before his departure, Wang Mingruo arrived, concern evident in her eyes. Brother Su, although this journey is for an auspicious ceremony, the 4 families are rather suspicious. Please exercise caution. Do not worry, Wang Su reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. It's merely a ceremony, nothing will go awry. You will continue to oversee matters in the mountains. Should an urgent situation arise, the message from the immortal clan will reach you. With that, he transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing into the expanse. As he sped away, the 1,000-star lake retreated beneath him, the mountains and rivers of the Jelu kingdom gradually falling behind. Crossing the border into the Wuming province, the atmosphere shifted, subtly infused with a more austere and desolate essence. About an hour later, a valley emerged amidst the mountains ahead, lush and verdant with trees standing tall and devoid of any signs of human habitation. Wang Su understood that this was a concealed formation, its true nature hidden from those who lacked the cultivation to perceive it. Channeling his spiritual power into his eyes, the illusions dissipated. At the entrance of the valley stood a grand archway inscribed with 3 large characters carved with spiritual power and radiating golden light. Wuming Fong. On either side of the archway, cultivators stood guard, all at the level of the spirit-gathering realm, dressed in uniform attire, likely disciples dispatched by each family. Wang Su landed before the archway. One of the guarding disciples hurried forward, bowing respectfully. Are you the master of Baiyu Mountain, Wang? The heads of the families are already waiting in the valley. Please follow me. Nodding, Wang Su followed the disciple into the valley. The scene within the valley was strikingly different from the outside world. Once an isolated wilderness, it had now been transformed into a broad and level expanse. A main street stretched from north to south, flanked by numerous shops. Although most had yet to open, their facades were neatly arranged, and the signs brand new, clearly indicating meticulous construction. At the street's end lay a spacious square, at the center of which stood 5 3-story pavilions adorned with intricate carvings and a sense of grandeur. As the disciple led the way, he began to explain. Master Wang, that is the center of the market. Each family has its own pavilion. The shops on either side can be operated at each family's discretion. Your family's pavilion is located in the middle of the main street, a prime location. Wang Su nodded, his gaze sweeping across both sides. He sensed that dozens of cultivators had gathered in the valley, most at the spirit-gathering realm, with a few at the Qi refinement realm emanating from one of the central pavilions. The square was already populated with several figures. Upon Wang Su's arrival, they turned their attention towards him, some recognizing him, and whispering amongst themselves, their gazes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Maintaining his composure, Wang Su walked directly towards the pavilion. In front of the pavilion, 4 figures had been waiting for some time. The foremost, a robust man with a golden aura in his eyes, was none other than Wang Mingtian. Beside him stood a slightly slimmer individual with a gentle demeanor, likely his brother Wang Mingtong. The other 2 were Wang Mingshu from the Bibo Kingdom, a blue-clad female cultivator with a cool demeanor, and Han Song, an elderly man in gray robes with a rugged appearance. As Wang Su approached, Wang Mingtian was the first to clasp his hands in greeting, smiling broadly. Master Wang, your esteemed presence graces us. It truly brightens our humble abode. Wang Su returned the gesture. Head Wang, you flatter me. Congratulations on the market's inauguration, your efforts are commendable. After a few pleasantries, the atmosphere became amicable. Wang Mingtong's gaze occasionally fell upon Wang Su's smile, warm, yet laced with deeper intentions. Wang Su understood the underlying motives, but maintained an impassive facade. At this moment, Wang Mingxiu spoke up. Now that Master Wang has arrived, everyone is present. The market's opening ceremony will commence in 1 hour. We kindly request the family heads to join us on stage to celebrate together. Everyone nodded in agreement. Wang Mingtian gestured aside. As Master Wang has traveled far, please come inside and rest for a moment. We have prepared some spiritual tea for you. It will be a good opportunity to converse. Wang Su nodded and followed the group into the main pavilion. Inside the pavilion, the decor was refined. The first-floor hall was spacious and bright, with a long table made of black wood in the center and cushions arranged around it. Several attendants at the spirit-gathering realm stood in the corners, quietly approaching to serve tea as the group entered. Wang Mingtian took his seat at the head of the table, gesturing for everyone to make themselves comfortable. Wang Mingtong sat beside his brother, frequently glancing across at Wang Su. Wang Mingxiu chose a seat by the window while Han Song settled into a random spot, lifting his teacup to sip quietly, not saying much. Wang Su sat across from Wang Mingtian, accepting the spiritual tea offered by the attendant. The tea was clear, imbued with a subtle chill, a delicacy known as Shui Ding Han Cha. This tea is sourced from the snowy peaks in the northern territories of the Ning Frost country, nurtured by the cold, considered a rare spiritual plant, yielding only a few pounds each year, Wang Mingtong explained with a smile. Master Wang, do give it a try. Does it suit your palate? Wang Su took a sip, feeling a refreshing chill penetrate his lungs, accompanied by a faint herbal aroma. He nodded slightly. Excellent tea. I'm glad Master Wang enjoys it, Wang Mingtong beamed. I will have some wrapped for you to take back and enjoy at your leisure. Wang Su offered no opinion, merely stating, the master of Ning Frost country is indeed considerate. Wang Mingtong waved his hand, about to say something further, when Wang Mingtian interjected. The purpose of gathering today is twofold: to finalize arrangements for the opening ceremony and also to establish future regulations for the market. His gaze swept over the group, his voice steady. With the market established, we need someone to oversee its operations. Each of our 5 families will contribute 1 member to form a market advisory council to discuss matters collectively. Routine affairs will be managed by those on a rotating basis. What are your thoughts? Wang Mingxiu nodded. That seems reasonable. Han Song remained silent, only giving a slight nod. Wang Su concurred. That is feasible. Seeing no objections, Wang Mingtian continued. In that case, let us determine the order of rotation, based on the number of strokes in each family's name, or... I believe, Wang Mingtong interjected suddenly. There's no need for rotation, rather we should rank by the strength of each family. Those of greater strength should bear more responsibility, as is only fitting. His words momentarily paused the atmosphere in the hall. Wang Mingxiu's gaze flickered. Han Song lifted his eyelids to glance at Wang Mingtong, but remained silent. Wang Mingtian furrowed his brow, directing a look at his brother, seemingly reproachful. Yet he refrained from voicing a counterargument, instead opting for silence, as if awaiting others to speak. Wang Su held his teacup, maintaining a calm expression, though a flicker of realization coursed through him. Indeed, Wang Mingtong harbored ulterior motives. To rank by strength. Had this suggestion come from Han Song, it would have been understandable. After all, Han Song possessed the highest cultivation among them at the 8th level of Qi Refinement, subtly positioning himself as the most formidable presence in the gathering. But it was Wang Mingtong who raised this point, specifically mentioning the strength of each family, rather than individual strength. If assessing personal strength, Han Song reigned supreme, followed by Wang Mingtian with Wang Su, and Wang Mingxiu with hidden abilities relatively equal. However, within the realm of family strength, Wang Su's Bayou Mountain presented only him as a Qi Refinement combatant, while the Wang Mingtian brothers could coordinate their efforts. It was evident that the Wang Mingtian brothers sought to seize control of decision-making power within the market. Wang Su lifted his gaze to Wang Mingtong, stating matter-of-factly, the words of the master of Ning Frost country are misguided. Wang Mingtong's smile faltered. Wang Su continued, the market has just been established, and we seek stability and longevity. If we rank by strength today, you are strong, and you call the shots. Tomorrow he is strong, and he regrets it. How long can this market remain stable? He set down his teacup, speaking in a calm and measured tone. Since the 5 families have come together, we should discuss matters collectively. Whether through rotation or drawing lots, it should ultimately be a fair method. If the ruler of the Ningxuang kingdom believes in their strength and is willing to take on more responsibility, then when issues arise in the market, they should contribute more without needing to argue over titles. Wang Mingti's expression changed slightly, and he was about to speak when Wang Mingtian raised a hand to stop him. Master Wang Shan is right, Wang Mingtian said with a smile that revealed no hint of anger or joy. It was Mingti's rashness. Then let us draw lots for rotation fair and just. Wang Mingtu opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not speak. His gaze towards Wang Su now more complex. Wang Su, however, lifted his teacup seemingly unconcerned. Beside them, Wang Mingshu raised an eyebrow, surprised by Wang Ci's reaction. Han Song remained silent, yet his gaze towards Wang Su now held a hint of scrutiny. The subsequent discussions on the drawing of lots for the order of duties proceeded without further incident. It was ultimately decided the first round would be managed by the head of the Xiaoyang Wang family, followed by the Baibotan Baiyushan and Ningxuang kingdom. Han Song, as a wandering cultivator, would not participate in the rotation but could attend discussions when necessary. After the discussions were concluded, everyone engaged in a bit of casual conversation before dispersing to rest, awaiting the opening ceremony scheduled for an hour later. Wang Su was assigned to a loft situated in the middle of the main street. This three-story building housed shops on the ground floor, guest accommodations on the second, and living quarters on the third. Though newly constructed, it was built solidly, and the furnishings were elegant, clearly prepared with care. He sat by the window on the third floor, gazing down at the street below. More and more cultivators were appearing, and several shops had hung out their signs starting to do business. At the corner of the street, two wandering cultivators at the spirit gathering realm were conversing softly, their discussion unknown. Before long, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. Wang Su scanned with his spiritual sense, a smile creeping onto his lips. Come in. The door opened, and Wang Mingtu stepped inside. He had changed into a blue brocade robe that made him appear even more approachable than before. Upon entering, he did not rush to take a seat, but paused at the door, cupping his hands towards Wang Su. Master Wang Shan, I apologize for my earlier rudeness, and I have come to make amends. Wang Su raised his hand, gesturing for him to sit. Your words weigh too heavily, ruler of Ningxuang. It was merely a difference of opinions. Where is the offense? Wang Mingtu sat opposite him, giving a wry smile. Master Wang Shan is magnanimous. However, my elder brother, so let's not speak of it. He sighed, his gaze drifting to the window, as if lost in thought. It is quite shameful to admit, but I came here with my brother to explore new opportunities, and we should ideally be working together. Yet some matters are ultimately beyond our control. Wang Su listened, quietly refraining from interjecting. After a moment of silence, Wang Mingtu suddenly turned to Wang Su, his eyes earnest. Master Wang Shan, to speak frankly, I have come with a request. Wang Ci's expression remained unchanged. Speak freely. Wang Mingtu took a deep breath, lowering his voice. I have discovered a secret place in the Winter City. Within that secret place lies a celestial spirit, the Earth Spirit, Cold Dragon. Wang Ci's gaze sharpened slightly. Wang Mingtu continued, I have already refined a portion of it. As he spoke, Wang Mingtu revealed his cultivation level, showing that this spirit base could no longer serve as a foundation. If I fully refine this spirit, advancing to the 4th level of refining qi would be no challenge. However, with my aptitude, refining such a spirit is not an endeavor that can be achieved in a single day. If I were to draw attention, or if news were to leak. He left the sentence hanging, but the implication was clear. Wang Su regarded him before slowly saying, So you wish for? I am asking for your protection, Master Wang Shan. Wang Mingtu stated clearly, his gaze sincere. You need not do anything, I only ask that you acknowledge this matter, and when necessary speak a word on my behalf. Even if it is just to state that the Ningxuang kingdom has a good relationship with Baiyushan, it would be enough to deter many ulterior motives. He paused before adding, in return, in the future, for any matters concerning the market, the Ningxuang kingdom will act in concert with Baiyushan. Should you require anything, as long as I can provide it, I will not refuse. The loft fell into silence. Wang Su studied the gentle-faced man before him, his mind racing. The Earth Spirit, Cold Dragon. This was indeed something. No wonder he had made overtures multiple times. No wonder he had strived to draw Wang Su into the market. No wonder he had rashly spoken up during the discussions, provoking his elder brother's displeasure. It turned out this was his intention. He was not offering up a spirit, but rather seeking to leverage Wang Ci's name to ensure his safety while he refined that opportunity. Yet an aspiring 4th-level refining qi cultivator is worth investing in. After a long moment of silence, Wang Su finally spoke. What about your elder brother? My brother does not know. Wang Mingtu shook his head. I have told no one. If I had any other options, I would not have dared to disturb you, master. He offered a wry smile. With a 5-inch spirit root, I am merely of ordinary aptitude within the Wang family. That I am here is already thanks to my brother's support. Yet precisely because of this, some matters are even more difficult to broach. Wang Su understood the implications behind his words. Though Wang Mingtian was his elder brother, the nuances of resource allocation and decision-making between the two, both exploring opportunities together, were sensitive matters. If Wang Mingtu were to disclose the existence of the earth spirit cold dragon to his brother, it would complicate the ownership of that spirit. If he could fully refine this spirit and advance to the 4th level of refining qi, with diligent training the 7th level might be attainable, and with further opportunities perhaps even the chance to establish a foundation. Thus this spirit was his opportunity to defy fate. How could Wang Mingtu allow it to fall into another's hands, even if it were his brother? With your current strength, your elder brother may not be your match. Why seek my protection? Wang Su asked curiously. Wang Mingtu smiled bitterly. Master Wang Shan is unaware my brother and I belong to the gene lineage of the 4 sects. Since our ancestor attained enlightenment, resources from the gene lineage have been prioritized for those with superior aptitude. To this end, the Sword Distributing Hall was established specifically to allocate resources, including those that may come to us lowly endowed. He paused. If my brother discovers this spirit, he would undoubtedly report it to the Sword Distributing Hall for the sake of this opportunity. Wang Su raised an eyebrow. And your implication is? If this spirit were to be exposed, I would like Master to publicly state that this spirit was a reward granted to me for secretly aligning with you, Wang Mingtu replied. Wang Su pondered briefly and then asked, do you think this method can deceive the Sword Distributing Hall and your brother? I cannot deceive them, but with your 9-inch spirit root's weight coupled with the remote nature of the Xuanzhen plane, the Sword Distributing Hall would not oppose you for a mere fractured spirit. Wang Su contemplated for a moment before saying slowly, if you wish for my protection, have you considered the cost? Wang Mingtu's expression sharpened. Please, Master, enlighten me. I require your oath of loyalty to the Baiyushan Wang family. Should you betray us, may the 5 thunders strike you down. Wang Su stood conjuring a symbol of loyalty in his hand. This was a talisman he had derived from the loyalty curse the previous day. It was simple to use. One could condense their oath into the loyalty symbol and embed it within their body. If they resisted, the oath would not take effect. Moreover, this oath could only be broken by one at the foundation level. He looked at Wang Mingtu, solemnly extending the loyalty symbol. Think carefully. Wang Mingtu nodded seriously. Master, rest assured I understand. Then the symbol entered his body, and Wang Mingtu swore, if granted the protection of Master, I am willing to serve the Baiyushan Wang family. Should I betray, may the 5 thunders strike me down. The oath was merely a formality. The true intent lay in the heart. If Wang Mingtu were to harbor ulterior motives, this oath would not hold. As Wang Mingtu swore without resistance, the loyalty symbol solidified. Wang Su nodded in approval. Once the matter was settled, Wang Mingtu understood the unspoken cue to take his leave. Just as he reached the door, he turned back solemnly, saying, the great favor of Master I will remember in my heart. The door closed gently behind him. The loft returned to silence. Wang Su stood at the window, gazing at the bustling street below, lost in thought. The earth spirit cold dragon, a spirit of destiny. Wang Mingtu was indeed fortunate. Yet whether this fortune would ultimately be a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. And whether his acceptance of this matter today would lead to fortune or misfortune was still unknown. An hour later, the opening ceremony of the market began. In the central square of the bazaar, Wang Su stood before 5 majestic buildings alongside 4 companions. Before them gathered over 40 qi refinement practitioners and 500 to 600 spirit nurturing cultivators, all there to witness the event. Wang Su initially believed that most attendees were from nearby celestial clans. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed a dozen qi refinement practitioners among them, with golden hair and blue eyes, locals with their own fortunes to seek. As the first bazaar of the 4 nations, in the Kuluz mountain range, it clearly attracted many local qi refiners. These practitioners came not only to observe the bazaar, but also to establish enterprises and exchange goods. Despite being a celestial bazaar, most shops catered to mundane needs. After all, cultivators must sustain their lives, especially those in the spirit nurturing stage who spend most of their time refining their bodies and cannot afford to be burdened by daily trivialities. This ensured that the bazaar was frequented more by mortals than by cultivators. The bazaar's inaugural ceremony was a grand affair with decorations and festivities adding to the lively atmosphere. For the first time, mortals were witnessing so many celestial beings up close, and they sang and danced vigorously, hoping to attract the attention of the immortals, whether for destiny or favor, seeking a chance to change their fates. Amidst his thoughts, Wang Mingtian summoned a cloud from his sleeve and addressed the crowd. Dear friends, today marks the official establishment of the Wuming Bazaar. On behalf of the bazaar, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence at this grand opening. As he spoke, the cloud transformed into a colorful ribbon that swept across the sky, showering the bazaar with a cascade of rainbow-hued spiritual rain. This rain contained a faint vitality capable of enhancing the constitution of mortals and strengthening the bodies of spirit-nurturing cultivators. Next, Wang Ming Tian produced a crimson gold array plate, hovering it above the square. With a series of hand seals, he infused it with spiritual power, causing 108 flags of varying colors and sizes to soar from the array plate, settling at various corners of the bazaar to form a great array. Changyan, Gu Jin, Great Formation. Stand. Wang Ming Tian's voice boomed as he intensified his spiritual output, and the formation glowed with a dazzling golden light. Desolate Gold Sword Qi. Once more he performed a hand seal, and the radiant golden light coalesced into an enormous golden sword that struck a nearby mountain towering 100 meters high. Boom! Dust and debris erupted from the mountain, and as the wind cleared the haze, the mountain had vanished, leaving destruction in its wake. Trees uprooted, rocks shattered, a scene of utter devastation. Wang Su furrowed his brow, recognizing that this strike possessed the power of a peak third-tier Qi refinement. He mused, indeed, one cannot underestimate the science of great families. The onlookers were equally astonished. No wonder they dared to establish a bazaar with such a formidable array. Who would dare cause trouble? Yet the display was not over. Wang Ming Tian executed another hand seal, and the golden glow of the formation transformed into a golden shield that enveloped the entire bazaar. The Gujin Barrier. This barrier emanated a subtle, yet formidable aura, indicating its tremendous strength, one that ordinary Qi refiners could not breach. Once the demonstration concluded, Wang Ming Tian placed the formation underground and then descended slowly, bowing to the crowd. Dear friends, I trust you have witnessed the strength of Wuming Bazaar, capable of providing a safe trading platform for all. To celebrate the bazaar's establishment, all shop rents will be half today. We welcome you to set up your shops here. As soon as his words fell, some quickly saw the opportunity, asking, Daoist Wang, is this shop for sale? Apologies, but currently all shops in the bazaar are for rent only, not for sale. However, if you wish to serve the bazaar and guard this place, we can waive the rent for one shop and provide you with 10 strands of worldly energy each month as a stipend. Wang Ming Tian, noticing that the question came from a Qi refinement practitioner, felt a pull to recruit him. Haha, thank you for your consideration, Brother Wang, but I am used to my freedom. I feel restless staying in one place for too long. That's perfectly fine, Wang Ming Tian replied with understanding, then turned to the rest of the crowd. Friends, as Wuming Bazaar is just beginning, we wish to establish a law enforcement hall. Qi refinement practitioners may serve as attendants, while those above the 5th level of spirit nurturing may become enforcement disciples. If you are interested in making a living here, consider this opportunity. Spaces are limited, first come, first served. As soon as he finished speaking, many in the crowd stirred, particularly among the spirit nurturing cultivators. However, in reality, to become an attendant, one needed the approval of 5 others, a fact they would not openly disclose. The crowd surged with activity. Some sought to rent shops, while others expressed interest in joining the law enforcement hall. Some even set up makeshift stalls to trade goods, but they were swiftly halted. Since it was the first day, there were no penalties, only warnings. Thus, the opening ceremony buzzed with excitement. Wang Su returned to the building designated for Baiyu Mountain. Arriving at the front of the hall, he waved his sleeve and inscribed 3 characters on the plaque, Baiyu Go. Inside Baiyu Go, a figure was directing mortals bustling about. This person was Mo Tai. The building was divided into 3 levels. The first level was intended for selling items suited for the spirit nurturing stage, such as Qi recovery pills, blood recovery pills, spell manuals, spirit nurturing techniques, and common knowledge for cultivation, even spiritual chickens and rice. The second level was for Qi refinement items like spiritual power pills, storage artifacts, jade pills, and mysterious arrow talismans. The third level consisted of private rooms for hosting guests. Though there was a plan in place, most items remained in a state of vacancy, necessitating another 6 months of preparation. Fortunately, Baiyu Go also engaged in buyback transactions, ensuring the first floor would soon be bustling. After completing his plans, Wang Su pondered what was still lacking. Although the bazaar had Qi refiners for protection, they could not attend to every detail. Baiyu Go would require a Qi refining presence as well. With this thought, he summoned a jade spirit creature, naming it Shouyu. Similar to Qing, it would practice the jadestone refinement technique, capable of refining earthly energy along with solar and lunar essence. You shall guard Baiyu Go from now on, Wang Su instructed. Understood, Master of the Mountain, replied the jade spirit, resembling a young girl in a green robe. Wang Su then discussed matters related to Baiyu Go and the stipend before departing from Wuming Bazaar. Upon returning to Baiyu Mountain, Wang Su did not take a moment's rest, but instead tirelessly began to manage the affairs of Bayou Pavilion. The pavilion occupied the prime location on the main street of the market, yet it had remained empty for too long, risking ridicule from outsiders and tarnishing the reputation of Bayou Mountain. He first went to the spiritual fields on the back mountain, standing on the ridge and surveying his surroundings, a plan forming in his mind. Moments later, he raised his hand to grasp at the air, suddenly drawing forth a surge of solar essence that cascaded down from the heavens, captured within his sleeves. This single motion gathered what would take an ordinary chirefiner several months to accumulate. After collecting the solar essence, Wang Su did not pause. He took a deep breath, and the rhythms of his Dao and magical power surged forth, intertwining with the entire, for extremes, Qi refining formation. His spiritual awareness expanded, connecting with the heavens and the earth, and the two worked in concert to accelerate the refinement of the mountains and rivers. Bayou Mountain trembled slightly. The mountain slowly rose and expanded, as if some force within it was urging it to grow. The earth swelled, rocks shifted, and the entire mountain seemed to come alive. After half an hour, the tremors finally ceased. Wang Su withdrew his hand and looked up. Bayou Mountain had gained more than 2 zhang in height, and its body had widened as well. The spiritual energy in the mountain was nearly 30% denser than before, making the surrounding flora appear even more lush and vibrant. This marked the transformation of a chirefiner at the 4th stage. The first 3 stages were merely about accumulating magical power and refining the body. Upon reaching the 4th stage, one established a foundation, choosing a primary path for future development. A cultivator must consume 5 types of worldly essence, selecting one as the primary focus, while the other 4 serve as supplementary. This choice significantly impacts the comprehensions of the Dao one can achieve, the spiritual insights one can harbor, and even the success or failure of foundation building. Wang Su chose the essence of the evergreen wood, aligned with his spiritual root, compatible with his physical constitution, and suitable for his temperament. After determining his primary focus, everything began to transform. The primary essence, nourished by the rhythms of his magical power, would in turn nourish his entire being. His body's spiritual awareness and magical power would gradually develop elemental attributes. This power bore the potential to erode, enabling a cultivator to refine the world's mountains and rivers with ease. Yet for mortals, it was a deadly force. Once tainted, they would perish within 3 days, with only spirit cultivators able to resist. Having just selected his primary focus, Wang Su's spiritual awareness and magical power were still in the midst of transformation. However, his physical body had advanced ahead. After all, the evergreen wood body he had cultivated inherently possessed wood elemental power, albeit lacking the ability to erode until now. At this moment, with Bayou Mountain fully expanded and the concentration of spiritual energy heightened, it was the perfect time to cultivate new fields. Wang Su calculated. Given the current density of spiritual energy, he could cultivate an additional 8 mu of spiritual fields, combining with the original 12 mu for a total of 20 mu. Such a number of spiritual fields was already among the highest in the surrounding celestial clans. However, with his reputation as possessing the 9-inch single spiritual root, it did not seem out of place. He summoned his magical power to turn the soil. The earth rolled, broke apart, and leveled beneath his feet, quickly forming new fields. Upon completing each mu of cultivation, he infused it with a wisp of life essence to nourish the land. Next, he took out the seeds of the Qingmu gathering spirit grass and scattered them over the new fields, employing the evergreen wood technique. A green light fell, causing the seeds to sprout, leaf, grow, bear seeds, and wither, all within the span of a tea break. Wang Su repeated this process 3 times, and the 8 mu of new fields were finally fully activated, brimming with spiritual vitality and ready for use. He had further plans for these 8 mu. 4 mu would be planted with white spirit grass. This was the primary ingredient for crafting magical power elixirs. 3 mu would be sown with Bayou grass, the main component for Bayou elixirs, essential should he wish to break through the chirefining stage in the future. The remaining mu would be planted with white marrow grass. White marrow grass had some peculiarities. It consisted of mother and offspring plants, requiring the roots to intertwine with the Xuanzhen mountain vine for proper growth, otherwise it would damage the spiritual fields. But now that the Xuanzhen mountain vine had been transformed into a spiritual creature, could it still fulfill this role? Xuanzhen, come here, Wang Su called with his mind. Moments later, a violet shadow darted from afar, landing and transforming into a delicate girl, Xuanzhen. Mountain Master, what is your command? Xuanzhen bowed respectfully. Now that you are a spiritual creature, can you still replenish the nutrients consumed by the white marrow grass? Xuanzhen nodded. Yes, Mountain Master. The essence I have refined can replenish the nutrients of the spiritual fields, just as before. Wang Su nodded with satisfaction. Good. I've opened a new mu of land specifically for white marrow grass. You will take care of it from now on and do not let the spiritual field fall into disrepair. Understood. Zijin will take good care of it. The little girl assured earnestly, her eyes shining with determination. Wang Su waved his hand and Zijin transformed back into a violet shadow, returning to her vine form to continue supervising the spiritual fields. Next, he focused on hastening the growth of spiritual plants. He intended to accelerate the growth of all but the wind spirit vine to replenish Bayou Pavilion supplies. The market would soon open and they needed items to present. Wang Su stood at the edge of the fields, his magical power surging within. After reaching the 4th stage of Qi refinement, with his primary focus on evergreen, would the inherent vitality of the attributes combined with the enhancement of his evergreen wood body allowed him to wield the evergreen wood technique with effects nearly equivalent to using pure evergreen wood essence. It's been over 3 months. They should be ready for acceleration, he murmured as the deep azure magic poured from his palm, transforming into flecks of green light that flowed into the spiritual plants. The plants trembled slightly before they began to fervently absorb the spiritual energy from the air. Their roots swayed and their leaves unfurled as they grew at an observable pace. The green light continued to flow and the spiritual plants grew rapidly, soon reaching the brink of maturity. Wang Su furrowed his brow and gradually withdrew his hand. This won't do. The evergreen wood technique, along with the boost from the attribute power, could only reduce the maturation time by half at most. Forcing them to mature further would compromise their foundational essence, damaging their medicinal properties, a loss that outweighed any gain. Just a slight misstep could lead to failure. Wang Su decisively waved his sleeve, releasing the solar essence he had previously gathered. With his hands cupped, he refined the solar essence into pure life force using his magical power, then infused it entirely into the spiritual plants. With this infusion of life force, the plant's foundational essence surged akin to a long-awaited rain after drought, their vitality swelling instantly. Wang Su activated the technique again and the green light returned. This time there were no hindrances. The plants eagerly absorbed the magical power and vitality, their branches and leaves stretching to their utmost, fruits becoming plump and round, finally reaching full maturity. With a wave of his sleeve, countless spiritual plants were perfectly harvested, organized, and suspended in the air. He then cast a spell to separate the rice from the stalks, grouping the spiritual rice, spiritual grass, and seeds into neat piles. In the Bayou Palace, Wang Su carefully stored the spiritual rice and called for Julie, handing her the sorted seeds with instructions to plant them promptly. Julie accepted her task and departed. Wang Su then turned to the alchemy hall. He had long wished to attempt alchemy. Having memorized the techniques and recipes for Qingmu alchemy, he had only lacked the materials to practice. Now that the spiritual materials were all available, it was the perfect time. He retrieved the dark green Qingmu Xiandan furnace, standing 3 feet tall, with 3 legs and 2 ears, its surface etched with intricate runes and warm to the touch. The first step was to open the furnace. Wang Su summoned the Qingmu alchemical fire, gently heating the furnace with low flames to activate the runes. After a stick of incense burned, a faint green glow appeared on the surface of the furnace, and the runes flickered to life, and then dimmed the temperature just right, and the furnace was opened. He decided to first refine the simplest elixir, the Qi recovery pill. This pill could replenish the spiritual energy of spirit cultivators, and while it was of little use to Qi refiners, it was perfect for practice. Its difficulty was only slightly higher than the health-preserving pills he had previously crafted. Ingredients: ginseng, huangjing, red, maple wing fruit, spiritual rice, qingfeng, gathering spirit grass seeds. Wang Su opened the top of the furnace, quickly calculating the proportions in his mind, and then placed 1 tael of clean ginseng into the furnace. With a gentle simmer, the ginseng gradually softened and melted in the alchemical fire, ultimately turning into a pool of light yellow liquid. He then added half a tael of 9 steamed 9 sunned huangjing using low heat to dissolve it as well. The huangjing merged into the ginseng liquid, deepening its color and revealing a hint of amber sheen. Just as the huangjing was about to fully dissolve, Wang Su tossed in 2 slices of red maple wing fruit. The fruit melted instantly upon heating, merging with the liquid and transforming it into a clear red solution. Ginseng, huangjing, and red maple wing fruit. These 3 were all common herbs, merely serving to buffer the properties of the medicine and harmonize the ingredients. The true core lay in what followed. Wang Su took 3 taels and 4 fun of spiritual rice, confirming the weight was correct before adding it to the furnace. The spiritual rice rapidly softened upon heating and began to blend with the red medicinal liquid. Wang Su gently stirred the mixture with his magical power, ensuring an even combination, gradually forming a thick red rice paste. The final step was to add the gathering spirit grass seeds. Wang Su took 9 seeds of qingfeng gathering spirit grass, weighed them in his hand, and then tossed them into the furnace all at once. As the seeds entered the furnace, he fully expanded his spiritual awareness, channeling his magical power to evenly divide the thick red paste into 9 portions, each encasing a seed, gently lifting them to rotate slowly within the furnace. 9 spiritual pills the size of longan fruits thus took shape. Next was the nurturing process. Wang Su controlled the alchemical fire, slowly roasting them, while his spiritual awareness constantly monitored every minute change within the pills. The medicinal liquid and seeds slowly merged under the alchemical fire, the surface gradually solidifying while a silent transformation occurred within. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, but he had no time to wipe them away. In alchemy, a small misstep could lead to great failure. He could not afford a moment's distraction. After a stick of incense burned, the pill's surfaces glimmered with a faint luster, becoming one cohesive whole, the spiritual energy contained without leakage. They were complete. Wang Su extinguished the alchemical fire using his magical power to lift the 9 pills and slowly open the furnace. As the pills fell into his palm, they felt warm and smooth as jade. He examined them closely. 3 of the pills emitted a faint medicinal fragrance, their quality the best. The remaining 6, while also formed, lacked luster and could only be considered mid-grade. 3 pills. Wang Su murmured, his brow furrowed. With the Qingmu alchemical fire increasing the success rate by 1.5, the Qingmu Xiandan furnace adding another 10th, and the evergreen wood body contributing half. This totaled a 30% success rate. With a 30% success rate in a batch of 9, he should theoretically yield 2 to 3 pills. Now he had exactly 3, neither more nor less. My talent in alchemy. He pondered for a moment, chuckling and shaking his head. Is it good or bad? Scenes. ID 1. Text. With his mastery of the water control technique, Wang Su immersed himself deeper into the intricacies of alchemical art. His previous failures were now mere stepping stones, guiding him toward a greater understanding of his craft. ID 2. Text. Each failed attempt to refine the Bai Yu Dan only served to sharpen his resolve. He knew the importance of this particular elixir for those at the pinnacle of the spirit convergence realm, where it acted as a crucial catalyst for advancement. ID 3. Text. As he meticulously prepared the ingredients, his mind wandered to the delicate balance required between the Bai Yu grass and the Bai Sui grass, 2 elements that seemed destined to clash rather than harmonize. ID 4. Text. Despite the challenges, Wang Su remained undeterred. He had exhausted his supply of materials, yet the 2 successful pills he had produced glimmered with potential under the faint light of the workshop. ID 5. Text. Reflecting on his expenditures, he calculated the cost of his endeavors with a sigh. The investment in this single batch had been substantial, yet the prospect of selling the pills at their market value offered a glimmer of hope. ID 6. Text. With a determined spirit, he set the price of each Bai Yu Dan to match his costs, willing to break even for the sake of practice and experience. The true worth would be revealed in time. ID 7. Text. Transitioning to the crafting of storage talismans, he carefully shaped the bamboo into segments, each representing not just a physical vessel, but a piece of his growing legacy. ID 8. Text. His dedication to aesthetics was evident as he infused each segment with the transformative symbols, conjuring them into exquisite jade tablets that shimmered with ethereal beauty. ID 9. Text. These jade talismans named Qingkong would serve not only as storage devices, but also as a testament to his skill and vision. He priced them reasonably, ensuring accessibility for fellow practitioners. ID 10. Text. With the talismans completed, Wang Su turned his attention to the creation of the Xianqing arrow talismans. The intricate world of talisman crafting beckoned him, revealing layers of complexity and artistry. ID 11. Text. As he sketched the designs, the vibrant blue lines danced across the paper, reflecting his mastery of the elements. Each arrow talisman held the potential to unleash formidable power. ID 12. Text. After crafting a significant number of these talismans, he felt a sense of accomplishment. He decided to keep a portion for personal use, while offering the remainder to the marketplace, confident in their value. ID 13. Text. Returning to the Ling Xiao Hall, he settled into a meditative state, feeling his inner energies align like a vast ocean. The tranquility of his surroundings amplified his focus. ID 14. Text. As he contemplated the intricacies of the symbols he had encountered, he sensed an awakening within, a deep understanding of their potential applications in his practice. ID 15. Text. Among his findings was the Xianming water control technique, a powerful method bestowed upon him by his sect. This technique, with its 3 stages, promised to elevate his mastery of water manipulation. ID 16. Text. He consumed the river water qi he had prepared, channeling it through his body as he began to unravel the secrets hidden within the essence of water itself. ID 17. Text. The first wisps of water qi entered his system, guided by the principles of the technique, allowing him to perceive the ubiquitous moisture in the air around him. ID 18. Text. Every droplet, whether from the mist outside or the dew on the grass, became vivid in his awareness, revealing the interconnectedness of all things through water. ID 19. Text. With a subtle shift of intention, he summoned the water vapor towards his palm, forming a translucent sphere that sparkled in the light, a testament to his burgeoning control. ID 20. Text. Accomplishing the first stage, Wang Su marveled at the simplicity and elegance of the technique. Yet he knew this was merely the threshold of what was to come. ID 21. Text. He pressed on, consuming more of the river water qi, deepening his connection to the element and expanding his range of control. With each passing moment, his mastery grew. ID 22. Text. After a day of relentless practice, he had extended his awareness to encompass a radius of 50 yards, each droplet of moisture within his grasp. ID 23. Text. With a mere thought, he could manipulate this water, forming whips or shields as he pleased, imbuing the fluid with purpose and intent. ID 24. Text. As he navigated the second stage, Wang Su felt an exhilarating rush of power, the ability to command water as a weapon or a means of defense at his fingertips. ID 25. Text. Days passed in fervent dedication, and soon his perception expanded to an astounding 1,000 yards, allowing him to pinpoint even the faintest source of moisture. ID 26. Text. In this moment of clarity, he discerned the true essence of water, an entity straddling the line between softness and hardness, yielding yet unyielding, revealing its duality. ID 27. Text. With this newfound understanding, he conjured a magnificent water dragon, its form shimmering in the light, embodying the fluidity and strength he had come to command. ID 28. Text. In an instant, he transformed the dragon into ice, capturing its majestic form with crystalline precision, an expression of both beauty and raw power. ID 29. Text. In that fleeting moment, Wang Su felt a profound connection to the essence of water, as if he had become its sovereign, a master over all that flowed. ID 30. Text. He explored the depths of his capabilities, merging with the surrounding vapor, his physical form dissipating, but his awareness heightened, able to perceive everything around him. ID 31. Text. His experimentation led him to conjure a mirror from water, reflecting distant events with startling clarity, as if the world itself was laid bare before him. ID 32. Text. Finally, he summoned a fearsome water creature, a giant ice toad, its presence formidable and chilling, embodying the raw power of his technique. ID 33. Text. Yet as he beheld the toad, a sense of foreboding crept over him. The technique he had mastered bore the mark of deep ancient power, hinting at complexities yet to be uncovered. ID 34. Text. Realizing the potential dangers this mastery might impose, Wang Su resolved to tread carefully, aware that the forces he now wielded were not to be trifled with. ID 35. Text. Though the water technique offered him immense power, he understood that each skill came with its burdens, and he would need to remain vigilant lest he become ensnared by its allure. ID 36. Text. This technique, now a cornerstone of his abilities, would serve him well, but it also carried the weight of responsibility. He must navigate this path with wisdom and caution. Covers. June 12, year 129653 of the Xianwang calendar. Baiyu Mountain gradually fell into a steady rhythm. Wang Su concluded his training and made his way to the Yaoqi Hall. Yesterday, his sister Wang Mingruo had broken through to the 10th layer of the spirit-nurturing realm, preparing to advance into the Qi refinement stage. With the nurturing essence of Xiang bamboo and Wang Ces replenishment of life force, her foundation was solid. She also possessed spirit elevation pills and jade essence pills, giving her nearly a perfect chance of successfully advancing into the Qi refinement stage. If a 1-inch spiritual root can reach the 10th layer of spirit nurturing, the probability of breaking through to Qi refinement is 1 in 10. A 2-inch root yields a 2 in 10 chance. However, typically only a 3-inch root can reach the 10th layer before the vitality wanes. By this logic, with Wang Mingruo's 6-inch spiritual root, her chance of breaking through was 6 in 10, with the jade essence pill adding another 2 points, and the spirit elevation pill contributing 1 more. Coupled with their family's cultivation techniques and her solid foundation, she had a total assurance of 10 in 10 for her breakthrough. Thus, Wang Su was not overly concerned. "Brother Su, I'm going into seclusion," she said joyfully upon seeing him. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. Every time she watched her brother soar through the skies with ease, she felt an overwhelming envy. Go ahead. After Wang Mingruo returned to the Yaoqi Hall, he set up a barrier outside to isolate her. With her in seclusion, he began to wander around. Last month, a new batch of disciples had arrived, 1 with a 4-inch spiritual root and 3 with 3-inch roots. The 4-inch disciple was named Doria Firth-Clipton, a 14-year-old merchant's daughter who possessed a trace of sea god bloodline. Thus, she was both a witch and a cultivator. Awakening her magical power at 6 years old, her father used his connections to procure wizarding tomes for her. Consequently, upon joining Bayou Mountain, she already had some level of witchcraft and exceptional talent nearing the capabilities of an adult witch. After entering Bayou Mountain, she switched her focus to the spirit nurturing technique. In just a month, she reached the 3rd layer of spirit nurturing, making her the most accomplished among the disciples. Wang speculated that with her witch qualifications, her cultivation speed in the spirit nurturing realm could match that of a 5 or even 6-inch root. In 7 years, she might very well break into the Qi refinement stage. Wandering around, Wang Su arrived at the cultivation hall. Inside, a simple spirit gathering array was set up, efficiently collecting spiritual energy, making cultivation here significantly faster than outside. Thus, when not on missions, most disciples practiced within. Cultivating in the spirit nurturing realm was dull and monotonous, merely absorbing strands of external spiritual energy to wash and enhance the physical body. Each cycle of cleansing augmented one's physical strength. Upon Wang Ce's arrival, the disciples stopped their training and bowed in respect. Mountain Master. Wang Su nodded slightly. Since you entered the mountain, I have yet to impart the true teachings. Today I will share some insights with you. As he spoke, his spiritual awareness enveloped Bayou Mountain, summoning all the disciples from outside to the cultivation hall. Then, seated upon a meditation cushion, he began his lecture. In the myriad realms, the Dao is endless, and so is the path of cultivation. However, the Dao possesses strengths and weaknesses, with great beings dividing the vast Dao into yin and yang. Beneath the Dao lie the principles. Those who seek to comprehend these principles are known as Zifu, which are divided into true and false natures. Those on the path of the Dao are termed true nature, those without are called false nature. The false nature resides in the vast and obscure void, while the true nature dwells in the celestial heights. The principles are the positions of the heavens and earth governing the authority of the universe, and can align with the rightful and false positions of the cultivators. The rightful position is known as the true fruit of the Dao, also referred to as the immortal foundation, granting one the immortal talisman, thereby filling the Dao. The false position is known as the false fruit of the Dao, also called the participant foundation, granting the divine talisman, allowing one to steal the Dao. Thus, the rightful position avoids the false and inflated Dao. The false position seeks truth through the false. The rightful position clearly distinguishes yin and yang. The false position muddles them. Most rightful positions belong to the categories of Taiyin, Taiyang, Shaoyin, Shaoyang, Jin, and Jiang. The false positions often belong to streams like Jiang and Chanin, scheming for the rightful position. Qi refinement involves gathering the spirit and seeking the Dao. Spirit nurturing involves refining the body into spirit. As Wang Su lectured, the Dao rhythm permeated the air. He also demonstrated techniques that transformed life force into mysterious light, descending from him to nourish the bodies of the disciples. The sound of the teachings was radiant, calming their souls. The disciples in the hall were entranced by the teachings, and their inner pathways began to operate involuntarily. This lecture likely saved them half a year's worth of effort. Many disciples who were just on the verge of breaking through finally stepped into the spirit nurturing realm. After 3 hours, as Wang Su concluded his lecture and noticed the disciples still lost in the experience, he quietly left. This session had also served as a clarification of his own path. While lecturing, the symbols of his powers surged within him, providing him new insights into this technique. Seizing the moment of inspiration, he delved deeper into his understanding. The mysterious changes of the symbols within him began to manifest a new arrangement in his comprehension. As another 3 hours passed, Wang Su sensed a slight fatigue settling in his mind. The symbols also began to reveal their mysteries through his contemplation. Sunward branch, it can guide and absorb the essence of sun and moon, as well as the radiance of stars, transforming them into pure life force to nourish oneself or all things. Sunward branch, river's abundance, it can gather the essence of sun and moon along with the brilliance of stars to cultivate fertile ground and enrich the Dao. Qingmu Yuhua, sunward branch, consuming the essence of sun and moon along with the brilliance of stars, transforms it into pure life force, nourishing the self or all things. River's abundance array, it can gather the essence of sun and moon along with the brilliance of stars to cultivate fertile ground and enrich the Dao. Is this the technique evolving into the Dao. Throughout history, there have been many prodigies who have self-realized techniques, condensed the Dao-generated principles, and created paths. Yet the hardships along this path are unimaginable to others. Opportunity and fortune, timing and location all are essential. Techniques also serve to discern the true and false positions of the Dao. Those with techniques represent the rightful position, those without represent the false position. For those who have established a foundation through the false position, they must seek out Daoic resonances akin to their own attributes to refine into false techniques, and later, through the false, grasp the true. However, the method of discerning between the rightful and false positions using techniques is often unnecessary in the Qi refinement stage, as techniques are manifestations of the Dao. Only by comprehending the Dao can one understand the techniques. In the beginning, there were no false positions for establishing foundations in the world. However, once someone comprehended the Zifu, they sought to quickly strengthen their principles, which led to the establishment of false positions. The Dao established through false foundations is a virtual fruit condensed by the Zifu Tianjun. To advance further, one must transform the virtual fruit into a true fruit, which involves seizing other principles of the Dao, thus transforming the false into the true, achieving the goal of embodying the principles. The mystical water control technique he practiced earlier seemed to be a method for establishing a foundation aiming to help him comprehend the water principles. Fortunately, he had already chosen his Dao foundation. With that thought, Wang Su examined Qingmu Yuhua Sunward Branch. This was a prenatal technique for attaining the Dao, which could only manifest when one's techniques were abundant and someone else comprehended this technique. The technique would then reveal itself as a prenatal method for attaining the Dao. To cultivate this method, one only needed to follow the procedures to attain the Dao of the Sunward Branch. This method was recorded in symbols and could serve as a prenatal Dao script. As Wang Su pondered, various insights surged into his mind. At this moment, night had fallen and the method began to operate on its own. The moonlight and starlight entered his body, merging with the vital energy of the evergreen wood, combining into the jade blossom wood energy. Sunward represents the technique, jade blossom represents the Dao. The jade blossom wood energy belongs to the Shaoyang, correlating with the spring wood Dao jade blossom. It can easily shift to the Shaoyin autumn earth Dao jade stone. Condensing the jade blossom's abundant essence can enhance vitality and extend the Dao's influence. It can also reflect the positive spring wood Dao green blossom, counteracting the Shaoyin earth Dao earth concealment. Avoiding the golden Dao wasteland gold and mysterious copper, encountering the Shaoyang water Dao flowing river. The Shaoyang summer wind Dao cloud mist, and the Qingyang spring wind, Dao gentle wind, can lead to abundance. Thus one can seize the flowing river gentle wind and cloud mist principles. In other words, the Sunward Branch currently still belongs to the growth principles as a technique. It requires further strengthening, and later, when he comprehends the Dao, he can separate and elevate it into the jade blossom principles. The river's abundance array of prenatal formation would merge with the Xiang bamboo within his dantian when manifested. Once deployed, it could gradually transform the surrounding area into a jade blossom Daoic treasure land, bringing jade blossom into the world. Receiving this information, Wang Su couldn't help but reflect. Establishing a foundation is a battleground for the Dao, with every position being finite, particularly those of false foundations, which are always lurking in the shadows, coveting the rightful positions. Wang Su took out the Xiang bamboo from his dantian. At this moment, the spiritual essence could no longer be referred to as Xiang bamboo. It now appeared jade-like, exuding a misty Dao rhythm that should be called jade blossom bamboo. This should be all the jade blossom principles that can be condensed from the Sunward Branch. If I refine this Daoic essence and continue to comprehend the growth principles, will there be no jade blossom principles left in this world? Of course, he would not do such a thing. He could distinguish between an unclaimed principle and two unclaimed principles. The jade blossom originated from growth. Once he comprehended the jade blossom, he could then closely study the growth principles. If he did not attain the jade blossom, would this jade blossom principle seek another to validate it? At that point, this unclaimed growth principle would likely be exposed as well. To bring jade blossom into the world, I cannot place this prenatal formation in a secret realm or cave. Wang Su murmured. A secret realm is an independent space devoid of vitality and principles, isolating it from the outside world. Placing a formation there would not enhance the principles. Neither could it be placed in the Xiang cave. The cave was fragile and could not withstand the principles. It seems the only place to set it is within Baiyu Mountain, but I must use some means to conceal it. Under the deepening night, Wang Su arrived at the spirit locking array beneath Baiyu Mountain. With a twinge of pain, he retrieved a piece of Xiang bamboo from the illusory moon's secret realm, employing the symbols to transform it into a wooden cave within this spirit locking array. Then he dispersed the essence of the wood Dao and melded it into the surrounding stone walls, integrating the wooden cave with the surrounding rocks. Subsequently, Wang Su inscribed the symbols universe, expand, solidify, carve, transform, shift, stabilize, dissolve, increase, illuminate, lock, and repair, creating a space with a diameter of about 7 miles. Wang Su gazed at the area slightly larger than the Qianqing Lake and couldn't help but recall the scenery. He took out the spiritual essence, jade blossom bamboo, placing it at the center of this space, then activating the prenatal formation within. As the formation unfolded, the jade blossom wood energy permeated the area, filling it with jade-white mysterious light. The ground shook and cracked, transforming into fertile soil nourished by the Daoic rhythm, and jade blossom wood energy sprouting numerous jade-white spiritual plants, including spiritual bamboos, trees, grasses, and mosses. Before long, a jade blossom Daoic treasure land took shape. With the river's abundance array, in the future the essence of sun and moon along with the brilliance of stars falling upon Qianqing Lake would be absorbed by this formation, transforming into the energy of jade blossom, establishing a treasure land, and enriching the Dao. Wang Su within this space found that cultivating Qingmu Yuhua sunward branch would yield remarkable results. Moreover, as the treasure land expanded, it would gradually influence the outside world, thickening the surrounding wood essence akin to a landscape that continuously expands. After Wang Su set up the formation, when Yuhua manifested, the vast expanse of the 9 heavens trembled, and the power of the wood Dao resonated, intensifying its momentum. Countless wood Dao practitioners sensed it, and their Dao cultivation grew significantly. The great cultivators began to deduce the reasons behind the wood Dao's disturbance, but their efforts yielded no results. However, some ancient beings existing for centuries speculated that it must be due to a divine wood Dao principle manifesting, though no one had yet confirmed its existence, leaving it still at the realm of divine power, obscured by the principle itself, which made it impossible to deduce which principle had emerged. Such occurrences happened every few centuries. Those who had surmised the outcome sighed deeply, knowing that if they could deduce this principle with their abilities, they could surely acquire it and transform it into a Dao reference, advancing their cultivation further. I wonder which lucky soul will seize this opportunity. In the Xuanzhen realm at the Jinfeng blessed land, although it was dark outside, the land was bathed in golden sunlight. The Xuanzhen Taoist temple was permeated by the Xuanzhen gale, and a 100-meter golden lake sparkled brilliantly under the sun. On the surface of the lake sat a figure in meditation. This person was the Grand Master Xuanzhen, who had attained the Shaoyang Autumn Gold Dao, the Jin Xiumeng, and the Shaoyin Wind Dao, the Wu Wei Feng. The surrounding Xuanzhen gale was the result of his comprehension of the two principles. The golden lake beneath him was formed from the Dao rhythm of Jin Xiumeng. At this moment, Grand Master Xuanzhen awakened from his contemplation, piercing through layers of barriers with his gaze looking toward the 9 heavens. With his strength, he could not discern what had occurred, but he sensed the manifestation of the wood Dao. In his perception, he noticed a wood Dao aura descending from the 9 heavens into the Xuanzhen realm. He attempted to pursue it, but as soon as the aura entered the realm, it vanished without a trace, eluding his calculations. Strange, what could be in this realm that would attract the attention of the wood Dao? As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward the Silver Moon continent, where it was highly likely that the Silver Moon elves residing in the Silver Moon forest, born of the wood Dao, were the ones to draw the wood Dao's favor. Treasures of heaven and earth are inhabited by those of virtue. Wang Xuanzhen had attained the Dao for 300 years, opened the Jinfeng blessed land, governed the land, and taught countless people. In this Xuanzhen realm, who could rival his virtue? Thus, Grand Master Xuanzhen immediately set out, transforming into a wisp of gentle wind, quietly drifting toward the Silver Moon continent. With an opportunity at hand, he must soar like a hidden dragon. Once he took flight, this chance would belong to him, Grand Master Xuanzhen. On the other side, at Baiyu Mountain, the manifestation of Yuhua inevitably stirred the earth's veins. Despite Wang Ci's efforts to suppress it, significant ripples ensued. The most evident change was the rise of the lake's water, which caused Baiyu Mountain to grow a foot taller. The abundant spiritual energy allowed for the cultivation of an acre of spiritual fields. Surrounding Baiyu Mountain, 3 floating islands emerged, each about 100 square meters in size. On these islands, aquatic plants, fish, shrimp, crabs, and shells were stranded, clearly having just risen from the depths of the earth. Wang Su himself witnessed the transformation of principles manifesting, and under their influence his Imu Changqing body underwent a metamorphosis into the Yuhua Inyuan body, bursting with vitality and amplifying his magical power by more than 10-fold, radiant with the light of attributes, and his Dantian filled with 360 yuan points. This marked the pinnacle of the 4th level of Qi refinement. Now he was ready to forge a spiritual mechanism. Wang Su took out a piece of void-breaking bamboo, pouring all his attribute power into it. Under the infusion of this power, the azure bamboo gradually transformed into a blue-white jade-like form. The distinction between spiritual plants and spiritual mechanisms lay in the possession of attribute power. At this moment, he fell back from the peak of the 4th level of Qi refinement to its initial stage intentionally. If he were to cultivate this level by himself, he would never have willingly done such a thing, but this cultivation was forcibly elevated under the influence of the Dao rhythm, leaving a shaky foundation. If he did not disperse it today once he reached the consummation of Qi refinement, it would not be so simple to remedy the situation without dispersing his power. Wang Su assessed the blue-white void-breaking bamboo, resembling a piece of blue-white jade glowing in this blessed land, exuding a refreshing coolness as the inherent attribute power coursed through it, slowly absorbing the surrounding Dao rhythm. Perhaps in 100 years it might transform into a spiritual mechanism of the Dao principle. This was also the reason why Qi refiners were eager to establish celestial clans. When practitioners reached the peak of the 4th level of Qi refinement, their attribute power would be complete, capable of producing attribute light. With day and night nurturing the spiritual plants, they would transform into spiritual mechanisms of Qi refinement. Those who, after reaching the peak of the 4th level, found their lifespan dwindling would, like Wang Su, infuse their entire attribute power to facilitate the transformation into a spiritual mechanism. After advancing to the 5th level of Qi refinement, one's spiritual consciousness would undergo a transformation. At this point, spiritual consciousness, magical power, and Dao rhythm could coalesce into a domain with magical power and spiritual consciousness, continuously nurturing and expanding the domain, stabilizing the spiritual mechanism within it. It could even cultivate a piece of spiritual field into the embryonic form of a blessed land. When practitioners resided within the domain, their spells would be enhanced, and they could suppress their enemies' powers. Upon advancing to the 6th level of Qi refinement, one would begin to comprehend Dao principles, which could nurture spiritual mechanisms. After completing all of this, Wang Su returned to the entrance of the Yaopool Hall. He did not rush in. Instead, he first sent out his spiritual consciousness to probe quietly. The atmosphere inside was calm, and a familiar wave was gradually retracting. That was the state of a practitioner consolidating their aura after a recent breakthrough. Sister Roro had evidently succeeded in her breakthrough. A smile crept onto Wang Su's lips as he raised his hand and quietly dismantled the barrier formation he had set outside the hall. This formation was originally meant to prevent external disturbances during breakthroughs. Now that the breakthrough was successful, there was no longer a need to maintain it. After dismantling the formation, he deliberately emitted a trace of aura that only Qi refiners could perceive. Indeed, the next moment, a wisp of spiritual consciousness extended from within the hall, sweeping past him. Immediately after, the hall doors creaked open. Before Wang Su could step forward, a figure dashed out from within, leaping into his embrace. "Brother Su." Wang Mingruo's voice was tinged with a mix of sobs, joy, and relief. She held Wang Su tightly, as if pouring out all her loneliness and anxiety of recent days into this embrace. Wang Su embraced her in return, speaking softly, "Congratulations, Roro, on breaking through to Qi refinement. You are now a true Qi refiner." Wang Mingruo looked up, her eyes misty, yet smiling. "I thought it would take a long time, but I didn't expect it to be so quick. Did I keep you waiting, Brother Su?" "Not long," Wang Su replied, looking down at her. Under the moonlight, her complexion was more radiant than before her retreat, with a faint glow hinting at the signs of a flourishing spiritual body after her breakthrough. "You broke through just in time." Wang Mingruo paused slightly, then understood the deeper meaning behind his words, a blush rising on her cheeks. At this moment, the moonlight was thick. The silvery lights streamed into the hall, stretching their shadows long and intertwining. The lingering aura within the hall had not fully dissipated. It was a unique freshness infused with vitality, mingling with the faint scent of Wang Mingruo, enveloping the two of them. For some reason, the temperature inside the hall seemed to rise a few degrees. Neither of them spoke, simply leaning against each other in silence. Wang Su felt the subtle quickening of her heartbeat, the warmth of her breath, and the faint fragrance of her hair. He was feeling a bit love-struck. Wang Mingruo kept her eyes closed, savoring the long-awaited embrace. She could smell the familiar scent of Wang Su, sharp and fresh like the woods, with a hint of lingering Dao rhythm remnants left behind after he crafted magical tools or drew talismans. They stood there quietly, neither willing to let go first. In their closeness, an emotion long anticipated surged within their hearts. A feeling not born of impulse, but rather a quiet accumulation of longing and affection over days and months, converging at this moment into an unspoken understanding. Wang Mingruo slightly raised her head, her gaze meeting Wang Su's. Her eyes reflected the moonlight as well as his figure. She softly spoke, her voice low, tinged with shyness, yet entirely natural. "The night is late. Why not stay here tonight, Brother Su?" Wang Su looked at her at the soft light in her eyes, the blush on her cheeks, and the slight parting of her lips. He did not speak, but gently nodded. After 45 chapters, the time had finally come. Outside the hall, the moonlight was rich. Inside the hall, spring was beginning to stir. Translation. Year 129653 of the Xianwang calendar, June 13th. The golden crow hung high in the sky, the time past noon. The two finally exited the Yaoqi Palace. Wang Mingruo, having recently broken through to the Qi refinement stage, had initially planned a grand wedding according to their previous discussions. However, the many secrets of Baiyu Mountain could tempt even those at the foundation establishment stage. After some deliberation, both agreed that discretion was the better part of valor, as opportunities were not to be squandered. To compensate, his dear sister Wang Su shared the unclaimed Dao laws of Shengfa and Yuhua, allowing her to choose to comprehend the Shengfa Dao. Within the Illusion Moon secret realm, there were still 4 purple sun bamboos ample for Mingruo's foundation establishment training. After all, he had transitioned to the Yuhua Dao, with his own foundation establishment a priority. The first person to certify their Dao laws and principles would have the opportunity to master them. There were distinctions of strength among the Dao laws. A strong Dao could imprint 9 true names, while a weaker one might only manage a single imprint. Those who imprinted true names could obscure the Dao for others seeking certification, making it particularly challenging for subsequent certifiers. Even for those capable of imprinting 9 names, the first to certify could complicate matters significantly. In the Qingyang Plain, certain foundation establishment immortal clans held on to a Dao, passing it down through generations, turning the fruits of heaven and earth into personal possessions. While Wang Mingruo regretted not being able to cultivate the Taiyin Dao, she was eager to pursue the Shengfa Dao. After all, how could she pass up the opportunity to claim a portion of the Dao as family heritage? Moreover, there was a rule above the Dao that seemed to resemble Qingmu, which appeared to be unclaimed. The various secrets of Baiyu Mountain compelled Wang Su and Mingruo to act cautiously. Thus, they held a simple wedding on Baiyu Mountain, attended only by disciples, keeping it exceedingly low-key, without even inviting the local nobility. Preparations complete, the mountain was adorned with festive red. They laid out spiritual chickens, spiritual rice, and spiritual fruits and foods purchased from the market, allowing the disciples and Qi refinement spirits to indulge and significantly advance their cultivation. The Yaoqi Palace was now draped in red decorations festooned with joyful symbols, creating a scene of celebration. Inside, the two sat at the edge of the bed beneath the red lanterns and jubilant curtains. Wang Mingruo donned a phoenix and dragon hairpin crown adorned with 24 small flower beads crafted from golden threads with jeweled tassels hanging down. Her gown was a feathered robe in hues of red silk and green satin embroidered with auspicious clouds and phoenixes. Her face was adorned with delicate makeup featuring a pale yellow floral forehead piece, elegantly drawn brows, and crimson lips. She exuded an elegance and beauty that transformed her from her usual playful charm, resembling a breathtaking beauty like Yu Huan or Daji. Meanwhile, Wang Su wore traditional groom attire, sporting a large red flower ball on his chest, embodying the demeanor of a new husband. Brother Su, for the rest of our lives, I hope for your guidance. Wang Mingruo lifted a cup of marriage wine from the celebratory table, her voice melodious, her eyes filled with tender joy. Ruo, for the rest of our lives, I hope for your guidance as well. Wang Su raised his own cup, filled with marriage wine. Their gazes locked as they drank deeply from their cups. After finishing, they settled on the bed, sharing intimate conversations. Wang Mingruo recounted amusing stories from her childhood, while Wang Su listened attentively, occasionally interjecting. Since my parents were gone, I understood that one must rely on oneself. I need to establish my foundation so I can pursue my desires without the current caution, even regarding marriage. I'm sorry, I will. Wang Mingruo gently placed her finger on Wang Su's lips, signaling him to refrain from speaking further. Leaning against his chest, she continued, Brother Su, don't say such things. Marrying you was my choice. As partners, we should support each other through thick and thin. Our current circumstances are not what we envisioned, but life seldom goes as planned. As long as you are by my side, I am content. Never say sorry again. Knowing that you care for me is enough. Agreed, we will support each other moving forward. Wang Su responded softly. He was uncertain of the truth behind her words, yet as long as he did not betray her, he would accept them as genuine. After all, he was far from perfect himself, often judging others by their actions rather than their hearts. Year 129653 of the Xianwang calendar, June 14th. In the early morning, having concluded their wedding celebrations early the previous night, Wang Su arose early, taking Wang Mingruo to the Yuhua Treasure Land. The Yuhua Treasure Land spanned 7 li, approximately 2 1/3 miles, featuring mountains, streams, and lush vegetation, resembling a pristine forest in shades of azure and white. The Sichuan Yingyuan Dao array continuously operated, drawing in the sun's essence and the moon's brilliance along with the star's light. This created a dense atmosphere of Yuhua wood energy within the treasure land where newly sprouted spiritual plants thrived abundantly. Spiritual energy coalesced into wood Dao gemstones. At the center lay a bamboo grove of Yuhua shimmering in hues of jade with ethereal light glimmering. The core contained two spiritual essences, one shorter and the other longer. The shorter essence concealed itself, its Dao rhyme complete. The longer one radiated brilliance, gradually absorbing the Dao essence of the treasure land, though no Dao existed within it. Wang Su and Wang Mingruo approached the bamboo grove, where Wang Su selected a Yuhua bamboo for inspection. Discovering it to be a variant of the void bamboo with cosmic attributes, he noted its vigorous vitality and sturdy texture, making it ideal for crafting flying vessels and magical artifacts. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that while they were all nearly the same height, only 4 or 5 of the mature Yuhua bamboos were viable. The remaining 100 or so were either lacking in cosmic attributes or had not yet matured. As for the other spiritual plants in the treasure land, they were primarily Yuhua Dao cultivable plants, few of which had reached maturity. The Yuhua Ghost Orchid, pure white as jade, absorbed Yuhua wood energy, rendering the ground barren within a 10-meter radius. Should it bloom, its fragrance would enhance comprehension of the Yuhua Dao. There were also Yuhua grass, young Yuhua trees, Yuhua spiritual stones, and even azure white Yuhua butterflies, breezes, and streams. Newly born spiritual entities lacking proper names, merely labeled with the Yuhua prefix. The Yuhua Ghost Orchid was particularly noteworthy to him, as it could accelerate Dao comprehension. Thus, he set up a simple Qi attraction array around it to allow for greater absorption of Yuhua wood energy. "What do you think of this place?" Wang Su inquired. "It seems better than my grandfather's jade palace. There are so many spiritual plants." Wang Su understood that Wang Mingruo was not flattering him. As a manifestation of the Dao, this place would continually grow. The variety of spiritual plants birthed from the Yuhua Dao was incomparable to ordinary Dao treasure lands. At that moment, Wang Su retrieved the illusion moon token, severing his connection to it, and handed it to Wang Mingruo. "Since you will cultivate the Shengfa Dao, this illusion moon secret realm will be entrusted to you. This way you won't have to seek me out whenever you need purple sun bamboo." Wang Mingruo paused, surprised that Wang Su would entrust the illusion moon secret realm to her, knowing it contained several Dao spiritual essences. After contemplating, she declined. "Brother, so you should keep it. One piece of purple sun bamboo was sufficient for her training, and she didn't see any inconvenience." She understood Brother Su's intentions and had no plans to betray him. To her, it made no difference who kept it. Thus, while each harbored their thoughts, both were primarily concerned for the other, still immersed in the tender phase of their romance. "Then I'll leave it here. If Ruo needs anything, feel free to take it." Seeing Wang Mingruo refuse his goodwill, Wang Su proposed a compromise. The Sichuan Yingyuan Dao array did more than absorb the energies of heaven and earth. It inherently possessed defensive and obscuring effects. Anyone below the foundation establishment stage who intruded would surely perish. It was precisely because he controlled this innate array that they could safely enter the treasure land. "All right then, let's leave it here." This time Wang Mingruo did not reject his kindness. Luofu reminiscences. Before the Xianwang Li, the ancient arts prevailed. The strong were as numerous as Hangxia. Though it was a golden age of cultivation, it was also the sorrow of the world. Cultivators exploited the world to its limits. From soil and sand to sight and breath, every element became nourishment for cultivation. As cultivators multiplied, the world edged toward annihilation. They fought over resources until the heavens shattered, the great Dao was sundered, and worlds toppled. That era was called the Age of Ancient Methods. Then Xianhuang Daozu and Yin Di rose, their incomparable power suppressing the heavens, ending the wars, and rescuing the world from collapse. They brought the Age of Ancient Methods to a close. Afterward, Xianhuang Daozu and Yin Di contended. Xianhuang Daozu established the Jindan method. Yin Di founded the Dengxian path. Their succession of doctrine became a struggle of life and death. In the end, Xianhuang Daozu utterly defeated Yin Di at Luoyuan. Unwilling to accept defeat, Yin Di transformed into a black sun and swore, "As long as Dinghuo persists, the black sun will not perish." Xianhuang Daozu seized the Xianhuang Dusher Yu Dai and stripped Yin Di of his treasure Ding Huotongling Yu Pan, imprisoning Yin Di at Luoyuan. More than 129,650 years have passed. The Daozu has retreated from the world, but Luoyuan has stirred. A black sun now hangs over the heavens, eroding the lineage of the Jindan Wei. Today in the Xianhuang Li year 129653, a month 6 day 12, the black sun looms across the myriad worlds. At the edge of the Luofu Great World, the Xuanzhen plain also bears a black solar disk. Whether the artificial golden crow of the Jinfeng sanctuary or the sun painted across mundane scrolls, in this instant, all have become a black sun. Cultivators who turn their practice to the sun, who contemplate its radiance, can comprehend from this black sun a path to ascent, the Dengxian system, or awaken divine arts. At this very moment, Wang Su and Wang Mingruo are in the Yuhua Baodi drawing upon the site's Dao resonance to quicken their cultivation. Wang Su rotates Qingmu Yuhua Xiangyang Ji and other arts, siphoning the sun's refined essence, oblivious to the fact that the sun above has already blackened. Underground, he only senses that today's sun essence feels different, wilder, more animate. Indeed, the sun essence today carries a hint of sentience that makes transmutation smoother. As he assimilates more of it, his vital force thickens, the attributes permeate body, technique, and awareness at better than twice the previous rate. After all, he is rebuilding. While he relishes the pleasure of rapid progress, a small jet-black flame quietly takes shape within his dantian. Wang Su senses the change immediately. When he spots the tiny flame in his dantian, he is horrified. He forcefully interrupts his practice. The sun essence stirs chaotically in his body, but his reflexes quickly subdue it with a divine art. Wang Mingruo notices his disturbance and halts her cultivation, asking with concern, "Su Gij, what is the matter?" "Nothing." Wang Su soon composes himself, restrains Wang Mingruo from approaching, and focuses on the black spark inside his dantian. He probes with spiritual awareness but perceives no heat. The flame hovers by his spiritual root, trembling like a phantom. He tries magic Dao resonance attribute force, every ambient chi of heaven and earth. Nothing takes. It is as if the flame is a projection, visible, perceptible, but untouchable. How can he be at ease with such a black spark in his dantian? He did nothing but ordinary cultivation. Could it be the sun essence? He had already sensed its slight wildness. Wang Su grows apprehensive. Must he now rely solely on lunar and stellar essences? Unable to act further, he continues to study the flame, and to his surprise, discerns a pattern. The flame's flicker corresponds to the pulse of his spiritual root. He had been cautious to avoid directly testing his spiritual root. After all, the root is the foundation of cultivation. Any flaw could render a person ruined. Still, he urges his root to flash, and the black flame obeys. He then gathers the 9-inch spiritual light entirely into the root. The flame withdraws into itself like a weightless droplet in space, forming a roughly spherical bead. At that point, his inquiry stalls. He cannot risk further experiments with his root. After a moment's hesitation, he steels himself. He splits off 1 inch of the spiritual light. If the flame within his dantian is not understood, he cannot be at rest. He laments inwardly, "Hey, now it's an 8-inch lingji." For if his root were only 7 inches, he would never spare even 1 inch. He might wait until after foundation establishment, when the root's influence wanes, before using it. Calming his thoughts, Wang Su brings the separated inch of spiritual light near the black flame. When the light touches the darkness, it seems to paint the black with a layer of white. The light dissolves, and the black spark becomes a white flame. In that instant, Wang Su feels a strange communion with the white flame. The flame's leaps answer him, and more astonishingly, he understands the flame's meaning. Human path, divine art, Dinghua, can expend Dinghua to replicate offspring's innate talents. Dinghua 1 increases by 1 each year. Wang Su feels numb to such revelations. Since awakening his memories, inexplicable boons have come to him ceaselessly. This time it is especially bold. The flame simply entered his dantian without his doing. Even if he were foolish, he can now guess there is a scheming hand at work. Life is not a novel where the protagonist stumbles upon rare fortunes and loves falling into his lap. He only has his sister Mingruo, and she plays her own subtle games. Though she warms him, Wang Su senses her feelings are not yet absolute. The two sustain one another as a couple, each investing sincerity, but how deep that sincerity runs is another question. For now, he is still weak. He must passively accept these benefits and guard his heart in cultivation. Cultivation is hard, everywhere rife with schemes, and even as he tries to survive, plots find him. Since he has been ensnared, he will at least seize whatever advantages present themselves. He continues to absorb the senescence, testing whether it will enlarge his Dinghua. He notices the absorption speed has halved. So now he has an 8-inch spiritual root. Despite the slowdown, it is still enough for his cultivation. After refining a little longer, Wang Su finds no change in his Dinghua and guesses that the boon may have applied only at the initial contact. Recognizing the senescence's peculiarity, he condenses a sphere of vital force formed from today's senescence and offers it to Wang Mingruo. Today's senescence is unusual. Try refining this sphere, you may gain something unexpected. Wang Mingruo takes the vital force and inspects it, finding nothing outwardly different. Trusting Wang Su, she swallows it and begins to refine. Wang Su watches closely, ready to intervene should anything go awry. Soon he notices a shift in her expression and asks, "How is it?" Wang Mingruo opens her eyes, looking at him with a complex mixture of excitement and shyness. "There is a cluster of black flame in my dantian. Try splitting off an inch of spiritual light and merging it into the flame," Wang Su advises. She divides an inch. Now she possesses a 5-inch spiritual root. Given Wang Ce's counsel, she believes he would not harm her. Besides, she already has 4 auxiliary Lingji aiding her cultivation. Even at 5 inches, she has confidence in achieving foundation establishment. Evaluating the stakes, she follows his instruction and melds the inch of light into the black flame. After a while, Wang Mingruo opens her eyes. Her gaze toward Wang Su is layered, part wonder, part bashfulness. "I awakened a divine art, Rindao Xinshui." Xinshui? Yes, Xinshui. Its power is to increase Xinshui by 1 each year. It can use Xinshui to raise the innate aptitude of offspring for descendants whose aptitude is increased with Xinshui. A proportion of the cultivation they gain each year is returned to me. 1 point of Xinshui returns 10% of their cultivation annually. Wang Su is taken aback. He had assumed his Dinghuo was an anomaly in a scheme unknown to him. He did not think this human path big hand would be calculating not only him, but also those around him, and even his future progeny. Though the benefits seem favorable, the sensation of being manipulated is unpleasant. "I awaken Rindao Dinghua," he says. It also increases Dinghua by 1 each year, and Dinghua can be consumed to copy the innate talents of offspring. Wang Mingruo blushes and smiles awkwardly, as she had not expected both their divine arts to concern descendants. As a woman with strong will and confident in achieving foundation establishment, she had planned on bearing only 1 child, so she could devote herself to cultivation. After foundation establishment, she will have 900 years in which descendants could number in the tens of thousands. There will be no worry of lineage dying out. Moreover, pregnancy would slow cultivation and potentially allow a nascent spirit to consume the mother's primal essence, detrimental to practice. Now, with both their arts tied to posterity and inheritance, it seems they are destined for many children. "It seems well have many children," Wang Su remarks without embarrassment. Even without Dinghua, he welcomes many offspring as continuations of his bloodline and the traces of his existence. They tease one another a little. Wang Su sends his spirit sense outward to learn the situation beyond. The world has already changed. The black sun sits as if in total eclipse. The only light comes from a golden rim around its edge. Fishermen on Bayou Lake stop their work and raise their faces in panic. Wang Su abandons further private cultivation and brings Wang Mingruo to the sect hall to reassure the disciples. "Do not fear, continue your cultivation. If the sky should fall, there will be tall men to hold it up." He privately transmits instructions to Zitang Qingyan, even the Jadestone Lion, directing them to absorb the sun essence and seize their opportunities. He does not plan to inform the general disciples. The White Jade Mountain Gate exists chiefly to strip Wang family members of mundane burdens so they may cultivate in earnest or take advantageous marriages to strengthen the clan. If any disciple acquires an overpowering divine art, it will breed complications. Though the Wang family governs this flourishing region with strength, the locals differing in skin, hair, pupils, and language will always harbor distrust toward outsiders. Only beings like Zitong, whose life depends entirely on Wang Su, and slow-progressing spirit creatures who take centuries to advance can be entrusted with such chances. Meanwhile, on the Silver Moon continent, Xuanzhen Jinren arrived and took a humble mountain cave in the Silver Moon forest as a temporary seclusion. At his level, spirit sense has transcended into hot, vast, lofty, yet ethereal. When unleashed, it can encompass the whole Silver Moon continent. So though he dwells in a mountain cave, his Dao thought constantly watches the continent, especially the Silver Moon forest. Under his careful observation, he discovers an extraordinary presence, so extraordinary it unsettles him. That appears to be a descendant of the sky's sovereign Baijin, Ji Yu's bloodline. How could it appear in this realm? Xuanzhen Zinren's breath catches. He smells a grand conspiracy beyond his modest foundation establishment to resolve. Are the gods preparing to strike back? As he ponders the plot, the great sun above suddenly blackens. He quickly withdraws his hot, fearing an incursion of the gods. Pulling out his proof object, the Xianjin Gangfeng Bao, and taking a defensive stance, he scans the surroundings. Seeing no immediate threat, he relaxes. The black sun with its golden rim shows nothing especially different aside from a wilder, more animate quality to its sun essence. He uses his Dao thought to inspect those who have absorbed the sun essence. He soon perceives the truth. Beings who take in this sun essence give birth to a cluster of black fire within them. From those black flames, they can comprehend an alternate system of divine arts, an ascent system said to belong to Yendi. Xuanzhen wonders, could Yin Di be reviving? First the Dao descended, then the discovery of a sovereign's bloodline, now the suspected resuscitation of Yin Di. Everything converges at once, and the pressure upon him grows heavy. Scenes. ID 1. Text. Wang Su absorbed the last flicker of the transmission and moved with deliberate restraint. He had already dispatched orders, the mountain had been stirred, and the Wangjie edict pronounced. The decree branded the Ascension system anathema, instructing all sects to excise any seed of that practice. He did not relish issuing such uncompromising commands, but the politic of survival left him no indulgence. In private, he filed the new scripture into the archive, the gesture, as much ritual as calculation. ID 2. Text. He sent succinct missives to Zhu Li and Colin, a curt string of imperatives that would ripple through by Yushan. No disciple must cultivate techniques derived from the Black Sun. Any infractions were to be reported immediately or eliminated on the spot. A second dispatch went to Luo Si Ming, charged to watch mundanes for signs of aberrant behavior or the spread of purported divine arts. The orders were precise, leaving no room for dilettante mercy. ID 3. Text. Complying with the Wangjia pronouncement was not mere obedience, but preservation. For Wang Su, the decree protected not only orthodoxy, but political cohesion. If the family fractured over a forbidden path, rivals would exploit the schism. He felt the weight of stewardship. His governance would have to be both iron and tactful. Publicly enforcing taboo could deter contagion. Privately, he must watch for those too curious or desperate to heed edict, and thus kindle a longer conflagration. ID 4. Text. He reviewed the Dai Hung Lian Fa, once more reading each line, as if measuring a foreign star against his own constellations. The treatise mapped 7 stages: Qi awakening, Qi refining, base transformation, Xin Dan Xin, Ming Dao embryo, and the elusive forging of ascension itself. A handful of terse lifespan annotations gave color to its promise and peril. To the majority of cultivators, this method offered alluring shortcuts and darker tolls. To him it read like an ancient echo of an old dangerous ambition. ID 5. Text. The more he compared systems, the clearer the schism became. The Ascension schema demanded tribulation after tribulation, laws to be wrested, heavens to be contradicted. Such intercourse with cosmic adjudication was not polite negotiation with fate, but open contest. Current orthodoxy preached harmony and gradual attunement. This older formula dared to force the hand of destiny. Wang Su understood why elders had branded it heresy. It renounced the covenant with natural order and sought dominion where only prudence should tread. ID 6. Text. He tossed the jade slip into the archive chamber of Baiyushan without ceremony. For lesser sects, the artifact might be a phoenix feather of wishful temptation. For his conservatory, it would be a specimen, a warning, and an artifact for study. He would reward Wang Mingtu for presenting it, of course. Rewards maintained loyalties. Yet he would not permit the book to seed fanaticism beneath his roof. The act was pragmatic, almost clinical, born of long practice in the management of desire and danger. ID 7. Text. Night deepened beyond the mountain. Moonlight pooled on the eaves and smoothed the terraces of Baiyushan into silver plains. From the valley rose only the distant murmur of watchmen and the soft rustle of wind-blown pines. On the surface all was steadfast as Wang Su had ordered, but beneath that placid skin dark undercurrents had already begun to stir. The black sun had been a herald, its echo would not perish with the retreat of shadow. ID 8. Text. The name Luo Ri Yuan tightened his thoughts like an old scar. The ravine at the world's western edge was mythic, an expanse that swallowed matter and memory with indifferent appetite. Their legend claimed Lei Yindi entombed after a titanic rivalry with Wang Lao. If Yin Di sought resurrection, the consequences would ripple beyond sect politics into the marrow of the world. Wang Su considered every possibility, balancing the improbable against the plausible with the austere patience of his station. ID 9. Text. He dreaded another question: how many would be unable to resist the appetite of sun essence? Power that arrives as revelation breeds contagion. Among the myriad cultivators scattered across the realms, there were those whose ambition could not be tempered by counsel or decree. The edict might dissuade the prudent and deter the exposed, but it could not purge longing from blood and bone. In that gap between prohibition and temptation, the first conspiracies would doubtless form. ID 10. Text. Turning inward, Wang Su reassumed his cultivation. His body, honed by the Yimu Chongqing tea, shifted as if made of living jade. Within him the Yu Hua in Yuan tea blossomed. 360 yuan nodes glimmered like a small firmament in his dantian, each point a pulse, each circuit a covenant. He fed them with slow, meticulous breath, coaxing the spirals of force to synchronize. This was not vanity but preparation. When the world trembled, those who were steady could act with consequence. ID 11. Text. Though he had willingly dispersed the apex of his chi to avoid unnecessary scrutiny, the foundation remained immovable. Rebuilding to former strength would be a matter of focused time rather than a gamble. He felt the residue of former peaks like weathered footholds under his palms. They offered purchase rather than promise. Such as the paradox of cultivation. Relinquishment can be a stratagem and loss a reserve provided one possesses the patience to harvest the ember later as flame. ID 12. Text. Beyond by Yushan, the Xuanzhen cultivation world pulsed with rumor. Small enclaves of practitioners who had grazed the sun essence reported visions and blackborn flickers that coalesced into instruction. News traveled in secret channels, half superstition, half opportunistic tradecraft. Sects convened emergency councils debating whether to clamp down or to investigate. The echo of the Black Sun had become a political hazard that demanded immediate containment, and many elders moved with a rare, almost anxious haste. ID 13. Text. At the bottom of this surge, some humbled or restless cultivators began to convene in hidden glades and abandoned shrines. There, under the cover of twilight and the facilitation of greed, they sought the teachings that feasted on sun essence. From nascent embers they fashioned liturgies and mantras. Black flames reported by a few were described as clusters of shadowed fire that birthed understanding and unmoored fear. The phenomenon seduced with the promise of rapid ascension and the whispered weight of forbidden knowledge. ID 14. Text. The Wangjia edict rippled through the aristocratic networks and found immediate reinforcement among conservative houses. Many pledged palpable loyalty, offering patrols and informants to ensure eradication. Yet for every household that declared faith in orthodoxy, there was another that watched quietly, weighing advantage against dogma. Suppressing a doctrine in the marrow of the populace was never absolute. Suppression birthed secrecy. In the weeks to come, prohibition would temper some flames and fan others into deeper, more dangerous coals. ID 15. Text. Wang Mingtuo's motives were simple and human. Presenting the dowry Hung Lianfa to a lordly patron bought him favor. The act would secure a place of respite should the edict condemn him elsewhere. He had wrestled with the book's promise and peril, then surrendered it when prudence outweighed appetite. Wang Su understood this calculus. Coveting safety and ambition can produce gestures sold as loyalty. He catalogued the transaction with mild amusement, mindful that gratitude must be provable when debts are called. ID 16. Text. His reply to Wang Mingtu had been measured praise. Public acknowledgement would grease the social mechanism, a private reward would anchor the man's future obedience. Such small economies, gifts, gratitude, recorded favors, were as useful as any blade. Wang Su resolved to record the giver's name, time, and circumstance in the annals. If later currents shifted and the man was tempted again, that ledger would remind both patron and client of the exchange that had been made in the light of ordinance. ID 17. Text. When he finally opened his eyes, dawn had not yet given. The mountain lingered between night and day. He dispatched further watchers, increased patrols along paths that led to remote groves, and tasked his most discreet elders with surveilling any whisper of ascension rites. His orders were not only precaution but strategy, to detect and to channel rather than simply to cull. There would be confrontations, certainly, but he preferred traps set with foresight to skirmishes summoned by panic. ID 18. Text. Beneath the outward calm, currents intensified. The question of Yin Di's awakening hung like a score yet to be played. Wang Su felt the inevitable approach of a season that would test more than muscle and doctrine. It would test patience, loyalty, and the art of governance itself. He returned to his inner work with renewed resolve. The world might be pulled by ancient tides, but he would be ready to respond with judgment and force when the tremors finally reached by Yushan's door. Covers. On the 14th day of the 6th month in the year 129653 of the Xianwang calendar, the following day arrived. After Wang Mingruo broke through to the qi refining stage, he entered seclusion with the Xiang bamboo, declaring he would not emerge until he reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of qi refining. Thus Wang Su found himself alone that morning. Upon rising, he first immersed himself in understanding Dao talismans. After spending half a day, he comprehended a talisman called Lu, capable of recording his experiences and observations. With his insights complete, Wang Su made his way to the immortal cultivation hall to instruct his disciples. At present, there were 48 disciples at Bayou Mountain, of which 28 were under the age of 12 and 20 were above that age. The immortal cultivation hall was beginning to feel somewhat crowded. Therefore, he planned to establish an enlightenment hall beside it to accommodate the younger disciples. Before entering the Ling gathering realm, there is a period of physical tempering, typically starting after the age of 12. By separating these two age groups in their instruction, those under 12 could focus on nurturing their bodies, thereby avoiding the development of a hasty and profit-driven mindset that could lead to premature attempts at gathering spiritual energy and potential loss. The disciples over 12, having entered late, required daily consumption of ginseng goji berries and antler velvet to enrich their physical constitution, followed by body-tempering exercises to quickly attain immense strength and attempt to absorb spiritual energy. While this process might deplete some of their potential, it was an unavoidable necessity. He couldn't simply allow these 12-year-olds to spend another 5 or 6 years nurturing their bodies. After all, Bayou Mountain was not a charity institution. Conversely, those under 12 only needed to practice a daily breathing technique to allow spiritual energy to circulate through their bodies and achieve the nurturing effect. Currently, Bayou Mountain had 16 Ling gathering disciples, with the exception of Doria. All were at the first level. The remaining 4 would likely enter the Ling gathering realm within this year. Wang Lao planned to discreetly observe during his daily teachings and secretly bestow some life essence onto his more loyal disciples to compensate for their squeezed potential. His gaze fell upon Doria, who was closest to him. With her sky-blue hair shimmering like jewels, the ends curled like ocean waves, and a tuft of playful hair sticking up atop her head, she possessed large bright blue eyes and a cherubic face that radiated cuteness. Clad in a flowing blue dress adorned with seashells and pearls, she appeared to have emerged directly from the ocean. Within her, a delicate balance existed between magic power and spiritual energy, seemingly capable of mutually enhancing one another. Wang Lao held high hopes for Doria. She had a 4-inch spirit root and the ability to sense the virtues and vices of others. The bloodline of the sea god within her could potentially awaken during her breakthrough into the Qi refining stage, giving rise to a unique spiritual entity. However, she can be a bit too playful and lacks dedication to her training. Right now, she's dazed in front of Wang Lao, lost in thought. Doria, focus on your training and don't get distracted, Wang Lao admonished, conjuring a hand of condensed magical energy that flicked her lightly on the head, delivering a sharp, crisp sound. He controlled it well. Although Doria felt pain, she was not harmed. "Ow!" Doria yelped, instinctively shrinking her head and covering the affected spot with her hands, a tear brimming at the corner of her eye. Then, raising her head to meet Wang Lao's serious gaze, she wilted, pouting her lips in a contrite manner. "Yes, Mountain Master." This girl, when she first arrived at Bayou Mountain, was cautious and earnest in her practice, obedient and endearing. However, after befriending Wang Mingruo, her true nature emerged, playful and mischievous, relying on Wang Mingruo's supervision to achieve her current strength at the 3rd level of the Ling gathering. The interaction between Wang Lao and Doria was witnessed by the other disciples, sparking feelings of envy, jealousy, and relief, but mostly admiration. Since Doria arrived at Bayou Mountain, she became the center of attention, advancing to the 3rd level of the Ling gathering in just 2 months, earning the affection of both the Mountain Master and her mentor Wang Mingruo. While there were others who could have been punished for distractions during their training, being Doria, she was treated with leniency. Wang Lao was not overly concerned with the thoughts of the onlookers. An hour swiftly passed, during which Doria remained engrossed in her training. "All right, today's instruction ends here. I have an announcement to make." Wang Lao paused, looking at the crowd, then continued, "As the number of disciples at the mountain increases, the immortal cultivation hall has become somewhat crowded. Therefore, I plan to build an enlightenment hall beside the immortal cultivation hall to separate the disciples practicing body tempering from those in the Ling gathering." With that, Wang Lao led the disciples outside the hall. Upon arrival, he summoned the earth's energy, causing the mud and stones beneath to surge upward. Under his command, pillars, walls, and roofs rapidly formed. In the span of 3 breaths, a palace resembling the immortal cultivation hall was constructed. Following this, he conjured the Dao talismans of Bian Zhuan and Ding, imbuing them into the newly erected palace. In an instant, the palace transformed into pure white marble, towering majestically, with the words "Enlightenment Hall" engraved prominently above the entrance. Wang Lao called upon Kellen and Julie, instructing, "Please arrange for the disciples who have yet to enter the Ling gathering realm to study in the Enlightenment Hall. In the future, you will take turns instructing the disciples there." After a moment's thought, he added, "You and Julie may receive an additional portion of spiritual meat daily, including spiritual chickens and other meats purchased in the market. Each month, you will also receive 5 Qi pills and 5 healing pills as your remuneration for teaching the disciples." Upon hearing this, Kellen and Julie replied excitedly, "Yes, we will ensure to teach our juniors well." Hearing of the rewards, Doria stepped forward, playfully pleading, "What about me? I'm already at the 3rd level of Ling gathering. Don't I have a task?" "You." Wang Lao frowned, resting his chin on his hand, while scrutinizing Doria, deliberately elongating his tone as if to express disdain. "What else can you do besides cause trouble?" "I." Doria's mind raced, but she couldn't think of anything she excelled at. The other disciples nearby struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces turning a shade of red from the effort. Haha, sister, besides causing trouble, it seems you can't do anything else. Nerad de Monte, grandson of Ros de Monte, burst out laughing, unbothered by the situation. With Nerad's jest, the others joined in laughter as well. You all, humph. Doria pouted in discontent. All right, since you wish to take on a task after this, go to the scripture pavilion and ask Elder Qingyan for a legacy in alchemy. I'll practice it on your own. I will grant you the same treatment as Kellen and Julie. However, there is a requirement within 2 months you must learn to refine a type of pill. Doria possessed a 4-inch spirit root in water earth and would making her quite suitable for alchemy, though her talent was yet to be determined. Wang Su initially considered a 3-month time frame, but knowing Doria's nature, he anticipated she would take the full 3 months. As for punishment, he kept that to himself. Yes, I will definitely learn to refine pills. Stung by her peers' mockery, Doria felt a mix of shame and indignation. Irritated that she seemed to lack any skills, she readily agreed to Wang Su's task without a second thought. Chapter 51, 3 Peaks, grew XXVI, thanks to Wang Gu Changqing for the reward. Wang Su departed the immortal cultivation hall and arrived at a floating island adjacent to Baiyu Mountain. Though termed a floating island, it spanned merely around 100 square meters, barren and adrift on the lake surface. The other 2 islands were similar, having surfaced from the lakebed during a previous seismic event. He planned to transform these 3 islands into true mountain peaks to encircle Baiyu Mountain. In the future, this vicinity would be filled with the mountains of Baiyu. If managed well, perhaps when he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, he could embed them in the void, creating a blessed land. With this thought, Wang Su first performed a water wave technique to gently escort the fishermen from Baiyu Lake beyond its borders. Once the lake surface was clear, he began his work. Linking his spiritual awareness and magical power to the earth's veins, he forcefully drew in the energy from below, gathering the mud and stones from the lakebed. Boom! The floating island trembled violently beneath him, visibly rising and expanding. Rocks rolled, soil surged, and a thunderous roar reverberated like distant thunder, sending waves crashing across the lake. In the span of a single incense stick's burning time, the floating island had transformed into a peak that matched Baiyu Mountain in height, but was only half its size. Despite being newly formed, it radiated an imposing presence. Wang Su proceeded to replicate this process with the other 2 floating islands. The 3 peaks stood in a triangular formation firmly established around the perimeter of Baiyu Mountain. Of course, while the commotion appeared grand, it primarily involved relocating the mud and stones from the lakebed. In truth, he had comprehended the increased talisman, which would allow him to create mountains from thin air using his magical power, but that would have drawn too much attention. Outsiders would merely assume he was using magic to transport surrounding earth and stone without delving deeper. With the 3 mountains erected, the water level of Baiyu Lake also plummeted significantly. Standing atop the newly formed peak, Wang Su contemplated the purpose of these 3 mountains. He intended to use one for establishing an outer affairs peak, where worldly matters would be processed to maintain a separation between the immortal and mortal realms, shielding the disciples from secular disturbances. Another peak was designated for nurturing spirit beasts to serve as the spirit beast peak, since the Sichuan Inyuan Dao array had rendered the other 3 formations in Baiyu Mountain somewhat redundant. This peak would house the earth vein locking spirit array. The final peak would be dedicated to cultivating spiritual plants, serving as the spiritual plant peak, where the 4 extremes Qi refining array could be established. Some of the void-breaking bamboo from the Illusion Moon secret realm could be relocated here as well. What a monumental project! Wang Su mused, feeling a sense of accomplishment swell within him. He first retrieved the earth vein locking spirit array from the earth's veins and placed it beneath the spirit beast peak, then nourished the soil with the essence of Yuhua wood, employing the green wood growth spell to spur the growth of grass and trees. In an instant, the previously barren peak transformed into a lush oasis. However, Baiyu Mountain currently only housed the rainbow jade spirit chicken as its sole spirit beast, which felt rather monotonous. He could have the disciples search for various spirit beasts in the woming market to cultivate. Creatures such as chickens, ducks, pigs, dogs, and earth dragons, spiritual energy earthworms, as well as golden-edged earth centipedes, which can promote blood circulation, should be relatively easy to procure in the market provided they have existed in spiritual energy for a significant time. Of course, their quality would not match that of the rainbow jade spirit chicken, but they would still serve as adequate spirit beasts sufficient for nurturing the bodies of those in the ling gathering stage. Next came the spiritual plant peak. Wang Su repeated the process, transforming it into a picturesque mountain before transplanting the spiritual plants. Since it did not require nurturing for Ling gathering practitioners, the four extremes Qi refining array directly opened up 24 acres of spiritual farmland. The surplus 4 acres were entirely dedicated to planting void-breaking bamboo. Finally, for the outer affairs peak, he did a simple greening and erected a jade palace, leaving the rest to the disciples to manage. After all, if he completed everything himself, what purpose would there be for the disciples? Moreover, with 16 disciples in the Ling gathering stage, it was time to find them tasks to do, and the cultivation of spirit beasts and plants wouldn't require much effort. After finishing all this, the sun had already dipped halfway below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orangerd. Wang Su wrapped up his work and returned to the Yuhua Blessed Land. In the center of the Yuhua Blessed Land, a simple wooden house had been erected. In one of the rooms, Wang Mingruo was practicing her aura, flowing harmoniously around her. Sensing his return, she paused her practice and opened the door. "Brother Su." Wang Su embraced Wang Mingruo, saying, "Ro, we must work hard." Though his words seemed vague, Wang Mingruo understood. Wang Su was referring to having children, with both having awakened their human path divine abilities. The sooner they had children, the better. Her face flushed slightly as she responded with a soft Then we will. Wang Su began, but his words remained unfinished, the implication clear. "Always listen to Brother Su." Wang Mingruo murmured, her face growing even redder. Satisfied with her response, Wang Su said no more and easily lifted her into his arms. "Oh!" Wang Mingruo exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck as he carried her into the house. As night deepened, the lights in the wooden house went out. Elsewhere in the southern region of Baiyu Kingdom, the former capital of the Gru Kingdom, Lionheart City, had now been renamed Baitzi City, becoming part of the territory of Yu Kingdom. The current ruler of Yu Kingdom was a woman named Wang Jinyu. She occupied the most prosperous province of the former Gru Kingdom and practiced the path of incense, consuming the essence of the mortal realm, the qi of the bustling world, the willpower of all beings, the qi of the kitchen god, and the smoke of human life. Consequently, she placed immense importance on the livelihood of the people. To soothe the local populace, she did not annihilate the Gru royal family completely. Instead, she conferred upon them a noble title, imprisoning them in Baitzi City to showcase her magnanimity. To survive, the royal family changed their surname to Lu, with the former king Gru Atini renaming himself Lu Bang. Recently, when the Black Sun appeared in the world, an inconspicuous book inherited by the Gru royal family suddenly emitted a dazzling light. It was discovered by Lu Bang, who was then borrowing poetry to alleviate his sorrow. He hurriedly reached out to take it, but upon touching the book, it transformed into a golden light and shot into his forehead. He stood frozen in place as countless pieces of information flooded his mind. It turned out that this was the spell book of Dorilalu Chi Si Gru, accompanied by a matching shrieking hat and magic card. The spell book absorbed sunlight to maintain its integrity. Today, after the spell book absorbed an exceptional amount of sunlight, a cluster of black flames formed within it. Though the book possessed a degree of sentience, it could not invoke its powers without a master. At that moment, Lu Bang, who bore the bloodline of Dorilalu, happened to be nearby, and thus the book emitted golden light, recognizing him as its master. The spell book contained all the spells of Dorilalu, but only those with a selfless nature could learn from it. Lu Bang had stumbled upon a great opportunity. The black flame absorbed by the spell book followed suit into his mind. Once in his mind, it automatically transformed into a cluster of white flames, becoming a human path divine ability. Lu Seed, allowing individuals without spirit roots to use it as their spirit root and step onto the path of cultivation. Lu Bang stood there dazed, not moving for a long while. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. Lu Bang laughed maniacally, his laughter growing louder until he doubled over, tears streaming down his face. "Not all paths are closed, and not all paths are closed." Huh. He laughed like a madman, tears flowing freely. Once he had laughed enough, he wiped the tears from his face. Consider Lu Bang, the Gru Atini, who had diligently managed the realm during his reign, striving to clean up the mess left by the previous king. He had worked tirelessly, placing merit above all else, and sought to revitalize the Gru kingdom. However, he had expected to bide his time, hoping for an opportunity. Instead, he was met with a series of celestial beings descending, declaring their own realms. What he once considered himself to be a wise ruler turned into a monarch of a fallen kingdom, each day only able to compose poetry and drink in sorrow within this loft. Now his patience had finally paid off. He retrieved the Ling gathering method from his desk, a book he had read countless times. Though he was already familiar with its contents, he still perused it with utmost seriousness. Celestial beings. He too would become one soon. Chapter 53, The Complete Dao Talisman. On the 30th day of the 6th month in the year 129653 of the Xianhuan calendar, more than half a month had passed since the event of the Black Sun. The atmosphere in the Kulus Mountains was growing increasingly turbulent. The most evident change was the surge in foot traffic at the Wuming marketplace, which had more than doubled. Among the crowd were mostly local faces along with some mountain spirits and wild creatures, beings that could not take human form and were only at the nascent spirit level. Various rare treasures appeared in the market as well. What kind of oddities could be found? There were flying vessels made of white clouds talking mundane soldiers, and even immortals selling organs such as kidneys, hearts, and brains. These organs were said to possess the ability to speak, seemingly endowed with intelligence capable of generating vitality. Additionally, there were transformed spiritual items like pots and pans. In short, since that black day the world had become peculiar, or rather the extraordinary had become more active. As the saying goes, with a sharp weapon comes a murderous intent. Robberies occurred almost every few days in the Wuming marketplace. Even the Baiyu Pavilion, which was under the protection of a powerful kaya-refining cultivator like Shoyu, had suffered several heists. Fortunately, the strength of the robbers was not formidable, which instead bolstered the prestige of the Baiyu Pavilion and attracted some curious goods. On this day, Wang Su was immersed in comprehending the Ru-Ni runes, delving into the Dao talismans. Suddenly, Mo Tai returned to the mountain gate to seek an audience with Wang Su. Aware of the recent unrest, Wang Su understood Mo Tai's return signified urgent matters. Upon reaching the Yushi Hall, Wang Su found Mo Tai waiting. As soon as he saw Wang Su arrive, he bowed respectfully. Disciple greets the mountain master. Wang Su nodded and led Mo Tai to a study room partitioned by white jade screens behind the discussion hall. Please sit down and speak. As soon as Mo Tai sat, Wang Su, channeling his spiritual energy, poured 2 cups of tea and placed them before them. Thank you, Mountain Master. Mo Tai responded with another bow, but did not sit immediately. Instead, he produced 3 items from his Qingkong jade tablet, a jade slip, a damaged ceramic bowl, and a card. This jade slip and the spiritual bowl were obtained by Lord Shoyu after vanquishing the bandits who attempted to rob the Baiyu Pavilion. This card is a magic talisman exchanged by a mysterious individual for a Baiyu Dan. He presented the items with both hands, saying, "These were entrusted to me by Lord Shoyu to be personally delivered to the Mountain Master." As for their abilities, Lord Shoyu did not elaborate. Well done, Wang Su said, accepting the 3 treasures. He did not immediately examine their functions, but instead took out a jade green gem the size of a pigeon egg from his storage bag and handed it to Mo Tai. This is the Muhua Spirit Pearl. The energy it contains can replenish the potential you have expended during your body refinement and expedite your cultivation in the nascent spirit realm. This is your reward for your contributions to Baiyu Mountain. Work hard, and the Mountain Gate will not shortchange you. Mo Tai received the Muhua Spirit Pearl with an expression of deep gratitude. During his days in the marketplace, he had gained some understanding of those who began their cultivation after the age of 12 like himself. Although being able to embark on the path of cultivation was a tremendous opportunity, the Mountain Gate's concealment of the potential loss during body refinement had left him feeling uneasy. Wang Su was not surprised that Mo Tai could deduce the truth about the potential loss during body refinement, which was why he addressed it so straightforwardly. The spirit pearl felt cool to the touch, radiating a soft glow. Just holding it made Mo Tai feel revitalized, and he quickly expressed his thanks. Thank you, Mountain Master. I am willing to go through fire and water for the Mountain Gate, without hesitation. Wang Su nodded. You've traveled a long way, you must be tired. Go rest for now. Yes, I take my leave. Satisfied with his reward, Mo Tai exited. After Mo Tai left, Wang Su was alone in the study. He first examined the jade slip, which contained a transmission message recording a magical technique, the 16 methods of smoke and cloud. This technique could collect various types of smoke, green, white, black, red, and wolf smoke, and refine them into 16 types of clouds: green clouds, white clouds, black clouds, red clouds, and rosy clouds. It was somewhat akin to the mythological ability to ride clouds, as the refined smoke could carry people away, envelop enemies, or be wielded as a weapon. It was indeed a treasure of remarkable power. Having reviewed the jade slip, Wang Su scrutinized the damaged ceramic bowl. To the eyes of those who could not perceive talismans, it appeared to be an ordinary broken bowl. Yet he could see that runes flowed within it, emanating a faint yellow light. Since it was a bowl, it was meant to hold something. He conjured clear water and poured it into the bowl, watching as the runes flickered and glowed, making it visible even to ordinary onlookers. The bowl absorbed the spiritual energy in the air, transforming it into a form of energy that integrated with the clear water. Based on the rate of transformation, it would take at least a day for the water to fully merge with this energy. Therefore, Wang Su set the ceramic bowl aside and turned his attention to the last item, the magic talisman. The black card featured a circular shield design formed from golden lines on one side and a 6-pointed star pattern on the other. It was evident that it was of the same design as the Huanyue card. However, this magic talisman was new and bore no signs of age. The magic it contained was only at the nascent spirit level. After some tinkering, Wang so quickly grasped the talisman's function by using spiritual or magical energy, one could activate the magic within the talisman. This would form a circular shield to protect the user. Its defensive capabilities could withstand attacks up to the nascent spirit level. Any attacks exceeding that threshold would break the shield. If the shield was sustained for too long, the magic would deplete and the shield would vanish. The creator of this magic talisman was likely at the nascent spirit realm. Interesting. Did they inherit from Delililu? Wang speculated that the creator of the talisman was likely the same mysterious individual who exchanged for the Baiyu Dan and was probably a former member of the Gru royal family. Was the Gru royal family truly like a centipede, dead but not stiff? Wang Su was quite interested in the inheritance of Delililu, yet he would not take the initiative to seize it as he had his own secrets to protect. He remembered that the once grazed lion province of the Gru royal family had now become the current Yu kingdom ruled by a queen named Wang Jinyu, who followed the path of incense, gathering the aspirations of living beings for her mystical arts, capable of waging battles far beyond her means. Thinking of the mysterious individual who might break through to the Refining stage, he pondered who was stronger, the former Gru royal family or the current ruler of the Yu kingdom. Wang Su arrived at the Baiyu palace, placing these 16 methods of smoke and cloud and the magic talisman in the treasure repository and the scripture storage room respectively. He brought the ceramic bowl back to the Lingxiao Hall, intending to investigate the effects of the clear water merging with that energy. Within the Lingxiao Hall, after half a month of cultivation, his attribute power had reached 10%. Although he had transformed into an 8-inch spirit root, the essence points in his dantian had reached 36 through immersion in the Dao rhythm. Thus, he did not need to slowly refine the energy of heaven and earth, but could constantly condense his attribute power using the energy of the Muhua wood. During these past 2 weeks, Wang Su had comprehended all the remaining Dao talismans of the Ru and I runes. The Dao talismans he had grasped included Dao. Among them, the Dao talisman was particularly remarkable, consuming him 3 days to comprehend. He nearly exhausted his mental faculties in the process. The Dao talisman was special. It existed as a tangible entity within his soul. To use this talisman, one could not simply condense it with magical energy like other talismans. Instead, it had to be drawn out from his soul. This meant that if he were to lose this Dao talisman, he would truly lose that rune. Moreover, after comprehending this talisman, he felt a sense that only a limited number of people could wield the Dao talisman simultaneously. Once a certain number was reached, others would be unable to comprehend the Dao talisman until it returned to its source, allowing for further understanding. The Dao talisman's power was also formidable. Currently, Wang Su could use the Dao talisman to connect 2 other talismans, creating new abilities. For instance, he could link the Guang and Jie talismans with the Dao talisman, and under his subjective initiative, these 3 talismans would transform into a sun or a moon. The power of this transformation depended on his magical energy output. Once the sun or moon was formed, Wang Su could retrieve the Dao talisman, and the sun or moon would still exist. He could place it within secret realms, caves, or treasure lands. This discovery felt like opening the door to a new world for him. The combination of Dao talismans allowed for the casting of spells, and Wang Su could finally begin crafting the portable cave he had long contemplated. Taking out the Xiang cave, he stepped inside with a flash. Inside was an empty space where not even air existed. It was only after entering the Refining stage that he could seal himself and create an internal circulation to remain within this Xiang cave. He first conjured the Min and Jie talismans. With the assistance of the Dao talisman, he exerted his subjective initiative to merge the Min and Jie into an invisible door connecting to the outside world. Instantly, the air and various energies from the outside rushed into the cave. In the blink of an eye, the entire cave was filled with air akin to that outside. Then a sun appeared in Wang C's hand, the one he had just conjured. He used magic to place this sun at the highest point in the cave, bathing the entire space in sunlight. Next, the D talisman appeared, transforming into mud and stone. The combination of Shui and Di formed a stream. The combination of Shui and Feng soared into the sky, transforming into azure clouds. Thus, a basic cave environment was formed. Wang Su activated the Sheng Fa Dao rhythm remaining in the cave, allowing it to merge with the mud and stone, then performed various spells to redirect the stream, transform mud into stone, and raise mountains. With the Feng talisman driving the spells, various plants began to grow from the earth. Before long, the Xiang cave morphed into a primitive forest with a towering mountain at its center, so close that he could almost touch the sun. Streams flowed down from the mountain's peak, filling the secluded valley with a mystical ambience. At the foot of the mountain lay a cold pond surrounded by an endless expanse of forest plains. This was Wang's illusion, making the space appear less confined. Ascending to the mountainside, he connected with the newly formed mountain's veins, channeling the Dao rhythm. With the support of his attribute power, he cultivated spiritual fields around the mountain. Seeds of Qingfeng gathering grass were scattered, and soon they took roots, sprouting, maturing, and shedding leaves in cycles. After 3 repetitions, the spiritual field began to take shape. This was the ability to transform the spiritual land at the Refining 4th level. Wang Su surveyed his surroundings. The middle of the mountain had been cultivated into spiritual fields, initially estimating around 1,000 mu. However, such a vast spiritual field brought a drawback. If all were planted with spiritual crops, the daily consumption of spiritual energy would be astronomical. Currently, the energy within the cave was generated from the Dao rhythm, and magical power insufficient to sustain such consumption. Baiyu Mountain faced a similar predicament. Wang Su redirected his thoughts towards the Dao talismans and quickly formulated a plan. He conjured the Biao and Min talismans using the Dao talisman to create a Dao Biao. This Dao Biao connected the Xiang cave to the outside world, allowing it to absorb energy through the Dao Biao. Indeed, it worked. This Dao Biao was the final step for the portable cave. He conjured 12 Dao Biaos, and under the moonlight flew across Baiyu Kingdom, embedding the Dao Biaos into various mountains across different locations. In this manner, the Xiang cave would have 12 places to absorb spiritual energy spread out enough so that no attention would be drawn. He also incorporated counter-intrusion measures into the Dao Biao. If any disturbance occurred, it would automatically self-destruct, safeguarding against Refining cultivators. Time flew by, and it was soon midnight when Wang Su returned to the Yuhua treasure, eager to share his joy with Wang Mingruo. He passed through the bamboo grove and arrived at the wooden house, where he found Wang Mingruo meditating on a large stone in front of the house. Upon sensing Wang's approach, she opened her eyes and gazed at him. "Why did you come so late tonight, Brother Su?" "I made some progress in my cultivation today, so I was delayed," Wang Su explained with a smile, conjuring the Guang and Jie talismans, then using the Dao talisman to harmonize them, creating a white jade disc in his hand. He tossed the disc into the sky, and with the force of his throw it ascended and finally hung in the cave's apex, shining like a pure moon, radiating soft moonlight. "This is a moon?" Wang Mingruo asked in astonishment. At first she thought it was a projection-like spell, but upon perceiving it with her spiritual sense, she realized it was indeed a true moon. Though it paled in comparison to the actual moon, it was undoubtedly a moon. In just one day, her brother Su had learned to conjure a moon by hand. Seeing Wang Mingruo's shock, Wang Su felt he could impress her further. Thus he replicated the process and conjured another sun that floated from his hand. He tossed it into the sky, allowing the sun to position itself alongside the moon, resulting in an extraordinary phenomenon of dual illumination in the Yuhua treasure. "What kind of spell is this?" Wang Mingruo inquired, her curiosity piqued, for it was akin to a creator's ability. "It's not a spell, it's the Dao." Wang Su then proceeded to explain the Dao talismans he had comprehended from the Ru-Ni runes, emphasizing the uniqueness of the Dao talisman. "Are you suggesting that the number of people who can wield the Dao talisman is limited?" "That seems to be the case." Wang Su recalled the feeling he had when comprehending the Dao talisman. At that moment, he sensed that the Dao talisman originated from a mysterious place where its quantity was finite. For every one he comprehended, one would decrease in that place. Wang Mingruo frowned. With her 5-inch spirit root attribute, she had only reached the 8th level of Refining after half a month. She wondered if she would have enough time to reach the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of Refining, which was necessary to comprehend the Dao talismans. "Besides the talisman, I have something else to show you." With that, Wang Su took Wang Mingruo's small hand, and in a flash they entered the Xiang cave atop the mountain. Inside the cave, the sun hung high with white clouds drifting lazily. The mountains towered majestically, crisscrossed by streams flowing down from between the peaks. In the middle of the mountain was a neatly arranged expanse of 1,000 acres of spirit fields. Standing atop the imposing mountain, they could overlook the scenery of the entire cave. "Is this a secret realm?" Wang Mingruo asked, poking at the golden sun within reach. "No, this is the Xiang cave I refined using Xiang bamboo. After comprehending the Dao talisman, I perfected it," Wang Su explained. As he spoke, Wang Su led Wang Mingruo down the mountainside, pointing to the spirit fields. "Does Sister Roro have any spirit plants in mind for cultivation?" Wang Mingruo pondered for a moment. Currently, she was practicing using spirit mechanisms and wood energy, and only at the 6th level of Qi refinement would she need other treasures to accelerate her comprehension of the Dao. These treasures could not be cultivated in just a year or two, and she figured that Brother Su would be in a similar situation. Thus she shook her head and replied, why not plant some spirit plants that could accelerate comprehension of the wood Dao? Although it may take some time, they will surely prove useful eventually. Upon hearing this, Wang Su nodded in agreement. Then let's plant the Yuhua Yulan and cultivate the Muhua Baozhu. The Muhua Baozhu is a spirit mechanism akin to the Tongtu Yuan stone. It first condenses from the fusion of wood Dao energy and spirit-rich gemstones into the Muhua Lingzhu, then nurtures it with the attribute light or Dao rhyme of the wood Dao, gradually transforming it into the Muhua Baozhu. There are many methods to cultivate the Muhua Baozhu. The most direct method is to consume the internal attribute power, rapidly transforming it into a spirit mechanism similar to how Wang Su previously cultivated the Yuhua Lingji. The second method involves placing the Muhua Lingzhu in a Dao treasure land where the Dao laws would energy and Dao rhyme nurture it until it eventually transforms into a Baozhu. The third method requires Wang Su to periodically infuse the Lingzhu with attribute power or light until he can condense a law domain using the law domain to prevent the internal attribute power from dissipating, ultimately comprehending the Dao Qi Refinement 6th level and transforming the territory into a prototype of a treasure land, gathering the energies of heaven and earth to nurture the spirit mechanism. The same goes for the Yuhua Yulan. For now, they could transplant the young Yuhua Yulan and the gemstones infused with wood energy into the spirit fields to let them mature or transform into spirit pearls. However, 1,000 acres of spirit fields were quite vast, and he would need to find some helpers as he had no time to tend to the spirit plants. Looks like I need to enlighten some spirits to take care of these 1,000 acres of spirit fields, Wang Su mused. Wang Mingruo chimed in, since we are cultivating Yuhua Yulan and Muhua Lingzhu, it might be better for the spirits we enlighten from them to handle the care. Wang Su nodded in agreement, and with a swift motion, he exited the Xiang cave, appearing in the Yuhua treasure land. He quickly picked 5 young Yuhua Yulan plants and 5 Muhua Lingzhu before returning. He handed 1 Muhua Lingzhu to Wang Mingruo and said, Sister Ro, would you like to try the Qingmu transformation technique? Wang Mingruo nodded, taking the Lingzhu. All right, I'll give it a try. However, she wasn't very confident about successfully using the Qingmu transformation technique on her first attempt. In the world of Qi refinement techniques, the difficulty of cultivation varies, as does their power. They can be roughly categorized into 3 levels: low, medium, and high, based on their cultivation difficulty and power. Low-level techniques are easier to practice, mostly involving the simple application of the energies of heaven and earth, their power being about 3,050 stronger than spirit techniques. However, after reaching the 4th level of Qi refinement, the addition of Dao rhyme and attribute power strengthens the spells to a level that is not inferior to low-level techniques. Wang Ce's self-created healing technique, Xianguang Ba Shi, can be considered a low-level technique when manifested using the energies of heaven and earth. Medium-level techniques typically require a month or 2 of diligent practice for an average Qi refiner to master with impressive power or ability. Wang Ce's Qingming transformation technique, Xianming water control technique, thick earth elemental technique, Imu evergreen technique, and Yushi Xingui are all categorized as medium-level techniques. As for high-level techniques, they cannot be cultivated solely by using the energies of heaven and earth. Their power is akin to divine techniques and treasures, requiring the involvement of other treasures in cultivation, hence also known as divine techniques or refined divine techniques. Currently, the high-level technique in Wang Ce's possession is the recently acquired Yin Yun 16 techniques, capable of conjuring smoke and refining clouds, serving as a divine technique with the ability to escape, ensnare, and combat enemies. Its power is comparable to that of the Qingmu Xuanyu Pearl. Wang Mingruo summoned a stream of mountain clear air, and following the technique's essentials, channeled the clear air into her liver, transforming it into vitality. Then she combined her heart and mind, condensing it into a light of spirituality. Qi Ling Yin complete. She pointed the Qi Ling Yin, which plunged into the Lingzhu, searching for the one point of spiritual root amidst the chaotic, unawakened state, urging it to manifest and shape, elevating it from substance to spirit. This process required rapid precision. A slight misstep would lead to total failure. Crack snap. The Lingzhu cracked, the awakening failed, and the Qi Ling Yin transformed into a wisp of azure, smoke drifting out from the Muhua Lingzhu. The energies of heaven and earth, her heart and mind, and the Lingzhu were all wasted. Failed, Wang Mingruo said despondently, scattering the now useless Lingzhu into the fields. It's all right, just try a few more times, Wang Su comforted her, extending another Muhua Lingzhu. Wang Mingruo took the Lingzhu, reinvigorated, and continued her efforts. Before long, crack snap, oh, another failure. Wang Su quickly handed her another Lingzhu, and once more crack snap, oh, failure again. Wang Mingruo, frustrated, seized all the Lingzhu from Wang Ce's hands, declaring, I refuse to believe it. I must awaken a spirit today. To this Wang Su had nothing to say. With the Wang family's solid foundation, it was merely a handful of Lingzhu. With the Yuhua treasure land, he could nurture them using the Yuhua wood energy. Such consumption was insignificant. And so Wang Mingruo practiced diligently. Is the gap between people truly this vast? After practicing for a while, Wang Mingruo turned to Wang Su, knowing that he succeeded on his first try, feeling somewhat reluctant. Wang Su coughed lightly, not wanting to discourage his younger sister too much, explaining, well, perhaps this technique is a bit special and difficult. When I was in the market, I didn't see anyone with spirits by their side either. Just keep practicing, and you will surely succeed. Wang Mingruo thought about it as well. If it were so easy to enlighten spirits, they would have already proliferated. Right, it must be because Brother Su is too extraordinary. Encouraging herself, she resumed her practice. Seeing that it would take her some time to master the technique, Wang Su found a flat boulder nearby and began to practice himself. Wang Mingruo paid him no heed and focused intently on her technique. The reason she persisted in practicing this technique was threefold. First, she was unwilling to lose, and it was merely a medium-level technique that could stump her. Second, she wanted some spirit creatures to do errands. Currently atop Baiyu Mountain, aside from her and Wang Su, the only Qi refiners were Wang Ces spirit creatures, which made her competitive spirit uneasy. Before breaking through to Qi refinement, she had subconsciously exerted control over the disciples of the Mountain Gate, driven by this mentality. Now, as she needed spirit creatures, she certainly wouldn't give up the opportunity to enlighten them. Lastly, with the family's substantial resources, she had the means to support her practice of this technique. Why not refine it? Chapter 55, The Riverbend Land. Since the establishment of the Baiyu Kingdom in the fertile province, the surrounding celestial factions responded in kind. In no time, the countries of the Crust Mountains emerged in abundance. Neighboring the Baiyu Kingdom were the Great Spirit Kingdom, the Pool Kingdom, the Shaoyang Kingdom, the Baipa Kingdom, the Zhou Kingdom, the Riverbend Land, the Great Lu Kingdom, and the Qing Kingdom. Among them all were celestial nations except for the Riverbend Land. To the east of the Riverbend Land lies a dry riverbed where mountains and rocks stand in abundance, rendering the land barren, with no celestial beings taking root here. However, precisely because of this, the Riverbend Land gradually became a chaotic gathering place for loose cultivators over the past few months. After the Black Sun event, the probability of ordinary people gaining celestial fortunes increased significantly. Those fortunate mortals to evade the covetous eyes of celestial beings tacitly gravitated towards the Riverbend Land. Over time, this place began to show signs of becoming the second market of the Crust Mountains. Wang Su had once considered raiding such a place, but quickly dismissed the thought. He had no need for trifles. For most celestial beings, the existing territories were sufficient for decades of management. Over the next 50 years, each faction would focus on consolidating their territories. The cultivation speed of Qi refinement is terribly slow. In 50 years, it is possible for celestial beings to develop 3 generations, extracting the resources of their lands to the fullest. Yet how can one allow others to sleep soundly beside them? He cannot meddle in territories with owners, but in this unclaimed land, which is evidently about to form a gathering place for loose cultivators, Wang Su felt he could stake a claim. After deliberation, he enlightened 2 spirit creatures of jade and 1 wooden spirit creature, naming them Wang Chao Mahan and Zhang Area, 2 males and 1 female, and instructed them to quietly head towards the Riverbend Land. To the east of the Riverbend Land lies a dry riverbed, and further east stretches the Gray Ridge mountain range, barren and rocky. To the south lies the Black Mountain Gate, to the west the Great Lu Kingdom, and to the north are the Baiyu Kingdom and the Zhou Kingdom, all celestial powers. Within the territory flows a major river that wends its way from the Baiyu Kingdom, traversing from the northwest to the southeast, splitting the Riverbend Land into 2, the Northern Riverbend and the Southern Riverbend. This land was originally ruled by 2 noble families. However, as the Gru Kingdom was divided and celestial beings began to dominate, this unclaimed land quickly drew the attention of loose cultivators. The 2 noble families were swept away in the initial chaos. Now the Riverbend Land is fragmented among various loose cultivators. After months of conflict, the northern region seems to be dominated by 4 prominent families. The southern region remains in a state of turmoil. The 4 prominent families in the northern region are all locals from the Xuanzhen realm, surnamed Wang, Zhou Li, and Chun. It is unclear when they began their cultivation, but after occupying their territories, they emulated the celestial beings by changing their surnames to establish clans watching over and supporting each other. Each family has 3 or 4 cultivators. The highest cultivation belongs to Zhou Shibai, the head of the Zhou family, who is at the pinnacle of the Dao nurturing realm. However, he has a 3-inch spiritual root, which only gives him a 3-inch chance of breaking through Qi refinement, and he is only 35 years old this year with plenty of time ahead. Lacking complete certainty, he is unwilling to take risks. The Zhou family has a total of 4 cultivators. Besides Zhou Shibai, there is also his son, who also has a 3-inch spiritual root and is just over 14 years old, having stepped into the first level of Dao nurturing with hopes of Qi refinement. The other two are external loose cultivators who were recruited by Zhou Shibai and have since changed their surnames to Zhou. The situations of the other 3 families are generally similar. The Zhou family lacks Qi refinement formations, cannot gather spiritual energy, nor can they cultivate spirit fields, so they can only occupy a valley with reasonable spiritual energy to the east, Wenfeng Valley, building a stone castle named Wenfeng Fortress based on the terrain. One day Zhou Shibai paced back and forth in his study, disinterested in cultivation, occasionally glancing out the narrow stone window, as if waiting for something. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Zhou Shibai's voice trembled slightly. The door opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit with a mustache hurried in. He bowed to Zhou Shibai and spoke rapidly. Head, we can already see young Master Jiyue and Elder Zhou Ji approaching outside the fortress right there. Before he could finish, Zhou Shibai rushed out of the study like a gust of wind. Outside Wenfeng Fortress, 2 figures were hastily approaching. Zhou Shibai stood at the fortress gate, craning his neck, his heart pounding like a drum. Before long, a large and a small figure rushed closer. Zhou Shibai laughed heartily. The weight on his heart lifted at last. Welcome home, my child. And brother Zhou Ji. Had I have not failed my mission. Zhou Ji cupped his hands, relieved to return to Wenfeng Fortress. Father. The boy also bowed, then took out a palm-sized treasure box from his chest and presented it with both hands. Zhou Shibai took the box, but did not open it immediately, saying, let's discuss it inside the fortress. You've worked hard on this journey. Inside the living room of Wenfeng Fortress, a long table was filled with food. Zhou Shibai dismissed the maid, leaving only the 3 of them seated around the table. He took out a bottle of red wine he had treasured for a long time and personally poured a glass for each of them before slowly speaking. How did it go? How was the Wuming market? That market is far more prosperous than ours. The boy spoke up eagerly. Flying boats, techniques, formations, pills, anything you want, they have it. Zhou Ji took a sip of wine and continued, however, it was also perilous. We first disguised ourselves and roamed the market for a long time before finally deciding to exchange for the Bayou Dan at the Bayou Pavilion. On the way back, we encountered several groups of bandits. The boy chewed on a steak, clearly famished, but did not forget to share his experiences. But they weren't strong, and we didn't linger, we just ran away. He gulped down more wine, excitedly adding, to avoid being tracked, we even took a detour to Bayou Mountain and Bayou Kingdom. Father, the place where the celestial beings live is immense. All the houses are made of jade, resembling celestial palaces. Standing at the edge of Bayou Lake, the spiritual energy is far denser than in our Wenfeng Valley. That's natural. A hint of envy flashed in Zhou Shibai's eyes. Those celestial beings have formations to gather spiritual energy. How can our rustic place compare? He paused, his tone turning resolute. You both have worked hard. Once I break through to Qi refinement, I will personally visit the Wuming market. Techniques and formations will be available. Currently, the Xuanzhen realm is at the dawn of celestial cultivation, and after advancing to Qi refinement, as long as one is willing to explore and fight, obtaining techniques and formations is indeed much easier than in the Qingyang realm. Time is of the essence, while go into seclusion now. Zhou Shibai rose and headed towards the secret chamber. In the living room, only the 2 remained to continue feasting on the food. The boy swallowed a mouthful of meat and suddenly lowered his voice, asking worriedly, Uncle Zhou Ji, do you think my father will succeed? He will. Zhou Ji replied firmly. He possessed a 2-inch spiritual root and had fortuitously obtained Dao nurturing techniques, currently at the 5th layer of Dao nurturing. He had no confidence in breaking through to Qi refinement. Half a year ago, he was tricked into joining the Zhou family by Zhou Shibai's words of first refining Qi to assist later refining Qi. Over these 6 months, he had run around for the Zhou family, even risking his life to go to the Wuming market to exchange for pills. What was he after? Wasn't it just that glimmer of hope for breaking through to Qi refinement? He had nearly staked everything on the Zhou family. Thus, Zhou Shibai must succeed. Unbeknownst to them, the sun set and night descended. Outside Wenfeng Fortress, 3 shadowy figures lurked in the darkness, peering at the stone fortress from afar. Wang Chao crouched behind a boulder, peering over for a while, and asked in a hushed voice, are we choosing this family? Zhang Arya, with her hair in 2 braided pigtails, her pink hair particularly eye-catching in the moonlight, stared thoughtfully towards Wenfeng Fortress. Let's observe the situation first. If Zhou Shibai can break through to Qi refinement, we'll choose him. Mahan scratched his round head, looking puzzled. Why support them? Can't we do it ourselves? Wang Chao rolled his eyes patiently, explaining, Fool the master, said to proceed in secret. Our identities as spirit creatures make it obvious there's someone behind us. How can we act in secret? Mahan looked even more confused. Oh, why does our identity as spirit creatures imply that there's someone behind us? Wang Chao was momentarily speechless, opening his mouth before finally forcing out, "You. Just listen to us." Mahan looked innocent. "Why should I listen to you?" Zhang Arya, growing impatient, raised her hand and slapped the back of Mahan's head. "Minority obeys the majority. Keep talking, and I'll chop you up to feed the fish." Mahan winced in pain, covering the back of his head and closing his mouth in grievance. Wang Chao breathed a sigh of relief and looked back towards Wenfeng Fortress, muttering softly, "Zhou, Shibai has been inside for a while now, though I wonder if he can succeed." Zhang Arya crossed her arms, leaning against a tree trunk, squinting her eyes at the faint light spilling from the castle. "Just wait. Whether he succeeds or not, there should be some movement in the next few days." As the night deepened, the three figures completely merged into the darkness. In the northern region of the riverbend at Jingfeng Ridge lies the territory of the Li family, one of the four major families of the realm, located in the northwest of Zhou's domain. To the northeast, it borders the Zhou kingdom, while to the southwest flows the bountiful River of Abundance, which traverses the area. To the northwest, an expansive and untouched green sea forest stretches out, and beyond that lies the Baiyu kingdom. Unlike other families, the Li family appears to have inherited celestial legacies, boasting 2 spirit cultivators. However, their true practice lies not in the mystical arts, but in the cultivation of bloodline combat energy. Jingfeng Ridge, like Wangfeng Valley, is situated in a remote and spiritually vibrant locale surrounded by towering ancient trees with orange-eared leaves. Deep within the forest, the Li family has constructed the Red Fortress atop a hillside. Before the fortress sprawls a red maple grove undulating with the slope, and meticulously maintained lawns surround the maple trees. Beneath a grand maple tree, 2 figures stand, an elderly man and a young boy. The 11 or 12-year-old blonde boy, under the scorching sun of July, wields a dull iron sword, alternating between horizontal slashes and vertical cuts. Though he finds it somewhat taxing, he executes the movements with vigor. Sweat pours down his face, with only a slight breeze offering him fleeting relief. At this moment, he longs to conclude his training. "Grandpa Charlie, how long must I practice?" he asks. "Only until you feel the power of the sun," the old man replies, his voice bearing a hint of age, yet resonating with strength. His sharp gaze and robust physique are accentuated by the golden sun embroidered on his formal attire. He is none other than Li Charlie, the head of the Li family. Focus on feeling it. Do not merely swing your sword. The act of wielding the sword is not the goal. The blessing of the sun flows through our bloodline, and the spirit of combat will guide you to discover the sun's power within you. "But all I feel now is exhaustion," the young boy protests, puzzled by the need to practice this seemingly trivial combat energy when his family possesses celestial legacies. He believes that cultivating immortality is far superior to wielding combat energy. The old man, perceptive to the boy's thoughts, responds, "If you can comprehend combat energy, I will allow you to cultivate immortality." "Really?" The boy's eyes widen. The elder does not answer directly, but urges, "Do not lose focus." Filled with renewed determination, the boy feels revitalized, his iron sword vibrating with a resonant hum as he swings it with fervor. He knows his grandfather always keeps his promises, never uttering empty words. The old man nods slightly. The youth is still too young. The boy recognizes the might of immortality, but fails to understand that among countless aspirants, only a rare few can attain it. Moreover, even if the Li family possesses spiritual roots, they cannot cultivate immortality. As time passes, the boy begins to find his rhythm, synchronizing his breathing with the motions of his swordplay. The elder seizes the moment, taking a deep breath, unleashing a surge of golden combat energy that swiftly enters the boy's abdomen, commanding, "Do not stop. Continue swinging your sword and feel this power. You have it within you, awaken it." The boy feels the searing energy within him, stirring his body. He senses that with each swing of the sword, he can manifest the same power. Drawing upon this instinct in a state of selflessness and concentration, he gradually awakens the latent strength concealed within his bloodline. The energy, now golden but tinged with a reddish hue, gathers in his abdomen, driving the golden power outward. Observing this transformation, the old man breathes a sigh of relief. Another combat knight has emerged from the Li family. The appearance of the golden red combat energy envelopes the boy in a refreshing wave, his strength surging forth. Instinctively, he channels the golden red energy into his iron sword, executing a horizontal slash that transforms the energy into a blade of light. With a resonant thrum, the sword cleaves through a red maple tree nearly half a meter thick, standing a mere yard away. As the tree falls, the boy snaps back to reality, staring in disbelief at the tree he has just felled. Overcome with joy, he leaps in excitement, pointing at the fallen tree and exclaiming to Li Charlie, "Oh my! I did it! I succeeded, Grandpa, look!" "Haha!" Li Charlie laughs heartily, stroking his graying beard and adds, "Yes, indeed, Toon, you have succeeded. From now on you shall be a true knight." The old man's words bring a moment of clarity to the boy. Though he has grasped combat energy, the yearning for immortality still lingers. "Grandpa, you just said that if I understand combat energy, I can cultivate immortality. You can't go back on your word." "I won't go back on my word." The elder waves his hand, dismissively, a hint of amusement in his tone. "But do you truly understand what it means to cultivate immortality? It requires talent. Without aptitude, one cannot succeed." The boy, confident in his own exceptional abilities, feels a stir of defiance at his grandfather's insinuation that he lacks potential. How can you say I have no talent? None of those born of the Li bloodline possess the qualifications for immortality," the old man replies, his voice tinged with regret and a sigh. "That's impossible. Didn't my third uncle and the others cultivate immortality?" The boy retorts, still skeptical, convinced his grandfather is trying to deceive him to make him practice combat energy instead. "Your third uncle and the others." The elder begins to explain, but is interrupted as a servant approaches, prompting him to halt his words. Seeing the old man quiet, the boy is about to speak, but the elder gestures for him to look toward the servant. Frustrated by the lack of answers, the boy angrily tosses his iron sword aside, but refrains from speaking further, clearly aware that some topics should not be discussed in front of outsiders. He turns to walk toward the red fortress, muttering under his breath as he passes by the servant. "Just when I needed the butler, he shows up." The butler Soren looks puzzled, wondering when he had offended this little tyrant. However, the boy provides no explanation and continues toward the fortress. Soren, now with more pressing matters at hand, jogs to the elder's side, handing him a sealed note. A report from the spies at Wangfeng Fortress. The elder takes the note, opens the seal, and reads its contents, frowning slightly. The note reveals a startling message: Zhou Shibai has broken through to the Qi refining stage. Though brief, the information it conveys is enough to alter the balance among the 4 families in the northern riverbend. The elder crumples the note in his hand, retrieves the iron sword discarded by the boy, and skillfully performs a flourish with it, the blade humming in response. No wonder the Zhou family has been so quiet lately. They must be procuring breakthrough elixirs for their cultivation. What is the Qin family's response? The elder inquires, aware that the Li family had established a facade of cultivating immortality to mask their true practice of combat energy, showing little concern for external affairs. Given that he had received the news, he presumed the other 2 families must have been alerted even earlier. The Qin family has made no response. However, the Wang family head has declared a retreat into seclusion, reportedly also aiming for a breakthrough to the Qi refining stage, Soren reports. Qin family. The elder muses, reflecting on the family, which remains the most enigmatic to him. He had once engaged briefly with the Qin family head, who, despite the encounter being cautious, he sensed an almost imperceptible yet deadly threat. For someone of his prowess, it was rare for an ordinary Qi refining cultivator to pose a challenge. "Continue to monitor the situation. Should we take any action?" the butler asks. "No need. Our focus should remain on establishing trade routes through the Green Sea Forest, ensuring a swift connection with the Baiyu Kingdom." In the year 129653 of the Xianhuang calendar, on the 10th day of the 7th month, everything at Baiyu Mountain proceeded in an orderly manner, portraying a scene of flourishing prosperity. Particularly, the 3 peaks had undergone significant transformations, with an increase in both the varieties of spiritual plants and spiritual beasts. Recently, Wang Su had been perfecting the contribution system at the mountain gate. As long as disciples did not betray the sect and had sufficient contribution points, they could exchange them for resources to nurture their spiritual roots and refine their qi. Consequently, the disciples were brimming with enthusiasm, especially regarding the inheritance of alchemy and talisman crafting. Wang Su had been quite generous, allowing disciples to borrow contribution points in advance to access these celestial arts, although they were forbidden from sharing the knowledge with others. Previously, only Dualia had cultivated these high-level inheritances. Wang Ce's meticulous management of the mountain gate and his leniency towards the disciples were not without reason. Wang Mingruo was pregnant. Thanks to their combined abilities, Wang Su was aware of the child's aptitude just a week into the pregnancy, a 5-inch spiritual root of wood, water, and earth. After Wang Mingruo utilized her salary to enhance the child's spiritual root to 6 inches, the aptitude was commendable, presenting an opportunity for foundation establishment with their support. Wang Su also used a bit of Ding Fire to replicate the 6-inch spiritual root, resulting in his own transformation to an 8-inch root of wood, water, and earth. This allowed him to execute water and earth techniques as smoothly as those of wood, accelerating his cultivation attributes by nearly 10%. Wang Su felt delighted, recognizing that while a 9-inch single spiritual root offered certain advantages at the qi refining stage, such benefits vanished upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. The first phase of foundation establishment required a complete 5-element foundation to forge a 5-element platform, making the process slower for single-root cultivators compared to those with multiple roots. Therefore, prior to foundation establishment, the best spiritual root was ideally a 9-inch 5-element root. That night, Wang Su quietly arrived in the capital of Baiyu Country, Mingjing City. On a mountain outside the city, known as Fengshan, historically controlled by the Clay's family, entry was forbidden to outsiders due to the burial of many deceased family members within. Wang Ce's purpose for coming here was to refine the Qingyun from the 16 methods of smoke and clouds. The refinement required a specific type of smoke known as Qingyan, which referred not to blue smoke, but rather to the aura emanating from ancestral graves. Upon death, a person's fortune splits into 3 parts. 1 returns to the heavens and earth, 1 transforms into good deeds accompanying the soul into the underworld, and the last remains within the body. If the body is left unburied, this portion of fortune dissipates with the decay. If buried, it solidifies in the grave, protecting those who come to pay respects. When the burial site contains members of the same family, the fortune can transform into good deeds, gathering earthly fortune to safeguard future generations, often resulting in visible blue smoke. As Wang Su approached the graves, his mystical sight revealed wisps of blue smoke swirling around the tombs, lingering without dispersing. It seems the Clay's family's fortune is quite robust. The more prosperous it was, the more he appreciated it. Thus, following the method outlined in the 16 methods of smoke and clouds, Wang Su took out a white jade vial he had prepared for collecting smoke and positioned it above the graves. He then performed the necessary incantation, unleashing his magical power to sweep across the mountain, stirring a tempest that howled through the night like wailing spirits. The magical wind lifted the blue smoke into the air, swirling around before being drawn into the white jade vial he had summoned. Once the blue smoke was collected, Wang Su shook the vial and found it filled to nearly the brim. Observing the graves again, he noted that the grass had been blown about, and without the protection of the smoke, the gathered earthly fortune began to dissipate. To prevent this, he began to manipulate the good deeds to generate blue smoke. Realizing the significant accumulation of fortune in this graveyard, Wang Su understood that the Clay's family had used this site as their ancestral resting place for hundreds of years. Despite some consumption, the collective fortune was vast. He retrieved another white jade vial, burying it at the base of Fengshan, then set up a simple gathering formation. This way, every wisp of blue smoke born would be drawn in and absorbed into the vial. Satisfied with his preparations, Wang Su remarked, "Though I feel a bit guilty towards the Clay's family, their unwarranted ambition compels my hand." Although he typically did not manage worldly affairs, he could not disregard the aspirations of his subordinates. Kellen, Roman-born of noble lineage, found his family's status diminished in his generation, retaining only the title while serving the stronger nobles like a servant. After entering Baiyu Mountain, Kellen often frequented the outer peaks, handling the sect's worldly matters. He understood Wang Ce's perspective. As long as there were no issues and arrangements were reasonable, Wang Su would be unconcerned. Thus, Kellen directed his efforts toward the Clay's family, seeking to create trouble for them, exemplified by his reports to Wang Su. Though Wang Su was initially indifferent, repeated mentions led him to harbor unfavorable thoughts about the Clay's family. Hence, when it came time to refine the Qingyun, they were the first to come to mind. After collecting the blue smoke, Wang Su returned to Baiyu Mountain to the Lingxiao Hall. Inside, he took out the white jade vial containing the blue smoke and a basin filled with spiritual liquid crafted from river water and spiritual energy. Slowly, he poured the blue smoke into the spiritual liquid, stirring it to achieve an even mixture. The liquid transitioned from white to blue, bubbling and shimmering with a vibrant azure light reminiscent of a witch brewing a potion. As the blue smoke merged with the spiritual liquid, Wang Su set the basin over a gentle flame from his Qingmu Dan fire, allowing it to simmer. The liquid boiled, releasing blue mist, and before the mist could disperse, he inhaled it deeply. The blue fog entered his lungs, which he refined with his magical power before exhaling it, transforming it into blue clouds that floated above the hall. Thus, alone in the hall, he continuously inhaled the evaporating blue mist from the boiling liquid, then expelled it. Soon the entire Lingxiao Hall was enveloped in blue clouds. Once all the mist had been transformed, Wang Su put away his tools. The blue clouds had been refined during the process. With a wave of his hand, they shrank to a cubic meter, solidifying into a fluffy mass. Under his control, the clouds moved like the nimbus from a dragon ball, trailing an elegant tail. Wang Su reached out to touch it, finding it soft as cotton candy, who sitting upon it was equally comfortable. With a mere thought, he commanded it to move left or right, experiencing no delay. The clouds were adept at evasion. He maneuvered them, initiating their ability, ascending straight into the sky. Instantly, they enveloped him, transforming into a blue rainbow, propelling him upward and creating a gaping hole in the Lingxiao Hall. Wang Su hastily pulled back, realizing the speed was overwhelming with no time to react, feeling as though his soul lagged behind. Wang Su soared through the sky on a plume of azure clouds for a while before returning to Baiyu Mountain, where he promptly repaired the large hole atop the Lingxiao Palace. Riding the azure clouds, he slipped into the jade-laden realm. While cultivating, Mingruo saw Wang Su approaching on his cloud and immediately ceased her practice, intrigued by the azure cloud formed through the advanced technique, Yin Shalufa. Has it been perfected, Brother Su? She asked, aware that Wang Su intended to gather ethereal smoke from ancestral graves tonight to craft the azure cloud, though she was uncertain whose it would be. Indeed, he replied, summoning the azure cloud before her. Mingruo touched and prodded it, exclaiming, so soft. Eventually she lay atop the cloud, savoring the fluffy mass, and concluded, but it's a bit small. I tested the cloud's escape capabilities earlier and consumed some resources, Wang Su explained. How fast is it? Is it quick? Mingruo turned to face him, changing her position atop the cloud and sinking deeper into its embrace, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Seeing how much Mingruo relished the cloud, Wang Su suggested, it's quite fast. If you like it, you can use it for now. I can refine another later. Crafting azure clouds was not overly difficult, and he planned to visit several burial sites tomorrow. Lying atop the cloud was also quite comfortable for him. The Yin Shalufa included a method for refining white clouds, which involved collecting mountain fog to create white clouds. Although these clouds could only carry passengers, the refinement process was straightforward. He had opted to refine azure clouds because they were an advanced version of white clouds. For him, the difficulty in crafting azure clouds was comparable to white clouds, both primarily challenging due to the collection process. Thus, he had little regard for the simpler white clouds, which merely served to carry individuals. Now Mingruo's enthusiasm sparked a business opportunity for him. White clouds were not as worthless as he had imagined. They were soft and comfortable, with a speed not much slower than that of a first-level cultivator, making them a common means of transportation for chi refiners. Additionally, as they required no magical energy to control, only refinement, spiritual cultivators could also utilize them. Before him lay the heavenly method of riding the clouds, and Wang Su believed few cultivators could resist such a lure. The white smoke used to craft white clouds, essentially mist, was abundant in the hilly region of Baiyu country. He only needed to prepare white jade vials and have his disciples collect the mist from the mountains, which he could then refine into white clouds. The process of refining white clouds was far less complex than that of azure clouds. It merely required passing the collected mist through a refining process. With this thought, Wang Su's mind expanded. Refining white clouds was significantly simpler than most intermediate techniques, as it only consumed readily available mist. He could even enlighten some minor spirits specifically for this purpose. This way, with an abundance of white clouds, they could not only sell them, but also provide them as standard for Baiyu Mountain's spiritual disciples. In the future, Baiyu Mountain disciples could travel upon white clouds, enhancing their prestige. His sole concern now was whether the Yin Shalufa was unique to Baiyu Mountain. Lost in thought, he noticed Mingruo had stepped down from the azure cloud. Wang Su shared his ideas with her, believing in the principle that one person's weakness could be another's strength. I think it's feasible. Ever since Baiyu Mountain acquired this technique, there have been no white cloud flying boats appearing in Wuming Market. She pondered before looking at Wang Su and continuing, moreover, with our current strength, if any other forces attempt to refine white clouds, we shall eradicate them. After all, a common person is innocent, but possessing precious things can bring trouble. Don't you agree, Brother Su? Wang Su nodded slightly. If Baiyu Mountain were to engage in this business, they would naturally aim to monopolize it, at least in the Crust Mountains. Should anyone attempt to meddle, they would undoubtedly need to retaliate with force. While Baiyu Mountain wished to remain low-key, they were not to act like a turtle retreating into its shell. In this world, yielding and retreating would only invite others to see you as weak. Only by being strong and formidable would respect be garnered. When one's interests were threatened, it was essential to act with the might of thunder, leaving no room for covetousness from others. Very well, then, it's settled. This cloud refinement technique will belong solely to Baiyu Mountain. Seeing Wang Su's agreement, Mingruo beamed with delight. With this smoke and cloud technique, who else in the Crust region could rival their sect's celestial aura? In the northern region of Hewan at Jingfeng Ridge stood the Red Fort. 5 days had passed since Li Tun awakened his fighting spirit. At this moment, he had gained complete control over the golden red power known as the solar fighting spirit. After days of contemplation and exploration of celestial arts, the youth had accepted the truth that he could not cultivate immortality. Currently, he was in a secret ancestral chamber, accessible only to the family heads seeking the secrets of his bloodline. Within the dimly lit chamber, the youth opened an ancient tome that chronicled the family's bloodline secrets. The book's cover, fashioned into the shape of a sun, was 3 inches thick, and the youth sensed a powerful force emanating from it. His grandfather had told him that this was the power that ensured the Platinum Book would not be damaged or leaked. Indeed, this tome was titled Platinum Book. Upon opening it, the first page was strikingly white, depicting a tall figure seated on a platinum throne, with a platinum sword thrust before him, flanked by slightly smaller deities, and the throne carved with platinum sun and moon. With a mere glance, the youth was captivated by the imagery, his fighting spirit submitting instinctively. After gazing for a while, he felt his fighting spirit condense, further snapping back to reality as he turned to the next page. Beyond the world lay a vast realm, at the heart of which existed a cluster of worlds known as Visteria. There resided a great being, the Lord of Platinum, and Judgment, the Sovereign of Heaven, and Hell, the Destroyer of the Abyss, the King of Gods, the Most High God. This being had once left a bloodline in the world under the guise of the Night God, which over an extensive period divided into 2 surnames, Reinhardt and Li, each inheriting the powers of the Night God's Platinum Moon and Platinum Sun. Over 100,000 years ago, the Li lineage received the blessing and decree of the daughter of the Lord of Platinum, the goddess of misfortune, Li Wire, and came to this world to propagate. The bloodline of the Lord of Platinum ensured that as long as their status did not exceed his, it could not be eroded. Naturally, this also meant that the Li family could not cultivate other systems besides fighting spirit. The blessing of the goddess of misfortune guaranteed the continuity of the Li family's lineage, yet also made it difficult for them to thrive, as only one individual from each generation could successfully awaken their fighting spirit. This situation persisted until 30 years ago, when the Immortal descended. After the Immortal's arrival, the Platinum Book unraveled the blessing of the goddess of misfortune while simultaneously strengthening the bloodline's power. The true power of fighting spirit was awakening, and the gods would descend upon this realm in the future. As the youth turned the pages further, he encountered teachings regarding the cultivation of fighting spirit. The next day, Wang Su arrived at the Xiang cave. After some time spent on renovations, the cave had taken on a celestial ambience. He named the towering mountain Zhang Mountain, and at its peak, pavilions and palaces stood in harmonious disorder, grander than the current Baiyu Mountain. The entire cave was mainly divided into 5 areas: the equipment chamber, the alchemy room, the hall of all spirits, the hall of celestial children, and the spirit nurturing hall. Each area was meticulously arranged. Other than him and Wang Mingruo, there were only 10 young boys and girls. These celestial children were formed from the seedlings of the Muhua Lingzhu and the Yuhua Yolan, and they were responsible for cleaning, organizing, and caring for the spiritual plants. As celestial children of the Xiang cave, their fate was sealed to remain here for life, never to step outside the cave. Wang Su felt no guilt about this. In his view, these wooden and stone entities had no innate intelligence. It was the Wang family that had bestowed upon them the gift of thought and the ability to pursue the path of immortality, which was a tremendous blessing. As for their inability to venture outside, that was simply their destiny. Wang Su strolled into the spirit nurturing hall. Within there lay a treasure of the universe, a Huitian spirit bowl. This was one of the 3 items that Mo Tai had previously brought back from the market, a damaged ceramic bowl of white ash. To speak of it, the bowl was indeed unremarkable. One corner of the rim was chipped, and the porcelain was speckled with dark gray dots, appearing as though it had endured countless years. At first glance, it seemed like a broken, low-quality, white bowl, the kind that no one would bother to pick up if tossed aside. Yet this seemingly inconspicuous bowl was in fact a treasure of the universe with an innate resonance of the Dao within. When Wang Su first obtained this bowl, he casually poured a bit of clear water into it. To his surprise, when he checked the next day, the water had transformed into spiritual liquid. Initially, he thought it might be a spirit object capable of gathering spiritual energy, which had some utility. However, by the 3rd day, when he looked again, he found that the spiritual liquid had begun to convert into spiritual milk. This raised his suspicions. Once spiritual liquid reaches a certain density, it should transform into spiritual stones, not spiritual milk. Spiritual milk is formed only when spiritual liquid is buried deep underground, nurtured by the earth's veins over the years and worn by time. He realized that this was no ordinary spirit-gathering item. He proceeded to experiment further, adding other substances, spiritual plants, spiritual pearls, minerals, etc. But the bowl remained unresponsive, like an inanimate object. Wang Su thought he might have damaged it and poured in more clear water. To his astonishment, the water transformed back into spiritual liquid overnight. Determined to uncover the truth about this spirit bowl, he calmed his mind and devoted an entire day and night to deciphering the Taoist patterns within, finally gaining understanding. The bowl, named Huitian Spirit Bowl, was a treasure formed by a fortuitous coincidence. Its principle was profound. By simply pouring in clear water, it could autonomously gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With the Huishan's mystical energy, nurturing it, the clear water would ultimately transform into spiritual milk capable of enhancing the soul. However, Wang Su could not utilize this spiritual milk just yet. He would need it only after reaching the 5th stage of Qi refinement. Thus, he constructed a spirit-nurturing hall and assigned a celestial child to oversee it. Once the water in the bowl turned to spiritual milk, it would be collected and replaced with clear water. After checking on the collection of spiritual milk in the spirit-nurturing hall, Wang Su stepped out. His primary purpose for visiting the cave was to construct the Baiyun Hall. Visiting the spirit-nurturing hall was merely on the way. As he walked, he took in the scenery of the Xiang cave. The mountain air was filled with dense spiritual energy, the flora lush and vibrant, with a few pavilions and towers nestled among the greenery. Occasionally, a celestial child would pass by, either cleaning the courtyard or tending to the spiritual plants, all in an orderly fashion. Wang Su nodded to himself, recognizing that his sister Ruarua had been diligent in managing the cave during this time. Upon reaching the highest point of Xiang Mountain, his field of vision opened up. This place was the highest vantage point of the entire cave, with mountains stretching endlessly shrouded in mist and the palaces and towers arranged harmoniously before him. Even more splendidly, the clouds and mist below seemed to converge here, making it an ideal location for refining Baiyun. Wang Su came to a halt, surveyed his surroundings, and began to formulate a plan. He gestured with his hands, reciting incantations, and then swept his robe dramatically. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted. The stones and earth began to move, as if alive, rumbling in a deep roar. Large rocks detached from the mountains, soaring into the air. Under his magical guidance, they were stacked and assembled methodically. Beams and pillars arose, eaves soared, and the palace walls gradually ascended. Within a short time, a magnificent palace rose from the ground, standing proud atop the mountain. The palace was entirely white, built on a foundation of white jade infused with magical energy. The roof was covered with silver tiles, and wind chimes hung from the eaves, while a plaque inscribed with the words Baiyun Hall in powerful strokes, with faint cloud patterns swirling around it, adorned the entrance. Most wondrous of all, the surrounding clouds and mist seemed to respond to a call, slowly coalescing around the palace, enveloping it in a haze, making the entire structure appear ethereal, like a celestial palace in the clouds. Wang Su gazed at the palace with satisfaction for a moment before pointing to the ground. A beam of azure light shot from his fingertip, landing on a piece of jade of the finest quality, about half a person tall, with a lustrous surface that shimmered as he had particularly selected it earlier. The jade quivered slightly, and then radiated a gentle azure light. The glow intensified, enveloping the entire piece of jade, and it began to slowly shift and stretch. After a few breaths, the light dissipated. A young boy dressed in white stood in place, blinking in confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. He appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, with striking features, his white hair resembling clouds, and mist-clad in a short white robe, barefoot, with a small jade bell tied around his ankle. "From now on, you shall be called Baiyun Tongzi," Wang Su said softly, "and you will be responsible for refining the collected clouds into Baiyun. This Baiyun Hall will be your home for living and cultivation in the future." With that, he pointed again directly at the boy's forehead. Information flowed from his fingertip into the boy's consciousness. The state of the cave, the boy's duties, the techniques for cloud refining, and daily precautions. All at once. It was a seamless transmission. The Baiyun Tongzi stood there, his gaze somewhat vacant, clearly still absorbing the deluge of information. Wang Su remained patient, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly waiting. This boy would be working for him for a lifetime. He had the patience for that. Indeed, before long, the Baiyun Tongzi seemed to regain his senses. He blinked, looked down at his hands and feet, and his face lit up with curiosity. Newly transformed creatures are often so full of wonder about everything, even inspecting their own bodies for a long time. "Where is this?" the boy murmured, then looked up at Wang Su, his eyes reflecting a natural affinity. That was the effect of the spirit awakening seal. "This is the Xiang cave," Wang Su replied. "You are the Baiyun Tongzi, and you will live in this Baiyun Hall, responsible for refining the clouds. Do you remember?" The Baiyun Tongzi tilted his head in thought, seemingly trying to recall the information he had just absorbed. After a moment, he nodded earnestly, saying, "I remember. Baiyun will use the collected clouds to refine Baiyun and store it for the Mountain Master's use." With that, he respectfully bowed, his voice crisp. "I will faithfully obey the Mountain Master's orders and complete the task diligently." Wang Su nodded in satisfaction. The creatures he had previously awakened were much the same. When they first transformed, they were filled with curiosity about the world and approached everything with enthusiasm, having no notion of being enslaved. For them, the ability to take form and cultivate was already a tremendous fortune, As for working, that was simply a given. This was the benefit of having no exposure to the outside world. After arranging matters in the Baiyun Hall, Wang Su turned and headed to the Hall of All Spirits. The Hall of All Spirits was located to the east of Xiang Mountain and was dedicated to storing various spiritual items. The hall was divided into several rooms, including a pharmacy for storing spiritual herbs, a chamber for minerals, and a special room for storing seeds of spiritual items. Wang Su pushed open the door and walked straight to a row of jade racks against the wall. He took out several jade bottles he had prepared earlier and carefully placed them on the racks. These contained elemental power. These were refined beforehand, specifically prepared for the celestial children who tended to the spiritual plants. The Yuhua Yulan and Muhua Lingzhu both required daily nurturing with elemental power to mature into spiritual mechanisms that could assist in comprehending the Dao during Qi refinement. He needed to cultivate and could not come to the cave daily to infuse the spiritual plants with elemental power. Thus, he prepared these in advance, allowing the celestial children to use them as needed to infuse the spiritual plants, saving him the trouble of back and forth, which was also the original intention of awakening the celestial children. If this batch of spiritual mechanisms can be nurtured, the Wang family will gain significantly in foundation. Wang Su contemplated, though he reckoned he would not be able to catch up with these spiritual mechanisms. After completing these tasks, he inspected the hall, checking on the storage of other spiritual items collected from the Huanyue's secret realm. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, he turned and left. On the 20th day of the 7th month in the 129,653rd year of the Xianhuang calendar, the Wuming Bazaar had been established for over 2 months. This place had become a coveted destination for cultivators from the Crust Mountains. Especially after the Day of Darkness, the number of practitioners had surged and the bazaar buzzed with activity. Currently, about 1/5 of the cultivators frequenting the bazaar practiced the Ascension technique. However, when in the nascent spirit realm or Qi spirit realm, distinguishing between the golden elixir technique and the ascension technique was challenging, as both absorbed spiritual energy. The same was true in the Qi refinement realm, where practitioners utilized magical power, revealing differences only when harnessing the energies of heaven and earth. This ambiguity contributed to the ineffectiveness of the Wang family's decree to eliminate ascension practitioners. The primary reason was that there was no benefit to eradicating ascension cultivators, prompting many to turn a blind eye. Numerous cultivators speculated that the family might merely be appeasing a higher authority, merely going through the motions. This notion further diminished any motivation to pursue the extermination of ascension practitioners. When the family first issued the decree, it had indeed stirred up some chaos. Some rogue cultivators or rival factions seized the opportunity under the guise of exterminating ascension practitioners to undermine their enemies and profit from the turmoil. As some ascension practitioners were eliminated, the reasons behind their cultivation gradually came to light. It turned out that the Day of Darkness had not only bestowed magical abilities upon cultivators, but also granted ordinary people who dared to gaze directly at the black sun during its zenith unique opportunities. Most ordinary individuals received a boon known as the Lu Zhong, which granted them the potential to cultivate. Cultivators discovered that the Lu Zhong allowed for a twofold acceleration in practicing ascension techniques compared to the golden elixir technique. With the necessary qualifications, obtaining techniques became significantly easier. Especially after the Day of Darkness, those who possessed ascension techniques but lacked the requisite qualifications began to circulate these techniques within the bazaar, leading to an influx of ascension techniques. In addition to techniques, many spells, treasures, talismans, and formations also flooded into the bazaar, most of which were acquired by the 5 major powers of the bazaar, who possessed substantial wealth. For over 2 months, Baiyun Mountain had been active, acquiring numerous valuable items. In terms of spells, it had obtained 3 intermediate techniques: Golden Light Sword Art, Kaiyang Mysterious Treasure Secret Method, and Shaoyang Qingyuan Wheel, along with 11 lower-grade spells. The formation legacy included a Mountain River Qi Refinement Formation, capable of producing 3 Qi Refinement Formations: Mountain Qi Refinement Formation, River Qi Refinement Formation, and Mountain River Qi Refinement Formation. The inventory of talismans was even more extensive, with about a dozen spirit talismans and 2 significant law talismans, Wutu Yuanjia talismans, and Lihua talismans. As for spirit plants, spiritual items, and various energies of heaven and earth, Baiyun Pavilion had amassed a considerable collection, especially in the realm of energies, which had yielded significant profits over the past 2 months, exceeding the total annual income of Baiyun Mountain. This did not even account for the earnings from renting out storefronts and residences in the bazaar. Given that the bazaar was protected by powerful formations and Qi refinement practitioners, it attracted many wealthy, yet unskilled cultivators to reside there, incurring substantial daily expenses for living and cultivating. These factors constituted the bulk of the bazaar's revenue. Even though Wang Su had anticipated the bazaar's profitability, he was still astonished by the scale of its earnings. With such a golden goose at hand, Wang Su's visible strength could be further enhanced. However, the thriving Wuming Bazaar naturally drew envious eyes. Among those with designs on the bazaar was the Ji family from the Ping Mountain region of the Zhou Kingdom, located to the east of Baiyu Nation. The reason was simple. Wuming Bazaar lay in the northeastern part of Baiyu Nation, bordering the Shaoyang and Bibo kingdoms, as well as the newly established Zhou Kingdom. The Zhou Kingdom arrived in the Crust Mountains on the 23rd of May, being among the last groups of celestial clans, while the bazaar had been established on the 14th, leaving no room for the Ji family's interests. The bazaar was akin to a goose laying golden eggs, continuously producing wealth. How could the Ji family remain indifferent? In the Ji family's view, they were all newly established celestial clans, with less than half a year of difference, all being first-level Qi refiners. The Ji family possessed a Qi refinement treasure and had no rivals among first-level practitioners, even able to hold their ground against second-level cultivators. They believed their strength entitled them to stake a claim in the bazaar. Yet the Ji family overlooked one crucial point: the bazaar's immense capacity to generate wealth. Baiyu Mountain treated the bazaar as a cover operating Baiyu Pavilion with integrity and lacking ambitions for expansion or development, yet still managing to profit handsomely. The earnings from Baiyu Pavilion alone, which included techniques like smoke and cloud 16 methods and various talismans, were beyond the means of an average second-level Qi refiner to contend with. Even Wang Su, at his current fourth-level Qi refinement prowess, could not match the capabilities of Qingyun. Not to mention the other four families who not only managed their own establishments, but also continuously expanded, engaging in underhanded dealings. Over the past 2 months, they had reaped considerable benefits, indulging in their newfound wealth. Wang Su speculated that if these four families converted their resources into strength, they should possess abilities not inferior to the peak of second-level Qi refiners, possibly even comparable to early third-level Qi refiners. Therefore, the Ji family's ambitions were somewhat naive. One misstep could lead to further miscalculations in such a lucrative bazaar, who would allow others to partake in their profits. Not only would the other four families object, but Wang Su would also vehemently oppose any intrusion. Currently, the Xuanzhen realm was still in a pioneering phase, especially after the Day of Darkness, when many valuable items were being sold at bargain prices, presenting a prime opportunity for treasure hunting. One could say that even if the bazaar became more profitable in the future, it could not compare to the tangible legacies and techniques available now. The Ji family understood this principle as well, yet watching the bazaar flourish just beside them, they could not partake in its bounty. The immense profit potential blinded the Ji family to the fact that strength was paramount in the cultivation world. The Ji family was about to establish a storefront in the bazaar, but since they were among the last celestial clans to arrive, compounded by the surge of nationalistic fervor, they spent over a month establishing their territory. Only last month did they manage to rent a shop in the bazaar selling some ripening spirit rice and magically cultivated spirit insects known as gold-edged earthworms, but the offerings were quite meager. Fortunately, such spiritual items were in high demand. This was a normal occurrence. When the Wuming Way was established, Baiyu Mountain had similarly started from humble beginnings, the only difference being that they had developed for over 2 months prior, avoiding such a dismal start. The initial wave of pioneers engaged in trading. The 5 major structures in the center of the bazaar predominantly sold items sourced cheaply from scattered cultivators. The Crust Mountains were not vast, and in just over 2 months the bazaar had already surpassed its explosive growth phase. Scattered cultivators typically chose reputable large shops for transactions to mitigate the risk of fraud. Thus, the longer the Ji family lingered in the bazaar, the more they yearned to stake their claim. Outside the main street of Mingfang City, known as South Street, 3 smaller streets extend: East Street, North Street, and West Street. These streets are a chaotic mix of ordinary shops and those catering to cultivators, often witnessing underhanded dealings. This disarray is somewhat intentional, as the major powers of the marketplace primarily operate from South Street. Compared to the other tumultuous streets, South Street is under the constant watch of Qi refiners and the law enforcement hall, boasting a complete array of treasures, a veritable haven for cultivators looking to make purchases. The Ji family shop, named Pingshan Spiritual Pharmacy, is situated in a relatively bustling location on East Street. Through diligent management, the Ji family not only sells their own spiritual herbs and insects, but also procures various spiritual plants and items, crafting simple elixirs for sale. Their business is faring decently on this street. However, on this particular day, the Ji family had closed their shop. Within Pingshan Spiritual Pharmacy, Ji Weiming, the slightly plump head of the Ji family, was attending to 3 figures clad in black robes. The 3 were thoroughly concealed, their faces hidden from view. Ji Xiong, it has been a month. Have you selected a target? A youthful female voice emerged from beneath the black robe, tinged with impatience. Indeed, Ji Xiong, the longer we delay, the more unfavorable it becomes for us. Another black-robed individual chimed in, his voice crackling with age reminiscent of an elderly man. He placed undue emphasis on the term Ji Xiong, which sounded rather awkward. The third individual remained silent, merely nodding. At merely 28 years of age, Ji Weiming felt somewhat uncomfortable being referred to as Ji Xiong by someone with such an elderly-sounding voice. His eyelid twitched, but he chose to ignore it, replying instead, after a month of inquiries, I believe we should move against Wang Mingtian from Shaoyang Kingdom. As soon as he spoke, the three pairs of eyes focused intently on him. Ji Weiming, we only intend to intervene in the marketplace and secure a share, not to become enemies of the entire market. The woman exclaimed, her voice rising in shock at the suggestion. Indeed, Ji Xiong, one should choose the softest fruit to squeeze. I think that Wang Mingxiu from Bai Bo Pond would be much easier to deal with. The blue-eyed figure in black added, his aged voice clearly not in alignment with Ji Weiming's thoughts. At this moment, the previously silent reed figure finally spoke, a male voice that revealed no hint of age. Ji Xiong, please share your reasoning. I trust you will not speak without merit. With someone to assist in the discussion, Ji Weiming nodded at that individual and without hesitation laid out his reasoning. There are 3 reasons for selecting Wang Mingtian as our target. He paused and raised his first finger. First, he possesses the strongest influence. If we can take him down, the other 4 will undoubtedly be intimidated, making it easier to negotiate for our share. Conversely, if we target one of the other 4, Wang Mingtian with his nature will not stand by idly. Should he intervene, we might not only fail to secure a share, but may struggle to escape unscathed. Having said that, he glanced around at the 3 and seeing no objections, extended his second finger. Second, Wang Mingtian's conduct is quite unseemly. Relying on the marketplace formation that he spearheaded, he has been expanding aggressively. Now, apart from Bayou Pavilion, he has business conflicts with the other 3 families and has already offended them all. The trio nodded instinctively. Noticing their agreement, Ji Weiming raised his third finger. Third, our Ji family has discreetly investigated, and while Wang Mingtian and Wang Mingtu of the Ice Frost Kingdom are brothers, they have long been at odds, merely maintaining a facade of familial affection. If we act against Wang Mingtian, though Wang Mingtu may not assist us, he will certainly not interfere. He took a sip of tea, scanning the 3 before adding, though Wang Mingtian appears to be at the core of the marketplace, he has secretly distanced himself from the other 4 families. Thus, targeting him is the best course of action. The 3 black-robed figures fell silent, each deep in thought. Finally, the reed figure broke the silence. I believe Ji Xiong is right. If we were to act against any of the other 4 families, we could face their united suppression. In that case, let us strike against Wang Mingtian. The black-robed woman slammed her hand on the table, excitement evident in her tone. I refuse to believe that the 4 of us cannot handle just one of him. Agreed, we shall follow Ji Xiong's lead and target Wang Mingtian, the elderly voice concurred. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Ji Weiming seized the moment. Since we are all in accord, perhaps we should be candid with one another. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent once more. Perceiving their reticence, Ji Weiming felt frustrated. These 3 had approached him, and he had accepted them under the principle of having more people for greater assurance. At first, he could understand their hesitation, but now, with action imminent, their refusal to reveal their identities felt like an attempt to place the Ji family in the front line as cannon fodder. Since trust is absent among us, perhaps this plan should not continue. Let us disperse, Ji Weiming declared, waving his hand to dismiss them. Ji Xiong is correct. If at this point it is time for us to meet with honesty, the reed figure smiled, lifting his hand to remove his mask, dispelling the concealment of his spiritual aura. As the mask fell away, his fiery red eyes transformed to a brilliant blue, revealing a youthful face in his early 20s. Simultaneously, the heat radiating from him shifted to a chilling aura. It's Yue. Everyone in the room gasped in surprise, instinctively adopting defensive stances. The young man smiled, slightly unperturbed by their reactions, and retorted, what's the matter? Surprised. Ji Weiming remained stunned for a moment before incredulously stating, indeed surprised. I did not expect it to be you, Wang Mingtu. Wang Mingtu raised an eyebrow. If it weren't for me, with your Ji family's capabilities, could you have uncovered the truth of my discord with Wang Mingtian? His words were blunt, yet truthful. Ji Weiming let out a wry smile. That is indeed the case. Such clandestine information is beyond the reach of my Ji family. When he first learned of this information, he could hardly believe it, and had spent considerable time verifying its accuracy. Initially, he thought it was merely divine assistance, but now it appeared that someone had deliberately provided the intelligence. Wang Mingtu chose not to elaborate further and turned to the other 2. It's your turn now. The blue-eyed figure in black, seeing this, finally revealed himself. Now that Brother Wang has joined us, this matter is nearly certain. I shall reveal my identity as well. He lifted his mask, exposing a face even younger than Wang Mingtu's. A boy of 17 or 18 with translucent white curls, a stern expression, and a faint chill radiating from him. The royal family of the Snow Kingdom, Xuanzhen the youth stated succinctly. I was wondering who had such audacity. It turns out to be the former royal family of the snow god, the black-robed woman remarked with a click of her tongue. Without needing prompting, she removed her mask. Her long emerald green hair cascaded down. It's you. The others gasped once more in astonishment. The green-haired woman raised an eyebrow, her gaze directed playfully at Xuanzhen. What can it be, me? Wang Mingtu steadied himself, frowning as he asked, but what is your motive? This does not seem to benefit you. The green-haired woman replied nonchalantly. Wang Mingtian is too arrogant. He is unfit to continue as the manager of the marketplace. Wang Mingtu was taken aback. Is that all? Why is that not sufficient? She countered. Wang Mingtu opened his mouth, intending to refute her, but upon reflecting on Wang Mingtian's domineering actions, he swallowed his words. After a moment of silence, he slowly uttered 2 words. That's enough. I have a query. After defeating Wang Mingtian, should we expel him from the market or? Xuanzhen made a gesture across his throat. Everyone turned to Wang Mingtu. After all, he was Wang Mingshan's brother. Of course we kill him, Wang Mingtu replied flatly, as if discussing something utterly trivial. He has refined and taken control of the Chongzhen Gujin Great Formation. If he doesn't die, how can we take over the market? This statement startled everyone. After all, he was his own brother. How could he speak of killing him so indifferently? Especially Ji Weiming, who had initially only wanted to gather everyone's strength to intervene in the market and carve out a share for himself. As for how the ensuing conflict would unfold, the sect would not intervene, but if someone were to die. Before he could ponder further, another voice rang out. Not only that, but we cannot act recklessly in the market. Wang Ming's gaze fixed on Wang Mingtu, as if realizing something. He said solemnly, I am quite curious, why do you wish to kill your own brother? Is it so rare for brothers to turn against each other? Wang Mingtu retorted lightly, his tone suddenly shifting, becoming icy. Too much curiosity can lead to death. Before his words finished, an overwhelming chill erupted from his body, sweeping around like a tidal wave. Everyone felt their internal energies stagnate, slowing to a crawl. Wang Xiong, calm down. Friend Mingtu, please restrain yourself. Ji Weiming and Xuanzhen quickly interjected, their hearts filled with an inexplicable dread. Wang Mingtu's strength was astonishingly formidable. The sheer pressure of his chilling aura could suppress their energies, indicating he was undoubtedly at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Only at such a level could one unleash such astonishing coldness. As for the 3rd level of Qi refinement, he likely hadn't reached it yet, otherwise he wouldn't be seeking their collaboration. How I didn't expect you, friend Mingtu, to also reach the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Truly surprising. Wang Mingshu said, her tone betraying no fear, clearly indicating that the chilling aura had little effect on her. Wang Mingtu fixed his eyes on her, a flicker of surprise in his gaze. You, friend Mingshu, also surprised me. He genuinely hadn't expected Wang Mingshu, who had kept a low profile, to also cultivate to the 2nd level of Qi refinement. He wondered what fortune she had encountered. Would it be akin to his own? At this thought, a glimmer of greed flashed in Wang Mingtu's eyes, but vanished almost instantly. The opportunities he possessed were substantial. It was better to avoid unnecessary conflict until he had completely digested them. This fleeting change in expression, however, was keenly observed by Wang Mingshu. Yet she paid it no mind, who wouldn't want to seize an opportunity. She too was very interested in Wang Mingtu's fortune. Moreover, she knew that Wang Mingtu came from the Wang family's gene lineage. Coupled with today's actions, she could roughly guess what his opportunity might be. Alright, let's not dwell on that. Wang Mingshu drew her thoughts back. Let's discuss how to proceed. Wang Mingtian is not someone to be trifled with. However, their strengths had already intimidated the other 2 present. Ji Weiming and Xuanzhen exchanged glances, reading the complexity in each other's eyes. Especially Ji Weiming, who felt a chill run down his spine after witnessing their power. How had he dared to scheme for the market? It was akin to lighting a lamp in a toilet, a surefire way to invite disaster. Xuanzhen was equally alarmed. Though the royal family of the Snow Country boasted 7 Qi refiners, there was only one at the 2nd level, and they lacked a powerful lineage like the Wang family. If a fight broke out, they surely wouldn't stand a chance against such foes. Thoughts raced through their minds, and they promptly declared, we will follow the arrangements of our esteemed seniors. Ji Weiming bowed respectfully. Xuanzhen will also obey the seniors' directives, Xuanzhen echoed. In the face of overwhelming power, they were acutely aware of their place. This undertaking was merely a sideshow for them. Nonetheless, Ji Weiming felt a nagging suspicion. Engaging in a conflict at the second level of qi refinement was no trivial matter. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became were these two seeking their participation merely to find scapegoats. The extermination of a celestial clan under their jurisdiction, especially that of a Wang family scion, would undoubtedly invite scrutiny from above. Would refusing now mean risking silencing? Li Xuanzhen, however, was not burdened by such thoughts. It being younger and a local, he was unfamiliar with the sect's regulations and simply stood quietly aside. Rest assured, you won't be made scapegoats. We will disguise ourselves as bandits and ambush them mid-journey. The sect will have me and friend Mingxu to handle matters, so they won't pursue it further. Exactly, Wang Mingxu added. As long as we leave no evidence, my brother Mingtu and I can take the blame. Once successful, you two will also receive your share from the market. Ji Weiming and Li Xuanzhen exchanged a knowing glance, realizing that at this point there was no turning back. Then, we shall follow the senior's arrangements. On Baiyu Mountain, within the Lingxiao Palace, Wang Su was immersed in comprehending the combination of talismans when he suddenly received a message from Wang Mingtu. He picked up the jade talisman, his spirit probing within, and a line of information appeared in his mind. Mountain Lord, the Ji family is ready to act. Participants include Ji Weiming, Wang Mingxu from the Baibo Pond, and Li Xuanzhen from the Snow Country royal family. Among them, Wang Mingxu, like my subordinate, is also at the second level of qi refinement. After reading, Wang Su raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the seemingly weakest Wang Mingxu in the market to have also reached the second level of qi refinement. It seemed the past few months had indeed offered ample opportunities in the market. He set down the jade talisman, muttering to himself, Wang Mingtian, why can't you just stay put? The market had been functioning well. The five families managed it collectively. Though there were frictions, they generally stood on the same side to maintain order. However, a month ago, Wang Mingtian had secretly killed Han Song, monopolizing the share of that 8th grade rogue cultivator. Had he stopped there, Wang Su might have turned a blind eye. The more audacious Wang Mingtian became, the more it highlighted Wang Su's low profile. After all, he had no intention of being involved. The market's meager profits were merely a means to conceal his true ambitions. But not only did Wang Mingtian commit murder, he also began to expand aggressively, seizing the storefronts of the other families and placing his own people within the law enforcement hall, which had now become a one-man show for him. Last month's market rents were firmly in his grip, showing no intention of sharing with the other four families. This was already a blatant display of ambition known to all. Wang Su surmised that Wang Mingtian must have obtained some extraordinary opportunity during the Black Sun, significantly enhancing his strength, which spurred his desire to dominate the market. If that were the case, he could not be spared. Thus, he ordered Wang Mingtu to act in secret, seeking an opportunity to eliminate him. Having decided to remove Wang Mingtian, they needed to find someone to take his place to divert attention. The Ji family had entered their field of vision at this moment. Upon discovering the Ji family's plotting against the market, Wang Su and the others subtly lent a hand facilitating this operation. However, he hadn't anticipated that Wang Mingxu would have the same intention and had also reached the second level of qi refinement. It seems she is also a survivor in this world, Wang Su thought, stowing away the jade talisman and gazing out of the palace. He only wished to develop quietly. Why did things have to stir up waves? This time he wondered how many people's attention it would attract. In the operation against Wang Mingtian, Wang Su had no intention of participating personally. As a foster son of the Wang family, he had been blessed by them since childhood. If he were to get involved and his identity were to be exposed, it would leave a negative impression on those above. He planned to provide some support for this operation, such as He Yun Black Cloud and Hong Yun Red Cloud. He Yun, also known as Poison Cloud, was concocted from the miasma black smoke of the mountains and various toxic substances. Wang Su had specially crafted a bloom for this operation capable of killing those at the 3rd level of qi refining and temporarily paralyzing those at the 4th level. Hong Yun, also known as Blood Cloud, was formed from the malevolent energy of war red smoke combined with spiritual entities of the wood Dao capable of transforming weapons to kill enemies. However, due to the short time frame and the lack of recent wars, he had only managed to collect a bit of red smoke, resulting in a red cloud that barely reached the strength of the 2nd level of qi refining. He believed that these two creations would be sufficient to eliminate Wang Mingtian. Nonetheless, in case of any unforeseen circumstances, he intended to follow from a distance that day. With his full mastery at the 4th level of qi refining, he could expand his spiritual consciousness to a radius of 230 kilometers, easily covering the area once occupied by the Gru Kingdom. However, fearing exposure, he had never fully unleashed it, otherwise he could effortlessly monitor all neighboring countries. The reason for his stealthy following was to prevent Wang Mingtian from seizing any earth-shattering opportunities that might allow him to escape and become a significant threat. July 30, year 129653 of the Xian Huang calendar. In the Wuming market, the weather was excessively fine. The vast blue sky was devoid of clouds, with the golden sun hanging high, illuminating the entire market with a brilliant glow. The streets bustled with people, a cacophony of vendors calling out haggling voices and familiar greetings blending into an extraordinary vibrancy. Since the arrival of the Black Sun, the market had flourished day by day, becoming a must-visit place for the practitioners of the Kuluz mountain range. At the center of the market, the tallest building stood proudly. Originally similar to the other 4 3-story structures, it had been raised by 2 additional stories, becoming a 5-story pavilion that towered over the market. The inscription, Yao Yang Lu, glimmered in the sunlight, particularly eye-catching. Wang Mingtian stood on the top floor, gazing into the distance. With his hands behind his back, a faint golden aura flowed around him, enhancing the already imposing features of his face, making him appear even more inscrutable. From this height, the entire market was visible. The main road of the South Street, the bustle of the East Street, the chaos of the West Street, the desolation of the North Street, and the 4 3-story pavilions beneath him were all laid bare. A slight smile curved at the corners of his mouth, revealing an ambiguous expression. They should be starting to act now, right? His voice was soft, almost like a self-conversation, yet it carried a playful tone reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. He had known all along. Wang Mingtian, Wang Mingxiu, and those few ignorant characters believed their plans were flawless, that they could deceive him. Little did they realize that since their first meeting he had already been aware of their intentions. Within this market, there was nothing he did not know. He deliberately chose not to expose them, even allowing them to act freely, waiting for today when they would leap into his net for a complete capture. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, or rather 1 fish with multiple bites. He murmured, his gaze deepening. He intended to seize this opportunity to eradicate everyone. Those outsiders coveting the market, the collaborators harboring ill intentions, and his own brother. At the thought of Wang Mingtian, his expression remained unperturbed, as if it were merely an inconsequential name. Brothers? Huh. In the realm of cultivation, what brothers existed? Resources were limited, opportunities scarce. Anyone who blocked his path was an enemy. What did it matter if they shared blood? Over the years in the Wang family, he had witnessed countless instances of siblings turning against one another, those with better talents stepping on those with poorer ones to rise, while the latter harbored resentment towards the former for obstructing their ascent. He and his brother were merely an ordinary pair in that regard. Calculating the time, it was indeed time to set off. He transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring into the sky from the market, his speed far surpassing that of an early-stage qi refining practitioner. The golden light sliced through the air towards the direction of Shaoyang Mountain, formerly Wuming Mountain. However, barely 10 miles out of the market, a surge of emerald light suddenly shot towards him from an angle. Wang Mingxian's expression remained unchanged, a cold smile emerging at the corners of his lips. As expected, they have come. He had long been prepared. Before his words fell, a golden barrier materialized out of thin air, enveloping him securely. Boom. The emerald light collided violently with the golden shield, exploding into a dazzling display. Wang Mingtian was thrust backward by the force, his golden light momentarily disrupted, but he regained his balance almost immediately unscathed. Before he could stabilize himself, another white light rushed towards him. This time Wang Mingtian was prepared. He shifted his form narrowly, avoiding the white beam. The light grazed past him, crashing into the distant forest with a thunderous explosion of frost. "Come out," Wang Mingtian called, hovering in midair, his gaze sweeping around with disdain. "You cannot kill me by sneaking around." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 figures in black robes emerged from different directions, surrounding him completely. "Wang Mingtian, you are too arrogant," one of the black-robed figures declared coldly. "Today is your day of death. Stop wasting words with him, attack." Before the words finished, another black-robed figure had already launched an attack. She summoned a long emerald sword, weaving a spell, her mana surging. A water-based killing move, endless green waves. The long sword slashed out its light, transforming into a colossal wave of emerald, crashing towards Wang Mingtian with overwhelming force. "Come on," Wang Mingtian shouted, simultaneously summoning a golden sword, its blade shining brightly. Jin Yang sword, slash. The golden sword light shot forth, colliding thunderously with the towering emerald wave. Boom. The 2 forces exploded midair, a tempest of wind scattering debris, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. In the moment Wang Mingtian struck, another black-robed figure seized the opportunity, exhaling a cloud of black mist. The black cloud billowed, transforming into a black ribbon that coiled around Wang Mingtian like a venomous serpent. Wang Mingtian swung his sword to block, But the moment the blade touched the black ribbon, it dissipated into black smoke slithering into his body. His expression shifted as the golden yang mana within him surged wildly, enveloping him in an intensified golden glow that forcefully repelled the black smoke, halting its invasion. Yet just as he steadied this wave, the final black-robed figure raised a staff, chanting incantations. The staff's tip radiated a chilling light, forming a 100-meter-long frost dragon out of thin air. The dragon roared skyward, descending with a torrent of icy chill, ready to devour Wang Mingtian and smash him into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, dust soaring into the sky, ice crystals blanketing the ground, temporarily turning the area into a frozen wasteland. But the four in the sky did not relent, unleashing a barrage of spells raining down. Red cloud, ice blades, fireballs, lightning. Relentlessly bombarding the area until it was unrecognizable. Cough, cough. Wang Mingtian's furious voice emerged from the dust. I didn't expect you would have some skill. As the dust began to settle, a blood-soaked silhouette slowly stood up. However, he lifted his head abruptly, golden light flashing in his eyes. Not enough. A roar echoed through the heavens. 100-meter-wide sun erupted behind him, radiating with immense golden light, scorching the air. The sun hung before the four figures, exuding a terrifying aura capable of annihilating everything. The sky burned, the air ignited, and even the visible spiritual energy of the world blazed. The ground began to melt, rocks turning to crystalline magma, waves of heat rolling outward. The four black-robed figures suspended in the air felt as though they had plunged into a furnace, each inch of their skin ablaze with pain. What was even more terrifying was that within that blazing sun there lurked an omnipresent sword chi. The sword chi was formless and intangible, yet it was extraordinarily strange, able to penetrate magical defenses and directly erode the flesh. This is bad. This sword chi cannot be resisted. One of the slightly plump black-robed figures cried out in terror. He desperately channeled his mana, but his shield visibly dimmed. In an instant the barrier shattered, leaving him exposed to the blazing sun. Wang, brother, save me. Before the words finished, golden flames ignited around his body, instantly turning him to ash, unable to even emit a scream. The remaining three were filled with horror, desperately channeling their mana to resist, yet their situation was dire. This sun must be a divine ability. One black-robed figure gritted his teeth. Otherwise, how could it be so powerful even among those at the second level of chi refining? What do we do now? Another asked in panic. There's no use under my great sun, all beings are equal. Wang Mingtian above the sun spoke with confidence, his hands behind his back, clearly certain of victory. Yet at that moment an attack formed from chilling air, shot in from afar, striking the sun. Both the sun and Wang Mingtian were instantly frozen. Creak, crack, crack. The sound of ice fracturing echoed, and then the sun and Wang Mingtian exploded into a downpour of rain. This is water. One of the black-robed women reached out to catch the raindrops, only to discover that it was colder than ice. It seems there's a powerful figure aiding us. Another black-clad individual looked towards the source of the attack, but found nothing. In the skies above the battlefield at an altitude of 40,000 meters, Wang Su concealed himself among the white clouds. This height was precisely beyond the range of spiritual awareness for a fully realized Qi Refinement Stage 2 cultivator, yet he could see the chaos unfolding below with crystal clarity. Since the sun rose, he had known that Wang Mingtian had won. Though merely a Qi Refinement Stage 2 cultivator, the power of his great sun divine ability was formidable enough to challenge even the pinnacle of Stage 3 cultivators. Wang Su observed closely. The technique he employed was not a minor spell or just a refined technique, but rather a true divine ability akin to his own Xianyang Ji, and it appeared to be one focused on offense. For this reason, he could not let him escape. Thus, just as Wang Mingtian reveled in his triumph, Wang Su decisively made his move. Xianming water control technique, condensing water into cold. With this strike, he unleashed all his strength as a Qi refinement stage for cultivator, pouring out his attribute-infused spell without reservation. Cold air descended from the heavens, swiftly bending around and shooting forth from the distance. In an instant, it froze the great sun along with Wang Mingtian. After encasing his opponent in ice, he deliberately detonated the cold energy, transforming it into a torrential hail of ice rain. Not for any other reason, but to seize the opportunity to collect Wang Mingtian's storage bag. Having accomplished this, Wang Su's figure flickered and vanished as if he had never been there at all. Below, the four survivors remained dazed, unable to comprehend the turn of events. Did we just get saved? Murmured the black-robed man with the staff, disbelief coloring his voice. Just moments ago they had been on the brink of death, and now the crisis had evaporated. He felt somewhat disoriented. The other two, while equally shocked, were quicker to think. This was no mere coincidence. Someone must have been aiding them from the shadows. But who could this person be? They exchanged glances, and a shared thought flickered in their minds. Could it be him or her? Is it an elder invited by Taoist Mingxu? Wang Mingtian ventured, testing the waters. He had always suspected that Wang Mingxu's sudden breakthrough to Qi Refinement Stage 2 was not without its complexities. Wang Mingxu countered, I thought it was Taoist Mingtian who had brought in a backup. Though she said this, she found it unlikely. After all, Wang Mingtian and Wang Mingtian were brothers. Any elder known to Wang Mingtian would likely be familiar to Wang Mingtian as well. If such a connection existed, today's events would have surely been revealed long before. Their gazes shifted to Li Keiji, who was busy expressing gratitude for surviving. Li Keiji was the only Qi Refinement Stage 2 ancestor of the royal family of the Snow Kingdom. Originally, only Li Xuanzhen was supposed to participate in this operation, but upon learning that the other two major factions in the market had Stage 2 cultivators present, Li Keiji decided to take matters into his own hands to ensure absolute safety. 3 Qi Refinement Stage 2 cultivators along with Ji Weiming, who could barely contend with them thanks to her magical artifact. With such a lineup, they had nearly lost everything in the attempt to eliminate a fellow cultivator of the same rank. Fortunately, a mysterious strongman had intervened to save them. Seeing the two individuals looking towards him, Li Keiji quickly suppressed his relief and spoke seriously. What are you two looking at me for? Do you think this mysterious strongman was invited by me? Wang Mingxu shrugged noncommittally. Who knows? Each held their own suspicions, believing the others to be the most likely candidates. Especially Li Keiji. During the previous battle, his life force had been exposed, clearly indicating he was around 60 years old. Yet the opponent had employed pure golden core techniques. This raised intriguing questions. Spirit roots had only emerged in this world 35 years ago. In other words, anyone possessing a spirit root would not be older than 35. So where did Li Keiji's spirit root come from? Furthermore, the Li family had 7 Qi refiners. Wang Mingtian and Wang Mingxu exchanged a glance, and a bold hypothesis sprung to mind. The Li family must have means to transplant spirit roots. This thought flashed by, and they silently agreed not to voice it. The secret was too great to touch upon at present. Yet if this were true, it was highly likely that a certain force stood behind the Li family. After all, no one understood better than those in the cultivation world how difficult it was to transplant spirit roots. If root transplantation were simple, all cultivators would be wary, and the Wang family would not be so keen on cultivating outsiders. The simplest and most common form of spirit root transplantation involved using a root from the same bloodline. However, even then, the effectiveness of the transplanted root would often be halved. A 4-inch spirit root might only yield the equivalent of 2 inches after transplanting. If the bloodlines were too distant, various rare materials would be required to stabilize the root. All of this was based on the existence of a shared bloodline. Without such a connection, the effects of transplantation would be severely diminished, potentially failing to activate even 1/10 of the original root's potential, requiring constant nurturing with precious materials to prevent rejection. The Li family was originally a secular royal family. How could they possess such resources for spirit root transplantation? Thus, they speculated that a mysterious force might be aiding the Li family from the shadows. Since this matter is settled, I shall take my leave. Wang Mingtian broke the silence, preparing to depart, when he suddenly recalled something, turning to Li Keiji and saying, by the way, the 5% of assets belonging to Wang Mingtian and the 2% share from the market will be taken over by the Li family. Taoist Mingxu has no objections, right? No. Wang Mingxu shook her head, her gaze landing on Li Keiji. I only hope the Li family does not repeat Wang Mingtian's mistakes. Rest assured, dear friends. Li Keiji clasped his hands in assurance. The Li family will definitely abide by the market's rules and advance and retreat together with you all. Wang Mingtian nodded slightly, choosing not to linger further as he transformed into a streak of light and departed. Farewell. Wang Mingxu also clasped her hands, a flash of verdant light, marking her disappearance into the horizon. Li Keiji watched the direction in which they had left, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. After a moment, he too transformed into a beam of light, drifting away. Long after the three had departed, cultivators began to approach the scene in 2s and 3s. Before them lay a desolate battlefield. A massive pit 100 meters deep had swallowed the earth, leaving behind only cooled lava and glass-like remnants of ice crystals. Faint traces of toxic gas still lingered in the air. The devastation bore witness to the ferocity of the earlier battle. This was not destruction that a Qi Refinement Stage 1 cultivator could cause. The first to arrive was a spirit-gathering cultivator. During the earlier conflict, he had only dared to watch from a distance, too fearful to approach. It was only after some time had passed that he mustered the courage to investigate. As soon as he stepped onto the battlefield, he inhaled a breath of lingering toxic gas. His body stiffened, and he collapsed. Moments later, another figure arrived, followed closely by a third and a fourth, both spirit-gathering cultivators and Qi refinement cultivators from the Celestial clan. As they gazed at the ravaged ground, each drew in a sharp breath at the toxic gas. Fortunately, the first brave soul had absorbed most of it, leaving only a paralyzing effect. The Crust Mountain range concealed such powerful cultivators. The traces on the ground were largely made up of lava glass caused by flames and sword scars left by golden energy, but the residual aura distinctly pointed to an entirely different conclusion. The ultimate victor must have been a cultivator wielding the powers of ice, water, and poison. What intrigued them even more was that despite the extensive destruction, the air and soil were imbued with an unusually rich spiritual energy. Clearly, a highly skilled Qi refinement cultivator had perished here, their spirit nourishing the very land. A spirit-gathering cultivator sighed, "What a pity, this is the territory of the Shaoyang Kingdom. Once their people arrive, they will definitely claim this place for themselves." Others began to scheme, "If we could establish a cave dwelling here, our cultivation would surely progress more swiftly." Some keen minds speculated, based on the remnants of fire and golden energy, could the fallen be none other than Wang Mingtian, the lord of the Shaoyang Kingdom? At this remark, everyone's eyes brightened. If true, then this place would become a no man's land. Establishing a cave dwelling here was not out of the question. In an instant, the once silent battlefield erupted with activity over this piece of land. Arguments, shouts, and scuffles ensued, gradually descending into chaos. In the serene night sky above Bayou Mountain, a fleeting beam of light quietly traversed. This light, resembling a wisp of cloud or mist, gently descended before the Lingxiao Hall, stirring neither the grass nor the trees in the vicinity unnoticed by anyone. As the light dissipated, it revealed a figure clad in white, handsome and refined, with a countenance like polished jade, none other than Wang Su, who had returned quietly. He stepped into the hall, sitting cross-legged on a cushion. With a wave of his sleeve, a storage bag adorned with golden intricacies floated before him, its opening facing downward, tilting slightly. With a clatter, contents poured out of the storage bag like beans spilling from a container, instantly filling nearly half the Lingxiao Hall. Spiritual plants, elixirs, jade vials, array plates, talismans, various treasures shimmered in a dazzling display, bathing the entire hall in radiant light. Wang Su surveyed the items with a sweep of his divine consciousness, inwardly astonished. Among the thousands of spiritual plants, there were 132 at the Qi refining level alone. 568 jade vials, each containing 10 strands of heavenly energy, totaling 5,680 strands. This was likely the income from the market over the past 2 months. If divided among 5 families, each would receive 1,136 strands. In other words, relying solely on the market profits, each family could earn 566 strands of heavenly energy monthly. In addition, there was a pile of spiritual stones, approximately 130 or so. So much heavenly energy. Wang Su sighed lightly. No wonder Wang Mingtian is reluctant to share. In the cultivation world, strength speaks volumes. If he did not possess a treasure-filled secret realm, he would likely be loath to part with such bountiful resources. Fortunately, all of this now belonged to him. He collected the spiritual plants, elixirs, and heavenly energy that he would not use for the time being into his storage bag, leaving the hall much emptier with only a dozen items floating before him. Wang Su first picked up several jade slips, examining them one by one. The blessing of the fire spirit formation, which accelerates the cultivation of fire element techniques, it was not immediately useful, but could serve as a foundation. The Golden Sun Ginseng dietary method, a commendable method for absorbing solar and metal energies. The Radiant Golden Sun Sword Technique, a mid-tier spell that cultivates both golden and fiery sword energies, it could be kept for later. The Splitting Gold Talisman, Inheritance, crafted with gold energy capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a Qi refinement, first-level cultivator. The Armor-Piercing Gold Spike Talisman, Inheritance, designed specifically to breach low-grade armor and shields. The Fireball Array Talisman, Inheritance, one talisman unleashes 5 fireballs, making it hard to guard against. The Sword Energy Talisman, Inheritance, capable of sealing 1 sword energy below the 3rd level. The more he read, the more delighted he became. These were all inheritance jade slips. Yet upon a moment's reflection, he shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, they are all ill-gotten gains not meant to see the light. He safely stored the jade slips and continued to inspect the remaining items. A Celestial Clan token was crushed in his palm. Given his immense strength, it disintegrated like tofu into scrap metal. A golden longsword previously wielded by Wang Mingtian was regrettably also a piece of contraband. Next was a spirit mechanism, Golden Sunstone. However, half of its energy had already been depleted, significantly diminishing its value. 5 blocks of crystal stones, all infused with fire energy, puzzled Wang. So why did Wang Mingtian only collect fire-related treasures? Were other spiritual objects beneath his notice, or did he simply not desire them? He examined the talismans, finding them all to be spell talismans, 5 splitting gold talismans, and 2 armor-piercing gold spike talismans. Then he stumbled upon an ancient card, the fire card from the Dollarolo magic set. Oddly, this card was entirely golden, not resembling the typical black background and golden pattern magic cards. Wang Su grasped the fire card and began the ritual of refinement. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the refinement was complete. Information flooded into his mind. This card could connect to a realm abundant in fire elements, condensing elemental power into fire crystals. These crystals could be used to cast fire magic or directly for cultivating fire-based techniques. Wang Su was taken aback, then glanced toward the 5 fire crystals. So that's how they were formed. He picked up a fire crystal for careful inspection. It was suffused with an intense fire energy. By infusing it with the corresponding attributes, power for nurturing it could transform into a spirit mechanism, a rare spiritual object. Immediately, he activated the magic card, sensing a boundless searing realm. As he channeled his magic, the card drew fire energy from the elemental realm, slowly condensing it within the card's innate space. Half an hour later, a blazing fire crystal took shape. Wang Xi's pupils contracted so fast. A single fire crystal was worth at least 50 spiritual stones. If he continuously refined for 12 hours a day, he could produce 24 crystals amounting to 1,200 spiritual stones. A day's earnings equated to what Baiyu Mountain would earn from the market in 2 months. With such a golden goose, why would Wang Mingtian bother with the meager profits from the market? Wang Su pondered in confusion. What he did not know was that even after advancing to the Qi Refinement 2nd level, Wang Mingtian could only produce 3 fire crystals a day at most. Furthermore, those 3 would exhaust all his magical energy. Should he spend all day refining fire crystals, he would have no time to recover his energy, let alone cultivate. Moreover, after the Black Sun, Wang Mingtian awakened a true divine power, the Great Sun Universal Blessing. Unlike Wang Xi's Sun Branch, this divine power was purely offensive, requiring vast amounts of fire energy to enhance that Great Sun. The more fire energy consumed, the stronger the sun became. Wang Mingtian could unleash the combat power of a perfected Qi Refinement 3rd level cultivator with his Qi Refinement 2nd level strength, thanks to the accumulation of fire crystals nurturing the Great Sun over time. He had assumed that with his Qi Refinement 2nd level strength and this divine power, controlling the market would be an effortless task. In his calculations, even with various resources aiding them, the 5 major forces in the market could only hope to reach the level of 9-inch spiritual roots at best. And breaking through the first essence would take at least half a year. Therefore, the other strength would hover around the Qi Refinement 2nd and 3rd levels, and barely managing to contend against a Qi Refinement 2nd level cultivator with talismans and treasures would be their limit. He had calculated other strengths to be as high as possible. To ensure absolute certainty, he had even pushed the Great Sun's power to a peak in the Qi Refinement 3rd level before making his move. Yet he could never have anticipated that among those ambushing him were 3 with Qi Refinement 2nd level strength, and 1 who, despite being at the 1st level, could still exert 2nd level power. Even so, he remained unscathed, able to face 4 and not fall behind. It could only be said that fate conspired against him. Who would have thought that hidden at an altitude of 40,000 meters was a 4th level Qi Refinement cultivator? Wang Su looked at the pile of ill-gotten gains in his hand, and then at the still warm fire card, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems I've benefited from this. Thus, Baiyu Mountain, already affluent, gained yet another inexhaustible gold mine. As for the subsequent market shifts, Wang Su planned to refrain from involvement. He estimated that the clan would soon send someone to investigate. For now, staying quietly on Baiyu Mountain was far safer than doing anything else. Translated text. On the 2nd day of the 8th month in the year 129653 of the Xianhuang calendar, 3 days had passed since the ambush. The day after the incident, investigators from the Zhong family arrived. They were led by a high-ranking cultivator of the 4th stage of Qi Refinement hailing from the Daduan dynasty. After a brief survey of the market, he hastily concluded that the incident was the work of rogue cultivators, effectively closing the case in record time. Wang Su pondered whether the Zhong family would continue their covert investigations, but if not, this was how the first fallen celestial clan of the Keluosi mountain range, the Shaoyang kingdom, was being treated. It was tantamount to tacitly allowing conflicts among the lower celestial clans. One could easily foresee the turbulent waves that would once again sweep through the Keluosi mountain region. At the same time, Wang Shi secretly let out a sigh of relief, though indeed his greatest concern in this Xuanzhen realm was the sudden arrival of a high-ranking member of the Zhong family who might uncover the secrets of Baiyu Mountain. However, Wang Shi did not let his guard down just because the case had been hastily concluded. He diligently practiced his cultivation within Baiyu Mountain. Having fallen from the peak of the 4th stage of Qi refinement, he had lost his elemental power, but if calculated by yuan points, he was still a 36 yuan Qi refiner. Moreover, he had never ceased refining the essence of heaven and earth into yuan points. Although now he possessed an 8-inch spiritual root and lacked corresponding laws for further refinement, he found himself in a land rich with exclusive laws allowing him to refine the essence of heaven and earth at an accelerated pace. As the first comprehender of the Yuhua laws, his refining speed doubled in this special area. Now he could advance by 1 yuan every 112 days. Since reaching 36 yuan, over 50 days had passed. Despite the matters at hand, he anticipated that within 2 months he would attain 37 yuan. Yet the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Once entering the 4th stage of Qi refinement, one cannot simply measure one's realm by yuan points. It could be said that a 28 yuan Qi refiner may not necessarily be at the 4th stage of Qi refinement, but a 4th stage Qi refiner is certainly a 28 yuan Qi refiner. At present, his elemental power had been restored to 35%, and its quality was significantly improved compared to when it had been forcibly elevated, now exceeding double the previous strength. Following the incident with Wang Mingtian, he planned to spend the next 2 months in Baiyu Mountain focusing on his cultivation and ensuring that his elemental power would not diminish too much by the time he reached 37 yuan. In the Yuhua treasure land, after 2 months of nourishment from the sun, moon, and stars, it appeared increasingly elegant and expansive. It had now expanded from its original 7 li to over 8 li, and stepping into it felt like entering another realm. Above the sky, the azure expanse was clear as washed silk, with a warm sun hanging high, casting myriad golden rays that draped a gentle halo over the entire treasure land. The light filtered through ancient trees, casting mottled shadows on the ground that swayed with the wind like a living poem. The air was thick with the rich essence of Yuhua, wood enveloping everything in a misty atmosphere that was both refreshing and invigorating. A deep breath felt as though it cleansed the very organs within. Ancient trees towered above, their gnarled branches intertwining their canopies like a lavish umbrella shading the land. Vines of unknown origin coiled around the trunks, cascading down like curtains that swayed gently in the breeze. In the forest, exotic flowers and rare herbs competed for attention, blooming vibrantly in hues of fiery red, rosy purple, and snow white, their fragrances enticing butterflies and bees alike. Many spiritual herbs lay hidden among the grass, quietly absorbing the essence of the earth. Where the earth's veins of spiritual energy surged, emeralds, agates, and jade-like stones either protruded from the surface or partially buried themselves in the soil, their transparent brilliance shimmering with vibrant colors, some as large as grinding stones, others as small as pebbles, each containing a vigorous vitality of the wood attribute, exuding a gentle warmth and a faint aroma of flora. As a soft breeze rustled the leaves, the spiritual energy flowed, as if the entire treasure land was breathing in unison. With each inhale and exhale, the wood essence rose and coalesced into clouds, transforming into nourishing rain that soaked into the land. Most astonishing to Wang Shi was the formation of a wood attribute spiritual vein deep beneath the ground. Though still in its infancy, he could sense a continuous vitality pulsating like the heartbeat of the earth, infusing the treasure land with life-sustaining power. Standing there, he felt an intimate resonance with the cosmos, where cultivation and enlightenment became effortlessly fruitful. At the center of the treasure land, a grove of jade bamboo swayed gracefully, each segment producing a crisp sound as they clinked together. The moment Wang Shi stepped into the grove, he was enveloped by the rich essence of the Dao that surged toward him. Now the essence of the Dao had nearly materialized into a form akin to spiritual energy flowing through the bamboo grove like currents. In the center of the grove stood a Yuhua spiritual machine intricately connected to the entire treasure land. The Dao began to manifest subtly, taking shape, exhaling rich Dao essence that transformed into dense wisps of smoke, cascading downwards and merging into the earth's veins. Sensing Wang Shi's arrival, the Yuhua spiritual light shimmered, causing the entire bamboo grove to rustle in welcome to its master. At this moment, the Yuhua treasure land resembled an isolated celestial haven. Wang Shi had long since grown accustomed to such sights. He walked directly toward the wooden cabin in the grove, only to find Wang Mingruo meditating on a large stone beside the cabin. Observing her profound magical energy, it was evident she had reached the 2nd stage of Qi refinement. Suspended beside her was a purple bamboo segment, its purple light swirling and coalescing into a stream that rhythmically circled her body, repeating in a gentle cycle. With Wang Mingruo's 5-inch spiritual root, she had reached a bottleneck in refining the essence of the Dao. Presently, she was contemplating the laws within the purple sun bamboo, hoping to emulate Wang Su and derive a divine ability from it. There are distinctions of strength among the laws. The weaker ones can only enable one person to attain enlightenment, while the stronger ones can accommodate up to 9 individuals simultaneously. Take for instance the Dao of Jia Mu Sheng Fa, which has divine abilities that could transform into the Dao. Besides Wang Su's Xiangyang Ji, there are 9 other divine abilities available for 9 Qi refiners to attain enlightenment. Currently the Dao was unclaimed, and Wang Mingruo's exploration of the divine ability would not only face no obstruction from the Dao, but would instead be aided by it facilitating her comprehension and enriching the Dao's essence. Wang Mingruo had been pondering this divine ability for 3 days. Observing her state, she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Wang Su chose not to disturb her and found a spot nearby to cultivate independently. After an indeterminate amount of time, a sudden commotion arose from Wang Mingruo's direction. A familiar wave of energy radiated outward, prompting Wang Su to cease his practice and approach. He noticed that the purple sun bamboo had mysteriously vanished. Wang Mingruo opened her eyes, and her gaze seemed to shimmer with the flow of Dao symbols. Raising her hand, she gathered the Yuhua wood essence at her fingertips and gently pointed toward the bamboo grove. The entire bamboo forest trembled slightly. A Yuhua bamboo was struck by the azure light, enveloped in a shimmering brilliance as countless spiritual energies wood essences and Dao rhythm swirled like a vortex drawn into it. Moments later, the azure light dissipated. A young girl clad in a blue-white dress stood in her place. What is this? A spirit creature? No, that's not right. Wang Su's spiritual sense swept over, quickly discerning the anomaly. This was evidently a being of flesh and blood. Moreover, she possessed attributes of earth, wood, and metal with a 5-inch spiritual root. Spiritual roots are unique to humans, beasts, and elemental spirits. When gaining intelligence, form a semblance of spiritual light within their souls, which serves as a medium for cultivation. It could be said that possessing a spiritual root is the most direct means of distinguishing humans from demons. Is this the divine ability of Ro, creating living beings? Suddenly, he recalled another divine ability he had observed within the purple sun bamboo. The Xuanzhen technique, Zizhu, transformation. Wang Su looked at Wang Mingruo. Is this that divine ability? Wang Mingruo regained her composure and nodded slightly. She had been comprehending, or rather watching the Dao. After an indeterminate time, the Dao suddenly vibrated, transforming into a stream of light that flowed into her spiritual root, manifesting as intricate patterns. Shortly thereafter, the divine ability surged to her consciousness, and she instinctively manifested it. What does this divine ability do? Wang Su inquired. Wang Mingruo pondered for a moment before slowly responding. This divine ability allows me to give birth to a complete divine soul each year. This divine soul can merge with spiritual entities, becoming either an external avatar or a progeny avatar. The avatar possesses an independent personality and can also cultivate. When the time is ripe, or when I attain the Dao, I can revert it to its original form, transforming it into a Dao fruit that returns to myself. She paused and raised her gaze toward Wang Su. This is the Sheng Fa Dao, a method of stealing the Dao. Wang Su's mind was shaken to its core upon hearing this. What an astonishing ability. Yet it felt somewhat sinister. Is there a risk of the avatar consuming its master? Wang Su inquired with concern. Throughout history, discussions about avatars have inevitably touched upon the topic of them devouring their masters. An avatar with complete consciousness, even if initially implanted with unwavering loyalty, raises the question, who can guarantee that it won't develop ulterior motives over time? Indeed, Wang Mingruo nodded, gently acknowledging this risk. However, noticing Wang Ci's serious expression, she added, this avatar, known as the Zfinchen, becomes a complete living being the moment it splits from me. I cannot control its thoughts or actions, though I can only observe its intentions and actions through my powers, and when necessary transform its essence into nourishment to strengthen myself. With this explanation, Wang Su understood. The essence separated by this divine ability, while referred to as an avatar, was more akin to a descendant. Retaining a remnant of control within the descendant, it could be summoned at critical moments to serve as sustenance for one's growth. Unlike true offspring, this entity posed no psychological barriers to consumption. Furthermore, since it was a split from the original being, the conversion would be easier, yielding better results. Then how do you plan to place this avatar? Wang Su asked, glancing at the 6-year-old girl still in slumber. Wang Mingruo pondered for a moment, failing to devise a suitable location, and finally replied, "Let us keep her at Baiyu Mountain for now. This first avatar shall remain here." Upon hearing this, Wang Su furrowed his brows. He was reluctant to cultivate such a method reminiscent of dark arts within Baiyu Mountain. After all, people are not mere wood or grass. Who can remain devoid of feelings? Sustained together over time, nurturing a split entity would inevitably lead to emotional attachment. Ultimately, what would happen if a senior sister or junior sister who had been by his side every day was suddenly treated as resources to be refined by the higher-ups? That was not the outcome he desired. Seemingly guessing Wang Ce's thoughts, Wang Mingruo spoke softly, "Brother Su, don't worry. This first avatar I hastily enlightened possesses poor aptitude. Therefore, I do not intend to convert her into sustenance." Wang Su was puzzled. Wang Mingruo continued, "At the moment of enlightenment, I can implant a false memory into the avatar and freely choose her age. Therefore, when I create another avatar next year, I plan to use Ling Ji as the vessel, giving her superior aptitude and instilling a false memory that leads her down the path of attain to comprehend the Dao of moonlight. At that time, I will cultivate her in Baiyu country, ensuring she does not enter Baiyu Mountain." After listening, Wang Su nodded in satisfaction. In the realm of cultivation, what defines right and wrong? To him, as long as one does not betray familial bonds or their true self, it is correct. If one sets the bar too high, they may inadvertently narrow their own path. However, if this continued, he might soon be surpassed by his sister Ruro. The image of Wang Mingruo surpassing him and demanding he call her sister made him shake his head in dismay. No, he thought he must strive harder. Given Ruro's nature, she could very well achieve that. He could not afford to lose face before the travelers from another world. "Brother Su, what is the matter?" Wang Mingruo asked, noticing him shake his head inexplicably. "Did I say something wrong?" Coming back to reality, Wang Su casually replied, "It's nothing, I just suddenly realized that we need to give this girl a name. Have you thought of one? Since they intended to keep her at Baiyu Mountain, a name was indeed necessary." "I haven't. What do you have in mind, Brother Su?" Wang Mingruo blinked, evidently skeptical of his words, her tone tinged with playful reproach. Feigning ignorance, Wang Su mused aloud. "How about Wang Yunjia? It sounds like a girl blessed with good fortune." "Not impressive," she retorted. "Then do you have a better name?" "No." "What about Wang Fuyuan? That sounds even worse." "Wang Xingji?" "Absolutely not." "Wang Fuguwei?" Wang Mingruo shot him a glare. "What kind of names are these? Why don't you call yourself Wang Fuguwei?" Wang Su feigned innocence. "Isn't that what the family would name her? What can I do?" All right, let's go with Wang Xingyi." Wang Mingruo, realizing the conversation was veering off course, quickly intervened. She had just gained divine powers and wished to contemplate them further, leaving no time for a verbal sparring match. "While she is still asleep, I will take her out," Wang Su said, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. The kiss was perfectly timed. Wang Mingruo, who had been fuming moments ago, now felt her cheeks flush, forgetting all about their earlier banter. With a soft she returned to her meditation atop the massive stone. Wang Su smiled slightly and beckoned upward. A white cloud floated down gracefully, settling before him. With a wave of his magical energy, he lifted the 6-year-old girl and placed her atop the cloud, stepping onto it himself. The white cloud swayed gently as it soared, passing through the celestial dome of the Yuhua treasure land, heading straight towards the Lingxiao Palace. Inside the Lingxiao Palace, Wang Su summoned Julie. Julie had become one of the most capable disciples within the Mountain Sect. She stood respectfully at the foot of the throne, awaiting the Mountain Lord's instructions. Wang Su entrusted the sleeping Wang Xingyi to her, instructing, "Her name is Wang Xingyi. When she awakens, she may not remember anything. You must take good care of her." Julie reached out to receive the child, her gaze inadvertently landing on the small face. The moment froze for her. Those brows and eyes, that contour. Instinctively, she glanced down at the girl in her arms, a tempest of emotions swelling within her. This was undeniably the spitting image of her revered master. 80 to 90% resemblance. No, they were practically cut from the same mold. 1,000 thoughts surged through her mind. Is this the illegitimate child of our master? But wait, she had never heard of the master having any such affair. Where did she come from? Could it be that the master bore this child? But if she weren't closely related, how could they resemble each other so closely? Yet her face remained calm. Having reached this stage in the sect, Julie had long learned what questions to ask and which ones to avoid. Her expression remained steady, and with a composed tone she inquired, "Mountain Lord, will you teach her the ways of cultivation?" "She possesses a 5-inch spiritual root, of course she must be taught," Wang Su replied, assuming his earlier explanation had been unclear. "Understood," Julie responded respectfully, taking mental note, 5-inch spiritual root, decent aptitude. Furthermore, resembling the master. This identity would surely not be taken lightly within the sect. Wang Su waved her off, signaling her to withdraw. Julie cradled the child and stepped back from the Lingxiao palace. As she exited the palace door, she stole another glance at the sleeping face in her arms and suddenly felt a surge of thought. This sect is bound to become lively. What will the fellow disciples think when they learn that the master suddenly has a daughter who looks 80% like him? They would surely concoct 100 versions of the story in private. Shaking her head, she headed towards the Xiangyuan palace carrying the girl. Behind her, the doors of the Lingxiao palace slowly closed. Wang Su remained blissfully unaware of the ripples this minor episode would create among the disciples of the mountain sect. On the 5th day of November in the year 129653 of the Xianhuan calendar, 3 months had swiftly passed. Wang Su had broken through to 37 yuan half a month ago. Now his attributes had reached their zenith, and he had once again generated the light of attributes, marking him as a half step into the 5th level of Qi refinement. To truly enter the 5th level, one must condense their own domain of law. At the 4th level of Qi refinement, without the light of attributes, a cultivator could still contain their attribute force within their body, preventing it from radiating outward and affecting the external world. However, once the light of attributes manifests, the body gradually transcends the realm of mortals. The cultivator can no longer constrain their own attribute light, becoming a source of radiation that erodes all life forms beneath their level, compelling them to evolve towards the cultivator's state. This evolution is chaotic because each part of the body absorbs radiation to varying degrees. Much like cancer cells, certain areas may wildly mutate, disrupting the bodhi's balance and ultimately leading to death. Even a powerful Qi refiner struggles to resist the erosion of the light of attributes. While it may not lead to death, it can cause mutations within the natural energies of the body, severely diminishing their strength or damaging their path. Therefore, after the manifestation of his light of attributes, Wang Su had remained in the Lingxiao palace. Fortunately, he had reached the 37 yuan level half a month ago and could attempt to condense his domain of law. He placed a jade bottle containing spirit milk beside him, preparing to use it shortly. Under the light of attributes, he aimed to merge his spirit sense and magical power, achieving a qualitative resonance to condense a domain of law unique to himself within a certain radius. Initially, the condensed domain was only 1 zhang, about 3 meters in size, but by continuously consuming spirit items that enhanced his soul, he could expand its range. Wang Su took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused his mind, sinking it into his dantian. The magical power of the 37 yuan realm surged within his dantian, like rivers converging into the sea, ultimately forming a swirling vortex deep within. At the center of the vortex, the light of attributes intertwined like a galaxy with 5 colors of light: wood, water, earth, fire, and metal, flowing while the greenish-white light shone particularly brightly. At the 4th level of Qi refinement, due to the contamination of the attribute force, the spirit sense had already gained the ability to interfere with reality. This was also why those at the 4th level could communicate with the mountains and rivers to cultivate spiritual fields, hastening their elevation and the nurturing of their spirit. Now he needed to merge this almost tangible spirit sense into the magical power in his dantian. Under his control, the greenish-white light of spirit sense flowed into the vortex of magical power and light of attributes he had just formed. Next, he reached for the jade bottle and removed the stopper, releasing a refreshing aura. The spirit milk was milky white with faint clouds swirling on its surface. He tilted his head back and swallowed 3 drops. The spirit milk melted in his mouth, transforming into a warm, cleansing stream that rushed toward his dantian. In an instant, his spirit sense burgeoned like plants nourished by spring rain, allowing him to gain more refined control over the light of attributes. "It's time," Wang Su declared as his hands formed seals before his chest. His spirit sense, like fine threads, extended into the vortex of magical power. The attribute force surged from his dantian through every pore of his body, eroding the surrounding air, stones, and other materials into wood-based spiritual materials. Initially, the attribute force vibrated chaotically, scattering like uncontrolled fireworks. Sweat beaded on Wang Su's forehead, yet he remained undeterred, continuing to adjust according to the methods outlined in Jia Mu Yu Hua Xian Yang Ji. Gradually, the vibration frequencies began to align. Within the dantian, the spirit sense and magical power began to entwine and merge. He cautiously released this fused power, forming a hazy light shield within a radius of 1 zhang. Inside the light shield, the air seemed to solidify. Dust particles hung suspended, and light refracted subtly. Wang Su felt a wondrous connection to this space, as if an invisible layer of skin had formed, allowing him to sense every strand of energy flowing within. Yet this was merely a prototype. The true domain of law required him to complete the qualitative resonance. Wang Su summoned the energy of his blood and qi, merging it with the rhythm of the Dao into the light shield. The light of attributes surged dramatically. The spirit sense magical power and light of attributes began to deeply intertwine under the catalyst of blood and qi. Minute cracks appeared within the light shield, as if something were about to burst forth. Consolidate. Wang Su called out, abruptly shifting his hand seals. With a resounding crack, an intangible shattering echoed deep within his consciousness. The cracks in the light shield quickly spread and reformed, ultimately stabilizing. The formerly hazy light shield became clear and transparent, its surface shimmering with a faint greenish-white glow. Upon closer inspection, four colors could be faintly discerned, though they remained subtle. Within the Wenzhong area, Wang Su felt himself to be the absolute master. Gravity could be adjusted at will, temperature could rise and fall instantaneously, and he could manipulate the 5 elemental forces with ease, even bending light within a small range. With a mere thought, he instantly depleted the air within the domain, creating a vacuum. With another thought, the vacuum filled with dense fire attribute spiritual energy. This sense of control brought forth an indescribable joy within Wang Su. This is the domain of law of the 5th level of qi refinement. Wang Su gradually withdrew his power, allowing the domain to recede into his body, leaving only a barely perceptible layer of greenish-white glow at the surface of his skin. This was the manifestation of the domain, enabling his aura and power to remain contained. His light of attributes no longer radiated outward, but circulated within the domain. From this moment on, he officially stepped into the 5th level of qi refinement, becoming a true master of the domain. Although it was only a Wenzhong domain, with this foundation, he could continuously expand and strengthen it through the cultivation of spirit sense attributes in the domain. He opened his eyes, a flicker of greenish-white light passing through his gaze. He stood and stretched, feeling a surge of power coursing through him, and his perception of the world sharpened several-fold. Next, he intended to test another aspect of the domain. Arriving at the Xiang Cave, Wang Su headed directly to the spiritual field, which was filled with various sizes of Muhua spiritual pearls and Yuhua Yulan. This place was rich in Yuhua wood energy and spiritual energy, with a faint trace of attribute force emanating from the spiritual plants. He casually selected a patch of spiritual field home to the Muhua spiritual pearls, which were nearly depleted of attribute force due to Wang Su's recent cultivation reaching a bottleneck, leaving him no time to replenish their energies. Wang Su performed the hand seals, activating the domain enveloping the spiritual field within a Wenzhong radius. Utilizing the power of the domain, the spiritual energy, natural energies, Dao rhythm, and even attribute force all fell under his command, transforming the soil of the spiritual field into a treasure land. However, once the transformation was complete, if Wang Su withdrew the domain, this spiritual field treasure land would become like a rootless reed, losing its ability to nurture the Dao and spiritual mechanisms. At most, it would merely prevent the attribute force of the spiritual plants within from dissipating, a mere embryonic form of a treasure land. Yet this was Wang Su's aim. After all, compared to the outside world, this Xiang Cave was like a thin plastic bag, unable to withstand the infusion and compression of the Dao's might during the nurturing of spiritual mechanisms. The embryonic form of the treasure land was the maximum capacity of the cave. Thus, Wang Su transformed this spiritual field one zhang at a time. An hour later, looking over the vast spiritual field, he sighed. This is quite a large project. Perhaps he would wait until the domain grew larger before continuing, as cultivating spiritual mechanisms would require at least 10 to 20 years. Chapter 69 Shifts in the Situation 1. After transforming an acre of spiritual field, Wang Su left with a lack of enthusiasm. After all, aside from the tedious work on the spiritual fields, there were many matters for him to attend to. The first was about stabilizing and enhancing his realm. After breaking through to the 5th level of qi refinement, there were not only the emergence of the domain, but also significant changes in his spirit sense magical power and physical body. The range of his spirit sense had doubled, covering a circular area with a radius of 320 kilometers, approximately 321 square kilometers. If fully expanded, 2/3 of the Kulu's mountain range would fall under the coverage of his divine sense. His magical power had also doubled, now capable of holding up to 2 buckets worth. However, his physical strength remained at the limit of 13,600,000 pounds. Consequently, at the 5th level of qi refinement, the primary focus would be on cultivating spirit sense and magical power. Currently, with his magical power newly established, he was at the early stage of the 5th level. Within his dantian, his spirit sense magical power, natural energies, Dao rhythm, and attribute force all gathered, appearing massive, yet actually quite cumbersome. Next, he planned to refine his magical power again, passing through the gates of the human gorge, the Lingtime mirror, and the Yufeng cliff, ultimately reaching the middle dantian known as the Jiangong, transforming it into a qi while marking the mid-stage of the 5th level. Similarly, his spirit sense needed to pass through the gates of the Mingmen Thunder Pool, the Daju Wind Eye, and the Yuzhen, by allowing his spirit sense to evolve into divine sense, settling in the Naiwen Palace, and transforming into a life will enabling him to traverse the void and comprehend the Dao, marking the late stage of the 5th level. Finally, the power of blood and qi would dominate the lower dantian, transforming into a Jing wheel representing the completion of the 5th level. The 5th level of qi refinement primarily competed in the size and strength of the domain. Thus, the different stages, the early, mid, late, and completion phases, did not significantly enhance power. To truly strengthen oneself, one still needed to refine their magical power and enhance their spirit sense. If someone remained at the 5th level of qi refinement with the strength to challenge all barriers, but had never breached any, their power might not be much weaker than that of a fully realized 5th level practitioner. As such, the 5th level of qi refinement was highly resource-intensive, a concern Wang so did not have, as he owned the Yuhua treasure land. Each day he was inundated with the essence of the sun and moon, and the brilliance of the stars transformed into Yuhua with energy and spiritual energy. However, the spirit milk that could enhance the soul was limited, meaning the growth of his spirit sense would be somewhat slower. In Jiamu Yuhua Xiangyangji, there were methods for cultivating spirit sense, or rather the soul, known as a Shaoyang Yuhua Nourishing the Soul Sutra, which had surfaced in his mind as he broke through to the 5th level of qi refinement. In addition, there were the Shaoyang Yuhua Refining Qi Sutra and the Shaoyang Yuhua Refining Essence Sutra, which corresponded to refining spiritual energy and vital energy, enhancing magical power and blood vitality. The Shaoyang Yuhua Nourishing the Soul Sutra was for absorbing the essence of the sun and moon to nourish the soul life wheel and condense the Yuhua life wheel. The Shaoyang Yuhua Refining Qi Sutra was for refining Yuhua spiritual energy to enhance magical power qi wheel and condense the Yuhua qi wheel. The Shaoyang Yuhua Refining Essence Sutra was for refining Yuhua primal energy life energy to bolster blood vitality Jing wheel and condense the Yuhua Jing wheel. One could say that this innate cultivation method was exceptionally well prepared. He even suspected that when he reached the 6th level of qi refinement, another method called Yuhua Wu Dao Jing might emerge. Previously, he had only one method called Yuhua Shunshi Fa, which had already sparked some speculation. With these 3 methods, he would progress much faster at the 5th level of qi refinement. Now, the potential constraint on his cultivation speed was likely the rate at which he could absorb the energies of heaven and earth. However, even that would only slow him down a little at the final stages of the 5th level. Upon reaching the 6th level of qi refinement, he could directly comprehend the Dao with the manifested Dao shadow located in the lower dantian, exerting a far greater influence on the refinement of the energies of heaven and earth than at the 1st and 2nd levels of qi refinement. After organizing his realm, Wang so felt quite satisfied. Without obtaining this innate method, relying solely on the Wu Qi Shunshi Fa at the 5th level would mean he would have to steadily enhance his spirit sense and magical power based on his realm, which would slow down significantly at the 6th, 7th, and 8th levels. Finishing his training, Wang Su sat beside the azure-white writing desk, separated by a screen, reflecting on the changes that had occurred over the past few months. First, regarding the allegiance of the Shaoyang Kingdom. Shortly after concluding the case, the clan family transferred a qi refiner of the 4th Yuan level from the Daduan dynasty to take charge of the Shaoyang Kingdom. The qi refiner, named Huang Ci, had also come from the Qingyang Plain, but had been assigned to the Daduan dynasty. Upon hearing of the annihilation of the immortal clan in the western region of the Angry River, he diligently sought information, and after paying a considerable price, was able to take control of the Shaoyang Kingdom, renaming it Huangping Prefecture. The Ji family had not been annihilated. Currently, 2 qi refiners remained, with 1 deceased, and their magical artifacts had also been destroyed beneath that great sun. These past 3 months had been rather peaceful, without drawing attention to the marketplace. The Li family, after accepting their share of the Wang Mingtian marketplace, had also been quite well behaved, reverting the Yaoyang building back to 3 stories and renaming it the Hanxue building, giving it a competitive edge against Wang Mingtis Han Yuan Baoga. Furthermore, Han Song's share in the marketplace had been discussed among the 4 families to avoid any further disputes, transferring Han Song's share to Huang Ci as the marketplace lay within his territory. Nonetheless, the 5 major structures at the center of the Wuming marketplace sold items with unique characteristics exclusive to the marketplace. For instance, the Baiyu Mountains Baiyu Pavilion sold the Baiyun vehicle priced at 30 spirit stones or earth energy, which was considered indulgent for those in the Ling gathering realm, yet few could resist the temptation, often leading to sold-out stock. During this time, many Qi refiners grew envious and sought to seize the refining methods, but Wang Mingruo or Wang Su discreetly dealt with them. Once those who coveted the Baiyun refining method disappeared, no one dared to covet it again, at least not openly. The Bibo Pon's Bibo Pavilion sold the Bibo Brew, which accelerated the body refining speed for those in the Ling gathering realm, without side effects, though its price was not very accessible, costing 1 spirit stone or earth energy per jar. Even so, demand outstripped supply, with Baiyu Mountain reserving a batch each month. The Hanzhuang Kingdom's Han Yuan Baoga sold ice arrow talismans, which while similar in power to the Xianqing arrow talismans were more affordable. The Xianqing arrow talismans cost 2 spirit stones to produce and sold for 5 spirit stones, whereas the ice arrow talismans only required 3 spirit stones or earth energy. The Shui Kingdom's Hanshue building sold Binjia rice at 9 pounds for 1 spirit stone, not only rich in spiritual energy, but also beneficial for unblocking meridians akin to the Bibo Brew, but with a significantly larger quantity, clearly reflecting the Li family's long-standing management. Finally, Huangping Prefecture's Zhenbao Pavilion offered the Bu pill and the Shengling pill, which were almost essential for breaking through the Qi refinement realm. Although Baiyu Mountain had its own refining capacity, the output was limited. Furthermore, the prices were exorbitant. The Zhenbao Pavilion sold them for 200 spirit stones, while Baiyu Pavilion charged an additional 70 spirit stones. Only those willing to spend the extra 70 spirit stones for security would purchase them. When Wang Su saw the Huang family's sale of pills, particularly the Bu pill, he felt a twinge of murderous intent, for upon arriving at the Xuanzhen plain, he had initially intended to establish himself through pill refining. Yet somehow it seemed that not refining pills had little impact on Baiyu Mountain. In this March, the world outside is also in turmoil. In the realm of the Crust Mountains, 4 celestial clans have perished and been replaced by local Qi refiners, marking a significant shift in the power dynamics of the former 4 nations. One such fallen clan was the Jiulu nation, a neighboring country to the south of the Baiyu Kingdom. The force that annihilated it was the former Gru royal family, now known as the Tian-E Mountain Lu clan. The Jiulu nation has suffered a calamity that could be deemed unwarranted. Liu Bang, a Qi refiner from the Lu clan, seemingly stumbled upon some fortuitous event during the Dark Sun, elevating himself from an ordinary individual to a realm coveted by countless cultivators in just 4 short months. Not only that, but he was no weakling among Qi refiners. After breaking through to the Qi refining realm, Liu Bang set his sights on the Yu nation, which had previously overthrown the Lu clan's rule, vowing to reclaim the province of Guangshi and avenge past humiliations. Unfortunately, within the borders of the Yu nation, its sovereign Wang Jinyu was not only invincible among those of equal rank, but also possessed the capability to face opponents of a higher level. After a fierce battle, neither Liu Bang nor Wang Jinyu was able to gain the upper hand. Eventually, the Lu clan had no choice but to retreat from the Jiulu nation, overthrowing the ruling Jiulu clan and renaming the realm to Lu Nation, thereby establishing the foundation of the Lu clan in Tian-E Mountain. Upon receiving this intelligence, Wang Su developed a keen curiosity about the Lu clan. After all, the majority of Baiyu Mountain's current assets stemmed from the Huanyu's secret realm and the fire tokens. Indeed, the fire tokens were crucial as they could connect to the fire elemental realm, generating 25 pieces of fire crystal spirit material daily. The output of a single day could equate to 2 months' worth of revenue for Baiyu Mountain in the market, a boon that Wang Su could not afford to overlook. To capitalize on this, he specially established a fire crystal palace within his Xiang cave and cultivated 25 fire spirits, instructing each to use a fire token to condense 1 fire crystal daily. Fire crystals are remarkably versatile. They serve as excellent materials for cultivating fire-related spells, drawing talismans, consuming the essence within crafting magical artifacts, and even nurturing spiritual machines. Currently, apart from Baiyun, the most sought-after items at Baiyu Pavilion are fire crystals and the Huiyuan sword, a magical artifact refined from fire crystals. The reason is simple: the output is overwhelming, causing the price of fire crystals to drop from 50 spirit stones to 45. In contrast, the price of the Huiyuan sword remained stable, as it could unleash the prowess of a Qi refiner with just an infusion of spiritual energy, making it an essential artifact for Qi refiners. However, Baiyu Pavilion is not the only vendor of artifacts in the market, and Wang Su had no intention of disrupting the pricing dynamics. He consistently priced the Huiyuan sword at 120 spirit stones without any reduction. For Baiyu Mountain, the Qi of heaven and earth and spiritual stones have become mere numbers. Ultimately, what Wang Su truly lacks are treasures that can enhance the soul. Even if such treasures were available in the market, he would not make a grand display of purchasing them, lest it attract unwanted attention and expose his secrets. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the Lu clan, for the greatest opportunities within the Crust Mountains might lie there. He sought to discover whether the Lu clan had indeed obtained the legacy of Guerrilla Road, and if they possessed any treasures that could augment the soul. Wang Su believed that many celestial clans were secretly observing the Lu clan, sharing motivations similar to his own. It is worth noting that the magical tokens of Guerrilla Road are said to number 52, most of which lie scattered across the territories of the former two nations. For chi refiners, locating these magical tokens is not particularly challenging. The immense power of those tokens needs no embellishment. The sudden rise of the Lu clan inevitably invokes thoughts of the legendary Grand Sorcerer, Durilalu, Chi Si Gru. It seems I must pay a visit to Tiani Mountain sometime, Wang Su mused as he set down the intelligence regarding the Lu nation and picked up another document for review. In the Heiwan region, a significant reshuffle had also taken place over these past 3 months. Primarily, this involved the Zhou clan, which had received covert support from Baiyu Mountain. Following Zhou Zibai's breakthrough into the Qi refining realm, the clan was approached by the Zhang Ma and Wang families, who engaged in friendly persuasion. Zhou Shibai proved to be a man of sagacity, quickly agreeing to submit to Baiyu Mountain. Once the loyalty talisman was implanted within him, Baiyu Mountain extended its support. The initial offerings included the Jianghe Qi refinement array and the Jianghe consumption method, derived from the 5 Qi consumption method. This enabled the Zhou clan to harness the river Qi from the abundant Fengrao River, allowing them to consume a second type of heavenly and earthly Qi. As a result, the Zhou clan occupied the southwestern part of Wenfeng Valley, encompassing areas of the southern Heiwan region, including the Fengrao River. It was initially expected that their extensive territorial gains would upset the balance among the 4-clan alliance. However, at this juncture, the Chun and Li families from the 4 clans simultaneously announced breakthroughs into the Qi refining realm and commenced their own southwest expansions. In a swift turn of events, news of 3 Qi refining celestial clans emerging in Heiwan shocked the surrounding nations. The expansion of these 3 clans put the Wang family, part of the original 4-clan alliance, on edge. Their patriarch had ventured to Wuming Market in pursuit of elixirs for his breakthrough, only to vanish without a trace. Now the Wang clan found themselves without a Qi refiner to safeguard them, and they had lost a high-ranking spirit-gathering practitioner. It could be said that the Wang clan had become the weakest among the 4 major families. They could only cling to the remaining influence of the 3 Qi refining clans to barely maintain their family unity and fend off external covetousness. The upheaval in Heiwan caught many rogue cultivators off guard, forcing a considerable number to migrate to the southernmost part of the region. However, this area was perilously close to the Heishan Gate, which practiced the art of gu cultivation, often sending expeditions north to capture rogue cultivators for their crafts. Thus, those fleeing south found themselves escaping from one danger only to run into another. Through this ordeal, many rogue cultivators finally recognized the harsh realities, abandoning their dreams of joining celestial clans, with some opting to venture to foreign lands, join sects, or seek refuge in other celestial clans. Over these past months, amidst the conflict, numerous factions began to engage in mutual exchanges and collaborations. Take Baiyu Mountain, for instance. After the Li clan from Heiwan established a route through the Green Sea Forest leading to Baiyu Kingdom, they entered into a formal long-term partnership with Baiyu Mountain. They began transporting sought-after goods like fire crystals and Baiyun to Heiwan and even further south for sale. As Baiyu Mountain's first official long-term partner, Wang Su offered a generous 70% discount on all goods purchased by the Li clan. He had considered selling Baiyun fire crystals and other treasures to the south, but after much thought he ultimately decided against it. As he often reiterated, there was simply no need. The profit margins involved did not interest him in the slightest. Furthermore, venturing south could invite all sorts of troubles. He felt that maintaining the current status quo was satisfactory, any treasures could be quietly acquired. Although Wang Su regarded himself as the strongest within the Crust Mountains, that strength was primarily in the shadows. The most formidable force overtly present in the Crust Mountains belonged to the Minjing Earth Sect. Located at the southernmost edge of the former Gru Kingdom, the Minjing Earth Sect was separated from Baiyu Kingdom by the Lu Nation Heishan Gate and the Yu Kingdom, among others. What allowed the Minjing Earth Sect to claim the title of the strongest force within the Crust Mountains? The answer is simple. The Minjing Earth Sect is a sect specializing in formations. No matter the location, formation sects are not forces to be taken lightly. The formation masters, also known as Earth Masters, hold considerable power. Every formation master is a child of destiny. They may not possess a realm superior to yours, yet it does not mean you are stronger. For a formation master, overcoming the mighty with the weak is merely commonplace. As cultivators, practitioners often learn some basic formations. For instance, the Mist Formation outside Baiyu Mountain, the Spring Breeze Formation in the spiritual fields, the Gathering Spirit Formation for accumulating spiritual energy, the concealment formation to prevent prying eyes, the warning formation for early alerts, and the isolation formation to hinder other cultivators. However, these merely represent simple applications of spiritual energy, natural forces, and magical power, and do not qualify one as a true formation master. Much like how everyone can paint, write, sing, or dance, to some extent few can truly shine on the grand stage. After receiving the inheritance of the mountain and river refining chi formation, Wang Su could craft 3 types of refining formations, marking his entry into the world of refining, but still falling short of being a formation master. A formation master is akin to a complex discipline. They require cultivators not only to create formations based on inherited knowledge, but also to possess profound insights into the natural laws of the world. They must skillfully manipulate terrain, water flow, orientation, and energy fields to bring forth the full potential of a formation. While ordinary cultivators can only apply a formation mechanically in battle, a formation master can enhance or diminish its effects by considering factors such as terrain, climate, wind direction, and timing, strategically placing different spiritual objects as focal points within the 8 trigrams and 5 elements. This is why the Minjiang Earth Sect stands as the strongest power in the Crust Mountains. Even if one understands the formation laid out without the expertise of a formation master, they can only attempt to forcibly break it. Additionally, there are formations related to feng shui, such as those for dispelling evil, securing homes, changing fortunes, gathering energy, or attracting wealth. These require formations to be arranged according to the terrain, feng shui directions, and energy intensity. In summary, formation masters are generally not to be trifled with. The Crust territory is populated by newly established immortal clans, and naturally the Minjiang Earth Sect has become the most formidable and untouchable force. After reviewing the intelligence from the Hewan region, Wang Su picked up another report. The water level of the Angry River has risen significantly, extending floodwaters 3,000 miles southwest, causing hundreds of countries to suffer from inundation. Even immortals can only protect one city or county, unable to safeguard all, leaving the populace displaced. This is a phenomenon unseen in thousands of years. Should the water continue to rise, half of the southwest will transform into a marshland. Wang Su extended his spiritual sense and confirmed that the water level of Baiyu Lake had indeed risen considerably, with river vapors more active than before. This was his first winter here, and he initially thought the changes were due to the approaching season in the Crust Mountains, viewing it as a normal occurrence. He was not particularly worried about floods reaching him, as Baiyu country is shielded by the Wuming mountain range to the north and the Huishan mountain range to the east. If floods could breach such barriers, it would mean that the entire Xuanzhen continent would be submerged, and he would not need to worry about the common people. Merely protecting Baiyu Mountain would suffice. However, the water energy is indeed active. Wang Su furrowed his brow. The Xuanzhen dimension is a small dimension. Barring human interference, natural disasters like floods or droughts are hardly a challenge for cultivating practitioners. The sect would not idly watch such calamities spread across its domain. This led him to consider a possibility: someone might be manifesting their Dao, thus achieving a fruit position. Moreover, it was highly likely that the person attaining this enlightenment was from the Wang family. Although practitioners may exhibit signs of enlightenment, such grand disasters as a flood sweeping 3,000 miles would not occur. Upon reaching the 6th level of refining Qi, practitioners begin to comprehend the Dao, condensing the Dao's phantom within the lower Dantian's energy sea. When the Dao phantom reaches full comprehension, practitioners can imprint their true names upon it and safeguard their souls within the void or the underworld, seeking the true form of the Dao, thereby achieving foundation establishment. During the process of imprinting their true name, the Dao manifests auspicious signs, transforming the practitioner's location into a sacred place of the Dao, an omen of good fortune. If indeed someone in the Angry River has attained Dao, they must not be very confident in their true name imprint. Thus, by invoking the phantom of their Dao, they could hasten its manifestation. When they seek the Dao within the void or the underworld to imprint their true name, the power of the Dao's manifestation would be significantly diminished, increasing the probability of successfully attaining Dao. However, this would cause an imbalance in the water element, transforming what should have been a gathering of sacred power into a great disaster, flooding 3,000 miles. The attainment of Dao is meant to benefit the world, yet due to personal desires it manifests as a great calamity, Wang Su murmured to himself. Since ancient times, human hearts have been difficult to fathom. When the Xianhuang Dao ancestor created the Golden Core method, did he consider that a method aimed at benefiting the world could become a disaster in the hands of those with ulterior motives? He was not afraid of the failure of Dao attainment, for in the void and underworld there was no such thing as the Yuhua Dao. The spiritual mechanics of the sacred site were the true Yuhua Dao, not those merely manifested. Once he comprehended the complete phantom of the Dao, he could first imprint his true name on the spiritual mechanism, then venture into the void or underworld where the wooden Dao resides without the risk of falling into the Dao. The only concern was the human tribulation, those foundation establishment primordial spirits wandering the void and underworld who might seize the fruit position during the moment of true name imprinting. Wang Su, having imprinted his true name in advance, must conceal his position while the Dao merges with the Great Way, safeguarding the Dao to prevent it from being stolen. The void and underworld are vast, both the Great Way and the laws have taken root there. Each real dimension corresponds to its own void and underworld. In the case of the Xuanzhen continent, Wang Su only needed to avoid the Xuanzhen true person or any potential foundation establishment beings. However, it is still a bit early to contemplate these matters. Wang Su shook his head, rolling up the scroll. He had been in seclusion for a few days. It was time to step outside for some fresh air. Upon exiting the Lingxiao Hall, he made his way to the Yuhua sacred site. In the center of the Yuhua bamboo grove, everything had transformed. The once shabby wooden house had vanished without a trace. Replacing it was a dreamlike dwelling made of colorful clouds, a spectacle of hues. The massive stone that stood before the former house had also been replaced by a vibrant cloud formation. All of this was the work of Mingruo, who was 4 months pregnant and beginning to show. She had grown fond of these round, soft things, prompting her to remove the humble wooden house and craft this new abode from clouds. Though the clouds were of various colors, they were essentially white clouds merely dyed with colors. As Wang Su approached, he saw Mingruo sprawled out on the cloud, where the giant stone once stood, either asleep or in meditation. Ahem! Wang Su cleared his throat softly. Mingruo stirred awake, propping herself up and blinking sleepily. Brother Su is here, she said weakly. Wang Su sat down cross-legged beside her, pinching her small nose. How could you fall asleep? This is not like you at all. I've been like this lately. Whenever I meditate, I just want to sleep. The baby seems to be resisting my cultivation. Mingruo pouted, patting her belly. Wang Su felt this was her true nature, which had only begun to reveal itself after her pregnancy. In the central region of the Xuanzhen continent, at the mouth of the North Pan Fury River, the waters surged mightily. From a river surface of 300 miles upstream, it converged into a mere 5-mile-wide gorge, roaring with a ferocity akin to the heavens breaking open and the Milky Way cascading down. Its thunderous roar echoed like the clash of titans, shaking the very foundations of the earth, leaving mountains and rivers in disarray. The river surged forth with an unstoppable force, as if to sweep away everything in its path. Those standing on the banks felt as though the cosmos had flipped upside down and all of creation was at risk of being engulfed by this furious tide. Were it not for the towering ridges on either side standing like colossal guardians, the torrent would have surely transformed into a cataclysmic flood, obliterating all life. Yet in this perilous gorge, a strategic point that bound the fates of the people on both banks, great boulders had been moved to block the waters, forming an immense sea of fury that surged in from the northwest. The raging sea resembled a mighty beast straining against its confinement, thrashing violently. Heavy black clouds concealed the sky, and a howling wind whipped up sprays of water from the sea, adding a chilling gloom to the already darkened firmament. Hovering 3 feet above the center of the raging waters was an elderly man clad in a black robe adorned with golden thread that depicted crashing waves sitting serenely in midair. No matter how the waves roared or the wind howled, he remained utterly still, his long hair dancing wildly in the gusts. Behind him, a vast manifestation of tranquil waters unfolded, the energies of heaven and earth swirling and converging before suddenly cascading outward in all directions. A great and small figure stood 1,000 feet away, both clad in white robes embroidered with dragon patterns, gazing intently at the man in the sea. The smaller figure was a youth with his hair tied in a crown whose delicate features already hinted at a striking countenance accompanied by a maturity beyond his years. Observing the scene, he wore a look of concern and turned to the middle-aged man beside him, asking, "Father, when will grandfather begin his path to enlightenment? If this drags on, the southwestern continent will surely be submerged by these raging waters." Even if he succeeds in his endeavor, he would still face retribution from the great sage. The middle-aged man, well aware of the precarious situation, knew that the family had turned a blind eye, allowing his father to use the fury sea to manifest the principles of the Dao. If he succeeded, it would be well and good, but if he failed, the repercussions could be dire, with his father facing death and the loss of his path, leaving behind a catastrophic calamity. The Dadan dynasty could easily fall to another. Your grandfather cultivates the water path, Jishui, and his divine powers manifest as Donglei Jishui. In the face of these turbulent floods, Jishui cannot truly manifest. Knowing his temperament, he will likely wait until the winter thunder to achieve enlightenment. The middle-aged man replied slowly, his tone laced with frustration. As the emperor of the Dedan dynasty, a master of Qi refinement at the 9th level, he had comprehended the winter thunder path, Qi Feng, and based on the celestial signs, he estimated that the winter thunder was still over a month away. Yet the Fury Sea could not afford to wait that long, and the great sage would not allow the waters to overwhelm the southwest. What will become of father then? In his contemplation, Wang Xingjun pondered while the youth Wang Mingshu frowned, gripping his sword tighter as he continued. Why must he wait to pursue enlightenment? A cultivator should take it upon himself to protect the lives of all beings. If these waters flood 3,000 miles, how is that different from the actions of demonic cultivators? Though the youth appeared young, he was actually over 50, having achieved significant cultivation. In his youth, he had battled in the Xianhai realm against countless races, expanding the territory for humanity. His experiences were steeped in the righteousness of humankind, and he had also practiced the golden sword technique, comprehending Rui Jin. His actions were aligned with the Dao, guided by a sense of justice, and he could not bear to witness such disregard for the lives of countless beings in pursuit of enlightenment. The Dedan emperor neither agreed nor disagreed, believing that as long as the family's power was fortified, the flooding of 3,000 miles was merely a minor sacrifice. Moreover, he took pride in the fact that his child could act for the greater good and protect the people. To insist on delineating right from wrong would be his own failing. Thus Wang Xingjun remained silent. At that moment, the dark clouds above began to crackle with lightning, and soon a gentle rain began to fall. Wang Xingjun allowed the rain to drench him, his gaze fixed on the figure of the black-robed elder in the distance, his heart growing heavier with worry. The winter thunder had not yet arrived, yet the rain fell. This was not a good omen. Wang Mingshu, surrounded by golden energy, remained untouched by the rain. He looked at the increasing downpour, then turned his gaze toward the elder, holding his sword with both hands, lost in thought. After a moment, he suddenly spoke. Grandfather should hasten his path to enlightenment. I cannot bear to see the calamities wrought by these raging waters. I must seek the sage's decree. The youth's voice, though soft, was sufficient to reach the elder's ears. In the conflict between family loyalty and the plight of the people, he ultimately chose the latter. With that proclamation, he transformed into a beam of golden light racing toward the Jin Feng Fudi. As his words echoed, the elder opened his eyes, and the phenomena behind him trembled, causing a sudden upheaval in the realm. The mighty manifestation of Ji Shui surged forth, seemingly intent on intercepting the youth. Son. Wang Xingjun was startled by the youth's declaration, but quickly reacted, summoning a manifestation of a thunder pool behind him to confront the youth standing firmly in opposition to the elder. Clearly, he had made a choice between his father and his son. Rebellious child. The elder shouted in anger, yet he did not engage his son. At this critical juncture of seeking enlightenment, it was unwise to act. With a furious reprimand, he returned to his focus on manifesting the principles of the Dao. The youth riding the golden lights soon arrived at the Jin Feng Fudi, but he did not enter. Instead, he paused outside, bowing in the direction of the sanctum. Wang Mingshu seeks an audience with the great sage. My grandfather Wang Xuanyu, in his quest for foundational enlightenment, has blocked the Fury River at the North Pan Gorge, transforming it into a sea and manifesting the principles of the Dao, resulting in the southwestern region turning into a vast marsh with countless people displaced and many perishing in the floods. I implore the sage to issue a decree to save the people of the southwest. Kneeling on the ground, his voice was resolute and sincere, showcasing a sense of righteousness that transcended mere showmanship. Within the confines of the sacred grounds, Wang Xuanyu was indeed meditating in silence. Since discovering the Platinum bloodline and the events of the Black Sun on the Silver Moon continent, he had felt that his path was fraught with misfortune, even foretelling dire omens. Thus, he had returned to the sanctum to concentrate on his cultivation, no longer preoccupied with the fortunes of the Dao. Upon entering the foundational stage, he had come to terms with his limitations, realizing that he lacked the qualifications for the Zifu and had no need to force matters. Once his lifespan concluded, he could simply take a position as an immortal official or deity in his ancestors' celestial realm. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced the tranquility of his meditation from outside, breaking his focus. Once he discerned the words, he quickly calculated the situation and instantly grasped the unfolding events. He found himself admiring the kneeling Wang family youth, whose spirited resolve reminded him of his own youth back when he too had been a sword cultivator. Yet the object of his moral outrage was his own brother. Wang Xuanyuan's ability to establish a grand dynasty in the Xuanzhen realm was not without its background. He was the younger brother of a true immortal, which was precisely why the emperor of Dadawan obstructed his father. First, if he were to prevent his son, it would undoubtedly lead to conflict, a scenario he wished to avoid. He did not want to foster animosity between them, as it would tarnish their Dao hearts and hinder their future paths to enlightenment. Secondly, he was aware that Wang Mingshua's request for a decree would likely end in disappointment for his father, and the true immortal were blood brothers. Otherwise, he would not dare to initiate such a drastic act of turning rivers into seas, flooding vast territories, as this would undermine the Wang family's foundation. After the flood, it was uncertain when those lands would return to their former state. Given the true immortal's character, even if punishment was warranted, it would wait until after enlightenment. However, with Mingshuo's temperament, he feared he might act recklessly. As Wang Jingjun pondered these matters outside the Golden Wind blessed land, the youth once again called out after receiving no response for a long time. This time his voice boomed, resonating through the entire blessed land, clearly reaching the Wang family's disciples who were cultivating within. Please, great true immortal, issue a decree to save the common people of the Southwest. After speaking, the youth bowed once more. Inside the blessed land, Wang Xuanzhen frowned again, secretly lamenting the youth's lack of discretion. His silence indicated a desire to remain uninvolved, a stark contrast to his own youthful fervor. Had he not been a member of the Wang family, such insubordination towards a true immortal would have led to immediate retribution. No, he must temper the boy's disposition, otherwise he would suffer greatly in the future. With this thought, Wang Xuanzhen conjured a decree using the principles of the Dao, inscribing a single word upon it: approved. Once the decree was complete, he tossed it, and it soared automatically outside the blessed land. Just as Wang Mingshua was about to shout again, thinking there would be no response, a golden decree flew towards him from within the blessed land. Overjoyed, he quickly caught the decree in his hands. However, upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to find that it contained only the word approved. How was he to use this decree? Anger welled within him. It seemed a cruel jest, mocking not just him, but the suffering people enduring the flood. Yet for their sake, he had to suppress his frustration. Just as he prepared to call out again to the blessed land, a fierce wind swept and catching him off guard and sending him soaring. In a hurried whisper, he managed to shout, "I will return." When he regained his senses, he found himself back at the lower reaches of the Beipan Gorge. Staring at the massive boulders blocking the gorge, he saw that the once torrential river had dwindled to a mere trickle, while beyond lay an ocean of raging waters threatening to overflow at any moment. What should he do? Return to the Golden Wind blessed land? Wang Mingshua shook his head. Given the true immortal's disposition, returning would likely be futile. He pulled the decree from his robes and examined it closely. It bore only the single word approved. With his current cultivation, he felt the immense power within it, but could not gauge its strength. However, from the true immortal's attitude, it was clear that it would not contain an excessive amount of Dao power. Was he expected to utilize this decree according to his needs? Wang Mingshua looked up once more at the colossal boulder at the gorge's mouth. Resolutely, he addressed the decree, "Please, true immortal, break the boulder blocking the gorge." As if responding to his sincerity, the decree shone with golden light, manifesting an ethereal figure of immense stature. The figure pointed, unleashing a torrent of golden radiance towards the boulder. Boom! The boulder shattered and the furious waters transformed into a monstrous flood roaring forth. Wang Mingshua, positioned at the gorge's base, felt an overwhelming surge of water blotting out the sky, an unstoppable tide rushing towards him. He hastily summoned golden light, soaring into the air. The flood breached its banks, and Wang Xuanyuan, having sensed the rupture, reacted instantly. He appeared at the breach, manifesting the phenomenon of silent water, as if he were the ruler of the waters, subduing the raging river, while simultaneously bellowing at Wang Jingjuan, "Rebellious son, hurry and catch your foolish son." Wang Xianyuan seemed well prepared. After calming the raging river, he produced a model of a stone mountain from nowhere and tossed it towards the original gorge entrance. As it flew and then descended, it visibly expanded, transforming into a real mountain upon contact with the floodwaters. Thud! The mountain plunged into the water, swelling further and becoming a majestic peak, once again sealing off the gorge. All of this transpired in mere moments. Only after this display did Wang Jingjun spring into action. "Rebellious son," he shouted as a manifestation of a thunderous pool emerged, aimed at Wang Mingshua to suppress him. Faced with the tremendous force of the thunder pool, even as a high-level qi refiner, Wang Mingshua was no match. Although he wielded the golden path of Rui Jin, adept at offense, he could not hope to confront a formidable opponent of such a caliber. Moreover, he had not yet reached the level of comprehending the Dao principles. In an instant, the golden light surrounding him flickered and was extinguished by the thunder's wrath. Wang Jingjun swept in, capturing Wang Mingshua in a powerful grip. "Rebellious son, I never thought you would truly seek a decree and have the audacity to destroy the gorge." At this moment, Wang Jingjun was seething with rage, realizing that his son had nearly ruined his chance at enlightenment. It seemed that in his son's heart the greater good did not include the Wang family. Sighing, he lamented that he should not have allowed him to venture into the Xianhai realm for training. Father, are you also going to assist these scoundrels? The youth remained calm despite being captured, scrutinizing his father. In your heart, do you value the lives of those common people less than your grandfather? Do you understand the consequences of failing to achieve enlightenment? Wang Zhengjun retorted angrily. Common people. Haha, in your eyes those who drowned are merely commoners. Wang Mingshua questioned, his voice tinged with bitterness. Is that the crux of the matter? What exactly are you thinking? Wang Zhengjun appeared to be seeing his son for the first time. Don't you already know what I think, father? Wang Mingshua taunted. I should never have entrusted you to those sword cultivators. He recalled Wang Mingshuo's youthful demeanor, gentle, self-disciplined, respectful, and kind towards servants. How had he turned into this? At that moment, Wang Xianyuan arrived, gazing at his most talented grandson. With nearly 200 years of experience, he could easily discern the boy's issues. Reflecting on the recent breach, he spoke, since you care so much for the common people, I will grant you this return to your Xianhai realm and open up territories for humanity. Father. Wang Zhengjun attempted to intervene, but Wang Zuanyuan's stern gaze silenced him. Wang Xianyuan continued, no matter how talented you are, if your heart is not with the Wang family, what use is your foundation? The Wang family is not lacking in such cultivators. Enough, take him away. You need not remain here. Yes, father, Wang Zhengjun replied respectfully, leading Wang Mingshua towards the Daduan dynasty. Watching his descendants depart, the immortal murmured, is this also part of the tribulation of the Dao? Wang Xianyuan stood above the raging waters, his feet steady upon the turbulent waves, as if he were walking on solid ground. Behind him, the manifestation of the Jishui phenomenon continued to unfold, drawing forth the essence of the Dao. In truth, he already held the answer to whether he could await the winter thunder. He likely would not be able to. His elder brother would never allow him to truly flood the southwest. Such a disaster would invoke the wrath of their ancestors, and no one could bear the consequences. Winter thunder over the furious sea. In the end, one can only seek for one thing. Wang Xianyuan sighed softly, a deep melancholy etched upon his brow. He had contemplated delaying his path to enlightenment, waiting to gather the Jihai and winter thunder before embarking on his journey. Yet, time was not on his side. The Taoist retrieved a shimmering blue crystal lotus from his personal cave, its translucent petals indicating its extraordinary nature, swirling with vast currents of Jishui that made it evident that this object was remarkable. This was the spiritual essence of the Jishui Dao, the Jishui crystal lotus. The crystal lotus had 18 petals, yet one of them bore a striking scarlet hue, a mark tainted by the essence of fire. Now only this vast, furious water could barely preserve its Dao integrity. Even so, the tainting of the Dao was only a matter of days away. According to the Wang family's foundational notes, once a complete Dao was comprehended, the trials of the Great Dao commenced regardless of whether one possessed the spiritual essence. Thus he regarded the tainting of the essence he had acquired by the fire as part of his Dao tribulation. It is time to begin my foundation. With that, the Taoist swallowed the Jishui crystal lotus. As the spiritual essence entered his body, it infused into his upper dantian, specifically into his life wheel, merging with his divine soul, resonating and propelling the evolution of his consciousness, ultimately transforming into his primordial spirit. Year 129653 of the Xianwang calendar, November 10th. The torrential rain had persisted for several days, unyielding both day and night, with the moisture becoming increasingly vibrant. Wang Su was increasingly convinced that someone was establishing their foundation and comprehending the Dao. As a result, the water level of Baiyu Lake had risen by 5 meters. This was still due to his covert efforts in untangling the water veins and dispersing the clouds above Baiyu Lake. In other areas, the situation would be far worse. Overall, aside from the Minjing Earth Sect, which excelled in altering celestial phenomena and terrain, Baiyu Kingdom was likely the least affected nation. The reason lay in the fact that Baiyu Mountain had nearly drained the entire kingdom of its mist to refine Baiyun. With less mist to condense rain, the amount of precipitation naturally diminished. After this heavy rainfall, a significant amount of mist would be reborn. At present, Baiyun had become standard attire for the disciples of Baiyu Mountain. Some of the wandering disciples, besides carrying Baiyun, also wielded a fire elemental sword, greatly enhancing Baiyu Mountain's reputation. Some loose cultivators, upon seeing this, chose to join Baiyu Mountain for the sake of possessing a Baiyun and become outer disciples. To that end, Wang Su instituted a new rule: anyone joining the sect must possess at least the 5th level of the spirit nurturing realm. He did not accept those at the Qi refining realm. Firstly, he could enlighten spirit creatures to serve as helpers, And secondly, those who could break through to the Qi refining realm during this period often had some fortune and were quite arrogant. Baiyu Mountain had no shortage of such individuals. Thus, several waves of Qi refiners wishing to join Baiyu Mountain were turned away. For now, the sect would only accept disciples of the spirit-nurturing realm, relying on spirit creatures to fill the gap for the Qi refining realm. Wang Lau's primary focus remained on his own cultivation. After reaching the 5th level of Qi, refining his progress slowed. The main constraint on his cultivation speed was the growth of his spiritual awareness, or rather the enhancement of his divine soul. Each day, he could expand his magical domain by roughly 1 zhang. When the domain reached 100 zhang, he could attempt to channel his magical power into the middle dantian, and when it reached 1,000 zhang, he could try to allow his spiritual awareness to dominate the Naiwen Palace. The threshold for the Zhang Palace was about 300 zhang, while the Naiwen Palace required approximately 3,000 zhang. Once his magical domain surpassed 10,000 zhang, it could continue to expand. However, the Golden Core method emphasizes alignment with the heavenly Dao. Excess leads to deficiency. Without special techniques or divine powers for protection, blind expansion could render the body incapable of bearing the immense magical domain, causing imbalance and damaging his foundation. During the past few days of expanding his magical domain, Wang Lau's understanding of the divine ability, Shenyang branch, had deepened. In essence, the Yuhua Dao was perfecting his own divine abilities. A robust Dao could support the imprinting of 9 true names, each corresponding to a unique divine ability. These divine abilities generally fell into 9 categories: Zhuang Dao, Yin, Dao Xie, Dao Xianshi, Bieji Guzhen protection, Zhanya offensive Kuwaitian deduction, and Shula non-manifest. Most Dao's 9 divine abilities tended to lean towards Xianshi. For instance, the Jishui Dao manifested as tranquility and vastness, and its divine abilities were often related to these qualities. The Yuhua Dao expressed vitality and vigor, with its divine abilities predominantly aligned with this path. Of course, this was not absolute. For example, the divine ability of the Tianjin Shulu is determined by the Tianjun himself. There are also stolen divine abilities, and those derived from human interpretation of the Dao. As the first to complete the Dao, Wang Su had the opportunity to control multiple divine abilities without the presence of others on the same path. Currently, he commanded the Zhuang Dao divine abilities. However, as this divine ability belonged to the Yuhua Dao, it had already acquired some Yin Dao and Xianshi capabilities. He sensed that the ability of Sichuan Inyuan held the potential to transform into a divine ability. For cultivators, possessing an additional divine ability meant one more means at their disposal, paving a broader path for the future. Gazing at the relentless rain with no indication of abating, Wang Lau's thoughts became quickened. At this moment, everyone was either focused on the furious river's Dao or safeguarding their territories against the impending flood. It was indeed the perfect time to explore Tianyi Mountain. Tianyi Mountain was formed by a chain of over a dozen peaks. The Lu family resided atop the largest mountain in the northern region. This mountain, along with its surrounding peaks, was enveloped by the ritual gathering spirit origin Grand Array. This Grand Array was left behind by the ancient Julu celestial clan, capable of gathering the energy of the mountain's rivers and flora, refining and extracting it into Lingzi Yuanli. Lingzi Yuanli was gentler than the pure essence of heaven and earth, nearly applicable to all methods of consumption, and its absorption speed was twice that of earthly qi. Of course, the consumption of heaven and earth qi required to transform into Lingzi Yuanli was quite staggering, nearly at a ratio of 10 to 1. However, considering the doubled absorption speed, this expenditure was negligible. The ritual gathering spirit origin Grand Array was once the foundation upon which the ancient Julu celestial clan established themselves in this realm. Unfortunately, fate did not favor them, and before they could fully develop, they were extinguished by the Lu family, becoming mere tools for others. It is worth noting that the Lu family was also favored by the fortune of heaven and earth, especially Lu Bang. The human divine ability, Lu Zong, he possessed was unique. In other words, his Lu Zong was more advanced, endowed with a certain counter-heavenly capability. The Lu Zong had the uncanny ability to divide itself into 6 subordinate seeds, each granting a mortal the potential to cultivate. When a cultivator bearing one of these subseeds died, their accumulated attainments were returned to the parent Lu Zong. The parent would then issue a new subseed, always preserving the number at 6. Thus, in Tianishan today, apart from Lu Bang, 6 other practitioners affiliated with the Lu clan existed. Though they lingered only at the first or second layers of nailing, they were nonetheless the product of Lu Bang's willingness to spare nothing and squander no latent advantage. The Lu Zong deserved much of the credit for his meteoric rise to the Lianqi realm. The day he acquired the Lu Zong, he also became the keeper of Duolu's grimoire. That book preserved nearly all the spells of Duolu, a great archmage who had deliberately left his legacy for posterity. Whoever possessed the book could by its teachings follow a steady path toward becoming a great archmage. Within its pages, Liu Bang found a spell capable of accelerating his cultivation, the Wizard Knight. Its principle was to inscribe an energetic enchantment onto an ordinary person, amplifying that energy until the subject became a knight suffused with fighting chi. Its flaw was grievous. Such raw potency ravaged a normal body and drastically shortened its bearer's lifespan. Moreover, knights empowered in this fashion could only advance further by relying on wizards to inscribe ever more potent magics. Liu Bang's method was to grant subseeds to common folk, transform them into wizard knights, then kill them, harvesting their bodies through the subseeds' feedback to rapidly reach the 10th layer of nailing. Only after entering the Lianqi realm did he realize the cost of such a shortcut. Nailing had depended on a robust physique to contain spiritual energy. His body, scarcely tempered by spirit chi, could barely assimilate heaven and earth chi in the Lianqi realm, slower even than a cultivator with a meager inch of spiritual root. Absent a keen spiritual sense, one could hardly perceive his progress. Therefore, for the present, if he wished to push further in Lianqi, Liu Bang had little recourse but the feedback of his subseeds. Though his rank could not advance by other means, he could still strengthen himself by studying the spells in the grimoire. And among Duoliliola's finest arts was the crafting of potent magic cards. From the moment he obtained the Luzhong, he spent 2 months breaking into Lianqi. In the following 3 months, he devoted nearly all his time to fabricating magic cards, save for a few days spent in a coup. Material constraints limited him to 7 major cards: sword, dual speed, water, fire, wind, and earth, plus a handful of simpler cards he used to barter for other necessities. Crafting them consumed resources, yet those cards were what enabled him to survive his confrontation with the ruler of Yugor intact. Against Wang Jinyu, he had expended almost every asset and fought to a standstill, teaching him not to underestimate any cultivator, especially those Lianqi practitioners from beyond. The assault on Zhu Lugua proved arduous but not beyond expectation. Ultimately, it succeeded. Xianwang calendar year 129653, month 11, day 11. Tianishan, Liu Bang's cultivation chamber. The chamber was a riot of sigils and alchemical circles, strange artifacts occupying every recess. In the center floated a black card. Beneath it, sun and moon motifs lay side by side, encircled by dense runes that exuded an aura of arcane secrecy. A black cat lay upon the sun motif. Its fur was uniformly jet without a single stray fleck. If not for the slight rise and fall of its belly, one might have thought it dead. Liu Bang stood upon the moon glyph, grasping a golden staff topped with an eagle's head, its eyes set with 2 red gems. He waved the staff while murmuring incantations that hovered between chant and whisper. As his staff traced the air, the floor's runic array flared, casting golden light. The cat was lifted by an unseen force until it hung level with the black card. Meow. The sleeping cat woke, flailing its paws and writhing in panic. Its struggles were futile against the invisible bindings. Liu Bang's voice grew urgent, and the runes shone ever brighter until the chamber was flooded with light. The cat's cry turned plaintive as the oddities in the corners began to shed streams of pale blue, ashen, and ghostly light that flowed toward the cat's body. The golden radiance of the formation condensed into a gilded current, pouring into the black card. The card slowly rotated. One face began to reveal a complex overlay of gold, a moon, a sun, hexagram, pentagram, triangles, interlocking shapes that shimmered. A sudden suction arose, drawing toward the card as if it were a whirlpool. The cat emitted a desperate surge of black energy which pulsed outward and ate at the air. Humph. At a moment like this, you still think to escape. Liu Bang snorted and tapped the card with the eagle's beak of his staff. My magic card, show your power, seal of the moon. The card erupted in golden light. The suction intensified into a golden vortex that roared and dragged the cat and the blackened matter into its depths. When the final thread of darkness had been consumed, the card's brilliance contracted. It lost its levitation and was about to fall. Quick as a striking hawk, Liu Bang snatched the card. It still radiated heat. Shadow card finally perfected, he said with satisfaction, and inspected it. On the face shimmered a relief of a golden kitten in mid-pounce. On the reverse lay the intricate magic circle pattern of moon, sun, hexagram, pentagram, and triangles, the customary configuration. This was his 8th magic card, the shadow card. His earlier creations had emphasized offense and defense, lacking means of concealment and reconnaissance. Ever since establishing the Liu clan on Tianishan, he had intended to craft a card for stealth and detection. Eager to test it, he pinched the shadow card between his left forefinger and middle finger and whispered, shadow card, reveal your power. The card dissolved into a black shade that sank into the ground and unfurled swiftly. As it expanded, Liu Bang found himself gifted with an almost godlike perspective, seeing with uncanny clarity the space the card covered. When it was fully extended, the contours of a dozen peaks on Tianishan came into view. Within the shadow card's perception, 3 figures lurked in the dark watching Tianishan. In the dark of night, a steady rain fell upon Tiani Mountain. Wang Su stood at an altitude of 46,000 meters. Concerned that using his spiritual sense might alert Lupang, he refrained from doing so. Instead, he employed the Xianming water control technique to conjure a cold ice mirror that reflected the situation on Tiani Mountain. What he saw nearly made him exclaim in frustration. He had thought everyone was preoccupied with combating the flood and would not notice him. Thus, he had come to investigate the Lu family's celestial clan. To his surprise, 2 others had the same intention as him. The flood in his home territory of Baiyu Kingdom was minimal, allowing him the freedom to come here. These 2 outsiders were clearly neglecting their own lands to seize opportunities from Tiani Mountain. I Wang Su am too ashamed to be associated with such people, he muttered angrily to himself. As he contemplated whether to eliminate them, he shook his head. If either of them had a real descendant among them, the consequences could be significant. So he decided to observe who these 2 were. With a thought, he crafted a water clone using the Xianming water control technique, affixing a strand of his spiritual sense to it, and slowly sent it down towards Tiani Mountain. The rain-soaked night was as dark as ink, with 2 figures stealthily approaching the main peak of Tiani Mountain. One was male, and the other female, both well concealed, clearly unaware of each other's presence. As they were about to reach the summit, the protective array of Tiani Mountain suddenly erupted in brilliant light. Lupang appeared ahead of them, manipulating the array with 3 floating magical cards by his side, exuding an imposing aura. Since you have arrived, there is no need to hide any longer, he declared. With a cold snort, he flicked a card resembling a sword into his hand, unleashing 3 sharp beams of sword light that shot towards the concealed locations. The power of the sword light had reached the peak of Qi Refinement Stage 1, forcing the 3 hidden individuals to use spells to defend themselves, thereby revealing their positions. From the southwest, a shadow summoned a paper figure which expanded in the wind until it matched the height of a person, shielding him from the sword light. Although the paper figure was shredded into confetti, the shadow remained unharmed. In the south, another shadow manifested, a 3-meter-high emperor's avatar, solemn, yet distinctly female in appearance. Coupled with her graceful silhouette partially visible beneath her black robes, her identity was easy to guess. She softly uttered the word fall, and with her words a strange power wiped the sword light away. The last beam of sword light shot into the sky, illuminating the area over Tiani Mountain and revealing the figure clad in blue robes. With flowing hair and a mask bearing an eerie smile, the masked figure pointed a finger toward the incoming sword light, unleashing a surge of icy blue energy. The sword light was instantly frozen in midair, transforming into a flurry of ice shards that mingled with the falling rain. At that moment, Lupang had discerned their identities. The paper figure technique was unique to Du Yun from the Du family of Wanyue Mountain. The emperor's avatar unmistakably belonged to Wang Jinyu, the ruler of Yugua, who harbored a grudge against him. As for the masked figure, he had his suspicions. The ability to stop the sword light so effortlessly with cold energy suggested that this individual was likely Wang Su, one of the chaotic forces behind the assassination of the former monarch of Shaoyang, Wang Mingtian. Speculation suggested that this master of cold energy might be the elusive lord of Baiyu Mountain, Wang Su. After all, in recent months, the circumstances surrounding Wang Mingxian's death had begun to surface, implicating 4 of the 5 major forces in the bustling city of Mingfang. Baiyu Mountain would not remain uninvolved. Furthermore, with Wang's CES talent, if he mastered a path of cold energy, it was highly probable he could reach the 3rd or even 4th stage of Qi refinement. It turns out to be the 3 of you, Du Yun of Wanyue Mountain, Wang Su of Baiyu Mountain, and you Wang Jinyu, Lupang remarked with certainty as he surveyed them. He paused, then let out a cold laugh. What brings you here to Tiani Mountain instead of addressing the floods in your own domains? Wang's CES heart jolted. How did he discern his identity? However, none of the 3 admitted anything, slowly converging towards him. The Qi gathering spirit array could only extract the energies of heaven and earth into spiritual essence, so Tiani Mountain was also protected by the thick earth flame array. This array used the power of the thick earth to repel enemies, combining offensive and defensive capabilities. Lupang, my friend, if you surrender the legacy of Darilo, we will turn and leave, Du Yun said, conjuring a paper figure to shield himself as he spoke. Wang Jinyu and the others remained silent, clearly agreeing to this condition. If they could obtain what they desired without bloodshed, it would be ideal. Lupang sneered. That depends on whether you have the capability to do so. Before his words could fade, he abruptly activated the array. The thick earth's power enveloped him instantly, the array's flames igniting, illuminating the entire Tiani Mountain as if it were a fiery realm. The The three magical cards representing sword, wind, and fire surged to life, intertwining with the array to form a colossal storm of blades and flames, exuding an overwhelming force that had reached the third stage of Qi refinement. The storm swept forward, seemingly intent on devouring everything in its path. The three could not afford to be careless, each employing their own techniques. Wang Lao formed seals with his hands, cold energy surging forth as he instantly created an ice dome around himself. The sword energy sliced against it, sending ice shards flying. The flames scorched, generating thick clouds of mist. Yet each time the dome thinned, he effortlessly replenished it, maintaining his composure. Du Yun retrieved a white jade seal, releasing the power of lunar essence that formed a barrier, keeping the flames and sword energy at bay within a meter radius. However, his breathing grew noticeably labored, clearly not as at ease as Wang Lao. Wang Jinyu once more summoned the Emperor's avatar, holding a piece of heavenly decree, uttering the word subdue. At his command, the flames and sword energy within a 3-meter radius halted abruptly, becoming docile and unable to approach him. For a moment, the four were locked in a stalemate, competing in terms of their foundations. Lupang realized he could not prolong the confrontation any longer. He produced a staff topped with an eagle's head and summoned the remaining 4 magical cards, combat, speed, water, and earth, into the fray. He understood that injuring all 10 fingers was not as effective as severing just one. Observing closely, he determined that the weakest among the three was undoubtedly Du Yun from Wanyue Mountain. With a thought, he launched a barrage of sword energy, combat, aura, water essence, fiery energy, raging winds, and earth spikes, all enhanced by the speed card, creating a net that encircled Du Yun from all sides. Damn it! Do you think I'm easy to bully? Du Yun shouted angrily, waving his sleeve as 18 paper figures surged forth. Armed with swords, armor, shields, and spears, they rushed to engage the incoming sword energy and flames. However, the onslaught was overwhelming. Despite the numerous paper figures, they began to be torn apart one by one. Although Du Yun shouted defiantly, he had no intention of facing such fierce attacks head-on. Quietly, he produced a paper palanquin carried by 8 paper figures. With a surge of lunar essence, he infused it into the palanquin, which solidified instantly, and the 8 paper figures transformed into beautiful maidens clad in ethereal garments. In a flash, he dove into the palanquin, and the 8 maidens lifted it, soaring towards the Moon Palace at an astonishing speed. Seeing this, Lupang chose not to pursue. With one less enemy, the pressure would be significantly alleviated. Wang Jinyu, today marks your end. Lupang's eyes glinted with malice as he redirected his assault entirely towards her. Seeing Du Yun escape, Wang Jinyu cursed under her breath, calling him useless. Indeed, relying on temporary alliances was proving unreliable, and doubts began to creep into her mind about retreating. At present, she was the weakest among those present and had enmity with Lubang. With one less person to share the burden of firepower, Lubang's onslaught intensified, targeting Wang Jinyu with a flurry of relentless attacks, creating a tempest of sword light and flames. Fellow cultivator, how long are you going to wait? The ferocity of the attacks left Wang Jinyu struggling to cope, prompting her to seek assistance from Wang Lao beside her. Wang Lao recognized that it was time for him to act. If he delayed any longer, Wang Jinyu might indeed perish, here, a consequence he could ill afford. Thus, he withdrew the icy barrier, unleashing the frigid energy from his peak cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Without the use of spiritual power or spells, merely the eruption of cold energy swept across the entire Tianyi Mountain. As the rain continued to pour from the heavens, it met the cold air and instantly crystallized into ice, cloaking Tianyi Mountain in a chilling silver garb. In an instant, the thick earth flame light formation was shattered. Sword energies, combat energies, water energies, and fire energies were all frozen by the cold, turning Tianyi Mountain into a domain of frost. Wang Jinyu and Lubang could barely resist the chilling aura with their internal powers, and this was merely due to Wang Lao not specifically targeting them. As for the members of the Lubang family on the mountain, since Wang Lao had decided to strike, he intended to eradicate them completely, turning them all into ice sculptures, meeting their end without pain. At an altitude of 460 meters, Wang Lao observed the approaching flower palanquin with a smile in his heart, thinking, wasn't this akin to sheep entering the tiger's den? He flashed to its side, unleashing his domain to confine the palanquin in midair. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, the jade-like power transformed into a gentle breeze, instantly blowing the palanquin and the 8 beautiful maidens back into paper figures, which then turned to ashes, revealing the similarly immobilized Du Yun. At that moment, Du Yun appeared relieved, but with terror in his eyes, unable to move. What realm is this? Why is there such a terrifying presence in the Klus Mountains? Du Yun felt every cell in his body trembling with fear, bound by some unseen force. He couldn't even muster the words to plead for mercy. Clearly his opponent had no intention of leaving survivors. Why did you leave your territory to deal with the flood? And if you came out, why did you head to Tianyi Mountain? Wang Su shook his head, regretfully unleashing the full force of his domain upon Du Yun. There is a downside to cultivating immortality. The higher the realm, the more formidable the means. Inch by inch the domain crushed Du Yun into dust, obliterating even his soul. Throughout the ordeal, everything transpired silently, with the longest duration likely being Wang Su's lamenting question. Du Yun was unable to utter a single word, ultimately leaving behind only a white jade-toed seal and a storage bag. Meanwhile, the battle below was nearing its conclusion. This clone of Wang Su had gathered most of his power. Though he could not wield his domain, the sheer depth and refinement of his qi were far beyond that of an ordinary peak qi refinement cultivator. The two before him were merely first-level qi refinement cultivators capable of momentarily unleashing second- or third-level combat power, relying solely on their hidden reserves. This state of affairs wouldn't last long. Amidst the biting cold of Tianyi Mountain, Wang Su calmly approached Lubong, the cold aura swirling around him, subtly forming an encircling threat. Master Lubong, may I have the privilege of witnessing that inheritance? Wang Ci's voice carried clearly in the wind, and after a pause he added, also I'm quite curious. How did you deduce my identity? Lubong gazed around the snow-clad Tianyi Mountain, his expression dazed, seemingly not hearing Wang Ci's words. Moments ago he sensed that all 6 of the Zilu seeds had returned to his body. He understood all too well what that meant. The Lubong family was finished. He lifted his head, his eyes reddening as he glared fiercely at Wang Su, his voice hoarse. Wang Su, I will have you bury your family with me. Before his words had fully left his lips, the light from his staff surged, and 7 magical cards hovered before him, flying directly at Wang Su. This time it wasn't a spell, they were simply hurled at him. Wang Su stood still, arms outstretched, as if inviting the cards to strike him. But the cold rushed forth like a tide, meeting the 7 cards hidden. As this was a clone, he could act freely, confident in the safety net of his true self. Moreover, he doubted Lubong could conjure magical cards of peak, third-level qi refinement. If a newly ascended Yuan qi cultivator could produce such artifacts, he would gladly concede. Just as expected, upon contact with the cold, the cards detonated before they could be fully frozen. Boom. The 7 cards exploded in succession, releasing a torrent of chaotic energy that obscured the view with a cloud of dust. Thinking of escaping, Wang Su scoffed, his spiritual sense piercing through the haze in search of Lubang's whereabouts. But after scanning the area, he was taken aback. There was no one. At that moment, his true self conveyed a message: no need to search. The clone understood. It seemed Lubong had ultimately failed to escape the grasp of his true self. He turned his gaze toward Wang Jinyu, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. Fellow cultivator, Wang, it appears we've made this trip for nothing. His tone carried just the right amount of sympathy and regret. Wang Su regarded the woman before him with significant caution. Sharing the same surname, she practiced the top-tier human path capable of rivaling even higher realms, and was among the first to establish roots in the Klus Mountains. Given this lineage, it was hard not to suspect she was a descendant favored by some foundation-building true immortal, much like his own Wang Mingruo. Although Ruo lacked any earth-shattering legacy, she did have a husband with a 9-inch spiritual root. In this region, who would dare to offend by Yushan? If anything were to happen to Wang Mingruo, it was entirely possible that a foundation-building true immortal would cross over one day. With the means of a true immortal, uncovering the truth would be but a matter of a finger's movement. The person has fled, but there should still be something left on the mountain. Wang Jinyu evidently noted Wang Ci's concerns. The previous battle had depleted much of her human path reserves, and she needed to recover something. Moreover, with Lubang's escape, he would undoubtedly seek revenge against the Yu nation in the future. Therefore, she could not afford to miss the opportunity to scour Tianyi Mountain. All right, shall we go up together and take a look? Wang Su gestured invitingly, his demeanor generous. Having secured the bulk of the treasure, he was indifferent to the scraps that remained. Wang Jinyu nodded, and the two ascended the mountain side by side. After a few steps, Wang Su suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on another formation still in operation. I shall take this ritual gathering spirit formation if you have no objections. At present, the formation was likely the most valuable asset on the entire mountain. Brother Su has contributed the most, so naturally I have no objections. Wang Jinyu replied, this time addressing him as Brother Su, a hint of testing in her tone. Wang Su did not respond, but neither did he deny her. Since she had begun to harbor suspicions, it was likely she would equate him with the smiling figure from tonight. However, he was too lazy to confirm, as maintaining an air of mystery had its own merits. Scanning the grand formation with his spiritual sense, he found, as expected, that it was remarkably sophisticated, with 256 array flags alone. He took some time to analyze the formation before retrieving the flags and array disc. With the addition of spiritual essence and elemental power, the cultivation speed for both him and Ro would at least double before reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement. In the sky, Wang Su had just dealt with Du Yun when he noticed another delivery arriving. It was Lu Bong who had slipped into the night using the shadow token. "Let me see which rat has scurried away," Wang Su said, approaching him silently from behind, teasingly, as if he were playing with a mouse. The familiar voice sent shivers down Lu Bang's spine, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. He stiffly turned his head and saw a strikingly handsome young man in white standing behind him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. This was someone he recognized from a portrait. The master of Baiyushan Wang Su, the pride of the Kuruz Mountains. He was also the cold expert he had hypothesized about. He activated the shadow token once more, only to find that he could not summon the magical power within him. He was suspended in the air, completely bound by an unseen force. Fortunately, he could still speak. "Master of the mountain, if there is anything I can do, I would give my life to accomplish it." Lu Bong pleaded for his life, though he was also perplexed. Could it be that the masked figure in the blue robe was not Wang Su? Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to change into a different outfit just to capture him. As for the possibility of a doppelganger, he dared not entertain that thought. After all, it was hard to believe that such a powerful doppelganger could exist in this realm. Wang Su disregarded Lu Bang's chaotic thoughts and inquired about what he was most curious about. "How did you come to know my identity?" Wang Su believed he had hidden himself exceptionally well and rarely appeared before others. Even among the disciples of Baiyushan, few had ever seen him. Only a select few like Dualia had regular contact with him. He had never met Lu Bang before, yet Lu Bang could accurately call him by name. Lu Bang's heart sank. The situation was unfolding in a way he most feared. Master of the mountain. Now he was the last remaining member of the Lu family, and he understood that regardless of his response, he could not escape death, destined to be eradicated completely. Yet human nature is such that even when faced with certain death, one instinctively harbors a flicker of hope towards the executioner. Fear of death compelled him to reveal the rumors circulating in the marketplace. These were not secrets, and by now it was likely only Wang Su himself was unaware. Upon hearing Lu Bang's account, Wang Su's expression darkened. He had thought he was being exceedingly discreet, even secretly reveling in a sense of detachment. Although he was cautious at a deeper level, he took pride in having reached the 5th level of Qi refinement in under a year, possessing a 9-inch spirit root and holding the Dao of supernatural abilities. Deep down, he felt a sense of superiority, even arrogance, looking down on the world. He had forgotten that in this world, not just in the Kuruz Mountains, there were others as clever as himself. They might not have his talents or opportunities, but they were certainly not foolish. The cruel nature of the cultivation world had allowed them to gain experiences that rendered them more cunning than Wang Su. Wang Su complimented Lu Bang. "I am quite satisfied with your answer." Lu Bang's face instantly brightened, his overwhelming fear of death momentarily replaced by a glimmer of hope. Wang Su continued, "As a reward, I can ensure you die without pain." Lu Bang's expression turned ashen, feeling as if he had fallen from heaven into hell. Wang Su, true to his word, saw Lu Bang oscillate between surprise and joy, and with a wave of his hand, the magical domain instantaneously reduced him to dust, leaving only a black gold book and a storage pouch behind. He picked up the book to examine it, but a force obstructed him. Probing with his spirit sense, he discovered it was a top-tier magical treasure imbued with high intelligence. However, it was not the time for investigation. He stored the black gold book and the storage pouch away. His gaze shifted once more towards Tianyi Mountain. By this point, his doppelganger had already secured the spirit-gathering formation, and with a sweep of his spirit sense, he saw Wang Jinyu had nearly emptied the treasure vault. Thus, he refrained from further interference and directed his flight towards the spirit field. The spirit field at Tianyi Mountain was small, merely 10 acres, currently enveloped in frost. Fortunately, aside from the focus on the Lu family, the spirit plants were only temporarily frozen and would remain unharmed for the time being. Wang Su scanned the area and found it filled with common spirit plants, mostly in their juvenile state, many of which Baiyushan already possessed. However, he was intrigued by a type of spirit rice known as Jinfeng rice. Upon maturity, not only would it yield golden spiritual rice, but its broad golden blades served as natural talisman paper for crafting gold Dao talismans, requiring only slight trimming for immediate use. Thus, the production costs of the cracking gold talisman, armor-piercing gold spike talisman, and sword Qi talisman would be significantly reduced, making them more competitive in the marketplace. Wang Su had previously refrained from revealing these talismans as they were illicit goods, but now the marketplace was abuzz with rumors of him being the mysterious figure who had eliminated Wang Mingtian. Therefore, there was no need for concealment, Selling these talismans would pose no problem as long as he did not admit to it, allowing speculation to remain mere conjecture. He could claim that they were brought to Bayuga for sale, and no one would investigate on behalf of a deceased person. However, this would likely increase others' suspicion of him, but there was little that could be done about that. If someone sought to deal with Bayushan, they would target him based on the notion of a mysterious figure regardless of whether or not he sold these illicit goods. It was akin to a multitude of lice causing no discomfort. After collecting some Jinfeng rice, Wang Jinyu also arrived. I only need some Jinfeng rice, the rest is up to you, Wang Dao friend. Wang Su was not interested in the remaining spirit plants, and since he only needed a bit of the rice, he agreed to the request out of goodwill. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Wang Jinyu bowed. Her state was not as prosperous as Bayushan, and she was indeed in need of these spirit plants. She cast a gentle flame that melted the ice from the spirit plants, then took out a storage pouch to collect them one by one. Now that Tianyi Mountain had been nearly stripped bare except for a certain location, Wang Ce's gaze fell upon the damaged, thick earth flame light formation. Though broken, it could be repaired. This grand formation, even in its shattered state, was worth 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones. Having already acquired this spirit-gathering formation, it would be somewhat unseemly to monopolize this formation as well. Given his current resources, there was no need to lose face over such trivial mundane items. Those few thousand spirit stones could be earned back in just a few days with fire crystals. Thus Wang Su spoke again. Wang Dao friend, how about we split this formation? I estimate its worth at 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones, so let's price it at 3,500. If you desire it, you can compensate me with 1,700 spirit stones, or I can compensate you with the same amount. What do you think? After collecting the spirit plants, Wang Jinyu turned around somewhat surprised that they could share the formation. In her view, Wang Su was extraordinarily powerful, and it would suffice for him to share some treasured resources with her. Something valued in the thousands should typically be kept for oneself. Unfortunately, she did not understand Wang Ce's thoughts. To him, a few thousand spirit stones were not significant. Since he had already agreed to scour Tianyi Mountain with Wang Jinyu, he had no intention of hoarding everything for himself. Of course, all of this was under the condition that no heavenly treasures were involved. You are quite generous, Dao friend, Wang Jinyu said while bowing, her voice crisp. My Yu kingdom is in dire need of such a protective mountain formation. I Jinyu will shamelessly accept this formation. As she spoke, she took out 1,700 low-grade spirit stones and piled them into a small mound before Wang Su. Seeing the spirit stones, Wang Su was astonished. Although spirit stones were equivalent to the energy of heaven and earth, the other party's realm had almost no spiritual veins. Bayushan thrived due to its prime location, which allowed for the formation of a spiritual vein. Wang Su looked at her meaningfully, realizing that Wang Jinyu was indeed not simple. He waved his sleeve, storing the spirit stones into his pouch, and remarked, "You are truly generous, Dao friend." He understood that Wang Jinyu's actions were meant to convey that her identity was not ordinary, making her worthy of his friendship. Wang Jinyu's expression remained composed. Not at all, you honor me, Dao friend. Wang Su nodded, slightly glancing up at the pitch-black night sky. Now that the resources had been divided, it was time to take his leave. As he prepared to depart, he ultimately said, "With this matter concluded, I shall take my leave. Do visit Bayushan when you have the time, Wang Dao friend." Wang Jinyu was somewhat surprised, but responded, "Certainly." With that, Wang Su transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the night sky. On a noisy, rainy night, a beam of light silently descended upon Bayu Mountain unnoticed by anyone. The radiant glow touched the ground, transforming into a graceful youth clad in white. The boy strode past Lingshao Hall, disappearing into the underground treasure land. Inside the Yuhua treasure land, the atmosphere was entirely different. The sun and moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the entire expanse. After 3 months of absorbing the essence of sun and moon, the area had expanded to over 10 miles, nearly a mile gained every half month. Sometimes Wang Su felt that his personal cave abode was somewhat redundant. Given the rate of expansion, it was likely that the Wang family would no longer need the resources within the cave in the future. The treasure land had begun to give birth to true radiant clouds akin to a hidden divine dragon weaving through the clouds, mountains, and rivers, sometimes bursting forth in brilliance, at other times vanishing from sight. One technique from the Yin-Yun 16 methods involved refining these radiant clouds Xiaoguang into celestial clouds. However, as this was the first manifestation of radiant clouds born from the treasure land, refining them into celestial clouds would hinder the land's expansion. Wang Su abandoned the idea of refining celestial clouds, deciding to wait until the second radiant cloud emerged before making further plans. The Yuhua bamboo grove had also expanded slightly, with the edges lined by undernourished slender bamboos that barely qualified as spiritual plants. Once their bamboo stems fully hardened, they could be refined into Qingkong jade tokens. Wang Su passed through the bamboo grove and arrived at the cloud house. Wang Mingruo was diligently cultivating on the cloud beside the house as usual. "Brother Su, what brings you here?" she asked, halting her practice to approach him. "I obtained a formation during my recent outing, and I wish to place it within the treasure land," Wang Su replied, taking out the Jisai Lingyuan formation to explain its function to Wang Mingruo. The abundance of Yuhua wood essence within the treasure land meant that with minor modifications to the formation, he could convert the essence absorbed from rivers, mountains, and plants into Yuhua wood essence, allowing him to refine Lingzi Yuanli. Currently, he could advance to the first level of Qi refining in just 112 days. If he could double that speed, he would need only 56 days for the same progression. Such a terrifying cultivation speed meant he was now at the 37th level of Qi refining. At this rate, he would reach the 81st level within 6 years, not even reaching 27 by then. Regrettably, the Qi refining stage required more than just absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. After the 6th level, one had to comprehend the principles of the Dao, condense anomalies, and forge a Dao body. He pondered about the speed of his sister's cultivation. "What is your current cultivation speed, Ruro? If you use this Lingzi Yuanli, how much progress can you make?" he inquired. 10 inches of spiritual root, Wang Mingruo said, blinking innocently. 10 inches of spiritual root. Wang Su questioned, doubting his ears. 10 inches was equivalent to an innate spiritual body. If he recalled correctly, her training in the treasure land only provided a one-fold enhancement, which would equate to 6 inches. Even with the Lingzi Yuanli, her speed should only reach 7 inches. Was she secretly gaining an advantage? How could it be so fast? Faced with his confusion, Wang Su directly asked. "Of course it's thanks to this," she replied, pulling out the Zhang bamboo from her dantian and waving it before him, continuing. "With the help of this Zhang bamboo, my cultivation speed rivals those with spiritual bodies." "What level are you at now?" Wang Su asked with curiosity. He had refrained from probing into her cultivation level, fearing it might discourage her, believing she might only be at the 2nd level of Qi refining even at the peak of it. "Now I am at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi refining," Wang Mingruo said proudly, her slightly rounded belly showing her progress. Wang Su was astonished. Her speed hardly lagged behind his own. He had not been attentive to her cultivation in recent months, and it seemed she had been bottling up her frustration. However, as her belly grew, she felt increasingly reluctant to practice. Noticing Wang Ci's shocked expression, she added, "If I hadn't been comprehending Dao symbols recently, I would have reached the 4th level already." He had thought he was the only pillar of the family, but it appeared that even the 2nd pillar was quite capable. "Well, Ruo, you're the best. Come here, and let your brother give you a kiss." Sensing the proud look on her face, waiting for his praise, he immediately pulled her into his arms and planted a kiss on her cheek. "What are you doing? How annoying." Wang Mingruo protested, struggling slightly in his embrace, her voice, teasing, causing a shiver to run through him. Indeed, they had both managed to express their feelings adequately. As they flirted, Wang Su began recounting the events at Tianishan. "So your identity has been exposed?" Wang Mingruo asked. "Pretty much. Is Wang Jinyu pretty? Am I prettier than her?" "Of course you're the prettiest. My Ruo is the most adorable." Wang Su reminisced about the alluring figure beneath the black robe at Tianishan, regretting that her face was obscured by a mask. He nodded to himself, concluding internally that there was indeed no one more charming than Ruo. "What kind of expression is that?" Wang Mingruo noticed him reminiscing and gave him a sharp twist at his waist, saying, "Humph. Impregnant, and you want to cheat?" Wang Su gasped at the unexpected pain, pondering how it could hurt so much. Was this a man's weakness? Before he could think further, Wang Mingruo urged, "What benefits did you gain? Hurry and show me." However, Wang Su was not easily swayed. He immediately questioned, "Why do you twist so painfully?" "That's a woman's secret move, not telling you." "What kind of secret move? How can a couple be so violent?" Wang Su protested, imagining a future filled with such encounters. No, this was not the kind of marital life he desired. Thus, he and Ruo engaged in playful banter for a while, ultimately unable to extract why her grip was so painful. "It seems Ruo's true nature has started to emerge since becoming pregnant," Wang Su mused. But there was nothing to be done. After all, she was pregnant, and he had to pamper her. Ruo showed no signs of yielding, prompting Wang Su to change the subject. "Let's take a look at what we've gathered tonight." With that, he produced 2 storage bags, a book, and a white jade seal. The most eye-catching among them was the white jade seal, emanating a cool moonlight aura, clearly a remarkable item. This magical artifact appears to be quite extraordinary. Wang Mingruo picked up the white jade toad seal and examined it closely. The jade seal felt icy to the touch, and the toad on it seemed lively, floating above a full moon, with a white jade osmanthus branch in its mouth. Beneath it were 5 characters inscribed in small seal script, Yuehua Tianbao. Indeed, it is remarkable. With this seal, Du Yun can exert the strength of a third-level Qi refinement practitioner. Wang Su recalled the scenes of Du Yun in battle. Although the paper figurine technique appeared impressive, it was entirely reliant on this magical artifact. Without it, his paper figurine technique would barely reach the pinnacle of the first level. Let this magical artifact be for my sister Ro. I already have the Qingmu Xianyu Pearl and the Dan Furnace. That is sufficient for me. Wang Su spoke at the right moment, feeling a pang of sympathy for Ro, who was close to reaching the fourth level of Qi refinement, but still lacked her own magical artifact. Wang Mingruo did not refuse or say much more. They had already expressed all that needed to be said during their previous intimate moment. She immediately began to refine the white jade toad seal. Seeing this, Wang Su took Du Yun's storage bag and probed inside with his spiritual sense. He discovered that Du Yun was indeed impoverished, possessing only 8 bottles of various types of elemental qi, totaling around 80 strands, a collection of magically refined paper figurines and objects along with 5 jade slips. The rest were merely mundane items. He extracted the jade slips and examined them one by one. Suyu Kinshur Fa, Suyu Jianji Shintong, Yuxia Yuchan 1, Baiyu Ji Ling Shu, and Qi Jiu Baodan Fa. After perusing the general contents of the jade slips, Wang Su realized he had misjudged Du Yun. It was not that he lacked good items, rather all the valuable knowledge was contained within these slips. First was the Suyu Kinshur Fa, which allowed one to consume the essence of moonlight, cultivating a Suyu spiritual body. Upon reaching the 4th level of Qi refinement, one could directly walk the path of Suyu. The Suyu spiritual body could communicate with spirits and greatly benefit one's comprehension of the Suyu path. Next was the Suyu Jianji Shintong, a high-level technique derived from the analysis of the Suyu path. Firstly, it allowed one to cut spiritual paper into the forms of all things in the world, which through magical refinement and worship could ultimately transform from illusion to reality according to the practitioner's will. Secondly, through similar refinement and worship, one could infuse a person's memories into the cut paper, granting it sentience, enabling it to become a living being before the magical energy was depleted. The beautiful maiden Du Yun ultimately carried was a product of this method. Lastly, there was the technique for refining paper figurines into avatars that could bear injuries, though their capacity to withstand force was limited and they would fail against domain techniques. Nonetheless, it was a decent method of creating avatars more concealed than his water avatar technique. He held this ability in high regard since water avatars required constant magical energy consumption and could not persist for long. In contrast, paper avatars, once refined and connected to the mind, consumed almost no energy when not in use, and there was no limit on their quantity, much like magical artifacts. One could refine as many as desired. Following that was the Yuxia Yuchan 1, a soul-nourishing technique akin to the Shaoyang Yu Huayang Hunjing. It was created by a person named Yuchan after receiving teachings from an immortal under the moon. The key to its practice consisted of 5 characters, Ning Shun Ru Qi Shui. Ning Shun does not mean to condense the spirit, but rather allowing the spirit to condense on its own. It is akin to guarding without guarding, neither forgetting nor aiding. The practice of focusing the spirit and adjusting one's breath must be done in unison, layering it continuously to achieve success. The Qi Shui refers to a hole without position 3 inches below the navel, a point of spiritual light in the void. Not an extraordinary orifice, but a mingling of heaven and earth, its name established as the Qi Hai Ling Qiao Lower Dantian. After reading through the method, Wang Su gained a rough understanding of how to cultivate. It involved visualizing a specific object based on the essence of the technique, whether the sun, the moon, or oneself. During this visualization process, one would unintentionally exercise their spirit akin to self-encouragement, resulting in an exceptionally solid and resilient spirit. Regardless of one's realm, just by visualizing one could enhance their spirit. The only drawback was that cultivating the soul was exceedingly slow, categorizing it as a later-stage technique. Next was the Baiyu Ji Ling Shu, which involved worshipping the 8 phases of the moon: new moon, crescent moon, last quarter gibbous moon, full moon, waxing gibbous moon, first quarter, and waning crescent. This could grant one the blessing of the Su Yue, allowing them to obtain a strand of Su Yu power which could be utilized in refining treasures, practicing techniques, and enhancing powers, thus barely qualifying as a high-level divine ability. Finally, there was the Qi Jiu Baodan Fa, whose origins remained a mystery. This technique, fully named Qi Fan Jiu Huanjin Yi Dan Fa, differed from contemporary golden core methods. 7 represents fire, while 9 represents gold. By refining gold with fire, one returns to the source, hence the name golden core. This method delineates the body and mind into upper and lower strings, differentiating spirit and energy by the solstices of winter and summer, and aligning form and spirit with the Kan and Li trigrams. Using the eastern wood of the soul, the western essence of the spirit, the southern fire of the god, the northern water of the essence, and the central earth of intention constitutes the amalgamation of the 5 elements. By focusing one's vision, attuning one's hearing, regulating one's breath, and silencing one's speech, one achieves the harmony of the 4 symbols. With eyes not seeing, yet the spirit within the liver, ears not hearing, yet the essence within the kidneys, tongue silent, yet the spirit within the heart, nose not fragrant, yet the essence within the lungs, limbs unmoving, yet intention within the spleen. Thus, it is said the 5 energies converge towards the source. By refining essence into energy, energy into spirit, and spirit into void, thus is it named the gathering of 3 flowers atop the head. The heart belongs to Qian, while the body belongs to Kuan, hence it is termed the Ding Qi of Qian Kuan. Qian returns to the Kuan palace. Mercury returns to the Qian position, mixing true earth and cold light into the veins. When the fire tree flourishes, it becomes dry. When the water is abundant, it decays. The soul is hidden, the essence extinguished. When one's will is in harmony, one's skin feels refreshed. With time, the gathering intensifies. Without substance, substance forms into a sacred fetus. Thus is the marvelous method manifesting the golden nature in the world. Neither residing in heaven, nor plunging into the abyss, neither aligning with the path, nor communicating through law, neither certifying fruit positions, nor bearing merits. It simply accumulates a worldly golden core for the great path, for the great law, for the great freedom. This is an ancient practice which Wang Lao had heard of during his time in the Qingyang realm. It was said to have been created by the Ta Ching for humanity seeking within oneself and the heavens without adhering to the doctrines, without comprehending the great path, with oneself as law, oneself as path. The cultivation is intricate and varied, emphasizing the naturalness of the path, with high aspirations that any mortal could undertake. Practitioners in the cultivation world generally consider it a preparation for saints, as its requirements are stringent, akin to achieving saintly status upon the ground. This technique is comparable to the great path. Seizing it would equate to achieving a golden core. It can be described as the ultimate, albeit somewhat impractical treasure, merely gathering dust as a testament to its depth. Having reviewed these 5 jade slips, Wang Lao realized that Du Yun's background was likely quite significant. At the same time, he felt a sense of frustration and even a hint of innocence. If one possesses such a profound lineage, why are there no trump cards? He's living like a wandering cultivator with only a paper-cutting technique to show for it. He had no way of knowing if someone behind Du Yun had noticed his demise. What Wang Lao did not realize was that he was quite fortunate. Du Yun indeed had backing, and it was from a foundational force. However, Du Yun had come to the Xuanzhen realm to open hidden veins, so he left no contacts in the Qingyang realm. The only one aware of this information was the foundational ancestor, but out of secrecy that ancestor would not inquire about news from this realm. This meant that Du Yun's death was genuine, and for a long time no one would come seeking vengeance. As Wang Lao worried about the potential retaliation from Du Yun's background, Wang Mingruo had already completed the refinement of the white jade toad seal. Wang Mingruo slowly opened her eyes. With a graceful gesture, the white jade toad seal flew from her hand, suspended in midair, radiating a dazzling light. The seal spun in the air before abruptly manifesting into a massive jade disc. The jade disc shone brightly, its light rippling outward, transforming into a wondrous formation, its power so immense that it nearly enveloped the entire Yuhua treasure land. Within the treasure land, the Sichuan Inyuan Dao formation was in the process of absorbing the moonlight energy, but before it could convert this energy, it was forcibly drawn in by the formation unleashed by the jade seal, swallowed whole. Wang Lao observed this clearly. The suction power, or rather the authority of this jade seal formation, was astonishingly above that of the Dao formation in Yuhua treasure land. At that moment, the might of the Sichuan Inyuan Dao formation erupted. Having its moonlight energy forcibly snatched away, it could not tolerate such an affront and immediately sought to subdue this thief. Wang Lao hastily connected with the Dao formation to calm it down. He was also genuinely curious about how this was possible. A mere artifact-derived formation had the ability to absorb moonlight energy surpassing that of a Dao formation. While he pondered this, Wang Mingruo completed her experiment and retrieved the artifact. Wang Lao eagerly approached her, asking, what capabilities does this artifact possess that allows it to contend with the Dao formation of the treasure land? Wang Mingruo tossed the seal into the air, and it transformed into a human head-sized object, the jade disc reappearing atop it, glowing brilliantly, with a faint aura of moonlight energy swirling around it, clearly not an ordinary item. As Wang C's gaze was drawn towards it, Wang Mingruo slowly spoke, this item is called the Yuehua Tianzhong. It was originally a piece of a spirit treasure land later refined by a master into this jade toad seal. It contains a formation called the Yuehua Pingying Formation. Once activated, it can gather moonlight energy and transform it into moonlight essence, which can then be used to nurture spiritual opportunities. Moreover, cultivating in this formation or consuming the moonlight essence can double the speed of progress. She paused, summarizing, although the Yuehua Tianzhong is not a Dao artifact, it surpasses one. It can be regarded as half a secret realm or half a treasure land. Upon hearing this, Wang C's eyes widened. This object was so valuable that even true immortals would covet it. What is a Dao artifact? It is an instrument of enlightenment, a Dao artifact indeed. Despite Wang's currently boasting of secret realms and treasure lands, they were typically only within the grasp of true immortals. Especially treasure lands. Some true immortals, in hopes of increasing their chances of enlightenment, might manifest Dao principles in advance, but these would not form a Dao treasure land during the enlightenment process. Want a treasure land? One must gradually cultivate it from its embryonic form, using Dao principles to imbue the spiritual land, a process that would take at least 100 years. If a Qi refinement practitioner were to attempt this, it would take even longer. Furthermore, the treasure lands cultivated by Qi refinement practitioners could only nurture a single spiritual opportunity. Once used, they would become waste. However, for true immortals, a Dao treasure land is not simply a treasure land. It is also the embryonic form of a blessed land or a cave heaven. The issue is that true immortals have lifespans of only 900 years. Time is of the essence. Who would willingly spend 100 years nurturing a treasure land just to refine such an artifact? Thus, the preciousness of the Yuehua Tianzhong is evident. If paired with the Siyue Kinshi Fa and Siyue Jianji Shintong, it constitutes a complete foundational inheritance. Wangsu was filled with both delight and dread. The delight was the acquisition of a treasure land. The dread stemmed from the forces behind Du Yun. If a foundational cultivator truly arrived in the Xuanzhen realm, a single sweep of a true immortal's Dao intent would make it impossible for him to hide. Suddenly, Wang Su found himself thinking that perhaps the Xianhai realm was quite appealing. Should he flee? He currently possessed a stash of fire crystals. If he sold them all to the sect, he could at least exchange them for 100,000 spirit stones, easily enough to take 10 people away, though he feared it would reveal his wealth. However, even if he did not sell the fire crystals with his current cultivation and spirit stones, he could still take 2 or 3 people with him. As for the Yuehua treasure land, it would be easy enough. As long as he took the first Yuehua Dao principle, he could recreate a treasure land anywhere. It was a pity about the Bayou Mountain, though he had invested so much thought into it. Lost in these thoughts, Wang Mingruo noticed his changing expression and leaned over to ask, "What's wrong, Sugo?" Wang Su shared his thoughts with her. Upon hearing them, Wang Mingruo burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Haha, I can't take it anymore, haha, my stomach." She held her belly, laughing so hard that tears streamed down her face, playfully punching Wang Su. Wang Su's face darkened. Is it really that funny? It was a bit cowardly, but fleeing when you couldn't win was perfectly normal, right? After laughing to her heart's content, Wang Mingruo rubbed her belly, still with tears in her eyes, and said with a light chuckle, "Sugu, if there really is a true immortal behind Du Yun, then staying here is actually our safest option." Seeing Wang Su still looking puzzled, she continued, "The Xuanzhen realm was developed exclusively by the Wang family, and it's kept confidential from the outside. How could foundational cultivators be allowed in? Moreover, you are my husband, and my grandfather is your backing. Would any outsider dare to kill you on the Wang family's territory?" There was one more thing she didn't mention. In the expansion of realms, casualties were common. As a member of the Wang family, Wang Mingtian's death would go unnoticed, let alone that of an outsider. The higher-ups would not allow outsiders to retaliate, nor would they permit even investigations. After listening, Wang Su couldn't help but nod. It did seem to make sense. Then he realized, was he the fool in this situation? So preoccupied with the thought of a true immortal behind Du Yun, he had completely forgotten this critical point. He shouldn't have been so cowardly. Looking up, he found Mingruo gazing at him with a knowing smile. Wang Su felt a bit embarrassed. He shifted his gaze, glancing left and right before finally clearing his throat and forcing himself to meet her eyes. "It's not like I just couldn't remember for a moment or anything. Yes, Sugu is the strongest. You're not afraid, even if a true immortal comes." Wang Mingruo smiled sweetly, choosing not to expose that he had simply forgotten out of fear. Wang Su hurriedly changed the subject. "Let's take a look at this magic book." The abrupt shift in topic was a bit awkward, but it was better than being laughed at. This was a black book 2 inches thick, its cover adorned with intricate golden patterns depicting the sun, moon, stars, and various magic runes. Previously, he had attempted to forcibly refine it, but the book's spirit resisted fiercely. At that time, he had to oversee the situation and couldn't afford to be distracted, so he had to give up. Wang Mingruo took the book and tried to open it only to find it tightly locked by an unseen force. It seems we need to refine it first before we can open it, she said, somewhat helplessly, handing it back to him. You can refine it, Wang Su replied, not taking it. Let you do it instead. Wang Mingruo shook her head, refusing, and pushed the book back into his hands, casually tossing the Yuehua Tianzhong. This is your spoils of war. Oh, I can't take all of it. Having this is enough. Wang Su was not one to be overly polite. He spat a mouthful of fresh blood onto the magic book, directly invoking the blood refinement method. The intelligence within the book began to resist violently, but before Wang Su's blood refinement method, it was merely a death throw struggle. In a short time, the refinement was complete. The information from the magic book surged into his mind like a tide. Once he finished absorbing it, Wang Su's eyes widened in shock. Heavens, was it supposed to be this thrilling? The title of the book was, My Heavens, is it really that thrilling? This magic book is titled The Book of Alchemy. But the name of the book is not what matters, nor is the alchemy contained within it particularly significant. So what is truly important? Wang C's breath quickened as he could scarcely believe it. The essence of this book lies in the last page, which records a staggering 11,567 dimensional coordinates. These so-called dimensional coordinates are not merely a string of numbers or letters, they are akin to a signal tower. When the need arises, it will send you its location. It is essential to understand that the position of dimensions within the void is not fixed. Dimensions swirl like whirlpools, attracting one another and moving at high speeds, with only the beings within the dimensional barriers remaining unaware of their movement. After comprehending the four symbols, Biao, Min, Jie, and Xing, Wang Su had contemplated exploring other dimensions, but he had always lacked the necessary coordinates. The only connection he had was to the fire elemental dimension, which offered nothing but flames, serving only for the purpose of condensing fire crystals. Now he could hardly focus on the alchemical content of the book. He flipped straight to the final page of The Book of Alchemy. Sure enough, it was densely filled with tiny rune-like glyphs and the Biao symbol. The rune-like glyphs recorded the names of the dimensions, while the Biao symbol represented the coordinates. By condensing a similar Biao symbol, he could obtain the dimensional coordinates. Brother Su, is there something wrong with this magic book? Wang Mingruo, upon seeing him finish refining the book, widened her eyes, and then flipped to the last page, staring at it blankly, unable to hold back her curiosity. Her words snapped Wang Su back to reality, and he immediately excitedly said to her, Ruora, we've struck gold. Saying this, he picked Wang Mingruo up and spun her around 3 times on the spot. Ah, Brother Su, be careful with the baby. Wang Mingruo clung tightly to him, fearing he might toss her away, completely forgetting that she was a qi refining practitioner. After setting her down, he shared the dimensional coordinates from the last page of the Book of Alchemy. Really? Wang Mingruo's expression mirrored his disbelief as she took the book and looked at the open last page. However, she had not comprehended the Biao symbol and could only see a single name of a dimensional world inscribed in the rune-like glyphs. There were a total of 1,567 dimensions, some with their own names and numbers, while others only bore numbers. Included was the Glinder dimension, also known as the Xuanzhen dimension, with the number T5465. Brother Su, look, the previous page has records about the dimensions, Wang Mingruo pointed out. There must be more details before this. It should start from earlier, Wang Su responded. Now both were immensely interested in the records about the dimensions. Wang Mingruo flipped back, and it wasn't until she reached the 5th page from the end that she found the beginning. There were a total of 5 pages dedicated to the records of the dimensions. Wang Mingruo eagerly began reading word by word, as if uncovering endless treasures within. In the void there exists an infinite array of violent energies, or rather forces. These forces compress, collide, and devour one another, ultimately giving birth to various miracles. Most of these miracles transform into shining stars, which we refer to as worlds. Since each miracle's birth is unique and irreplaceable, every world is one of a kind. The vast Luofu Great World we inhabit is no exception. The Luofu Great World consists of 5 spiral arms, thus divided into 5 domains. The Xuanzhen domain, the Xianming domain, the Jiehe domain, the Xiandao domain, and the Xianhuang domain. The Glinder dimension lies within the Xianhuang domain, which has around 20 trillion such dimensions. However, not all dimensions harbor life, only 1,000th of all dimensions are inhabited, approximately 2 billion in total. Moreover, based on the number of transitions each dimension has undergone, they are classified into 3 tiers. Small dimensions, medium dimensions, and large dimensions. There are also distinctions in strength between dimensions, so each tier is further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower ranks. It is said that some large dimensions rival entire worlds and are referred to as superlarge dimensions, capable of housing hundreds or even thousands of large dimensions. This book contains records of 11,567 dimensions. Small dimensions number 11,423. Medium dimensions total 140. Large dimensions are merely 3. Warning: traveling through medium dimensions or higher carries the risk of being tracked. Please proceed with caution. Upon reading this final warning, neither Wang Su nor Wang Mingruo felt particularly surprised. The Qingyang dimension is a medium dimension with dozens of purple mansion heavenly lords stationed there. It would be strange if they went unnoticed. Besides, for them small dimensions would suffice. Now they needed to determine how far these small dimensions were from the Xuanzhen dimension. As far as he knew, there were only 2 methods to reach other dimensions. One is to sail a flying vessel, and the other is to open a dimensional gate. Traveling via a flying vessel takes a long time, but has no distance limitations, whereas a dimensional gate can only be established around the current dimension, and if the distance is too great, it cannot be built. The benefits are shorter travel time and lower resource consumption. Wang Mingruo flipped back to the last page of coordinates and suddenly noticed something. Brother, so look, these dimension numbers are prefixed with different Glinder letters. Could they represent different dimension groups? Wang Su rushed to look, and if it was indeed as Wang Mingruo suggested, it would save them considerable resources and time. Each dimensional gate consumes a significant amount of resources to establish. If they constructed a gate based on the coordinates and found it couldn't connect to the dimension, it would still consume a lot of resources and time to switch to a different coordinate. It must be the case, when I attempt to establish a gate, I will start with those beginning with the letter T. Wang Su observed that there were 13 different prefixes among the numbers. Let's keep flipping to see if there's a method for building a gate, Wang Su suggested. Although he could attempt to build a gate based on the symbols, having references would be even better. Mingruo nodded slightly and flipped forward, going through several dozen pages until she finally found the method for constructing a dimensional gate. However, the indicated position in the book was still in the later pages, evidently showing that the Book of Alchemy was more substantial than it appeared. Its contents had been spatially folded, making it seem only 2 inches thick. But now was not the time to focus on that. Both were captivated by the text within the book. Dimensional transmission gate can establish a gate between 2 dimensions for dimension traversal. Construction materials: voidstone, star, iron, dimension, meteor, copper, ether, jade, shumi, wood, chi, lian, fire, copper, xian, ice, iron, lapis, lazuli, earth, mother gold, gung, gold, thunderstruck, jujube, wood, core, sun essence, stone, moonlight, marrow, starfall, sand, spirit essence, crystal, fixed voidstone, ground, shrinking vine, dimensional membrane fragments, void beast, fat, Dao, rhythm, jade, causality, silk, temporal, sand, chaos, dust. After reading the required materials, even with some preparation, Wang Su was astonished. This was no ordinary construction of a transmission gate. It was clearly asking for his life. No, even selling himself would not suffice to gather these materials. In this book, the materials listed, voidstone, star, iron, and realm fallen copper, are clearly not ordinary items just by their names. He has some understanding of voidstone. It exists solely within the void as a treasure of the Dao, typically sought only by foundational cultivators who can traverse the void in search of it, and it can be used to open secret realms. At present, the only materials he can acquire are Thunderstrike Jujube, Wood Heart, Sun Essence Stone, and Spirit Essence Crystal. Although many of these are spiritual objects for Qi refinement, this place is exceedingly barren. Even if he had spiritual stones, there would be nowhere to purchase anything. In fact, 99% of spiritual materials in the cultivation world are artificially cultivated or created. For instance, star iron is not meteorite iron from the stars, but rather a spiritual metal nurtured by stellar energy. Realm fallen copper is an even more peculiar product formed from the dissipated energy created when worlds like secret realms, caverns, and planes collapse, which has been artificially collected and infused. However, for cultivators, as long as their realm is sufficient, these materials can be overlooked. Regarding the Dao symbols that Wang Su has comprehended, as long as he is willing to expend his magical power, the 3 symbols of change, transform, and stabilize can resolve most spiritual objects, and with the addition of the Dao symbol, it is as if he possesses the power of creation itself. Moreover, he also holds the 3 symbols of Dao Gate and Realm. Thus, for Wang Su, this plain teleportation gate holds merely reference value, and he would not genuinely use these materials to construct a teleportation gate. How about it, Sugu? Can this teleportation gate be built? Wang Mingruo asked, knowing that Wang Su could create spiritual objects with Dao symbols, hence her question. Wang Su pondered for a moment and replied with confidence, this teleportation array is clearly designed for those who have not comprehended Dao symbols. As long as I have the coordinates, I should be able to craft one by hand without much trouble. Really, Sugu is amazing. Wang Mingruo exclaimed in admiration. Wang Su felt a hint of blush and immediately pulled Wang Mingruo into his embrace, pinching her chubby little face, saying, of course, it's not a difficult task at all. If Ruo can comprehend the Dao symbol, she could do it too. Afterward, he continued, let's not discuss this anymore, it won't be needed for a while. Let's turn to the front of the catalog and see what good things we can find. All right, Wang Mingruo replied, becoming much more obedient as she began to flip through the book from the beginning. The opening of the text recounts the origins of the book. When Darilo was young, he had visited a vast plane group. The cultivators of that plane were known as sorcerers resembling wizards, but far more powerful and aggressive. The sorcerers pursued truth as their goal, continually occupying and invading various planes in pursuit of it. After becoming an apprentice to a starry sky sorcerer in that plane, he gradually made that world his focus. To prevent the Glinder plane from being exposed to the sorcerer's realm, he left behind a legacy in his homeland before severing its ties with the sorcerer's world. This Book of Alchemy is a complete inheritance from a first-level sorcerer apprentice to a starry sky sorcerer. In addition to the methods for crafting 52 types of magical cards, it also includes the techniques for creating sorcerer towers and sorcerer books. However, to pursue the sorcerer path, one must sign a contract with the Sea of Sorcerers at the time of advancing to a formal sorcerer, giving birth to a life-bound technique. From the introduction to the Book of Alchemy, Wang Su could ascertain that a starry sky sorcerer roughly corresponds to the early stage of foundational cultivation. Wang Su was not particularly interested in that path. He was more intrigued by the alchemical techniques. Among the 52 magical cards, or rather alchemical cards, 9 of them were elemental cards capable of connecting to 9 different elemental planes, condensing various spiritual crystals. In Wang's view, this was akin to a money printing machine. The 9 elemental cards are fire, water, earth, wood, metal, wind, thunder, light, and dark. If he could produce all 9 elemental cards, the energy required to construct the realm gate would not pose a problem. After examining the alchemical cards, the two turned their attention to the sorcerer book, which can be regarded as the sorcerer's life-bound treasure or an extension of their existence. The sorcerer book acts as the external brain of the sorcerer. They can inscribe the spells they have learned into it, and during combat, simply provide energy to the sorcerer book to directly cast spells. When a sorcerer's lifespan is exhausted, they can also entrust their souls to the sorcerer book, transforming into a being akin to a spirit. Following this is the Sorcerer Tower, a colossal mobile war machine that integrates defense, living combat, and even planes. It is also the sorcerer's reliance in their conquests. This sorcerer system seems incredibly powerful. They claim to pursue truth, yet all their focus is on fighting, Wang Mingruo remarked after surveying the general content. Wang Su chuckled, isn't that the essence of truth? Just think, they denounce the path to immortality as heretical, yet no one stands up to oppose it. Is it because it is truly right, or simply because they are stronger? Wang Mingruo nodded thoughtfully. Sugu is right, strength is truth. Let's not dwell on this. You need to quickly comprehend the Dao symbols and fully grasp the Dao symbol. You see, without these Dao symbols, we wouldn't be able to utilize these inheritances even if we obtain them. I know, Sugu, I'll completely comprehend the Dao symbol within 2 months at most. Wang Su nodded slightly. As for comprehension, only precious lands can double one's understanding. If Ruo could comprehend a Dao symbol in 2 days, that was already quite fast, considering it is something only foundational cultivators can master. After finishing the Book of Alchemy, Wang Su turned his attention to the last storage bag. Using his spiritual consciousness, he scanned it and found that apart from 2 jade slips, it contained various peculiar items infused with faint spiritual energy, presumably for alchemical use. He took out the jade slips and handed the storage bag to Wang Mingruo, saying, this storage bag contains only these 2 jade slips. The rest are strange alchemical materials. Wang Mingruo took the storage bag, glanced through it, and feeling disappointed, tossed it aside, leaning over to look at the jade slips with Wang Su. Qingyuan Nurturing Vessel Gourd, Water and Fire Nourishing Method. The Qingyuan Nurturing Vessel Gourd can be refined into a nurturing vessel gourd which enhances the power of wooden, earth, and water artifacts by 20 to 30%. The Water and Fire Nourishing Method allows one to consume the water vapor of rivers and the flames of fire. After reading, Wang Su speculated this should be the inheritance from the ancient giant Lu fairy clan. There were no Qingyuan gourds seen in the spiritual fields. Oh, what a pity. Wang Mingruo replied, we can have our disciples keep an eye out in the market. Besides, it's not necessary that we must use the Qingyuan gourd. Wang Su nodded in agreement, his mind already calculating, right now we are not lacking resources. We can set this nurturing vessel gourd aside for the time being. When our disciples grow, they can research it. We can't do everything ourselves. Wang Mingruo nodded in agreement. Date 15th November, year 129653 of the Xianwang calendar. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since returning from the Tianyi Mountains, during which heavy rain continued to pour. Even during daylight, the heavens were shrouded in dark clouds, and the water level of Baiyu Lake had risen by another 10 meters. It remained stable thanks solely to the 30-meter-high flood prevention wall constructed by Wang Su. At this moment, Baiyu Mountain was enveloped by a transparent force isolating it from the rain outside. Wang Su had just finished his cultivation and was sitting alone by the window of the Lingxiao Palace, savoring the sweating hanxia gifted by Wang Mingtu. He gazed out the window, observing disciples either practicing bustling about or covertly slacking off. None seemed affected by the dreadful weather beyond Baiyu Mountain, each engrossed in their own affairs. His heart was surprisingly calm. Looking further, the mist rising from Baiyu Lake was now vibrant and lively, revealing streaks of azure brilliance visible to the naked eye. This rendered the other elements of heaven and earth feeble and uninspired. Today, the four extremes Qi refining array had gathered 10 strands of water vapor, while the other 3 elements had only managed to coalesce 1 each. After taking a sip of the snow tea, Wang Su murmured to himself that place must be nearing the end of the Dao verification process, right? At the entrance of the Beipan gorge, the angry sea lay still. A celestial figure manifested behind the Daoist, revealing a tumultuous, yet serene water phenomenon. The surrounding river vapors coalesced into torrents in the air, clear and vast, reminiscent of the Milky Way. In stark contrast, the angry sea below was calm, with not a ripple to disturb its surface. The Taoist spirit had completely transformed into a primordial spirit wandering through the void and the underworld in search of the Jishui pathway. Above the tumultuous sea, a golden giant's silhouette faintly emerged, watching over the Taoist as he pursued his Dao verification with an invisible presence. This golden figure was none other than the Grand Master Xuanzhen, who naturally came to safeguard his brother during this crucial moment of Dao verification. However, 3 days had passed since Wang Xianyuan entered the void, and he had yet to see any imprint of his true name, instilling a sense of unease in him, an unusual foreboding that often served as a warning for a true master. He contemplated entering the void to check on his brother's condition, but feared disturbing his primordial spirit. Alas, if he hasn't achieved the Dao by tomorrow, I shall venture into the void myself, the golden figure whispered with deep concern. In the realm of the underworld, the desolate gray-black soil stretched endlessly, resembling a barren wasteland. The sky above was muddled and chaotic, presenting a world akin to death itself, with nothing but the gray-black land and murky sky. Suddenly, amidst this desolation, a figure appeared, a Taoist clad in a flowing black robe, his presence conjuring waves of dark water. In an instant, the realm transformed into a world of ink and water. Surely this must be the place, the Taoist said wearily. 3 days prior, after his spirit had fully transformed into a primordial form, he had followed the guidance of the Dao and entered the void. For 3 days he had wandered aimlessly in this vast black and white cloud sea, manipulated like a child at play by the Dao's whims. It was only when his primordial spirit began to feel fatigued that he realized someone was controlling the Jishui Dao, leading him in this purposeless journey within the void, intending to exhaust his spirit and hinder his Dao verification. The one capable of manipulating the Jishui Dao was, of course, a foundational cultivator of this pathway. Someone who could interfere with him undetected for 3 days must be a true sovereign. With this thought, the Taoist's confidence in his impending imprinting of the true name dwindled. Yet time was running out, and he could no longer wait for the next inspiration. He had to make a bold move. With determination in his eyes, he manifested the Jishui phenomenon behind him. Pointing with a finger, the Jishui Dao illuminated brilliantly, breaking free from its restraints and shifted direction towards the abyss of clouds below. It dawned on him that the Jishui Dao did not reside in the void, but in the underworld. Shortly after entering the underworld, the Jishui Dao guided him to a specific location before plunging into the depths of the earth. Then a pillar of profound black light shot up from the ground, reaching into the heavens. The overwhelming power of the Dao swept across the entire underworld, and the associated pathways faintly manifested, resembling the veins of the earth. The Taoist sensed that above the Jishui there were no laws, only a direct connection to the way of water. Simultaneously, he observed that upon the dark pillar were inscribed 7 true names, 6 of which bore the surname Wei. The only foreign name was Luo Wei Shui, yet his true name was dim and lifeless, as if it might vanish at any moment. Upon seeing the true names inscribed on the pathway, he had already deduced the truth. A celestial clan had claimed the Jishui Dao as their own, denying others the opportunity for verification. However, the Wang family was not to be trifled with. The Taoist immediately prostrated himself and proclaimed, "I, Wang Xianyuan, the 11th descendant of the Wang family, seek the protection of our ancestors as I strive for Dao verification today." As his voice echoed, the chaos above dissipated, and a majestic figure descended from the heavens, even influencing the Jishui Dao, causing it to tremble. The towering figure responded with a profound yes, resonating like the voice of the Dao. Hearing the ancestral response filled the Taoist with indescribable joy, bolstering his confidence and solidifying his resolve. He then entered the profound black pillar with his primordial spirit. In the realm of reality, the Taoist's aura began to surge, and the potency of the Tao erupted from within, sweeping across the heavens. The dark water phenomenon behind him enveloped a vast expanse of the angry sky, like a river threatening to overturn the world. As the Tao's power intensified, it seemed that only the Jishui remained sovereign over the universe, with myriad paths bowing in submission. In the depths of the underworld, the Taoist had already imprinted 2 characters, leaving only the character Yuan to complete the process. Yet this final character eluded him, plunging him into a dream woven by the Tao. In this dream, he had successfully verified the Tao nurtured by his ancestors. With reverence pouring in from all directions, he was met with endless opportunities, subsequently attaining the status of heavenly monarch, and through his unparalleled talent carving out his own path to become a master of the way, revered in every realm. Meanwhile, in the underworld, his primordial spirit was gradually becoming one with the Jishui Tao. The majestic figure in the heavens shook its head, sighed, and then disappeared without a trace. With the departure of the grand figure, the Jishui Tao shone brightly, once more connecting heaven and earth, thoroughly transforming the Taoist's submerged primordial spirit into a part of the pathway. In the realm of reality, as the Taoist reached the zenith of his momentum, it suddenly halted. The shadow of the Tao within him surged violently, causing his body to swell and round. Yet the Taoist remained oblivious, his eyes tightly closed. Ultimately, the Taoist's body erupted, and the Jishui phenomenon truly transformed into a cataclysmic deluge, unleashing torrents of water across the land, merging with the angry sea, creating a vast calamity that surged towards the southwestern continent. As he failed, the golden giant in the sky lamented, transforming into a golden-robed Taoist who appeared above the angry sea. With a flick of his sleeve, the deluge born from the Jishui phenomenon was reversed by a fierce wind resembling a rushing dragon, flowing back into the Beipan Gorge, breaking free from the blockade of mountains and once again surging downstream as the angry river. The furious waters returned to their rightful place, transforming once more into rivers. However, the rain from the heavens did not cease. It continued to fall in a gentle drizzle, yet this rain was different from before, imbued with a hint of spiritual energy, cascading upon the once flood-ravaged southwestern lands. This was the aftermath of a failed path to enlightenment, a return to the essence of heaven and earth. After guiding the angry waters back to the gorge, Xuanzhen began his calculations. He sought to determine whether someone had been secretly interfering, thus causing his brother's failure in attaining enlightenment. He produced a cracked turtle shell inscribed with ancient characters and the 8 trigrams, tossing 3 exquisite copper coins into it. Furrowing his brow, he realized that using 3 golden copper coins to deduce the situation of fellow cultivators was somewhat lacking. He then added 3 ghost coins made from mountain flowers into the shell before commencing his divination. The turtle shell trembled 3 times in his hands, emanating a soft golden light. Xuanzhen formed a spell and poured out the 6 coins in succession. The upper hexagram represented Marsh Dui and Fire Li. The lower hexagram depicted Thunder Zhun and Water Can. Fire and thunder devour and harm, clearing away obstacles. The marsh waters entrap, binding themselves in self-made cocoons. The interpretation of the hexagram revealed fortune and calamity have no doors, only the self can invoke them. There is indeed someone obstructing from within, but the ultimate cause of the failure lies within oneself. Alas, the path to enlightenment is arduous, truly challenging indeed. Xuanzhen shook his head and sighed, putting away the now more cracked turtle shell, which promptly vanished from sight. In the grand palace of the Daduan dynasty, Emperor Wang Zhenjun also sensed a change in the water energy, yet there were no celestial celebrations. He involuntarily stepped back as a strange phenomenon erupted behind him, filling him with profound sorrow as he gazed towards the direction of the furious river, whispering in a choked voice, "Father." In the depths of Bayou Mountain, Wang so similarly felt the waning vitality of the water energy, but found no celestial accolades. It seems the one behind the furious waters has likely failed in their enlightenment, he mused, sharing a sense of empathy as he too aspired for the day of enlightenment. However, he soon composed himself, believing firmly that he would not experience failure on his path. After all, he was following the route of boarding first, paying later. If he were to fail, the path of Yuhua might also fade away. With this thought in mind, Wang Su made his way to the alchemy hall. Inside, only Dualia was present, diligently refining elixirs. One could not deny her remarkable talent in alchemy. Previously, Wang Su had challenged her to learn alchemy within 2 months without specifying any penalties. He had assumed that given Dualia's penchant for laziness, even with her talent, it would take her the full 2 months to master the art. To his surprise, she had succeeded in concocting a blood-replenishing elixir in merely 1 month, all while maintaining a leisurely pace. This demonstrated her exceptional alchemical aptitude, arguably superior to his own. He had only achieved success on his first attempt due to being at the qi refining stage, equipped with alchemical techniques and a furnace. Had he attempted to learn alchemy during the spirit gathering stage, it would have taken him almost 2 months to produce any elixir. Master of the Mountain, Dualia greeted with a respectful bow, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes upon his arrival. "It's peaceful here with just you," Wang Su remarked, glancing around. "Is it?" Dualia replied nervously, her expression betraying her as she hurriedly explained, "I was too busy refining elixirs to notice." "Oh." Wang Su leaned closer to the furnace, observing a single herb simmering over gentle heat. It appeared nearly reduced to ash, indicating it had been in the process for quite some time. Yes. Look." Dualia quickly nodded, secretly relieved that she had prepared in advance. Wang Su chose not to call her out, instead stating, "It seems Dualia has a fondness for alchemy." Dualia nodded again, believing she had successfully deflected the deeper implication of his words. Wang Su smiled, gently retrieving a jade slip and lightly tapping it on her head before handing it over. "In that case, I have an alchemical formula I obtained from the market called the Spirit Nurturing Pill, which can cultivate the spiritual energy within the spirit gathering stage body, increasing its absorption rate by 20%. Take it and practice diligently. After half a month, the disciples in the spirit gathering stage may receive 5 spirit nurturing pills monthly for training, and from then on the elixirs will depend on you." "What? No way. Dualia still has to cultivate." She vehemently shook her head, pushing the jade slip back. Wang Su anticipated her refusal and had already prepared a counterargument. "The materials required for the spirit nurturing pill are vitality grass, colorful spirit rice, sun essence flower, and moonlight vine. The essence of this pill is to help refine the body with a spiritual energy infused with vitality. There are no negative side effects. 1 furnace of spirit nurturing pills can yield up to 9 pills. You have half a month to practice." He paused, noticing her growing acceptance, then continued, "After half a month, regardless of how many pills you manage to produce, the sect will only collect 5, the rest will be yours. This pill has no usage restrictions, merely enhancing cultivation speed by up to 20%. This way, Dualia can indulge in her love for alchemy without hindering her training. So what do you think? Master has thoughtfully planned for you, right?" As he spoke, he affectionately patted Dualia's adorable little head. "Master is truly considerate," Dualia murmured, her head lowered, her voice barely a whisper. As the most talented disciple of Baiyu Mountain, Wang Su was quite indulgent towards Dualia, especially her innocent and unguarded nature, which, despite being somewhat mischievous and uninterested in training, was endearing to him. Wang Su allowed her to be herself, even guiding her training according to her strengths. An extraordinary alchemical pill, like the Spirit Nurturing Pill, which had no limits on production, could hardly be found in the market. It was a concoction he had designed based on his understanding of the principles of the Xuanzhen branch, created specifically for her use. Vitality grass, sun essence flower, and moonlight vine were all spirit plants he had cultivated in a blessed land. The vitality grass contained the essence of life, the sun essence flower held the energy of sunlight, and the moonlight vine embodied the essence of the moon. In particular, the vitality grass was considered rare in the realm of Klus. While trained diligently, he advised with a slight nod, giving her head another gentle pat before departing. After leaving the alchemy hall, Wang Su headed directly into the Yuhua sacred grounds. Upon entering, he immediately heard the sulky voice of Wang Mingruo, laced with jealousy. "Oh, is that our esteemed master of the mountain returning? Guiding disciples, I presume." In recent days, he had been engrossed in researching elixirs and nurturing spirit plants, leading her to believe he had stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. She had even set aside her earlier plans to concoct elemental tokens. When she pressed him for explanations, he clarified that his research was specifically to encourage Dualia's cultivation. In Wang Ce's words, it was not solely for Dualia. The elixirs would also benefit children in the spirit gathering stage in the future, serving as early preparation. Facing the jealous Wang Mingruo, he walked over, wrapping her in his embrace, and whispered into her ear in a husky voice, "What are you thinking? Why the jealousy? In my heart, you will always be the most important." Wang Mingruo remained unmoved, continuing to interrogate him. "Are you being so nice to Dualia because you have feelings for her?" Wang Su immediately denied it, feigning innocence. "How could that be? She's so young." Wang Mingruo fixed her gaze into his eyes and said, "Not that young, as she looks about my age. Unless you swear it." "Then I swear. I have absolutely no thoughts about Dualia," he declared, raising his hand in oath. After witnessing his vow, Wang Mingruo reluctantly accepted it, though she remained secretly vigilant. At present, Wang Ce's feelings for Dualia can be described as a simple affection akin to that of an adult towards a well-behaved child. The reason he is so attentive to her is that Dualia has passed Wang Ce's assessments. Ever since his arrival in this world, he has pursued immortality, dreaming of a life filled with beautiful wives and concubines, and ultimately becoming a master in a realm of his choosing. On the day he awakened his past lives' wisdom, he envisioned a life reminiscent of a legendary hero, surrounded by various alluring women. However, the arrival of Wang Mingruo quickly brought him back to reality. Although he had traversed into another world, it was still a realm governed by its own rules where each individual harbored their own thoughts and intentions. His presence would not alter the fundamental nature of this world, and he was devoid of any protagonist halo. Everyone here is their own protagonist, acting according to their own calculations. Thus, while he still harbored desires for multiple wives, he no longer fantasized about the mindless adoration of stunning women, especially those of noble birth. He acknowledged that such chances still existed, yet he realized that hoping for them was unwise. After all, the human heart is inscrutable. Though he may be indulgent, he is equally capable of genuine devotion. Should his sincerity be squandered, he would be the one left hurt. After arriving in the Xuanzhen realm, and swiftly enhancing his strength through the acquisition of Dao principles, he began to feel a sense of detachment leaning towards a singular devotion to the Dao. Fortunately, upon reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement, he started to cultivate the Shaoyang Yuhua, nourishing soul scripture, which gradually enriched his emotional depth. Previously, he maintained a passive approach regarding a partner, neither pursuing nor rejecting. However, as he practiced the soul-nourishing scripture, this mindset began to evolve. Since the human heart is difficult to control, he thought it might be better to nurture affection from a young age. This way, his sincerity would have the greatest chance of not being betrayed. Acknowledging his own hypocrisy, Wang Su consoled himself. Having forsaken the celestial maidens and daughters of noble families, was it unreasonable to allow himself to cultivate a wife? As a transmigrator, his aspirations were already quite modest. Especially after acquiring the Ding Fire divine ability, he found it impossible to settle for just one wife. Suddenly, he felt he was overthinking things. After sharing a tender moment with his sister Ruo, Wang Su made his way to the Xiang cave. He intended to construct 8 additional palaces beside the Fire Crystal Hall. Traveling through the dimensional gate required vast amounts of energy. Therefore, before creating the gate, he needed to produce the remaining 8 elemental tokens. 3 days after the spirit rain began, the month-long downpour finally ceased. Perhaps due to the extended duration of the rain, the sky was now pristine and clear. The mist in the mountains was denser than ever. Under the arrangement of Julie and Clin, all disciples of the spirit-gathering sect held vials and ventured into the mountains to collect mist. Currently, all disciples over the age of 12 at Bayou Mountain had broken through to the spirit-gathering realm. Coupled with the recent recruits in this realm, the number of spirit-gathering disciples had reached 35. However, among these 15 newly admitted disciples, though they were currently external disciples, they could only serve as external elders if they broke through to the Qi refinement realm. In contrast, those who had entered the sect from the beginning could become internal disciples upon breaking through to the Qi refinement realm, or even elders if they reached the 2nd level. Only the true disciples had no explicit requirements yet. Despite Wang Su publicly declaring that the establishment of the sect aimed to disseminate the celestial path and provide opportunities for all to seek enlightenment and truth, it was a sect primarily serving his family. When the interests of the sect clashed with familial concerns, the latter would always take precedence. As the future of the sect, the status and power of true disciples were significant. If they did not prioritize the Wang family, it would only bring about their own troubles. Thus, it was impossible to make the criteria for true disciples explicit. Currently, the only 2 most likely candidates for true disciples were Dualia and Wang Xingyi. Today, the disciples of Bayou Mountain had plenty to attend to. Their first task was to collect the mountain mist, followed by inspections, supervision, and assistance with the post-disaster relief efforts throughout Bayou Kingdom. The reason for prioritizing the collection of mist was simply that it yielded the most contribution points, making it the most worthwhile endeavor. This order of operations was not orchestrated by Wang Su. As the Mountain Lord, his role was merely to issue commands regarding the mist collection and the relief efforts. The specifics of how to execute these tasks were beyond his concern. The number of spirit-gathering disciples at Bayou Mountain was limited, and this decision was made through discussions among Julie, Clin, and the other disciples. However, it was not mandated that they strictly follow this plan. For instance, Clin's family held many significant positions within Bayou Kingdom. Presently, the entire nation was wholly dedicated to disaster relief. Historically, natural calamities often accompanied human misdeeds, and he feared that some family members would succumb to greed amidst the national crisis. Indeed, Clin's concerns were valid. His uncle Philon Roman was currently leveraging his connection as a Bayou Mountain disciple to buy grain from the nobles at low prices under the guise of disaster relief. He would then resell it at a much higher price in his capacity as a disaster relief official. Moreover, to ensure high prices, he hoarded grain, keeping a close watch on the market, insisting that any seller must sell to him first. After all, as a disaster relief official, merchants were obligated to prioritize him. Originally, Philon had worked as an accountant for a noble family under the supervision of a manager overseeing 7 accountants like him. After Qin broke through to the spirit-gathering realm and took charge of the mountain's procurement and administrative affairs, he decided to promote his uncle. Particularly after the establishment of Bayou Kingdom, Qin had pushed Philon into the position of finance minister, competing against the Clays and Mani families. Wang Su welcomed this development, as he preferred competition rather than unity among his subordinates. Though Philon became arrogant, corrupt, and engaged in bribery, he understood the importance of alliances, gathering his fellow accountants from their previous positions. These colleagues were not ordinary commoners. They were either fallen nobility or distant relatives of powerful families. Unintentionally, he had rallied a group of nobles under his banner. With Qin's subtle encouragement, he began to compete against the Clays and Mani families. In no time, he became a prominent figure beneath Bayou Mountain, commanding the respect of thousands. Initially, he used his power to indulge in minor corruption. He thought he would provoke a rebuke from Kellan, but to his surprise, Kellan turned a blind eye to his actions, merely reminding him not to forget the oppression of the other 2 families. Thus, his greed grew with each passing day as he repeatedly tested Kellan's limits. From Kellan's demeanor, he discerned one critical truth: Bayou Shan was utterly indifferent to these mundane affairs. Even when he occasionally inquired, it was Kellan who, from a position of loyalty to the sect, made the decision. After piecing together this piece of information, he sought further verification by probing Kellan several more times. The ultimate outcome, of course, left him overjoyed. Having confirmed the truth of this revelation, he allowed himself to indulge completely. Faced with this disaster, he saw not the destitution and suffering of the common people, but rather an opportunity for the Roman family to surpass the 2 prominent families and ascend to the status of the foremost family in Bayou Kingdom. In Mingjing City, aside from the palace under construction, the most splendid residence belonged to one of the newly risen 3 great families, the Roman family. To demonstrate their loyalty to Bayou Shan, the Roman estate was a vast traditional courtyard of 10 entrances. However, due to the late start of construction, only a portion was completed. Yet even this section was enough to showcase its opulence, rivaling the palace currently being built. At that moment, the Roman mansion was abuzz with activity as Lord Philon was hosting a feast for his subordinates. The banquet hall was filled with music and dance as a group of dancers twirled gracefully, their sheer garments fluttering their waists supple. Long tables on either side were filled with guests raising their cups in lively toasts. Sitting at the head of the table, Philon Roman embraced a lovely maid with one arm, while raising his cup with the other, squinting to observe the revelry. Though over 40, he had maintained himself well, albeit he had become quite portly, with a chin almost resembling a triple layer. "Come everyone, let's drink another toast," Philon proclaimed, his voice booming. The crowd rose in unison, raising their cups in response to Lord Philon. As the wine flowed, the atmosphere grew even more boisterous. A lean, middle-aged man seated at the lower left put down his cup and grinned widely. "Lord Philon, your generosity in this disaster relief is truly remarkable. How much grain have we acquired from those barons in the north?" Philon smiled proudly, pinching the maid's waist as she playfully dodged before responding leisurely, "Not much, just about 30%. 30%. The lean man's eyes lit up. "Doesn't that mean we control 30% of the entire northern grain supply?" "Not just that," a plump man on the right chimed in. "Masket, the accountant for Philon. We've not only secured 30%, but we've also cut off other grain merchants in the market. Want to sell grain? They can only sell to us." "Exactly." Another younger man added with a grin. "I heard that this morning a merchant surnamed Zhou from the south tried to bring a cart of grain into the city, but was stopped at the city gate by our men. He had to sell at our price in the end." The look on his face, tsk. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Philon waved his hand for silence, then said earnestly, "This matter is far from over. Acquiring the grain is just the first step. Next, we must increase its value." Masket immediately responded, "You mean to continue hoarding it?" "Hoarding," Philon replied succinctly. "How much have grain prices risen in the market?" "They've doubled," Masket reported. "The recent floods have destroyed at least 80% of the harvest in the country. At this rate, in another 10 days they could rise by another 50%. 10 days is too slow." Philon set down his cup, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. "Let's send word outside the city claiming that this year's disaster is worse than expected and that the royal relief supplies are insufficient, potentially requiring the requisition of civilian grain. Once this information spreads, grain prices will inevitably soar. The lean middle-aged man hesitated. My lord, isn't that a bit excessive? What if someone investigates? Investigate what? Philon cast him a sideways glance. Who is the relief minister? It's me. Who oversees grain prices? Still me. Who dares to question me? The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter once more. Lord Philon is brilliant. With you at the helm, how can our Roman family fail to prosper? Come, let's toast to the Lord again. Philon laughed, and downed another cup, his face slightly flushed, and began to speak more freely. You all have too narrow a vision. This isn't just about making money, it's about placing the Roman family above those two. The two families he referred to were, of course, the Clay's family and the Monty family. The Clay's family relies on their duke's title to meddle in court affairs. The Monty family is even more ridiculous. They think they can stand on equal footing with us just because old Ross has once shown his face before the immortal Philon snorted coldly. This time both families are sitting idle, refusing to release a single grain from their granaries. Once the disaster passes, the common people will only remember who aided them. By then the Roman family's prestige will easily surpass theirs. The crowd nodded fervently, their eyes alight with eagerness. However, Mascot appeared somewhat worried. My lord, what if those two families decide to act? Especially the Monty family. I've heard that old Ross has considerable connections with the immortals. What's there to fear? Philon waved his hand dismissively. My nephew Kellen is cultivating at Bayushan. He knows the news from the mountain better than anyone. I've asked him. The immortals don't interfere in mundane matters. As long as we don't create a major disturbance or provoke the mountain, we can do as we please. As he spoke, he poured himself another cup of wine, grinning as he continued, besides, even if something goes wrong, can Kellen ignore me? He's my own nephew. With that reassurance, the crowd relaxed and resumed their drinking and toasting. Just as the revelry reached its peak, someone rushed in from outside, leaning close to Philon's ear to whisper a few words. Philon's expression shifted slightly. What is it? Mascot inquired. Philon paused for a moment, gesturing for the dancers to withdraw, and the hall fell silent immediately. Word just arrived that old Ross from the Monty family left early this morning. He paused, and is heading to Bayushan. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. To Bayushan? The lean middle-aged man asked nervously. What does he intend to do? What else could he be doing? Mascot's expression changed. He must be reporting us. Reporting? What could he report? What could he possibly report? Can we keep our grain collection a secret? The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Yet Philon suddenly chuckled. What's there to panic about? Even if he goes to Bayushan, what can he accomplish? But while Kellen is your nephew, he is also a disciple of Bayushan. If they inquire about what? Philon set down his cup, standing to walk to the window, his back to the crowd. I'm collecting grain to aid in disaster relief. Those grain merchants hoarding supplies, I merely pressured them to lower their prices. Even if this matter reaches the heavens, my reasoning stands firm. He turned to face them, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Moreover, with Kellen on the mountain, wouldn't he speak up for us? As long as he stays silent, who could convict us? At last the crowd felt somewhat reassured. Enough, stop overthinking. Philon returned to his seat and lifted his cup. Let us eat and drink. If the sky falls, there are tall men to support it. The Roman family will eventually step over those two and secure the foremost position in Bayou Kingdom. Once again the crowd raised their cups and the atmosphere grew lively once more. Yet this time there was an undercurrent of tension in their laughter. At Bayushan, Ross Monty followed a guiding disciple along the mist-laden mountain path until they arrived before a side hall. Lord Ross, please wait here, I will report your arrival immediately. The disciple respectfully bowed. There's no need for such formality, you just call me Ross, he quickly declined. This disciple had been brought up the mountain by him, and Ross felt a sense of gratitude. He couldn't let himself be seen as a figure of importance. The disciple said nothing further and turned to leave. Standing outside the hall, Ross gazed at the distant hazy silhouette of the Bayou Palace, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. Now the Monty family had firmly established themselves in Bayou Kingdom, with his grandson also cultivating at Bayushan. This had opened a path for the Monty family to pursue immortality, and he had hoped to develop steadily for a few years. Who would have thought that the audacious Philon would dare to take advantage of the disaster to profit? While the immortals do not concern themselves with worldly matters, that is only under normal circumstances. Now all the citizens of Bayou Kingdom awaited aid, yet Philon would shamelessly profit from the national calamity. As he pondered, a figure approached riding on a cloud. It was Kellen Roman. In the Lingxiao Hall, Wang Su extended his spiritual sense, eager to observe how Klin would resolve the situation. When a disciple reported to him before arriving at the hall, Wang Su had already sent a message instructing the disciple to inform Klin while ensuring that his involvement remained confidential. Wang Su paid little attention to the conflicts among the three great families of the secular world. If these families were solely focused on vying for power and profit, their longevity was doomed. This was not due to Wang Ces's inability to tolerate them, but rather a historical inevitability. The disciples currently cultivating in Bayou Mountain could not remain there for a lifetime. Bayou Mountain was quite lenient regarding the entry and exit of disciples in the nascent spirit realm. As long as they repaid twice the resources consumed during their training, they could leave the sect. Yet at present no disciple wished to depart. After all, Bayou Mountain provided a generous stipend each month to its nascent spirit disciples, enough to sustain them for a decade, with just the offerings from Bayou alone. However, for these outer disciples, Bayou Mountain was not their only home. Perhaps by the time they reached their 50s or 60s, realizing their hopes of achieving Qi refinement were in vain, they would repay the sect's kindness and return to the secular world to establish families of cultivators. This could be seen as a natural trend in every cultivation realm, and Bayou country was no exception. Once these nascent spirit cultivators entered the secular world, they would inevitably contend with the nobility for resources, and how could mere mortals compete with cultivators? Bayou Mountain required a continuous influx of celestial resources to thrive, yet Wang Su remained indifferent to secular affairs. This might seem foolish at first glance, but the two matters were not in conflict. With over 2,000 square kilometers of land and a population of just over 5,000 in Bayou country, the celestial resources Wang Su gathered this year were nearly all that the nation had to offer. In the future, Bayou country would provide Bayou Mountain with no more than 6 celestial resources annually, possibly even none at all. Frankly, Wang Su did not care about such meager quantities. To obtain more celestial resources, there were currently 3 options. First, to enhance Bayou Mountain's reputation, to attract resources from other nations, something the mountain was already pursuing. Second, to encourage the current batch of outer disciples to establish families in the secular world once they hit their cultivation bottlenecks. Third, Bayou country could expand outward. However, Wang Su only intended to pursue the first 2 options, as he believed Bayou Mountain was already thriving sufficiently. It is important to remember that the purpose of establishing Bayou Mountain was to liberate the Wang family's disciples from mundane affairs, yet the sole heir of the Wang family was still yet to be born. Ultimately, for Wang Su, a strong Wang family was what truly mattered. Oh, what good was a strong Bayou Mountain if it became too unwieldy? Thus, when he saw Clin approaching Ross, he found it amusing. Upon Ross' entry into Bayou Lake, he had already understood the circumstances leading up to this moment. He was eager to see how Clin would handle the situation. If Clin acted fairly and in accordance with Wang Ces's wishes, he would continue to manage secular matters. However, if he were to protect his uncle at the cost of Bayou Mountain's interests, he would certainly not be entrusted with significant responsibilities in the future. Although Ross was the first to pledge allegiance and had always been obedient to Bayou Mountain, his underlying belief in familial supremacy often skewed his judgment. While he might appear fair and just in his actions, he would ultimately lean towards his family's interests. Phelan's arrogance was perhaps inspired by Ross' tacit support, considering Phelan had a nephew at Bayou Mountain, just as Ross had a relative in the sect, his own grandson. This old fox would strike hard when he decided to act. Ross' arrival at Bayou Mountain to lodge a complaint suggested he believed the timing was ripe. Such behavior bore the hallmarks of a schemer, which displeased Wang Su. Thus, Wang Su intended to thwart Ross' plans and simultaneously test Clin. After receiving the news from his fellow disciple, Clin felt a wave of gratitude, sensing that his usual care had not gone unnoticed. However, he quickly shifted his focus to Ross. Had it been 6 months ago, Ross' visit to Bayou Mountain would not have concerned him, but now with the 3 families embroiled in intense conflict, especially with his own uncle suppressing 2 other families, Ross' appearance seemed suspicious. Nevertheless, secular matters fell under the jurisdiction of the Outer Affairs Peak. Clin had the authority to understand the situation before deciding whether to report it to the Mountain Master. Realizing this, Clin wasted no time and flew down to the foot of the mountain on his white cloud. At the foot of the mountain, Ross awaited Wang Ces's summons. To his surprise, as soon as the disciple entered, he saw Clin descending majestically on a white cloud. Clin stood atop the cloud, looking down with an air of authority, and calmly inquired, "Patriarch Ross, it has been a while. What brings you to Bayou Mountain?" "Clin, what are you doing here?" "I need to see the Mountain Master," Ross replied, sharply taken aback by Clin's audacity in blocking his way. The Mountain Master is occupied with countless affairs. Not every matter warrants his attention. Secular affairs are managed by the Outer Affairs Peak as per sect rules. How could this be disrupted because of you? Clin's tone was resolute, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. As the designated overseer of secular matters for Bayou Mountain, no one understood the Mountain Master's perspective on secular affairs better than Clin. As long as Bayou country's population remained stable, the Mountain Master hardly intervened. This was the confidence that enabled Clin to intercept Ross. Ross hesitated, knowing Qin's position as the overseer of secular matters granted him the right to be informed. If he insisted on directly reporting to the mountain master, it would imply that the master lacked discernment. Wang's authority remained deeply respected in the eyes of the people. Seeing Ross still conflicted, Qin thought to himself that this old man was indeed here to stir up trouble, and he could not allow that to happen. He pressed on, "Is there an urgent matter in the secular world, Ross? If so, please speak quickly to avoid delaying us both and incurring the mountain master's punishment." Sighing, Ross recounted how Qin's uncle had artificially inflated grain prices and hoarded supplies amidst the national crisis, profiting from the hardships of the people. Qin, the food supply is inadequate, and thus all disaster relief measures cannot be enacted. After all, Ross trailed off, glancing at Qin to gauge his reaction, only to find Qin's expression impassive. He continued, "After all, we must first ensure people have enough to eat, right? Now, due to the lack of grain, all measures are stalled. It's nearly December, and without food or shelter, people are dying from hunger and cold every moment." Upon hearing that people were dying constantly, Qin's expression finally shifted. He thought to himself, "This touches upon the mountain master's bottom line. Fortunately, I intercepted that old fox, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable." Qin successfully intercepted that old fox. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. His mind raced as he sought a strategy to cope with the situation. First and foremost, he could not condone this matter. His authority over worldly affairs was merely due to being the eldest among the disciples and possessing talent that placed him in the top tier. There were indeed capable individuals surpassing him, such as Mo Tai, who managed the Bayou Pavilion in the bazaar, Julie, who oversaw various matters of the sect, Ophelia, who worked at the Spirit Herb Peak, and that rascal Ross, who managed the Spirit Beast Peak with great efficiency. Their administrative skills were not inferior to his. It was merely that each of these places had an elder in charge of qi refining, relegating them to minor roles, while they ensured everything was well organized for those elders. Their jealousy over his management of worldly affairs had long since peaked, especially among the noble-born Ophelia and Nerad de Monte. His initial support for his uncle's disputes with other families was merely to reassure the Mountain Lord. After recognizing the Mountain Lord's disinterest in worldly matters, he had contemplated reigning in his clan, but realizing the Mountain Lord was detached from the mundane, he allowed his clan to develop freely. But he never expected his uncle to be so reckless as to take lives during such turbulent times to amass wealth from national calamities. He bore a substantial part of the responsibility for failing to manage his family properly. At present, the priority was to contain the damage. With that thought, Qin raised his gaze toward the distant direction of Mingjing City, then turned back to Ross, saying, "Deacon Ross, the situation is urgent. I must take my leave." With that, he summoned a white cloud and departed toward Mingjing City. "Why you?" Ross looked up, wanting to say something, but saw Qin already disappearing into the distance, leaving him feeling both indignant and a twinge of regret. Not only was his plan thwarted, but he also felt envy for the celestial being's capabilities. Qin rode the white clouds swiftly, the mountains and rivers below retreating at an astonishing pace. His expression was grave as his mind raced to devise a plan. Phylon was his own uncle, a fact that could not be changed. Yet precisely because of this, he could not shelter him. The Mountain Lord entrusted him with worldly affairs out of trust. If he could not discern right from wrong in such critical matters, then his position would be at an end. Thinking of those peers who might be more capable, yet remained on the periphery, Qin's heart tightened. Although Ophelia had joined later, she was naturally gifted at managing affairs, capable of streamlining the chaotic tasks at the Spirit Herb Peak with ease. And Nerad, with the multitude of spirit beasts at the Spirit Beast Peak, had never caused a problem. Who wouldn't envy his position as the deacon of the External Affairs Peak? If he mishandled this situation and allowed others to seize upon it. Qin shook his head, refusing to dwell further. The urgent task at hand was to extinguish the flames. As for what would come after, that would wait. In Mingjing City, at the Roman residence, the banquet continued, though the atmosphere had lost its earlier vigor. Since hearing of Ross's ascent to Bayou Mountain, everyone felt a sense of unease. Phylon, however, remained oblivious, still embracing the serving girls and drinking merrily. To him, with Qin at Bayou Mountain, the sky itself would not fall. Master Marsky leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Should we perhaps exercise some restraint?" What if what? Phylon shot him a sidelong glance. "What kind of person is my nephew?" "He's the deacon of external affairs appointed by the Mountain Lord. He oversees all worldly affairs of Bayou Nation. As long as he speaks, who can touch us?" Marsky wanted to argue further, but was abruptly interrupted by a commotion outside. "What's happening?" Phylon frowned. A servant stumbled in, breathless, "A master." Outside, someone is riding in on a cloud. Riding a cloud. Phylon froze, his expression shifting drastically. He pushed aside the serving girl, standing unsteadily. Before he could take more than a few steps, he saw a figure stride in from the hall. It was Clin. The hall fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible. Everyone stared at the young disciple of Bayou Mountain, scarcely daring to breathe. In their usual arrogance, they had relied on Phelan's influence to act shamelessly, yet now faced with a celestial being, they shrank back like quails. Clin's gaze swept over the crowd before settling on Phelan's face. "Uncle, I have something to discuss with you." His tone was calm, yet Phelan sensed an unusual undertone in that calmness. "Clin, what brings you here?" Phelan forced a smile. Come, sit down. Let me have someone prepare some wine for you." "No need," Clin interrupted. "Find a quiet place." Phelan's face stiffened as he glanced at the silent subordinates around them, an ominous premonition stirring within him. He waved his hand. "Everyone leave." The crowd dispersed as if released from a great burden, the dancing girls hurriedly exiting with their heads bowed. Soon only the two of them remained in the hall. "Clin, what is it?" Phelan ventured cautiously. "Did that old Ross say something at the mountain?" "Don't listen to his nonsense. That old fool is full of schemes and wants to ruin our Roman family." "Uncle." Clin regarded him with a complex expression. "I have a few questions. Answer me honestly." Phelan's heart sank, yet he replied, "You can ask. How could I deceive you?" "How much grain have you collected for the disaster relief?" Phelan's eyes flickered. "Not much, just help the court collect a bit." "How much?" Phelan felt irked by the aggressive tone, but seeing Clin's expressionless face, he relented. Around 30%. 30% of all the baronial territories in the north." "Yes." "Have you cut off the supplies of other grain merchants?" "Yes." "How much grain do you currently stockpile?" Phelan swallowed hard. "Just enough for the entire nation to last 2 months." Clin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. 2 months. What does it mean for an entire nation's grain to be held in one person's hands? "Uncle," he opened his eyes, his voice hoarse, "do you know what the situation outside is like now?" Phelan opened his mouth, but couldn't respond. "The common people have no food, no shelter. Every moment people are dying from hunger and cold." Clin enunciated each word carefully. "And what are you doing?" "Drinking, watching performances, embracing, serving girls, scheming to raise grain prices even higher." Phelan's face changed, but he stubbornly retorted, "I'm doing this for the Roman family. Without me, how could our family compete with those two?" "Clin, you mustn't forget, if it weren't for me, could you cultivate in peace at Bayou Mountain?" Clin looked at him, suddenly feeling weary. He knew his uncle was greedy, knew he was arrogant, but he never anticipated his uncle would be foolish to this extent. "Uncle," he spoke slowly, "do you think Bayou Mountain ignores worldly matters?" Phelan paused, thinking it was because they didn't care. "It is not from indifference," Clin said, looking him in the eye. "It is because I have managed the worldly affairs without troubling the mountain lord. Because I am prudent, because I know when to advance and retreat, because I do not bring trouble to the sect." Clin's voice grew colder. But now, Phelan began to realize the gravity of the situation. "Clin, well, what do you intend to do?" "I am your own uncle." "I know." Clin looked at him. "That's why I'm here." He paused for a moment, then continued, "If someone else were to handle this, uncle, what do you think the outcome would be?" Phelan's face turned pale. "If the mountain lord were to intervene, personally your life would be forfeit," Clin stated firmly. "The Roman family would also not survive." Phelan's legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel. "Clin, you can't abandon your uncle. I was the one who held you as a child." Clin did not respond. He turned away from Phelan, remaining silent for a long time. "Not a single grain can be left." His voice came through firmly. "All of it must be handed out for disaster relief at pre-disaster prices." Phelan opened his mouth, wanting to protest, but Clin's next words silenced him. "If you refuse, I will leave now. Ross is still waiting below. He is more eager to meet the mountain lord than I am." Phelan completely wilted. "Two will listen to you." Clin turned back to him, looking into his eyes. "And after the disaster relief ends, you must relinquish your position as finance minister." "What?" Phelan's eyes widened in shock. "Clin, are you mad? I am your own uncle. If I step down, how can our Roman family compete with those two?" Clin shook his head. "Uncle, do you think Ross the old fox only came to report now?" Phelan blinked, confused. "He has been waiting." Clin met his gaze. "Waiting for you to make a mistake, to escalate things, to provoke the mountain lord's anger. At that time, you wouldn't need him to act. You would destroy yourself. Do you think he is targeting you?" "Wrong, he is targeting me. As long as I am removed as the deacon of external affairs, his grandson, Nerod, will have a chance to take over." Phelan's expression shifted as he finally grasped the seriousness of the situation. "Then what should I?" "Step down, save your life." Clin looked at him. "Having you in the Roman family is either a blessing or a curse, you know that well. If you wish to live, you must obey me. If you don't." He left the thought unfinished, but the implication was clear. Phelan remained silent for a long time before finally nodding dejectedly. "I understand now." Clin regarded him, feeling a tumult of emotions within. He knew his uncle was unwilling, but there was no other way. Someone had to bear the consequences. His uncle was the mastermind behind this. He could not escape. For now, being stripped of his position without losing his life was already a kindness from him as a nephew. An hour later, the order to open the granaries and distribute grain from the Roman residents was communicated. A small nation has its advantages. As soon as the order was given, carts of grain were swiftly transported from the granaries. Under Clin's direction, they could be delivered to disaster relief points across the nation within a day. The news spread quickly. Those grain merchants who had been suffocated under Philan's thumb were dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. What is going on? The Roman family is opening the granaries. How is that possible? That old scoundrel Philan would actually be so generous. Some quickly inquired further and learned that the Roman family was using all their hoarded grain for disaster relief priced at pre-disaster rates. Everyone exchanged glances, unable to believe it was true. But the grain was indeed being released. It couldn't be faked. News of this reached the Clays and Monty families, leaving their leaders in silence. The Duke of Clays, after hearing the report, remained quiet for a long time before finally sighing. Clin is indeed quick to react. Meanwhile, Nerod, who was gathering mist, felt his expression shift, followed by a bitter smile. Brother Clin is indeed decisive. He understood that his grandfather's plan had failed this time. Yet for some reason, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. Baiyu Mountain Lingxiao Palace. Wang Su withdrew his spiritual awareness, a faint smile gracing his lips. Clin's reaction was swifter and more decisive than he had anticipated. Ever since he realized that his strength might be exposed, he had revealed his perfected Qi refining stage 3 spiritual sense, monitoring an area of 280 miles around him. Almost the entire Baiyu kingdom lay within his perceptive reach. Thus, he had long been aware of Phelan's grain hoarding activities and was fully cognizant of Ra's intentions in ascending the mountain. The reason he refrained from intervening directly was to observe how Clin would handle the situation. It seemed that the young man had not disappointed him. His decisive action in sacrificing his uncle's position indicated a strong moral compass, knowing what was right to do and what was not. Wang Su was also pleased that Clin chose not to deal with Phelan. This demonstrated that in his heart familial ties ranked above power and ambition. Should he have acted with great righteousness to eliminate a relative, Wang Su would have thought less of him. In this cruel world, the notion of loving the people like one's own children, or that righteousness surpasses familial ties, often masked deeper desires and ambitions. As for that old fox Ross, Wang Su shook his head. The old man was too scheming, always looking to use others as tools. It was perhaps a good thing that he faced a setback this time to learn a lesson. However, these were merely minor interludes. Wang Su found Wang Mingruo, who was in meditation, and discussed the forthcoming matters with her. Sister Ruo, the rain has stopped. It has been 9 days since the fall of Tianyi Mountain. The outside world should have reacted by now. Should we not seize the opportunity to conquer the Julu kingdom? No one could resist the allure of such a tempting prize, and now it was a matter of strength, something Baiyu Mountain possessed. Wang Mingruo, who had been contemplating a talisman, set down the Book of Runi and considered carefully before speaking. The forces bordering the Julu kingdom include the Baiyu kingdom to the north, Huandi to the northeast, Haishimen to the southeast, Yugua to the south, Qingyun Sect to the southwest, Xingnan Kingdom to the west, and Qing Kingdom to the northwest. Among them, the Du family of Xingnan Kingdom has already been eliminated by Brother Su. Huandi is too preoccupied with its own issues. Haishimen is focused on their insect path cultivation and hardly manages their own territory. Thus, the only ones truly eyeing the Julu Kingdom are Qing Kingdom, Qingyun Sect, Yugua, and us. Wang Su concluded, aligning with Ruo's thoughts. Wang Mingruo nodded and added, however, Xingnan Kingdom has now become a leaderless land bordering Qing Kingdom, Qingyun Sect, and Binjia Kingdom. Perhaps we could collaborate with Yugua to pressure Qing Kingdom and Qingyun Sect for discussions. Together we could divide the Julu Kingdom while Binjia Kingdom and they could share Xingnan Kingdom, maintaining a non-intrusive stance. Qing Kingdom might agree, as they only have one Qi refining practitioner. But Qingyun Sect, publicly boasting 5 Qi refining practitioners, may not concur. Wang Su had some understanding of Qingyun Sect. Its leader was named Zhang Bufan, a descendant of the Wang family, who had adopted his mother's surname due to internal conflicts within the Wang clan. He did not possess a strong sense of belonging to the Wang family and established Qingyun Sect upon arriving in the Gru Kingdom, genuinely recruiting disciples. The Qi refining stage welcomed all comers, and now there were 5 visible Qi refiners. It was likely that Qingyun Sect harbored ambitions for both the Julu and Xingnan kingdoms. Wang Mingruo said, that is why we must pressure them together with Yugua, right? Wang Su inquired again, oh, how do we apply this pressure? Currently, the outside world likely speculates that you are a high-level Qi refining practitioner, so let us play into their assumptions, she suggested. Are you implying we should reveal a strength at Qi refining stage 4? Wang Su frowned. Wang Mingruo shook her head, clarifying, not at all. We only need to showcase our Qi refining stage 3 strength. The surrounding forces will naturally speculate that we possess Qi refining stage 4 capabilities. This way others will assume we are at Qi refining stage 4 rather than suspecting us of being practitioners of the 5th stage. Wang Su nodded in agreement with her reasoning. Typically, a Taoist spirit mechanism could only support one Qi refining practitioner to break through to stage 4. This was not due to a lack of strength in the spirit mechanism, but rather because low-level Qi refiners could not fully absorb the Taoist principles within the spirit mechanism. Thus, even with the aid of a spirit mechanism and a 9-inch spiritual root, the highest he could reach was Qi refining stage 4. Ordinary Qi refining formations could only accelerate the cultivation speed for those at stage 3 and below. Only precious lands and Taoist principle lands could enhance the cultivation speed beyond stage 3. Therefore, at Qi refining stage 4, one could only cultivate slowly and progress would inevitably decelerate. It would not be possible to reach Qi refining stage 5. Hence, if he merely displayed a Qi refining stage 3 cultivation, the outside world would only believe him to be at stage 4, unable to fathom that he could establish a Taoist principle land using the nascent Yuhua Dao principles and directly give rise to attribute light. Wang Su found Wang Mingruo's analysis quite sound and gestured for her to continue. Previously, when Wang Mingruo had not broken through to Qi refining, most significant decisions at Baiyu Mountain were made solely by him. At that time, he subconsciously thought that since Ro was still in the spirit-gathering realm, he could make these decisions alone, simply informing her afterward. He had not realized that Wang Mingruo was also a master of Baiyu Mountain and possessed half of the decision-making power. After she broke through to the Qi refining realm, he began discussing many major matters with her, seeking her opinions, and only then did he come to this realization. Wang Mingruo pondered for a moment and said, "Let us first contact Yugua. Once we reach a consensus, we can draft a proposal infused with the aura of Qi refining stage 3 to present to Qing Kingdom and Qingyan Sect. All right, I will write a letter for my disciple to take to Yugua. We should receive a response swiftly." However, Wang Su scratched his head, a sheepish smile on his face, finding it difficult to continue. Wang Mingruo covered her mouth and laughed. "What is it?" Wang Su answered shyly. "It's just that doesn't this imply that Du Yun and Liu Bang were both killed by me?" Wang Mingruo shot him a look, replying, "Do you think that by not mentioning it Wang Jinshu won't guess?" Then, before Wang Su could finish, Wang Mingruo continued, "Seizing opportunities relies on one's own capability. Du Yun and Liu Bang were caught right under her nose. If you manage to capture them, it reflects your skill, and the opportunity should rightfully belong to us." Understanding her point, he refrained from arguing and decisively stated, "Good, I will write the letter now. The die is cast. I trust that Wang Jinshu as the ruler will make the right choice, given her humanistic values." With that, Wang Su left the Yuhua treasure land and took out a jade slip inscribing his thoughts regarding the distribution of the Julu kingdom within. Just as he considered summoning his disciples, he suddenly recalled Wang Jinx's figure and thought it best to write an apology letter as well to avoid leaving her with the impression of Baiyu Mountain's tyranny. Thus, after a while, Wang Su finally completed both letters. Scanning Baiyu Mountain with his spiritual awareness, he found that most of the spirit-gathering disciples were absent from the sect. The only clever ones present were Ophelia from the Spirit Plant Peak and Nerod from the Spirit Beast Peak. Ophelia's full name was Ophelia Chris, hailing from a baronial family, although it seemed she had fallen out with them and had not contacted them since entering Baiyu Mountain. Tall and striking, she possessed a physique that belied her 18 years, appearing more like a woman in her 30s. With flowing golden hair and a curvaceous figure, her demeanor was gentle and serene. In the mountain, she was unassuming and non-competitive, though her aptitude was lacking. Having a 2-inch spiritual root, she assisted in managing the spirit plants in the Spirit Plant Peak. Wang Su's own cultivation had indeed slowed down, and now, every time he saw a beautiful person, he felt inclined to bestow responsibilities upon them. Thus, he summoned Ophelia, handed her the jade slip, briefly explaining the matter, and instructed her, "You must personally deliver these 2 letters to the ruler of Yugua. Do not entrust them to others." Ophelia respectfully replied, "Yes, I will remember, master." Wang Su nodded slightly, then produced 2 jade talismans and handed them to her. "These are the Gold Split Talisman and the Earth Elemental Armor Talisman. Keep them for self-defense. Consider it your reward for this journey." Ophelia looked up with surprise, and her apricot eyes somewhat hesitant. Yugua was not far, as she could reach it in half an hour on her white cloud. However, the reward was rather generous. The Earth Elemental Armor Talisman was equivalent to an ordinary magical artifact. The Mountain Master wouldn't be. No, Ophelia shook her head. If he truly had ulterior motives, he would have acted when she entered the sect 6 months ago. There was no need to wait until now. Seeing her shake her head, Wang Su asked, "Do you not want it?" Ophelia snapped back to reality and quickly responded, "No. I will obey and ensure the task is completed." Wang Su nodded. "Then I take my leave." Noticing Wang Su had no further instructions, Ophelia bowed and withdrew. The Kingdom of Yu is undoubtedly the most unique nation within the entire territory of Kalusai. Its sovereign Wang Jinyu practices the way of humanity. The more people she governs, the faster her cultivation and humanistic fortune progresses. Thus, after establishing the Kingdom of Yu, she gradually confiscated the estates of the nobility and exterminated their families. The term Kingdom of Yu is an external designation. Within its borders, the common folk refer to themselves as Yuting. According to the classifications of the humanistic dynasty, the kingdom can be further divided into 4 ranks: Ting, Guating, and Chao. Within Ting, there are small and large divisions. Gua encompasses prefectures and upper kingdoms. Ting is also known as Upper Ting or Royal Ting. Chao is divided into dynasties and celestial courts. With a population of 800,000, you can be considered a large Ting. Once Wang Jinyu declared herself the lord of the Ting and established Yu Ting, she focused on improving the lives of her people. She first abolished the system of slavery, then redistributed land so that everyone had their own fields to cultivate. The next steps involved establishing academies to enlighten the populace and expand the territory. To recruit the needed talent for the academies, she had dispatched envoys to the 3 major dynasties, offering high official salaries to lure individuals. In this world, as long as those in power are willing, there is no shortage of capable administrators. As for expansion, inside the Yu Palace in the Muhua Hall, Wang Jinyu gazed northward, her expression slightly tense. 9 days had passed since the battle at Tianyi Mountain, yet there had been no news from Lubang. Additionally, Du Yun from Wanyue Mountain was also missing, leading her to suspect that both had been slain by Wang Su. Reflecting on this, her expression darkened. Although she possessed a 7-inch spiritual root, her gains in fortune had not enhanced her cultivation. Currently, her true strength was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, barely able to contend with a 2nd-level practitioner through the use of magical artifacts and techniques. During the Tianyi Mountain battle, the humanistic divine ability she wielded, Tianxian, drained the fortune of Yu Ting with each invocation. That single conflict had consumed half of Yu Ting's fortune, and it would take at least 1.5 years for it to recover. Her cultivation speed had also barely reaching the pace of a 9-inch spiritual root. All she had obtained was a damaged formation and some spiritual plants and materials. Thus, to compensate for the lost fortune, she had to stake a claim on the territory of the giant Lu Kingdom. As she pondered, the hall doors suddenly opened. A palace maid entered silently, and upon approaching, Wang Jinyu respectfully bowed and said, "My lord, there is a celestial maiden outside riding on white clouds who claims to be sent by the master of Baiyu Mountain to meet you." "How fortuitous that she arrives just as we speak of her," Wang Jinyu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Let her in." "Yes," the maid replied before respectfully retreating. Upon arriving at the Yu Palace, Ophelia retracted her white clouds and, guided by the palace maid, made her way to the Muhua Hall. Inside, the air was fragrant with incense and soft veils adorned the space. Wang Jinyu sat at the head of the hall, clad in a deep black robe with golden embroidery, a jade belt cinching her waist, and her hair styled high with a white jade hairpin adorning it. Her countenance was serene, exuding an air of unyielding authority despite her youthful appearance. She radiated the demeanor of one who has long held power, the kind that can determine life and death with a mere word. As the hall doors slowly opened, sunlight streamed in, casting elongated shadows of Ophelia as she stepped inside. She raised her gaze, slightly meeting Wang Jinyu's profound eyes. A chill ran through her, and she immediately clasped her hands in greeting, neither bowing too low nor standing too tall, saying, "I am Ophelia, disciple of Baiyu Mountain, here to pay my respects to the Lord of Yu Ting on the master's behalf." Her voice was soft yet distinctly clear. Wang Jinyu did not respond immediately. She simply regarded Ophelia, her gaze sweeping slowly from her face to her robes, her hands, and the subtly trembling lashes as Ophelia bowed her head. Though her gaze was not piercing, it evoked an inexplicable feeling of being seen through. After a moment, Wang Jinyu lazily spoke, tinged with amusement. "No need for excessive formalities." Ophelia rose as instructed, still keeping her head bowed, not daring to meet Wang Jinyu's eyes. Wang Jinyu picked up a teacup, took a delicate sip, and casually inquired, "How is your master these days?" The casual inquiry tightened Ophelia's heart. Sensing the underlying tension, she felt it wise to get straight to the point. "In response to the Lord, my master is well. I have come to present 2 letters." As she spoke, she retrieved 2 jade slips from her sleeve and offered them with both hands. The palace maid stepped forward to accept them, respectfully presenting them to Wang Jinyu. Wang Jinyu took the slips and used her spiritual sense to probe the first one. After a moment, a faint smile graced her lips, revealing a hint of meaning. "Your master is quite forthright," she remarked, glancing at Ophelia. "What else did he say?" "In response to the Lord, the master has conveyed everything in the letter," Ophelia replied. Wang Jinyu remained non-committal and shifted her focus to the second letter. This time she took longer to read, her brows slightly furrowing in contemplation. It was an apology from Wang Su. While it appeared he had put some effort into it, to her it seemed merely an attempt to shift blame after circumstances had unraveled. After reading, she set the 2 jade slips down and looked at Ophelia with a more scrutinizing gaze. "Does your master have any further words for you to convey?" Ophelia pondered. It seemed her master had not instructed her to convey anything specific. However, given the expression of the sovereign, it would be unwise to admit that nothing had been said. Fortunately, the jade slips did not prevent her from reading their contents, and she had already gleaned some insights from them. Taking into account her master's stance and the contents of the letters, Ophelia replied, "The master only said that regarding the matter of the giant Lu kingdom, he wishes to discuss it with you. If an agreement can be reached, by Yu kingdom is willing to ally with Yu Ting to advance and retreat together." Advance and retreat together. Wang Jinyu chuckled lightly, her tone playful. He certainly knows how to phrase things. Standing, she walked to the window. Sunlight filtered through the ornate window frame, casting mottled shadows across her figure reminiscent of a neighborly older sister. With her back to Ophelia, her voice suddenly turned cold. "As for the benefits your master gained from the Tianyi Mountain battle, I shall not inquire. However, you must tell him this." Wang Jinyu turned to face Ophelia, her gaze piercing. In that instant, the air in the hall seemed to still, the Empress' imposing presence becoming palpable. "Yu Ting must claim the lion's share of the territory of the giant Lu kingdom." Ophelia felt a shiver run through her, but dared not retort, merely bowing her head in silence. Wang Jinyu returned to her seat, resuming her leisurely demeanor as she lifted her teacup. "The territory of the giant Lu kingdom is divided by Tianyi Mountain. The north belongs to Baiyu Mountain, while the south belongs to Yu Ting." She raised her eyes to meet Ophelia's, a smile gracing her lips. "These are my conditions. You may convey to your master that if he agrees, Yu Ting is willing to form an alliance with Baiyu Mountain to advance and retreat together. If he does not..." She paused, leaving the implication hanging in the air, clear as day. Ophelia took a deep breath and respectfully replied, "Yes, I will convey it accurately." Wang Jinyu nodded slightly, and then asked, "What is your full name?" Though Ophelia felt puzzled, she answered respectfully, "Ophelia Chris." "Ophelia." Wang Jinyu savored the name, suddenly breaking into a smile. "What a lovely name. Your master certainly knows how to choose his emissaries." She scrutinized the woman before her. Tall and voluptuous, with tousled golden hair exuding a gentle yet unyielding poise, radiating a maternal glow. Such a woman would attract attention wherever she went. "Are you accustomed to life in Baiyu Mountain?" she suddenly asked. Ophelia paused slightly before responding, "The master treats his disciples very well." Wang Jinyu noted the sincerity in her expression and nodded, extinguishing her intent to recruit her. Raising her teacup, she gently blew on the surface and spoke in a dispassionate tone, "Very well, you may return. Tell him I await his reply." "Yes, I take my leave." Ophelia bowed once more and slowly exited the Muhua Hall. As the doors closed behind her, silence returned to the hall. Wang Jinyu held her teacup, her gaze settling on the 2 jade slips as she recalled the figure of that man from that night. After a long pause, she murmured to herself, "Wang Su, truly formidable." She rose and walked to the window, once more looking toward the north where the direction of Tianyi Mountain faintly appeared. "Bring me someone." "Yes," a palace maid responded as she entered. "Send out a decree to summon the ministers. We shall convene for a morning council tomorrow." "Understood." The maid withdrew, leaving Wang Jinyu alone in the hall. She gazed at the sinking sun outside, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. Dividing the territory of the giant Lu kingdom by Tianyi Mountain, with the north belonging to Baiyu kingdom and the south to Yu Ting. This condition should be agreeable to Wang Su. After all, he was the greatest beneficiary of the Tianyi Mountain battle. However, she sought more than just the land south of Tianyi Mountain. The path of cultivating humanistic fortune demanded that she continuously expand outward. Yet her greatest obstacle might well be Wang Su. Currently, he had taken a significant lead and might establish his foundation before her. The Dharma image manifesting behind Wang Jinyu served as her confidence in unifying the Kulisai mountain range, a Dharma image only comprehensible to those of the 7th level of Qi refinement. At the summit of Baiyu Mountain, within the Lingshao Palace, Ophelia returned on her white cloud after a brief hour and a half. Inside the palace, she recounted her mission of delivering a message in meticulous detail. Wang Su nodded slightly, acknowledging her prompt adaptability. You did quite well, he said. However, next time you deliver a message, do not feel so constrained. Our Bayou Mountain is unlike the Yu Kingdom. The size of territory is merely a decorative flourish for us. Yes, Mountain Master, Ophelia replied respectfully, though inwardly, she could not suppress her thoughts. It's easy for you to say that. The majesty of the court master stifled one's spirit. How could I possibly relax? Wang Su retrieved 2 jade tablets inlaid with gold and emerald from his sleeve and handed them over. This is the agreement in duplicate. Please make another trip. He paused and informed the Yu court master that we have consented to use Tianyi Mountain as the boundary. Once she completes the agreement, you will deliver 1 copy to the sovereign of the Qing Kingdom. As Ophelia took the jade tablet, her fingertips brushed against the smooth surface, and she sensed a terrifying pressure emanating from within. It was the aura of a perfected Qi refinement stage, like a slumbering beast poised to strike. A chill ran through her. This was the Mountain Master's strength. Surely with this pressure alone, he could easily subdue her. Wang Su glanced at the sky, noting the sun would soon set in a few hours. He instructed, all right, you may go now. Be swift in your return. With Tianyi Mountain as the boundary, Bayou Mountain could only claim 1/3 of the territory of the Jilu Kingdom. However, given that he had indeed gained significant advantages and that the territory held little value for Bayou Mountain, agreeing with Wang, Jin Yu was inconsequential. After completing these tasks, Wang Su intended to return to his cave dwelling to craft elemental talismans. Yet he sensed that Julie was approaching, indicating she had matters requiring his decision as Mountain Master. He thus paused, for he generally spent his time either in cultivation or feigned cultivation, making his appearances rare. Wang Ce's rare moments of leisure were indeed for rest, not for managing the affairs of the mountain. After all, in the path of immortality, if one's time was consumed entirely by responsibilities rather than cultivation, what good would that be for his practice? He remained detached from worldly matters, which was a significant reason for his focus. This particular instance arose because the rain had ceased, allowing him some time to address matters concerning the Jilu Kingdom. Although Wang Mingruo could manage things, she was even busier than Wang Su. Since her pregnancy, Ruo had become considerably more laid-back and tranquil. Apart from her rigorous cultivation, she needed to quickly grasp the way of talismans, yet her comprehension was not as sharp as Wang Ce's, leaving her with even less free time. The disciples often remarked that it was more challenging to see their revered teacher after he broke through to the Qi refinement stage than to see the Mountain Master himself. Ultimately, both had placed Bayou Mountain lower on their priorities. Once the resources for cultivation were no longer lacking, they regarded Bayou Mountain as a foundation for their children. Maintaining the status quo sufficed. Cultivation remained the foremost priority. Thus, in the division of the Jilu Kingdom's territory, they did not invest much thought. They would merely send a disciple to convey a message and allow the worldly nobles to delineate boundaries, taking over the lands north of Tianyi Mountain. The doors of Lingxiao Palace stood wide open, signaling that Wang Su had some time to spare. Early that morning, Julie had gone to collect mist. As a senior disciple assisting in managing sect affairs, she could have avoided the task, but for her, gathering mist was an additional source of income. A morning's labor could yield her a contribution point, a worthwhile endeavor. It was known that her current monthly sect stipend amounted to merely 10 contribution points. While this stipend was not low and comparable to what external Qi refiners earned in a month, who would ever complain about having more contribution points? Having returned from her mist collection upon noticing the open doors of Lingxiao Palace, she hurried to report her findings. Julie was pragmatic. As soon as Ophelia departed, she strode in briskly. Seeing Wang Su waiting at the desk, she wasted no time in bowing respectfully and said, Mountain Master, the business at the market is expanding rapidly. We are struggling to keep up with the supply of spiritual herbs and beasts. If this continues, other forces may claim our share. Moreover, Minjing Earth Sect has opened an Earth Masters building in the market, effectively seizing our business of Qi refinement formations. Just as Julie was about to continue, Wang Su interrupted her. What is the pricing of their Qi refinement formations? Their prices are comparable to ours, around 6,000 spiritual stones, but their formation quality is superior and they offer installation services. Wang Ce's expression remained unchanged. If it is a matter of fair competition, then we need not intervene. After all, we might not even sell a single formation in a month. As for the spiritual herbs and foods, let's take it slow. Compared to the quantity of goods those scattered cultivators value, reputation and safety. So long as Bayou Pavilion does not engage in underhanded dealings, and as the spiritual herb peak and spiritual beast peak develop, customers will naturally return. In the initial stages of the market's establishment, various opportunities arose, often accompanied by cutthroat situations. Wang Su dismissed these opportunities, which solidified Bayou Pavilion's reputation as the best in the market. This ensured that even if their products were at fair prices or slightly more expensive, many cultivators preferred to purchase from Bayou Pavilion. Is there anything else? Wang Su inquired. Julie pondered for a moment before responding, yes, one more thing. Recently, a group of dwarves has arrived from the Wuming mountain range. Dwarves? Wang Su's interest was piqued. They are said to have migrated from the Grey Ridge Mountains, Julie explained. The recent flood submerged their underground homes, so they relocated en masse to the Wuming mountain range. Oh, what was the response from Huangping Prefecture? At first they intended to claim them, Julie replied. However, those dwarves are quite peculiar, declaring that dwarves shall never be slaves. Before Huangping Prefecture could react, they burrowed a sprawling underground city beneath Wuming Mountain. Wang Su found this amusing. Surely Huangping Prefecture must have attempted to capture them. Julie nodded, then shook her head. They couldn't catch them. Once those dwarves are underground, they are as elusive as loaches. The Huang family is currently grappling with how to drive them away. After a brief pause, she continued, those dwarves have also opened a weapon shop in the market called Dwarven Forge. While the weapons they sell are not magical artifacts, they rival magical weapons in certain qualities. Now everyone in the market seeks their mundane weapons from Dwarven Forge. Quite brazen indeed. They must have some backing, Wang Su remarked. Julie nodded. The dwarves possess a gem known as the Heart of the Grey Mountain. It allows the user to absorb the earth's power as long as they stand on the ground, ensuring their mana and strength remain inexhaustible. The leader of the dwarven clan, Soren Haster, is a warrior comparable to a Qi refinement master. With the Heart of the Grey Mountain in hand, no one can contend with him. Wang Su listened intently, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. Towards the Heart of the Grey Mountain, inexhaustible power. Just as he mentioned that Bayou Pavilion should avoid cutthroat dealings, here appeared the Heart of the Grey Mountain. Was this not a test of leadership? Which leader could withstand such trials? Wang Su contemplated for a moment before looking at Julie. Keep a close watch on this Dwarven Forge in the market. Report any developments promptly. Understood, Julie replied. Wang Su waved his hand. All right, you may leave now. The concept of limitless endurance. One wonders if it holds the same effect for those at the 5th stage of Qi refinement. In the Xiang Caves, nestled within the Xiang Mountains, stands the newly constructed Mujing Palace. As the name suggests, this grand edifice is dedicated to the crafting of wood element plates, which are essential for producing wood crystals. The materials required for the creation of wood element plates include spirit peach resin jujube, wood heart green fur from the green-haired turtle, mu dao spirit iron spirit stones, kong ming stones, the eyelashes of spirit plants, and scales from flower butterflies. In addition to these materials, 4 ritual formations must be inscribed: the elemental tidal formation, the spatial alchemy formation, the wood crystal refinement formation, and the wood element guidance formation. The refinement of the element plates presents 3 major challenges. First, the collection of materials. Second, the inscription of the ritual formations. And finally, the embedding of the spatial coordinates into the element plates. However, with his talismans, Wang Su is able to bypass many of these hurdles. After several days of research, he has discerned the functions of these peculiar materials and what can be substituted for them. For instance, the spirit peach resin jujube wood heart and the green fur are used to ensure the stability of the ritual during the operation of the elemental tidal formation. This formation serves to resonate, communicate, and construct elemental dimensional passages, and he can replace it with 6 types of talismans: fixed, linked, mark, boundary, and gate. Meanwhile, materials like Mu Dao spirit iron spirit stones and Kong Ming stones are used in the spatial alchemy formation to create a space capable of accommodating wood crystals and wood energy. He can utilize 7 types of talismans: universe, expand, solid, engrave, transform, shift, and stabilize, to refine jade bamboo or void bamboo into a card space. The wood crystal refinement formation and the wood element guidance formation are designed to be constructed within the card space to refine wood crystals and absorb wood energy from the elemental dimension, which consists of a mixture of wood energy and wood spiritual energy. The eyelashes of spirit plants and the scales of flower butterflies serve merely to assist in the construction of the ritual formations. In summary, Wang Su now requires only a section of jade bamboo and a substantial amount of spiritual energy or mana to manually create wood element plates. Seated within the Mujing Palace, he closed his eyes and concentrated. After mentally reviewing the key points of refining wood element plates, he began the process. The first attempt at the elemental tidal formation failed due to the initial communication of dimensional coordinates, resulting in an unforeseen elemental tide once the dimension was breached. The second attempt with the spatial alchemy formation failed because the use of talismans caused chaos within the ritual formation. The third attempt met the same fate, while the fourth attempt at the wood element guidance formation was premature, as the wood crystal refinement formation needed to be established first otherwise the wood energy would disrupt its construction. The 5th attempt also failed. By the 6th, 7th, and 8th attempts, after 11 days on the 22nd attempt, Wang Su finally succeeded in crafting a wood element plate capable of condensing wood crystals. Overjoyed, he immediately manifested 25 wood spirit creatures. From now on, you will be responsible for refining wood crystals here, he commanded. Understood, master. The 25 chattering little spirits responded, their voices ringing with a sweetness that stirred a sense of guilt within him. Wang Su noticed that as his cultivation slowed, his spiritual essence grew, and the spirits he manifested were all petite girls, reflecting a connection between appearance and inner essence. Seizing the momentum, Wang Su exited the Mu Jing Palace and erected a Tu Jing Palace nearby, replicating the processes he had employed previously. The formations were largely similar, differing only in their elemental specifics. Even so, he expended 8 days to successfully refine the earth element plate. The water element plate took 17 days, hindered by disturbances from water elemental beings during the construction of the tidal formation, which took 11 days. The attempt to create the wind element plate failed. During the tidal formation's construction, he sensed a pulling sensation that led to its failure. With each failure, he developed a hypothesis: within the same dimension, only one type of element plate could exist. To validate his theory, he attempted to refine another wood element plate, and indeed felt the same pulling sensation, resulting in another failure of the tidal formation. Once he identified the cause, Wang Su no longer dwelled on it, and proceeded to refine the next element plate. I hope the following element plates are all successful, he prayed, as each represented the equivalent of a money printing machine. He couldn't afford to lose even one. Fortunately, the gold element plate took 7 days to succeed. The thunder element plate also took 7 days, while the light element plate took 6 days, and the dark element plate took 5 days. Thus, on the 25th of January 129654 in the Xian Huang calendar, Wang Su finally gathered all 8 element plates: fire, water, earth, wood, gold, thunder, light, and dark. What a pity about the wind element plate, he lamented again. Despite this regret, the exhilaration within him was undeniable. With these 8 element plates, his asset generation rate would increase tremendously. Each plate could produce 25 elemental spirit crystals daily, totaling 200. Each crystal was valued at 50 spirit stones, or heaven and earth energy, amounting to 10,000 spirit stones, or heaven and earth energy daily, equivalent to the profits of Bayou Mountain in the market over 2 years. Wang Su suddenly felt that money was merely a string of numbers to him. However, this was a mere illusion. He was considered wealthy in the realm of Qi refinement, but could hardly compare to those at the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, aside from the fire crystals, he did not intend to sell any other spirit crystals. After all, producing 25 fire crystals daily was already astonishing. If others discovered he possessed 8 such element plates, Bayou Mountain would become a target for envy. These spirit crystals were not without their uses. Once he constructed the dimensional gate, each opening would require a massive amount of energy. Additionally, the wood, earth, and water crystals, representing the quintessence of the 5 elemental energies, could be infused into the Jade Hua land to accelerate its growth. When he reached the foundation establishment stage and desired to transform Jade Hua into a blessed land, he would similarly require a substantial cultivation of the 5 elemental energies. Thus, Wang Su believed that the heaven and earth energy was merely a numerical value, an illusion. It is time to go out, he declared, smoothing his garment before stepping out into the precious land. Extending his spiritual awareness, he observed the surroundings. The precious land had expanded by 2 miles, reaching a diameter of 12 miles. The heavens soared higher, and the earth grew denser. Most importantly, 2 beams of rosy light had emerged. He had long been eager to refine the rosy clouds, and now the opportunity had finally arrived. Brother, see, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Wang Mingruo floated over on a white cloud, her tone filled with a hint of melancholy. Apologies, I became quite absorbed in refining the elements. After 2 months apart, seeing Wang Mingruo filled Wang Su with an unprecedented warmth, the warmth of family. He enveloped her, who was now round with expectation, in his embrace. Did you manage to succeed in your refinements? She asked, leaning against his sturdy chest. Yes, but I only managed to refine 7 plates. Each element plate can only exist once in this dimension, and since the wind plate still exists, I could not succeed. Does that mean we'll have an endless supply of spirit crystals? Wang Mingruo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not quite. Transforming the precious land into a blessed land will require a vast quantity of spirit crystals. Once you achieve the foundation establishment, you will need a significant amount of spirit crystals to open your own blessed land. I feel like we are becoming poorer the more we cultivate. Wang Mingruo pouted, unsatisfied. That's why we need to explore dimensions and refine more element plates. Wang Mingru seemed to recall something and said, "By the way, the Sect family came to collect heaven and earth energy a few days ago. How much did the clan collect? Did they give you any trouble?" Wang Su asked. Wang Mingruo shook her head, detaching herself from his sturdy chest. As the true grandson of a venerable figure, how could they dare to make things difficult for me? They came from Dejin, inspected by Yu Mountain, and then set their sights on Baiyun, claiming it could be used to offset taxes, offering an 8% discount, Wang Su replied, surprised. That's interesting. It's the first time I've heard that the clan's taxes could be discounted. Wang Mingruo continued, of course, that's not the case. They plan to take Baiyun back